10 years ago suddenly opened a huge gate that leads to another dimension, and no one could even imagine that from this gate huge monsters began to appear, and their number was so huge that the world army could not cope with them because ordinary weapons did not work on them. But at the same time there appeared hunters who had magic power, and their classes were distributed from the highest to the lowest, and that they were much stronger than ordinary people, and with the help of their magic and magic weapons, they could destroy one monster after another. 10 years later, in the city where the first gate appeared, a lot of hunters would go out to make money and kill monsters in the dungeon. And now we see two hunters who met after many years of dungeon adventures together, and as they talked about the old days, the other hunters began to slowly converge on the place where the gate had opened, and while some were approaching, others were able to set up for the battle and drink their last cup of coffee. But at that moment, a guy named Sung Jin-Woo appeared. If you ignore his somewhat unusual strength and regeneration, it's a little embarrassing that he can call himself a hunter. And entering a construction site that was in Seoul, two hunters noticed Sung Jin-Woo and started waving at him. But the other hunter couldn't understand if Sung Jin-Woo was a strong hunter. Everyone was so happy that he had come. But Mr. Kim started to reply that this guy is the weakest in the world, and that he's so weak that he can get hurt in a ranked dungeon, and his coming means that their dungeon will be easy. And as soon as he took his cup of coffee, and then started walking up to the other hunters and greeting them. And as he passed the guys he had recently greeted, he heard them tell him that they called him the weakest weapon in the world. And before he could reply, he could hear everything. At that moment, he heard the familiar voice of the girl Ju-hee, who was also in this raid. The new girl started asking him how he managed to hurt his face this time, to which Sung Jin-Woo began to reply that he didn't know because he always gets hurt when he hunts. But sitting down on the building materials, he began to explain that they were in the E-rank dungeon, and he was the only one injured because the others were ranked higher, so they didn't take healers. And after talking for a few more minutes, Sung Jin-Woo heard that the other hunters were getting ready to enter the gate, and that they should join them too. And approaching one of the hunters, he began to say that it was time for him to try his best. He might not be the best fit for this role, but he would like to be the leader of their group for this raid. But the other hunters realized that he was the only strongest of them, so no one was against it, and gathered all the equipment. They started to go into the dungeon together, to destroy the boss and make more money. Sung Jin-Woo, who was the last one to enter, was ready to give his best today, because today he would not get hurt, and he would survive, and he would earn more money to take care of his family just like the others. A little while later, he managed to get one magic stone. But suddenly, he was attacked from the corner by a monster because our hero had a bad weapon. He was injured and maimed. But this time, he was lucky to have a healer girl who used her magic to help him. And while she healed his wounds, the other hunters dealt with all the monsters that were in the dungeon. After that, they gathered in a place and started to thank each other for having each other's backs. But Sung Jin-Woo wasn't as happy as the others, because he still took a lot of damage and made the girl stay by his side and heal him early. Well, at some point, one of the hunters shouted that he had found a secret passage to another cave, and they all started to go to the cave and explore it. And after a short time of thinking, they realized that there was a double dungeon hidden here, and now they had to decide what they were going to do next, because if they went out, other hunters would come in and take all the goodies for themselves. But the leader of the group started to suggest that they would now vote on whether to go into the double dungeon or go back out. And after a short time of voting, they were evenly divided. The last person who did not vote was Sung Jin-Woo, and now he will decide what to do next because he needs to help his mom, who is in the hospital, and his sister, who wants to go to university. After a short time of thinking, he clenched his magic crystal that he held in his hands and decided that he agreed to go to the double dungeon. A little while later, our group of young monster hunters continued to walk through the deep cave, but they realized that they were on their way. If they could destroy the dungeon boss, they would still have 20 minutes to get out of the dungeon because it would automatically close. But at this point, the healer girl was a little angry with Sung Jin-Woo because she kept treating his wounds and he kept walking and made himself a threat. But after a few minutes, they reached the end of the cave and saw a huge door in front of them. And without thinking, the squad leader started saying that they were going to go inside that door, so everybody should be on their guard. Well, as soon as the door opened, they went inside. They saw that the facels that lit the room started to light up on their own. 59. But the hunters had never seen a dungeon like this before, and inside it looked like no one had been here for a long time. And those statues, they looked strange, because each one was holding something different, and some of them even had musical instruments. Well, the most amazing thing was the huge statue that was in the center, and looking at it, Sung Jin-Woo hoped it wasn't the dungeon boss. But after walking a little further, they came across a magical seal with the rules of the Carrion-on Temple written on it. The first was to worship the Lord, the second was to praise the Lord, and the third was to prove your loyalty to him. And while the other hunters were familiarizing themselves with the rules, the healer girl who was near our hero said that the eyes of the huge statue had just looked right at them. 68. But right after that, the door through which they had entered suddenly slammed shut, and some of the hunters couldn't understand what was going on here. One of them began to say that he had had enough and was leaving now because it was a mistake to come here. As soon as he came to the door, a huge statue that was on opposite sides of the door suddenly moved and started swinging its huge axe, and with one blow it destroyed the hunter. The other hunters couldn't believe what had just happened and that they had to fight these huge statues. Sung Jin-Woo quickly turned his head and looked at the huge statue that was behind him, and in an instant the huge statue started to look straight into the eyes of our hero. It was not the first time for Sung Jin-Woo to be in a deadly situation, and during his first raid he was left behind and lost, and even almost died of starvation when he was trapped in a dungeon. But the worst part is that he has to work twice as hard to take care of his family. But at the same time, he saw the eyes of a huge monster looking straight at him, and at the same moment the eyes began to glow with bright fire, and Sung Jin-Woo shouted for everyone to fall to the ground, as bright rays began to appear from the eyes of the huge stat that destroyed everything in its path, and most of the hunters simply died on the spot. And raised his eyes. The hunters saw that they were miraculously alive, but still they could not understand how they could kill all the statues, because it would take a long time.
But sometimes sinister and very dangerous monsters can lurk behind gates. I turned your arm, but the bleeding never stopped. I don't know how else I can help you. I don't know what more can be done myself. I didn't think it would be this difficult. I only invited 3 healers and I thought we could do it faster. But it's so dangerous here that one of them was killed so brutally that there was nothing left of him. The second one was rendered speechless and went into shock from what he saw. The third healer, whom you know, can't get her act together. If she survives, this situation will haunt her for a long time. As you can see, it's going to be hard to heal with their skills in this situation. I don't think we can do anything with him. His look inspires great fear. Eventually they decided that when the situation subsided a little, they would try to escape, but it wouldn't be that easy. Desperate, the rest of the group didn't understand why they had come here. After all, this is only a D-rank dungeon. Our protagonist realized that if they went through that big statue, there was no way they could get past the guards guarding the door. "I'm not going to die here," shouted one of the hunters. "I just joined a normal guild, I'm strong, so I can get out." At that moment their leader cried out, "Don't do it." But nothing could stop him anymore. He could only rely on his speed skills. He rushed like a bullet, running with all his speed, but in an instant the statue spotted him and shot out its laser eyes. All that was left of the runner was his legs. He never made it. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Everyone who saw it was so dumbfounded that they couldn't look at what had happened. Everyone, as one, understood that they could be massacred at any moment. Jin-Woo understood that they could kill them at any moment, but those creatures did not, and they did not understand why. That big statue doesn't kill for no reason, but those guards who guard the door sweep away anything that comes near them. From the attack, they have some kind of order, thought Jin-Woo. Exactly an order, how I didn't think of it before. Does anyone know if this room has its own rules? When he saw the precepts of the Kartanon temple, he shrieked, "This is it." He turned to his friend Song for help. "What was the first commandment? Have you read them?" he asked. "The commandment seems to say, worship the Lord," answered Sung. "Then that is the Lord, sir. This dungeon has its own rules." "What are you thinking?" shrieking, Sung. "And if I'm right, he doesn't attack those who don't move." It was obvious from Jin-Woo's actions that he was not looking for death, but rather wanted to save everyone. He made a decision and realized that the statue only attacks those who stand at a certain height. He finally understood the essence of the first commandment and cried out, "Hear him and bow to the Lord." Everyone thought he was crazy, but he knew it could save their lives. Jin-Woo realized that if they worshipped him, it meant directly praising him. This premonition might have saved them. "We will live, we will finally get out of this dungeon by worshipping." That was all they thought about, but at that moment, goosebumps went up their bodies, and as soon as they looked up, they saw the terrifying smile on the statue's stone face. His expression changed. "What is it?" our hero shrieked. "How many times has he attacked us already? How many more times do we have to worship him? We were all wondering the same thing. It seems to have stopped. I don't think he's going to do anything worse. Will it be okay just because we worshipped him? 555, don't get up. If you get up, his attacks will continue. Look, nothing happens, and then they realize that, like, it's over. We survived, we can stay alive. But the protagonist didn't think so, he realized it wasn't over. There were loud noises and it felt like an earthquake had started. They saw the statue begin to rise from its throne. The statue was so big that the hunters seemed like small cockroaches against it. Jin-Woo, tell me, do you have any more ideas? Shrieked Sung-Jin-Woo, but at that moment our hero stared dumbfoundedly at the scale of the statue that was coming in their direction, and it seemed to be the end. But Jin-Woo remembered that this dungeon has its own rules. 1. Swear an oath to the Lord. 2. Exalt the Lord. That's supposed to be the solution, isn't it? Exalt exactly, cried one of the hunters. He was one of the members of the church choir and knew how to sing and pray. He pulled out his cross, which hung around his neck, and began to praise the Lord. They thought it worked. The statue even began to move more slowly. But Jin-Woo realized too late that that hunter was praying to the wrong god. The statue straightened up in an instant, stepping on the hunter who was reciting the prayer. They began to run with all their feet and shout for help, until one of them cried out, "Run together, it's dangerous. We have to split up." Jin-Woo took hold of the hand of the girl who was running behind him and realized that if he let her go, she would be finished. As Buck ran, he remembered what he was here for, and how his wife had begged him to find a safe job. But he wanted to earn more, and here he is standing under the stone statue, thinking he is safe here. He doesn't hear anyone shouting at him to turn around and see that there's a monster behind him that will cut him in half in an instant. "Exalt the Lord! Exalt the Lord!" shouted Jin-Woo, running away from them. He did not know what to do. There were guards in the front, a huge statue in the back. They attacked them with anything, sword, axe, spear. They did not care who was in front of them. They had only one task. Kill them all. Jin-Woo could not understand why the guards had musical instruments. Perhaps it told him that the guards start acting when they are approached. Thus, it might be the key to the exit. He seemed to understand again what to do next. They started running toward the statues with the tools, and then a miracle happened. They weren't attacking, they were playing young. They started looking for other statues. While Sung sat beneath the statue and looked at the monster that stood before him, Jin-Woo ran up to the statue, but nothing was happening. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. But then they realized that if the two of them stood under the same statue, it wouldn't play a tune. Jin-Woo immediately ran on, but the huge statue spotted him. At this point he ran up to the statue with the instruments, but it turned out to be a guardian, and instead of instruments he had a shield. He mistook it for another and struck, and Jin-Woo was wounded. He did not, however, give up the suspense of dying there and crawled on, hoping to find the statue with the musical instrument. He was always on the cusp of death, always grasping the thread that kept him from dying, but now it could break at any moment. As soon as Jin-Woo heard the tune, he sighed. For a second he thought he was going to be killed, but at the last moment he was able to get to safety. He was wounded and exhausted. Julie came running as soon as it was safer, and from what she saw she couldn't hold back the tears. "Your legs!" she shouted at the top of her voice. She saw a lot of blood that was everywhere. Jin-Woo was lying on the floor without one leg, but the healer begged him to hold on a little longer, and she could stop the blood and heal his leg. However, she did not expect that the fact that she spent a lot of mana would make her feel bad. She'll be fine, lucky that Jin-Woo was able to survive such injuries. There were 17 of them, but in the end there were only 8 left, and 2 of them were severely injured. "Mr. Song, it's unfortunate that you are injured, but it's because you made a lot of rash decisions. After all, you are the reason this happened. Are you willing to be punished for that?" "That bastard is attacking again," the group of survivors thought. "Don't tell me he's attacking again." They felt everyone's legs buckle and thought it was an earthquake. But the monster lifted something off the ground. This was the altar on which the sacrifice was to take place, and the final commandment, "Prove your faith." "This was the final test, no matter how foolish I was," said one of the hunters. "I know where this will lead. Mr. Song, does this mean that someone has to sacrifice himself?" 5. Aiming his dagger at Mr. Song, one of the hunters began to say that everything was his fault. He said that his 10 men had died in vain because of him and that he should take all the blame. Mr. Kim was right, and no matter what happens next, I'm willing to take responsibility. The only one who was against it was Jin-Woo. He started screaming that it was mean to say he was guilty, since you all decided to come here on your own. At this point, Mr. Song walked into the circle of the altar and saw a strange light that lit up red. One tribe told Jin-Woo, what could it mean? He asked the guys to help him get to the altar. They thought they were safe now, but the gate had opened a week ago, and it was unlikely the hunters could save them now. But these things will move before reinforcements arrive. The guild is not likely to dare send someone to check here so quickly. It's only a D-ranked dungeon. The gates will open after 7 days. That means if we don't close it, all the monsters can make it to the surface. If we can't do that, that big statue can get out. Most likely, the ordeal will begin when all the survivors are able to enter the circle. So it did, once everyone was assembled and all the lights came on. There was a sound of the hunters shouting, did the door finally open and we could get out, but now anything could happen. The statues that were standing still began to move. They slowly but surely watched the altar. They didn't know what to do, and there were so many of them, and a little bit of them began to surround them. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. But what was that? She was able to run out of the cave, but the Jin-Woo realized that if one person leaves the altar the lights go out and the gate closes a bit. Those commandments were hard, but the last one was very clear. When they went into the circle, the lights went on and went out as long as the person left the altar. The hunter who stood and held the wounded Jin-Woo could not endure and asked forgiveness, then rushed to the exit, from which Jin-Woo fell to the floor because he was missing one leg. He shouted, stay where you are or we will die. There aren't enough of us all to look at every statue. Jin-Woo understood that. He understood that all the blue lights had to burn out and then the ordeal would be over. But it could also mean the opposite, that the doors could close back. No one would think that the weakest hunter could be so useful. Everyone looked up to him. Many died when they entered the dungeons, but those who survived, thanks to you Jin-Woo, thanks to you, and I am alive, but I can't stay here anymore. I have a family too. I can't die here. Mr. Kim shouted to Jin-Woo. But all he heard was sorry. He ran off and threw the rest of Jin-Woo to his death, dumbfounded by such an act he certainly didn't expect. The gate was about to close, and now they realized that everyone had to leave, but one person would stay and sacrifice himself. So it was decided that Jin-Woo and Madame Chi-Yul would leave together and Mr. Song would stay. But as soon as Chi-Yul wanted to get up, her legs, they did not obey her. It was because of the depletion of mana. She used it a lot when she healed Jinhua. Mr. Song, help her get up. I can't walk with my leg. You are the only one who can help her. Take care of her. As soon as they left, Jin-Woo was left alone. He sat by the altar and thought only that thank God he is the only one, so something will die here at least. He sat alone and was ready for the outcome. Since it came to this, I will take one of you with me, he shouted. Go ahead and attack. I am not afraid of you anymore. The guards started to attack him blow by blow, and it was almost over. The only thing our hero thought about was that he changed his mind about dying for sure. He didn't want such an outcome. The last cry that was, if only I had been given one more chance. My eyes were closing, but out of nowhere an alert popped up that said you had completed all the necessary requirements of the secret Brave Man's mission. It was that last chance to become a player of the system and survive, but it needed the player's permission. If you refuse, your heart will stop in 2 seconds. Jin-Woo was dumbfounded, but the fact that he wanted to live did not negate the fact that he would not agree. He made a decision. The bright light woke me up, and when I opened my eyes and woke up in the hospital, I could hardly breathe. I had just died. But what was it really? Maybe it was a dream, but I started to turn my head and saw that I was in the hospital. At that time, 2 guys in suits came up to me. Turns out they were waiting for me to wake up, but I didn't realize who they were. And when they got closer, they apologized for the disturbance. It turned out to be the Korean Hunters Association. I didn't understand what they wanted from me, but when I found out I had been asleep for 3 whole days, I couldn't believe it. After that, I started asking them questions about what happened to Mrs. Juhee and Mr. Song. I hoped they were safe. But these guys responded that they were fine, but that Mr. Song would now have trouble working because of one arm, and from then on, if he wanted to, he could retire. And Juhee, being a hunter, is still being treated for psychological trauma, and it is not clear to them now whether they will remain hunters. As soon as they started looking for other hunters like Sick, I interrupted them and told them that was enough. I had heard everything I wanted to hear, and I didn't need any more. But the man went on to tell me that only 6 people had survived after visiting the double cave. Although hunters are always in danger when hunting, this kind of carnage doesn't happen very often. When the Hunters Association and the White Tiger Guild arrived on the scene, they had all disappeared, and there was only me lying on the altar in the cave. Neither the statues nor what the others described were found. We have been unable to find an explanation for what happened, but this is only a theory. However, these guys believe that I went through a rebirth. I certainly couldn't believe it, because a hunter's stats are set when he doesn't get the awakening or the power. Some hunters can get awakening again and rise in rank, but these guys brought with them a gauge of magical power, and all I had to do was put my hand on the crystal. If these were the high-level, deadly monsters the survivors had told me about, ordinary hunters would not be able to handle them. Only rank units or S ranks could make a difference. But when they put their hand on the crystal, all these monsters simply disappeared. Then they suspected that Hunter Sung Jin-Woo had been reawakened, since he was the only surviving hunter. But after I got my hand in, they thought I was trash, and because the lowest E rank is at least 70, and I turned out to have 10. After that, the man said they suspected me for no reason, and they left. When they walked out the door, I didn't realize that they hadn't noticed what was right above my bed hung a notification system that had a message. I turned my attention to my leg, and it was in place, even though it had been completely cut off. And there was nothing wrong with my pierced breast. I couldn't tell the difference between this dream and reality and wondered, should I have told them what I was seeing in front of me now? And it certainly wasn't a touchscreen. But at one point my sister came into my room and asked me what I was doing, because I was just standing on the bed poking my finger in the air. She asked me how I was feeling, and after that she immediately jumped on me, because she was telling me not to get hurt again, because she was very worried about me. She kept yelling, "What about the others, is everything okay? So why am I the only one who got hurt?" But I was in my own thoughts and couldn't believe I almost left her. I didn't think I'd made it out of that dream. But that message spoke back to me. I asked my sister if she was seeing what I was seeing, but she didn't understand what I was starting to say. I told her that when there was an unread message in play, how could I read it? She didn't understand what I was talking about, but seeing my message, that I had become a player and had a daily task to become stronger. I didn't understand what it was all about. A little later my sister came out of my room and along with her girlfriend started to leave. I started reading my alerts. It said that the system would help the player grow. If he disobeyed the orders of the system, he could be punished. And I also had some rewards, but I couldn't figure out what they were telling me. Well, for a second I thought I saw something similar when I was lying on the altar. The first thing that interested me was that I saw a message about the daily prepare to get stronger challenge. I decided to check it out and opened this message. Inside were the instructions for the quest, and its purpose was to work out push-ups, abs, and squats, as well as exercise and running. However, below was a warning that if I didn't complete the daily quest, I would be sent to the village instantly as punishment. But I thought it was some kind of joke, so I decided to continue lying down and resting, only to find out about everything after a good night's sleep. However, I suddenly woke up to the fact that my bed started jumping in different directions, as if an earthquake was about to start. In an instant, I found myself in some kind of desert. I couldn't believe my eyes, because I thought I was dreaming. But when I turned my head, I saw a giant poisonous centipede looking right at me and wanting to eat me. Immediately after that I got the quest instructions, and the penalty task stated that I needed to survive in 4 hours. But for me, that was something horrible. I was running away on all my feet, for I was trying to survive in strict accordance with the mission, but the monsters were chasing me the whole time. They jumped out of all the barcons and sands that were near me. But once 4 hours passed and I got my alert, I managed to survive. I finally finished my adventure and at one point found myself in my hospital room. I jumped out of bed like the ground was sandy and fell to the floor, just as I did. I was terribly exhausted, for I had been running for 4 hours from the horrible monsters that were chasing me. When I was finally able to raise my head, I saw a notification that said that my reward for completing the punishing task had been received and I could take it. However, I was so exhausted that I immediately fell asleep. At the same moment a nurse came into my room and saw that I was lying beside my bed. There was a lot of sand around me. She immediately started calling for help. The next day, this nurse was telling her colleague if she knew of a patient named Sung Jin-Woo. She had heard that there was such a hunter who was now resting in their hospital. But it turns out that he runs every day, even though it has been several days since he woke up. The doctor said that hunters heal faster than ordinary people, so light exercise is helpful. But when they looked out the window, they saw that I was still running. But I was running and I didn't realize what all this easy exercise was, and I didn't realize if it was good that I was doing it. But I had been running for almost 4 hours since I woke up, and there were a few things I managed to learn. The first is that the thing in front of my eyes is not an illusion. For I can clearly see with my own eyes, though no one else can. And when I finally completed the last quest, the 10K run, I got my reward for the quest and was able to pick one of the cells. It was a status recovery, and at one point I got magic that could heal my fatigue after training. The fatigue that didn't make them all in my body actually disappeared, as if it hadn't happened at all. Also, I still had stats and random boxes, and I can improve any character trait until I run out of points. I get stronger when I increase a player's stats, and this level up does the same thing. Yes, and the skill status, inventory, and stored items all felt like a game. I never figured out what was really going on, but at this point in my characteristics I was level A. My strength was 10, intelligence 10, dexterity 10, perception 10, and toughness 10. I still had 3 points left that I could use. In the evening, I went to the front desk and asked if I could leave tonight, as I had some business to take care of outside. A little later I found myself outside the subway entrance, and it was time to find out what this thing was in my hands. After all, every time a random box appeared after completing a daily task, sometimes it contained unnecessary items. But what I was holding in my hands was something else entirely. It was a key that allows me to instantly create a dungeon, and I can use it in the third entrance to Hair Station. This key allows me to instantly create a dungeon, and I wondered if this could all be because of an overactivation or possible overactivation procedure. But if it was, I should try it, because finally the weakest hunter in the world gets overactivated. Others would have laughed upon hearing this, but I was confident in my ability to escape, and if it was as dangerous as the last time, I would escape despite all obstacles. As soon as I inserted the key, a portal opened, into which I immediately entered. As soon as I stepped out of the portal, I was notified that I had entered an instant dungeon. However, the entrance behind my back instantly closed, and suddenly a girl walked beside me, just passing by. I realized that it was some other dimension, because it didn't look like a normal dungeon, and I had never seen anything like it before. Perhaps it must be like a red gate. Now I didn't know what to do, because I was planning to run away if something went wrong. If the exit had closed, I couldn't get out of here. A little later I got a notification that I couldn't leave the dungeon until I killed the boss. It was kind of weird, since it had been days since I had fought Irang monsters, and now I had to clear all the dungeons myself. I had a strange feeling inside, as if someone was mocking me. After all, they were seriously counting on me to be able to deal with this without a team. I guess I overestimated my capabilities. After all, I seriously thought I could handle it without the group, but when I started to move on, I saw that everything around me was destroyed, as if an apocalypse had occurred. I kept walking, but I felt less and less confident, because there was a strong ominous atmosphere all around me. It was a monster running right at me. I saw some monster leap at me, but I managed to dodge it, and it rushed past me. And when I turned around, I saw a wolf in front of me. It was Riken's Steel Fong. I realized that even 1 or 2 goblins was hard for me. Could I defeat a monster as terrible as him? After all, he was much stronger than I was, and much bigger. And at that moment I felt that my legs stopped listening to me, and I simply could not move. It was all because I was afraid and I was too scared. I didn't think I had suffered any serious psychological trauma at the time, but the monster kept attacking me. It would have bitten my leg off just a little more, but I successfully jumped aside. I didn't have a healer at the moment, and I couldn't afford to get hurt. In an instant, the monster was already near my head. A little more and it would have bitten it off, but my body was so light that I successfully dodged it. I was very surprised, because this had never happened to me before. And then I realized that I was much stronger than I'd been before. I looked straight into his eyes, and barely saved my life. Now I would not tremble with fear, I would fight. I swung and struck that wolf with my hand, which made it fly away and make a hole in the nearest fence. I was surprised at how strong I was, and realized it was probably because of my improved strength. But the Rikon Steel Fong was still stronger than me. I kept hitting him as he got closer to me. Right up close. And, just as I thought, the usual attacks had no effect on him, and even this monster was stronger than me. This became a problem for me, and I didn't know what to do. After all, it was too hard for me alone, and this wolf managed to hurt me. I realized that I could not defeat it by myself or with the help of a group, healers, or equipment. I had nothing left after that. I began to think what it would take for me to defeat such a powerful monster, and all I had was my body, a weapon with magical power. And if only I had a weapon. But, sure, I had inventory. And as soon as I thought about the inventory, it immediately opened up, and the only thing I had there was a sword, and I was able to get it right out of the inventory. I didn't understand why it was there, but that was the least of my worries, for I now had the most terrifying opponent in front of me, and with a single blow I cut the wolf in half. It was the blade that Master Kim had left in the double fong. My level was elevated. I remembered that Mr. Kim had bought it for 3 million won. It was too expensive for me, because I couldn't afford such a weapon. But now I am going to use it. This inventory I have turned out to be quite a handy thing. After all, I can store anything I want in here. Ever since I got the gun, I'm no longer afraid of those horrible monsters coming right at me. But suddenly I realized that I couldn't lift this sword off the ground. I started pulling it with all my might. Behind me were 2 horrible wolves, coming closer and closer. Finally, I was able to move it and hit one of the wolves. The other wolf grabbed my sword with its iron steel fangs, and then I realized that it was called Steel Fong for a reason. But I could not let Mr. Kim's sword go to waste, and in the end, I was able to chop that wolf in 2. Now that I think about it, those wolves compared to those monsters are too weak for me. Now I can overpower them all and survive at all costs by becoming much stronger. After I defeated those 2 wolves, I found a secluded spot and sat on the ground and pondered. It seems that when I level up, all my characteristics increase by 1 point, and completing a daily task earns me 3 points. Leveling up means that all my characteristics increase by 1. Right now I have 5 points, and I'm wondering how much stronger I can get. Monster hunting and leveling up seem to be the most effective. I wanted to see how much I could improve my characteristics. Even my intelligence and perception can be expressed in numbers, but the important thing is to understand my strength. It has only increased by 10 points, but I already feel an improvement. Is it possible that my characteristics will still improve? Anyway, I understand that I can get stronger as my level increases. Having just defeated 2 monsters, I wondered why the magic cores hadn't fallen off them. After all, I thought all the monsters in the dungeon had such cores. It seemed to be a separate kind of monster. Suddenly an interesting thought occurred to me: if I am under the control of the game system, then probably both the dungeon and these monsters are created by a special system. Perhaps that's why items rather than magic cores fall off of them. After all, I was able to get Ryan's Fong, which turned out to be quite large, and now I can keep it in my inventory or sell it in the store. But when I tried to sell it, the notification showed that my level wasn't high enough to make the purchase. Beginners can't seem to use this feature. I was offered 20 gold coins for this Fong, and I don't even know how much it's really worth, since it's virtual money. But it looks like this dungeon is supposed to be high level, E rank, and it's probably not worth it. I had to decide what to do now, because I can't leave until I beat the boss. I could leave if I got the return crystal, but I don't know if that would even happen. Besides, I'll soon run out of food, even if the boss is too strong to fight him alone. However, it should become possible if I level up a little more, but then I might die before I even encounter him. So I decided that I would destroy any monsters that came near me, and then I would go straight to the boss and deal with him for what it was worth to me. For I have nothing to fear, for I have already died once, and I will not let it happen a second time. I destroyed every wolf that came my way, and each time there were more and more. But as soon as my level rose and stopped, I became even stronger and killed them with ease. For I had decided that I would not give up so easily. So these wolves must not die too easily either, or I would feel sorry for them. I must fight fiercely, as hard as my body can take it. Finally, I realized that if I didn't leave here, I would be killed. Gradually, as I leveled up, I realized that if I died, I wouldn't be able to protect the people I cared about. In the end, I would lose everything I had. I can't just put my hands down like a weakling if I can get stronger. I will even follow these absurd rules, just to survive and keep moving forward, protecting everything I hold dear. And when I have dealt with all the wolves that were in my way, I thought that would be the end of it. In the next hallway, I saw more wolves coming right at me. I was having a hard time, and my body almost didn't listen to me. I knew I could win and continue on my way. Well, at one point during the battle I realized that the blade of my blade was completely blunt, and it would eventually lose its strength. Even if I bought a high-end weapon, it would inevitably become the same when I went down into the dungeon a few more times. There was one occasion when I bought a dagger that cost over 50,000 won. Although it became much easier to hunt, the dagger still broke easily in a boss battle, and I got 3 magic crystals that day. But I still couldn't afford to buy weapons, even though it was exhausting. I decided that I would take care of them one by one using my body. I was grateful for this blade, for it had saved my life more than once today. In the end, I received the title of Wolf Killer. This title is awarded to a hunter who skillfully fights wolves. It increases experience against beast-type monsters by 40%. I was able to get 34 wolf fangs and 2 worn daggers, a traveler's clothing and a return stone. It was more than I expected, but this return stone was too tempting. I didn't know if I should go back, but there was no guarantee that there would be another chance to get stronger so easily. And what would happen to this dungeon after I used the return stone? Will it just disappear? If it's some sort of system-created limited event, then it's very real. And I end up dancing, palm splashing, something I don't know myself. Like a dance on the palm of the Buddha's hand, I stood and pondered whether I should go on or just back off. But at the end, I put the stone back in my inventory and headed forward. After all, I wanted to get stronger, and with each step I was able to raise my level higher and higher. 44444444444444444. When I fight monsters, I feel a little better and I definitely feel like I'm getting stronger. Unlike normal dungeons where monsters are reborn, these creatures don't feel alive. So fighting them is more like a game where their character is determined. If I can learn their behavior, I can understand where they come from. Perhaps there is a monkey on top and a cat on all sides. I fought them all alone, and was able to defeat them all. For I am much stronger now than before. I'm different now. As they attack me, if a month ago I would have died a long time ago, but now I know how to behave in such situations. In this case, the color of their name changes depending on their strength. White means weak, orange means strong, and red means very strong. At first the color of the Raiken's name was orange, but now it's white and I'm a little stronger. But even with the strength I have now, I'm not sure I can beat that guy. Now I started getting goosebumps when I saw the smoke heading one way. And it's probably due to the increase in my sensitivity, and I can appreciate how powerful the monster is down there. My level doesn't seem to be rising anymore. Besides, my sword won't last long if I fight in vain. Finally, I decided that I needed to go down and see for myself what was waiting for me down there. I kept going down, and I realized that the stairs had gotten longer, and it was a real subway station. And when I finally made it down the stairs, I saw this strange place. And suddenly something fast started rushing right at me, and before I could even blink, something hit me hard with its big tail. But I managed to parry this blow with my sword, but I was still thrown back into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and stared at the terrifying monster. And suddenly something fast started rushing right at me, and before I could even blink, something hit me hard with its big tail. But I managed to parry this blow with my sword, but I was still thrown into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and stared at the terrifying monster. I stood in front of this horrible monster and looked him straight in the eye. At that moment I realized that the sword could not pierce it, and the blows would have no effect. I need to figure out how to deal with him quickly, because I'm almost out of time. The monster kept attacking, and I realized that I needed a very quick full weight attack. At the same time, I have to weaken this guy's defense. But I have to decide how I'm going to deal with this thick scales. After all my attacks could not penetrate his thick scales, and something had to be done about it. I tried to dodge and defend myself, but I would have died if he had hit me with a straight punch. However, in the end he managed to hit me several times, causing me to be very badly hurt and fall to the ground. Was this the end I had been walking toward all my life? I thought I'd gotten a lot stronger, but it wasn't enough. And how strong would I have to get to kill a monster like that? After all, to escape my past, I am the weakest hunter in the whole world. There had been such rumors about me lately. I remembered being told that there seemed to be people who do such things for fun, and I need to make more of an effort to stop these rumors. This nickname stuck to me because I'm too weak, but I shouldn't brag about my weakness. For I myself know how weak I am, and it is a force that clutches my head and can make me back down. Even false pretenses cannot protect me. And whatever the enemy does, the sheer force of me in fear will make my knees bend and my toes dig into the ground. I am ignored because I am weak or have not been thanked before the force. I thought back to that very day when many men and good hunters died, but I stayed alive. So I have to survive right now. If it is easy to be betrayed, then I must become stronger. For this is where I must overcome all obstacles, and no matter what, I will recover and continue my journey to reach my goals that await me. For I must become even stronger, and all the monsters in my path will fall. Compared to this monster and the fear I felt then, I am completely calm now. Even if there is a monster in front of me that surpasses me in strength, I will still be able to deal with it. I grabbed hold of this big family's neck and wouldn't let it go. I squeezed her as hard as I could, but she resisted me. There were every wall around us that could be. I was choking her with all my strength and screaming for her to die soon. Eventually she began to suffocate. At this time in the hospital, the doctor was asking if I was back in my room. He was wondering why I hadn't come back even after the sun went down. But the nurse at the front desk said that I was almost healthy and would be discharged soon. But the doctor wasn't sure about the hunters, and they should stabilize me in that room, because he had heard it said that high-class hunters, rich and broad class, don't get much money and are in constant danger. And he didn't understand why we were doing such a job. After all, it's horrible to watch the conditions in which hunters work, and it was interesting what they do inside the dungeon. The veterans they get is abnormal. They are covered in blood completely on another level from patients who get into accidents, and it was amazing that they are still alive in these conditions. But the nurse thought it was a miracle since they were able to return from the dungeon, but the doctor said he disagreed, for even the weakest hunters are strong compared to ordinary people. Correct the text for errors, because you can assume they are the same as those monsters in the dungeons. At this time I was finally able to kill that monster, and a notification showed me that I had upgraded. I finally sighed, and now I was sure that I was a little stronger than I had been before. If the next alert showed that I had killed the ruler of the swamp, the blue venomous dewclaw fawn, I could be rewarded with bottles of purified dewclaw venom. It can be obtained by killing a dewlap, and there is a slim chance of its skin falling out, which will become stronger. It will, however, weaken my strength. I also got a dagger made from a dewclaw fawn, and it can paralyze because of the venom on the blade. It gives the effect of bleeding, and I can carry it with me, keep it, or sell it. My clothes were torn to shreds, and my sword was also broken. My whole body was torn like a lat ball, but I finally got a better blade than the one Mr. Kim had. This dagger was made of fawn, not bone, and it had twice the attack characteristics of my last blade. It also has the effect of paralyzing and bleeding. At the time I decided to sell it, I received a new notification that the boss had been killed and the interior of the dungeon would return to its normal state. I looked up and saw everything around me start to disappear, and it was finally over. I started to go to the surface, and I wondered what time it was. But as soon as I got to the top, I saw a soldier, and he started asking me questions about how I was able to get out of there and why I hadn't heard about the transmission. I didn't understand what happened, but when he saw my sword and my shabby clothes, he realized I was a hunter and immediately apologized to me. He said he would see me off, but I wondered what had happened here. After all, there was devastation everywhere and a pile of dead monsters. I realized that a gate had probably opened nearby, and all those monsters were coming out of there. The soldier told me not to worry, those monsters that were nearby had already been destroyed, only one big monster was left on the left. Because of my sensitivity I could feel. I saw a bright light not far away. It was a boss, and besides, it was very big. A lot of hunters were fighting him, the likes of tanks, and the likes of ranged hunters, archers, and mages. At this time, the soldiers asked not to take pictures of it all and to leave the area immediately. But they were interested in what the hunters were doing and how long they would fight. After all, I want them to deal with it as quickly as possible, but at this time, the battle of the hunters was very fast, and some were wounded because of it. Some hunters were screaming for a quick cure for the tank that was holding back the boss's attacks, but all the hunters who were nearby could handle him, because his defense was very strong, and they didn't have that many mages who could handle him. I realized that the mistakes arose because they had only recently been summoned, and also because of their lack of effectiveness as a team. Their too little guy won't be able to do damage since he is a tank. It's a battle of attrition, and healers can't handle such serious wounds. But suddenly I saw that girl Jihu that I recently went through a double dungeon with. She was a B-rank healer and was helping these guys at the moment. However, something strange was going on with her, as she was trying to help, but remembered the horror she had recently gone through. She did not want to back down, for after that she could not go back. And even after a week she still hadn't overcome it, and that was to be expected. After all, I have to overcome it too, and the boss around D rank compared to the boss I fought before is one rank lower. If I can weaken his defense, I can beat him, because I need a punch that will penetrate that stupid rock. I gathered all my strength and threw my blade with all my speed. It flew straight at the head. At this time, the hunters who had been fighting the boss realized that if this continued, they would die. They should only hope that a hunter of rank above them would come, and the tank in front of them might die. At this rate. And at that moment my sword flew to the target, and the boss was killed. But the hunters who fought him thought they were the ones who killed him. The hunters kept attacking him, but the boss was already disintegrating, for he was destroyed by my sword, which I threw. Finally, the boss fell, and all the hunters rejoiced that they could defeat him, but some of them guessed that I hadn't fought him before. Now he suddenly collapsed. One guy with a shield realized that their attacks had accomplished nothing, and he realized that something flew into him that helped kill the boss and blew his head off. He stepped closer, saw the sword sticking out of his head, and couldn't believe that such a boss had been defeated by him. But he wondered who had thrown it. The hunter turned around and asked the soldier if he saw who threw that sword. But the soldier started to look around and said that he had been here somewhere, that there was another hunter here. And its power, its destructiveness. He's a hunter high up in the mountains, but at this time I stood and watched, for I didn't think he was going to die. His health was lower than I thought, and Jihu probably saw me, too. The next day I was in my hospital room, training as hard as I could, because now I should be stronger than before. But at one point a nurse came into my room and saw me doing push-ups off the floor. When I saw her, I apologized and got to my feet. However, she was embarrassed to see me without outerwear. She looked at me and thought about how this patient and his body were the same when he was admitted here. After all, he had somehow changed, and it had been a few days. She asked me when I was being discharged from the hospital. I answered that today. And she held up her phone to me and asked if I would mind if she had my phone number. At first I didn't understand what she needed it for, but then she said it was for the results she would send me later. Seconds later I gave her my number. The next day I was already at my apartment, at which point my sister was getting ready for school. But at that time I opened my door and started walking out. I was very sleepy. I saw my sister and told her that if she was going to school, she should be careful of the cars on the road. But she was more interested in my view, because she realized that I had been working half the night as a hunter. When she approached me, she asked that my body looked trim. And she realized that I had gotten a little taller. She didn't think men were still growing after 20 years, but I told her to cut the crap and get an umbrella, because it looks like it's going to rain. But she didn't want to take it, but I insisted, because this folding umbrella wasn't that big, and she'd had enough of making such a fuss about it. Soon she was gone, at which point I looked at my daily assignments and decided I would go for a run a little later. I noticed that my muscles got bigger, and there's no way that my physical status has changed in just a few weeks. So my status is affecting my body as I continue to increase my strength. Most likely my body is changing too, and it's probably because I put a lot of points into the strength box. And I wondered what would happen if I kept going. I hope I don't become a big overpumped dumb jock. Even having a high level is not good without balance. The same will be true for the other stats. And since the synergy between strength and dexterity is good, I'll put some into that. High health is also good, but the higher the stamina, the better. But the problem was still with intelligence, and it seems to be related to magic. But did I need it? I wondered. And when I put all my free points into strength, agility, perception, endurance, and intelligence, everything was now fine. At that moment suddenly I heard the phone ringing for me. And when I picked up the phone, I was told it was from the guild. They were nervous, because I hadn't picked up the phone in a very long time. But I apologized and told them that something had happened to me recently, and I had just gotten out of the hospital. But that person was calling me because a month's rent was already trickling in. He asked if I could pay now. If not, could he defer my payment for a month? But I replied that it was okay, I would transfer the money soon. As I hung up the phone, I began to realize that this was a double awakening. And if I really got the double awakening, then I am capable of making money. If I continue to grow at this rate, I could soon become a cool hunter, because hunters kill monsters and make money. The higher the experience, the higher the reward and more worth of magic crystals. To defeat a high-level monster, you have to enter the same level gate. Thus, there is a lot of competition, and low-ranked hunters can enter the gate of rank D or E. Therefore, E-rank hunters are not accepted into guilds. And even if it were the other way around, it would still be problematic for them to find work. Right now my rank in the guild is E, and for me, who has never entered a D rank gate, that would be a prerequisite. People are chosen on the basis of competence. And when I could not yet rid myself of the title of the weakest hunter in the world, should I work well and raise my rank? That question plagues me above all else. My awakening will turn into a wildfire, and people love to gossip. Hunting is a good topic, and the more attention I get, the better I get paid. But angry looks will come over me, and I can't reveal myself until I'm sure. I'll make money first, and it would be great if I could increase my attack power first. The next day I was already near one of the dungeons, and as I got closer, one guy said to go this way. When I got close to him, he said his name was Dongsu and asked what my name was. I answered that my name was Sung Jin-Woo, and I was an E-ring hunter. The other guys, as soon as they saw me, said that they knew me and I was a pretty famous person. They started remembering my nickname, and finally one of those guys said it was the weakest hunter in the world after all. But the big guy who was standing next to me ordered them to stop and said that the most important thing was quantity. As he said on the phone, it would be a little difficult for me, since it was a C-rank gate, and I would be exempt from fighting for the time being, but he would pay me 2 million to add to our lineup. It was a good deal for me and he held out his hand for me to sign. After that, I looked at them and saw that there were 5 C-ranks and 4 D-ranks. There is a rule that when entering a C-rank gate, there must be 10 or more people, and at least half of them must be C-rank. Because of this, there have been times when the strength of a squad is only a few. As I was looking over my contract, some guy came up to me, apologized, and told me that we were both still green today. It was Jin Ho. He was 22 years old and had a D rank at this point. He, too, was called up under the same circumstances as me. When I looked up and saw him at full height, it was strange to me, because he was wearing a stupid outfit. But to hell with the darling. I guess he was the son of a millionaire. At this point the head of that hike came up to us and said I should just follow them and take care of the luggage. There's food, clothes, gear, first aid kits, and just about everything you need. And I understood that we would go there without a healer. After that he replied that it was hard for me to understand, but that they could take care of themselves, because they always do. But to me that was silly, for the squad consisted only of tanks and attackers. I continued to read my contract and saw that it said that I acknowledge that I will not blame anyone else for any accidents inside the dungeon and the fact that they did not have a healer. That would be hard to accept. The guys finally started screaming for everybody to go inside and they're going to beat the monsters anyway. And there was no need to worry about that. And as soon as we started going inside, that guy in the other outfit told me to stop worrying so much about it, because he would take care of me. Here was the time. We were near the entrance of the building and began to gather our equipment. Everyone took their swords and clothes, and I, at the time, slung a large briefcase of equipment and food on my shoulders. We began to move, and along the way the head began to say that it looked like construction had been delayed. Most recently, just 2 weeks ago, the chief had fled abroad with millions, with workers and sponsors left behind. Hard times had come, but I didn't understand why he wasn't talking about it. When I put my bag on, this guy asked me if it would be too hard for me to carry it all and if I would be okay. But I said it wasn't that heavy, and I thanked my strength, because now a bag like that would be nothing to me. That guy started telling me again to stop being so strict or it was okay to be so quiet. But I answered him that he talked too much, for he was boring me with his excessive chatter, and I realized that people tended not to pay much attention to him. And he replied that being a hunter was his hobby. But that somehow made me feel uncomfortable. Finally we came to the entrance of the dungeon, but the entrance was quite large. It was rather unusual. One of the guys asked the head if he was sure about the state of the gate from the orang, because it looked too big. But the head replied that he hoped the guild was reliable, because he had seen people go in and out of there many times. I was looking at that guy in the expensive clothes, and I thought he was coming to the raid for the first time, because he was a little freaked out by the fact that the gate looked big. But the size of the gate isn't that important, because what matters most is the magical energy that flows out of the gate and determines the quantity and quality of that energy. It is then given a rank, and the big guilds take care of gates higher in rank, and gates with lower ranks aren't as dangerous. I realized that, though this was my first trek from rank. The head decided to go in first and told everyone else to follow her. We were ready, and that guy pulled out his big, clean sword as well as his big shield. I looked at him and realized that usually hunters of D or rank like me don't make enough money to buy good weapons. Not to mention the bills. But why did this D hunter have such good equipment? I looked at everyone else and realized that it seems to be making good money. After all, everyone is perfectly equipped, and it's all very different from the dungeons D and E ranks I've been in. And when we went inside, it was too dark, so one of the guys used his magic and lit a big fireball. When the cave lit up, they didn't understand what it was and why there were no monsters here. Also, there were no lights anywhere, although it was normal for a dungeon to have a few glowing stones. Jin-Ho asked me if there were no monsters in the dungeon, but I asked him to be quiet. I started listening and realized that if there are no lights here, it means that monsters like darkness. It's usually not easy for them to live in dark dungeons, but if they're unintelligent, it's likely that these monsters don't rely on sight, they move in groups and live in the dark, darting around for light. When I heard the sound, I shrieked, realizing that it was a monster from the insect class, and it was probably an ant's nest. The sound came closer and closer, but we couldn't see them, the tunnel was too dark. Some of the guys started to panic, but I yelled for everyone to look up. And we all raised our heads and saw that they started to appear from above, right above us. Although we didn't realize how many there were, they were all coming down from the ceiling. There were too many of them, and so the battle began. One of the mages used his fire magic and dealt with the insects. The other guy with the shield started screaming and using his aura to get them closer. It turned out that our head was a damager, that's who in the group does most of the damage. I stood behind and watched these hunters and saw that they had a tough job. With this kind of work, they can put together a team without healers. Leader Don Sok was doing his duty well, and they had his back at home. Most likely, they were already fighting side by side. I understood that this was because they always put a team together without healers, and they are a little tough. At this point, Jin-Ho and his equipment was good, it covered the lack of experience and skill. Everything was doing well, but it was a little disappointing to me. After all, I was expecting a slightly different kind of dungeon. The group leader started to say that we would be back after we cleaned up at the entrance, and that might take a while. So don't overexert yourself too much and control your powers. We also need to collect all the magic crystals and divide them among the 9 participants. After all, this was my favorite part of the job. Suddenly, however, the leader came up to me and asked how I knew the monsters would attack from above. I replied that I just felt it. In fact, my perception allows me to feel more than my eye can see. Afterwards, everyone participated and thanked me, telling me that I would feel better if I didn't pay attention to such little things. I didn't fully understand what they meant. A little later, we began to look at the insect wounds and realized that they were not any wounds. We had mutilated them as if they had been bitten off, not burns from magic. It turned out that these monsters were already like that before we fought them. There's a territorial feud between them, which means there are monsters here that are stronger than these guys. The leader got excited about this because it could be a boss or someone else. And that means there's a lot of money here. At this point, I asked Jin-Ho what kind of sword he was holding that looked very expensive. He replied that it was, and that his father had decided to reassure himself when he heard he was going on his first raid. I told him I wasn't sure, but he should be more careful. I had a bad feeling someone was up to something. We kept walking forward, and I realized that regardless of rank, the size of the dungeon varies, and depending on the circumstances, it could be that it takes weeks to explore the inner passages, or it could be that it's only a couple of hours before you've reached a room. This dungeon is built like a labyrinth, so we didn't have many battles. It did take some time to move, however, although I don't really need to get into battles while I'm dragging my luggage. I thought it was a decent deal, but suddenly a warning popped up to make me wary of lizards. I didn't know why it appeared, but the one thing I was sure of for sure was that my bad feeling was never wrong. And a little later the leader began to say that this is serious, because quite a lot of time has passed, but we still have not found monsters with whole limbs, there are only the corpses of dying monsters. However, there must be a boss here, and if there wasn't one, the gate wouldn't open. But suddenly we froze, and the leader asked his comrade to light their way, which was right in front of them. And when the light came on, we were all frightened, for we saw many monsters shrouded in cobwebs. Rather, we realized that the boss room was waiting for us next, at which point everyone got ready. We were already ready for the battle and went a little further in, but when we went inside, all the guys were surprised. After all, they saw mana crystals. There were so many of them, it looked amazing. Although they were worth less than the crystals dropped from the monsters because of their low energy, but since there were so many of them, it meant that they could bring even more profit than magic crystals. Everyone looked at it and realized that they could get over 10 million. The leader began to look up and think about how his older brother wasn't always right, because he ignored him simply because he got a high rank and traded his country for America just for the money. The leader said he was still considered an elite in America and his brother should not think of him as a despicable man who would grovel at his feet. He decided to capitalize on the situation and increase his squad. At the same time, the other fellows began to say that it was a share of the big catch. And even if they split the amount, it would be $1 million each. But suddenly I heard Jin-Ho ask me to give him my contract that I had signed earlier. He wanted to examine it thoroughly, and when he did, he turned to us all and said he had an urgent question. He showed my contract to the leader and started saying that it doesn't say anything about sharing magic crystals except those that fell out of monsters. That means we have to divide the mana crystals among the 10, not the 12. But the leader turned with his strange smile and said that of course we will divide everything equally, that he already knows perfectly well. But there was one thing that had to be dealt with first. It was a huge spider that was sitting right above us. The guys from that raid realized it was a dungeon boss that was sitting right above us and looking at us with his big red eyes. The leader started saying that everyone should understand that if the boss is defeated, the gate will close. Therefore, we must retrieve and transfer the mana crystals before we can defeat the spider. Luckily, it looks like he's asleep after stuffing his stomach, and this is the perfect chance to transfer the crystals. But first we have to bring the equipment. To this the other guy replied that who would have guessed we'd find crystals in a C-rank dungeon, and he left the miner's equipment in the car. But the leader started saying he was an idiot and telling him to make a habit of carrying it with him. They apologized to us and asked Jin and me to watch the place for the two of us, and they had to go and get our gear. Jin-Ho was agitated, for he had heard everything right, that we should be left alone with the boss. But the leader began to say that he didn't think he would attack us, unless, of course, we invaded his territory ourselves. He seems to have had enough and is now napping, and everything will be fine as long as we don't provoke him. We have to trust the leader and keep our voices down, because something might happen if we keep talking loudly. The leader says he has something to tell the others, so they go and have a smoke and come back soon. I watched them leave and realized that according to the rules there had to be at least 10 people in the squad, not counting me and Jin-Ho, and there were 8 in our squad. And that means that they repeatedly did so. Since they went into the gate that way, surely there would have been no need to fill the 2 empty spaces here. As soon as the leader and his group withdrew, he ordered that the entrance to the boss's room be blocked. And as soon as we heard the loud sound, we realized that everything had been stoned. And then it finally dawned on me that you guys are revealed to be lizards. I remembered being told that sometimes there are bastards like lizards, and incidents inside the dungeon are rare, because it's a pretty dangerous job. And even if a crime has occurred, it's hard to investigate. That's why this is often the place they use. There are no cameras that can be viewed from the outside. So who's going to stop the hunters? No one. Fix the text for mistakes, and the weaker you are, the quicker you just get rid of you. But if you are strong, people will reach out to you. If they say you're useless or in the way, they'll get rid of you like a lizard shedding its tail. That's why I was told to be careful. After all, I was the weakest hunter in the world. At this time I began to panic and didn't know what to do. After all, the entrance was backed up. He was upset that these bastards were trying to kill us, and they wanted to kill us. At this time, I realized that I wouldn't have been able to stop them anyway, because we had already fallen into the trap they had set. If we did anything, they were already ready to kill us. I remembered the leader telling me that it was all clear because of me, but it would have been alright if I hadn't paid attention to the little things. Now I knew what he meant. I threw my backpack on the ground and remembered that the guy who was the light mage's name was Guwon. He'd done a good job, and getting out of here wasn't that difficult. But the real problem was that this explosion had awakened the dungeon boss with rank. At this time, the group that had abandoned us started coming out of the dungeon. They said that since they had memorized the way out of here, it would be easy to get back after the break. Another guy started saying that we should just kill them there and everything would be a lot easier. But the leader started saying that if we put up a fight and wake up the spider boss, how could we get the mana crystals? The weakest E-ranked hunter and the D-ranked hunter, who has no experience, have no chance to deal with the boss. Despite their best efforts, after the boss spider eats them and goes to sleep, we can take advantage of this and get the mana crystals. If this works, we have to kill the boss. And then there's the whole Jin-Ho outfit. It looks like we can get 1,000,001 with the sword and shield alone, but if we can't get all the mana crystals, we can still get his stuff in the end. The leader decided to find out what kind of rich family he came from, because at least we need to arrange a funeral for him, since the Rastasina caused a big ruckus. The boss is now furious, and none of this group has the courage to fight this monster alone, for it is impossible. Not even the leader would dare do it. Despite their best efforts, the two hunters will not be able to survive anytime soon. We stood and watched as the big boss spider approached us. Jin-Ho ordered me to stay behind, and he would figure something out. Jin-Ho looked at this monster and began to say that he had many eyes, a hideous mouth and huge size, long legs. His power is on a completely different level. Jin-Ho didn't know where I was before and that I had met a horrible monster a month ago. The thought of him terrifies me. I said it was nonsense and started walking towards this boss. My dagger already appeared in my hand. I said that this monster was mine and I would destroy it myself, but he didn't understand what I was trying to do. I replied that of course I would finish him off. He thought I was crazy. After all, he knew it was impossible to defeat a boss on your own, unless you were an elite or higher in the city. He didn't understand how I could beat him, but I told him to think harder about getting out of here. In a way he was right. Even after waking up I was still weak, but I wondered why I didn't feel much pressure to bring me to my knees. The Azure Basilisk Swamp Lord I had met in that dungeon was too strong for an E-rank boss, perhaps he was even taller. The boss golem was rank D or lower, and compared to them this boss was incredibly strong. Perhaps this means that I became serious enough not to tremble in fear of a boss of my rank. My failing level was 18, and I was able to defeat this boss. This giant spider rushed right at me, but I jumped up and hit it with my blade. As a result, the monster started screaming, and I realized that my attacks were successful. My Rasaki Fong turned out to be a pretty good weapon, and that explains why hunters are called hunters because of their desire to kill. Now the real hunting was just beginning. I started running straight ahead. He looked at me with his mouth open and didn't understand what I was doing. He watched me fight, and realized that this was the E-rank hunter. I kept fighting this horrible monster, but it was easier for me to dodge all his attacks and block his big tentacle blows with my speed. I was able to hit him on his big legs, even though his shell was very strong. I needed to plunge the dagger as deep as possible to damage it. After a couple of minutes of fighting, I realized that it had no blind spots. The spider has 8 legs and can easily penetrate the floor or rocks. Every attack can be deadly. It takes time to get close to him. I kept attacking with all my might. Jin-Ho looked at all this and did not understand who I was, an E-rank hunter. But for him it was impossible to believe, because the guild said that I was definitely an E-rank. However, my movements did not seem so, and he probably realized that I was a false rank. After all, there are those among the hunters who can control their level of magical power. If they wanted to, they could lower their rank. Hunters who hide their true power are called pseudo-rangers. And the problem is that pseudo-rans are mostly psychopaths who kill for their own pleasure. Jin-Ho looked at me, a look full of rage. I looked even more horrible than the monster himself. In that moment, fear possessed him, and he didn't know why he said he was coming here. After all, he should have listened to his father when he said it wasn't for me. I fought the monster, and I wondered how long it took. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes? Because of that, my stamina was slowly running out. I didn't even have time to hit him. The problem was that as my fatigue increased, my speed dropped, and I couldn't prolong the battle any longer. The only chance I had of winning was in the special ability of my dagger. I decided to use it against him. After all, I had the paralysis effect, the bleeding effect, and the weak spot on my head, the eyes, which are the weakest part of the head in all living creatures. However, I didn't expect this spider to spit its horrible acid. When I saw the acid burn a hole near my feet, I realized that this spider was hiding a trump card up its sleeve and I was running out of time. If this continues, I need to shorten the distance faster and right now. I used my active jerk skill and got to this monster in the blink of an eye, instantly shortening the distance. At this point, I activated the paralysis effect, as I wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, but I couldn't deliver a critical hit. I needed to accelerate even faster. I was a little short. Jin-Ho watched me and saw how fast I was, but she knew that my stamina would run out if I kept this up. I kept approaching this spider and was already close to it, but my fatigue was only 70%. At one point the spider hit me with its big foot, but it flew off, leaving a hole in the ground. I saw that the spider was about to strike one last time, and I remembered that I had a status recovery effect. I was able to apply it before that big paw reached me. At this point I was already over the spider and was able to thrust my dagger right into its eye. I took the dagger out and struck a few more blows. My paralysis effect was also activated, and the spider began to bleed. At this time my opponent was losing 1% of his health every second. I kept throwing more and more punches and finally delivered one last crushing blow. The system informed me that the dungeon boss had been defeated. At that point, my level went up and I was excited to get my daily quest reward. And if I didn't know what might have happened. Jin-Ho stood at the side and watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe his eyes that I had single-handedly defeated the boss. He looked at me and realized that I was definitely a liar. He saw me with a horrified grin as I began to slice through just a spider to finish off my magic crystals. At that moment, Jin-Ho turned to me and offered to put my magic crystals, which he was holding, in his backpack. At which point he held out his hand to me and said that I must be thirsty and should take this water. I didn't understand what was happening to him. For in an instant he picked up a pickaxe and started chiseling mana crystals. And then I realized that I was something of a savior to him. But at that moment the passageway, which had been blocked, collapsed, and I saw the guys who had abandoned us approaching us. Those guys walked in on us, and they had a leader at the head who looked at us and couldn't believe his eyes that we were all still alive. The boss was dead, and they didn't understand what had happened. They didn't believe that we could overpower him ourselves. But they probably thought that spider was just dumb and big, and they didn't pay attention to Jin-Ho, who was able to rattle the boss. After all, that explains their victory. The leader underestimated us, and if he had known the special properties of his equipment, he might have helped. He must have killed him himself. He had no idea what special properties his equipment had. After all, becoming his enemy was too risky. At this point, the leader decided to poach Jin-Ho to himself and said that he looked him up on the internet. After all, his outfit is too conspicuous. It turned out that he was the son of an important big shot, the famous chairman of the Eugene Construction Company. It was definitely his father, but Jin-Ho replied, "So what?" The leader said that he certainly assumed he was from a wealthy family, but for it to really turn out to be true, he wanted to talk about what today they will give Jin-Ho a chance if he kills Sung Jin-Woo. He should kill him and join them. It's the only way to survive, or they'll both end up dead. The leader didn't understand why Jin-Ho was slow. After all, no one will know about this anyway, since we are still in the dungeon. Jin-Ho turned around to look me in the eye, but I told him it was okay, because it was. No wonder he betrays me, for I am weak. But suddenly Jin-Ho took my side and decided to fight alongside me, and now those guys were deciding what to do. But the leader said it was stupid to kill a rich man's son, and we had to deal with the weak man first. As soon as they began to approach us, I saw that I had been given an emergency quest, and there would be a penalty for not completing the quest. I needed to kill 8 enemies. I didn't understand what it was, because the system suddenly gave me the instructions for the quest. I saw that it said that there were subjects nearby who intended to kill the player. I need to destroy them and ensure my safety. If the quest fails, my heart stops and I need to kill 8 enemies. But at that moment there was an explosion, and I flew far back and crashed into a nearby wall. At this time I didn't realize what had happened, and as soon as he turned around, he saw me. I was lying on my chest on the rocks. At this time, I didn't understand why it was me. I had forgotten that this place focuses on survival of the fittest. Nowhere else, and so far my thinking has been wrong. Have entered the dungeon many times and even overcame my limits, increased and entered the dungeon again. Always thought this place was safe, but enemies in the system force me to kill, and I have to kill them all if I don't want to be killed. It would be ridiculous if I were to die now, and it's not an accident or ill will, it's what the system needs. I saw that the system wants me to be strong, it was obvious to me. I realized that the system was using me, but I was going to use the system. The guy who hit me, they started joking around and saying that his skills had deteriorated, because after that hit he should have been dead already. But the leader told him to take it more seriously. The guy who hit me started saying that he had definitely put all his strength into that magic attack, because he had put in quite a lot of mana. But how could it have turned out like that? He missed. But at this point I was completely serious and started telling them that they were playing with people's lives and now they were going to have to face the consequences. But these guys didn't understand what I was telling them, but I was getting closer and closer, and I said that since they were hunters, they should be prepared to be targets themselves. And the first one standing said he would deal with me. As he approached me, he put his hand on my shoulder and said that I didn't seem to understand my situation very well. But before he could say another word, my blade was already at his throat, and I slashed it with one motion of my hand. A second later I dropped him to the ground, and everyone standing next to me was in shock. But I was serious and said that I was the first one ready, and now I only had 7 enemies to kill. The leader looked at me and didn't understand when I had time to pull out my dagger. The leader looked at me and realized that it didn't matter how unprepared I was, but his was a Dirang hunter. I was out of my mind, because it got to the point where I killed a man, and I could make all the excuses I wanted, that the system made me, but that wouldn't change the fact that I killed someone. After all, I must kill or be killed, and I can no longer run away from it all. If only the strongest are destined to survive, then I will only become strong so that what happened a month ago when I was studying in that double dungeon and where those horrible things happened that give me the creeps. It was when I first saw good hunters and good people die in horrible ways. We tried to survive, but in the end most were killed. I will never forget what happened to me, the way I was abandoned and ran away leaving me alone. I have seen strong hunters cry. Well, of course, in the end everyone left me. And I was left alone, wounded and exhausted, and I thought I could trust these men, but they abandoned me. Even though I was too good to them and helped them as much as I could. I am a different person now, not the same as I used to be. My eyes burn differently, and I look different. I have become more violent, and now no one can overpower me. After all, I didn't just come all this way to get here. I was too serious at this point, and there was a terrifying aura coming from me. But those guys in front of me weren't about to let their guard down and decided to take another wrong punch that sent me flying off into the wall. That mage started to attack me, but I ran aside and approached him in a flash, saying that his magic only annoyed me. I was able to cut through my second enemy, and everyone who was looking at me from those bastards began to run at me with the goal of finishing me off. As soon as they got close to me, I was able to kill my third enemy by cutting off his arm and stabbing him with my dagger. As he fell to the ground, the others were terrified, for they did not understand how I could move like that, and they could not manage to hit me. I was too fast for them, but I knew that sometimes hunters can be game for a tougher hunter. Now it was their time, and at one point I activated my paralysis skill, and the body of one of the attackers was unable to move. They thought it was some kind of magic, but I was too strong. Jinho, who was watching me, saw that I was a little stronger now than when I fought the dungeon boss. And the moment my bleeding paralysis hit my enemies, those guys were in terrible pain and didn't understand where I was coming from. But it was too late, and they all fell to the ground. Here was the last one left, and it was the leader of this gang. He couldn't believe it, because he saw it. For a moment I could make out his whole crew. He realized that I was hiding my powers and that I was the one who killed this dungeon boss. He didn't expect all his men to be defeated, so he decided to show me that not all rangers are the same. The leader used reinforcement and started flying straight at me, saying that it didn't matter what kind of monster I was. And after a fight with a boss and 7 hunters, I would be exhausted, because there was no way a tired hunter could penetrate his armor with some knife. And a hunter with an emphasis on speed and dexterity shouldn't have an ability that will pierce his reinforcement ability, and he'll die the moment he touches it. But the leader, the Don bitch, was strong, but something he didn't notice was the way I was already near him. I grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground. He didn't know that I kept raising my level. He was lying on the ground, covered in a pile of rocks, and he didn't understand what was happening. In the blink of an eye, I stomped his face into the ground. When he raised his head, he saw me standing over him with my blade in my hands and began to beg me to spare him. He promised to give me money and to give me all the mana crystals and magic stones. I didn't understand why he was asking for mercy from the man who had tried to kill him 3 times, but the leader didn't think I would get away with it. I ordered him to be quiet, for no one would know what had happened in that dungeon. At this point the leader started screaming that I had no idea who his little brother was. Before he could even say his last word, I cut off his head and he fell to the ground. I stood there and saw that all my clothes were torn again. Also, they were getting a little small in size. I decided it was time for me to go to the store and buy myself something new. But when I got back, I saw that Jin-Ho had gotten sick from what he'd seen. At that moment I realized that the boss of this dungeon had been defeated, and we needed to leave this place as soon as possible. 12:12. But at this time in Washington, USA, someone had a beautiful morning and the guy who woke up wondering what time it was in Korea because he had a bad dream and even his eyes were moist as if he was crying in his sleep. A little later in one of the buildings, a man came up to Jin Chul's manager and said that something had happened here. He began to explain that 8 people had died in the course of the dungeon, but the survivors were 2 hunters, D and E, both of rank. The manager reported and saw that it said they had just escaped, and that was quite normal. But the other guy said they didn't run away, they cleared the dungeon. He began to explain that the D-rank hunter Jin-Ho was an incredibly high-ranked hunter and had a different outfit. Perhaps this allowed him to defeat the boss. The boss turned out to be the giant arachnid Bermuda. He was not dangerous to organized groups, and it was strange that 8 people died. But the manager told him not to beat around the bush and said, if there wasn't anything unusual, you wouldn't be talking to me right now and decide for yourself. But the other man said that the other survivor was Hunter Sung Jin-Woo, from that very incident, and that seemed a little suspicious to the manager. She decided that they had nothing to worry about, because the magic power meter they were using at the time was a high-end item extracted from A-rank monsters, and overwaking is such a common occurrence, and they didn't need to become paranoid. 1 check is enough. But that guy also wanted to think it was just a coincidence, but he couldn't let it go so easily. Because one of the dead was Hunter Dong-suk. The manager was talking about Hunter Huang Dong-su's older brother. In that case, he can't leave it that way, but I was at home in my apartment at the time and was sitting with my sister. My sister began to ask, why did I buy chicken wings? Unless something was wrong, but I told her that I hadn't figured out yet, good or bad. But my sister guessed something was wrong. After all, I'm usually such a cheapskate, but I was worried about another problem. I wanted to get drunk. No matter how much I drank, I didn't feel anything. But suddenly the notification system showed me that noxious substances had been detected, and my passive ability to be immune to poisons would cancel out the negative effects. And I realized that because of the ability issued to me by the system, it was now not even affecting me. And 3 seconds later, the negative effect was successfully cancelled. I remembered how I had received the reward the system had given me after I had passed that horrible dungeon. And how many things had happened lately that I just overlooked. And to think, I had been rewarded with something like that. Also, thanks to this reward for the mission, the leg I lost was restored. Suddenly it occurred to me that if I was no longer susceptible to all poisons, I decided to check it out. I got up and started walking away. My sister asked me if I wouldn't eat it, she could do it for me. I told her she could get as fat as she wanted, and my sister looked at me. It was hard for her to get used to me after I started my workouts. After all, I used to be so nonchalant. But she seems to be looking at me more seriously now. Sister realized that it was because something happened in the dungeon. When I went into my room, I decided to see if all the negative effects were automatically cancelled. Could my ability handle the negative effects of this item? But it didn't matter, so I decided to just check. And after 3 seconds, the negative effects were successfully cancelled. The effect of the object's poison dewlap and its muscle weakness were cancelled, and everything happened just as I thought it would. But suddenly my sister came into my room and asked me if I knew anyone named Jiho, as he was calling me on the phone. A little later I went into the cafe where I met the guy. When I went up to him, I asked him how he found my number, but he said it was all thanks to the guild. He had connections there. Soon after, he offered me a cup of coffee, but I declined. I was surprised to see him again, but he said I was his savior. I smiled, for he had shared magic stones with me, and I was able to earn some money. If anything, I was able to make almost $900 in taxes. And the fact that he kept his mouth shut didn't cause me any problems. But Jin-Ho responded that the guys tried to kill us first, and that we were hunters, so we couldn't give up our lives so easily. And it was an internal showdown. Jin-Ho sat there nervous, because he understood that I was hiding my rank and that I was a homicidal maniac. There was no way he would normally deal with someone like that. Eventually, I asked him, why did he call me? But afterwards Jin-Ho told me that he was actually planning to start his own fighting guild. But I immediately said that I refuse and don't even want to listen to him if he hasn't already finished talking. After all, if he is forming a battle group and wants me to join, I still wondered what it would be. But I'm not going to babysit rich kids. If he doesn't have anything to add, I'll just leave. But Jin-Ho got up and started saying that all I had to do was help him 19 times. After that I asked him if he wanted me to go to the dungeon with him 19 times. But he replied that he promised to split the loot fairly. I started to tell him that he should have realized by now that hunters not only happen to kill monsters, but people as well. Raiding is not an extreme sport, and even so, he still wants to assemble a battle group, and he won't change his mind, even after the horrors he's seen. I asked Jin-Ho if he might want to be the head of the guild. Shortly thereafter, he replied that he did, and I should hear him out. After all, like I said, he wants a guild head license. For a hunter, it's not that hard to get. You can get a guild leader's license after you've been to at least 20 raids, and he's already been to one. There are 19 more to visit, and of course there is still an exam, but if he's going to be company, he's sure of himself here. I asked him what he thought of it, because he was the second son of Eugene Company, and rightly so. Jin-Ho began to say that his becoming head of the guild was directly related to his company, and his father wanted to start a guild. And then I realized that although the dungeons are dangerous, on the other hand, there are simply mountains of treasure hidden in them, magic stones and monocrystals being only a small part. Even the corpses of monsters are useful for materials. There is nothing useless in dungeons. Of course, the business sharks are interested in all this, and the hunters sit on the company's payroll, surrendering everything found in the dungeons to them. In this way, they come out self-sufficient. Jin-Ho began to say that his father planned to hire an S-rank hunter and make him head of the guild, and his brother would be the deputy, running the guild under the guise of assisting. However, I replied to Jin-Ho that if my memory serves me correctly, there are only 9 S-rank hunters in our country. If my father plans to hire a hunter who is not registered with the guilds, the only option left is a min one, but he is retired now. And even if his brother becomes deputy head, the difference in authority is too great, and a division between the two factions will be inevitable. However, Jin-Ho replied that his brother is gifted but not awakened, and he is not strong enough for the title of head. Given his age and low rank, he certainly won't get anywhere. I understood that he was planning to gain experience and respect so he could appeal to his father. I replied that this was the case, because if I continued to hide my capabilities, wouldn't I need like-minded people? After all, compared to going to dungeons with a high-ranking hunter and the accomplishments of clearing dungeons with someone E-rank is much higher. But I answered him all he said, what I would get out of it. When Jin-Ho handed me a folder with everything written on it, and I read it, I was very much surprised by what it said. I certainly didn't expect this. The next day, I asked my sister why she decided to come to practice with me. After all, it was hard to get her out of the house before. My sister started asking that she thought things were getting better for me lately, and anyway, it was better than sitting around doing nothing. I told her to keep up with me during this run, and while we were running, I decided to ask my sister, assuming she unexpectedly got 3 million won, what she would do with it. She didn't understand why I was asking that, and then she said she could buy a bigger house with it. And for the rest she never even thought about it. 3. My sister started asking me if it was too fantastic an amount and why exactly 3 billion won. But to me, that amount wasn't that fantastic. At this point, I started to run even faster, and my sister stayed behind me. She stopped and didn't understand why I started running so fast. But 3 billion was the amount Jin-Ho offered me. After all, it's an assignment we're working on, and we plan to use it as a guild office. The estimated cost of this project is 3 billion won, but the price will go up. The $3 million building was bought by me for 19 trips to the dungeons. Heard from Jin-Ho that it was a small price to pay for the opportunity to become the head of a guild, and it turned out to be just that. I started to wonder about it, because I didn't realize what I had to do for 3 billion. Normally, I wouldn't have turned down such a sum for anything, but we mustn't forget that I am a unique case, even among the awakened, and no one has ever heard of a hunter increasing his level and becoming stronger. And if that happens, the 3 billion is nothing, but I had my own conditions, which Jin-Ho had to accept. I said it was just the two of us, and no one else at that moment. Jin-Ho got nervous, because if he's not wrong, I want us to clean up the dungeon alone. From the rank, everything was right. I told him that he got it right, but Jin-Ho replied to me that only a group of 10 people could enter the dungeon. I told him that people would line up for the chance to get money just by being a crowd, and we'd use Hwang Dongsu's method. Jin-Ho started to get nervous. It was dangerous for him to drink. But I realized that he couldn't handle two. In other words, if we can handle it, no one gets hurt. He just needs to think about it. After all, let's say we successfully completed 19 raids as part of our group. We'll be the group that successfully completed 19 raids. And wouldn't that look impressive in his father's eyes? And now, finally, Jin-Ho understands, and that's what we're going to do from now on. But Jin-Ho will have to recruit more men immediately. As I ran, I remembered this conversation with Jin-Ho. But suddenly I realized that I had completed my daily task, and it was complete. I stopped and realized that I had gone a little overboard. After all, I had run 11 kilometers instead of 10. When I had already turned around, I thought my sister was running behind me, but she wasn't there. I started thinking about why the quest was counting even after I had completed the quest, and I decided that I needed to wait for my sister anyway. So why don't I still do the workout? And after 20 minutes, I exceeded all of my daily tasks and realized that after 200 times I could no longer do squats, push-ups, and abs. And it's the same with running. I realized I can't run 200k. So I'll start with 20 for now, but suddenly my sister was behind me. She was so tired when she got to me. As soon as she stopped to talk to me, I started running even harder at this point and ended up running farther and farther away from her. At this time in Washington, D.C., a man was on the phone to be sent information on these two survivors. And at this point the girl came into the room and asked Mr. Hwang what he was doing so late. But Mr. Hwang asked this girl Lola if he could ask her something, and she said anything. Mr. Hwang asked what the consequences would be if he killed someone. He checked with Lola's girlfriend to see if he was serious or if he was joking, given that Korea had not yet signed the Indian Hunters Crime Pact. Since you are a hunter from America, you will be tried in America, and the case will probably be easily hushed up. To this answer Mr. Hwang was pleased. And when he turned around, he was terribly angry. After all, some brats had killed his brother, and if he didn't crush them with his hands, he wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. It was S-rank hunter Hwang Dongsu of the Cleaners Guild. He began to reflect that 7 of his brother's men were dead and 2 of some boys survived. And the survivors were D and E ranks, and his brother was not the kind of man who would risk his life for weaklings. Also, they were only porters, not fighters, and they must not have trapped and killed him. And that's why he told him he couldn't do anything without me. Mr. Hwang began to tell the girl that he needed to visit Korea for a while, and she in turn should clear out for him, to which the girl replied that if he disappeared so suddenly, the guild would be paralyzed. I asked the girl when he would have some free time, and she said in about 2 weeks. However, Mr. Hwang stated that 2 weeks is not enough time even for a decent funeral. He would have an opportunity for revenge, but the girl Lola asked, "Will it be alright?" He was more than sure of that. He hoped that the 2 scoundrels would still be alive in 2 weeks. And the 2 guys in question were Hunter D rank Jin-Ho and Hunter E rank Sung Jin-Woo. At the time, I was outside in the late afternoon, standing outside the building with my blade in hand and holding the dungeon key. I realized that when I fulfilled the conditions of the quest, a hidden quest opened up. This key allows me to enter the dungeon of the Demon Castle and can only be used in Songgu Tower. I certainly expected to get a better than usual reward, but I didn't think I would get an S-grade item. I realized that the hidden quest is only given out if you exceed the daily quests, and for me that's a good chance since I picked the shiny random box and couldn't take the cursed one. Anyway, I got the key to the dungeon and now I just have to enter it. When I went through the portal, I came out on the other side, where there was fire everywhere. I realized that if the class matched the difficulty of the dungeon, it was an S-rank dungeon, and the chance of my survival must be 0. And of course, there is no proof that my assumption is correct, but on the other hand, the dungeon I created earlier corresponded to a gate to a dungeon of rank E. So, what am I going to do if the key class matches the dungeon difficulty? I still have the return stone. If it gets too hot, I'll just use it and all I have to do is put my best foot forward. There's no future dungeon sweeping with Jin-Ho's rank. So I just have to find out the limits of my strength. If I back down because I'm afraid, I'll never get stronger. At that moment, a monster approached me, and he was already beside me. It was a 3-headed strange dragon dog. His name was the Guardian of the Gates of Hellserber. I knew, looking at him, that I would become much stronger, for I could not die. Instead, I would raise my level even higher. I can't die in a place like this. Yes, and the key that allows you to enter the demonic castle is a Class S item. If the rarity of the key matches the difficulty of the dungeon, then the chances of my survival tend to 0, and the best choice would be to level up as high as I can, and return when I get stronger. Once I reach rank B, the difficulty of the dungeon begins to increase exponentially, which is fortunate. The higher the level of the dungeon, the lower the chance of that level gate, and the number of existing S-grade dungeon enemies. Even if S-ranked hunters assemble in teams, this does not guarantee that they will be able to clear this type of dungeon. Only such gates were found on Jeju Island, and after the gate was breached, the terrain there turned into a scorched wasteland, uninhabitable. The current hunter situation does not allow me to effectively defend all S-ranked dungeons, and with my current level I had to refrain from visiting S-ranked dungeons. The threat of so many S-rank monsters is incomparable, their incredible toughness and crushing power. I jumped from my seat and started fighting this monster, and then a thought occurred to me: would my attacks have any effect on a monster of this level? It made me simply curious. Suddenly I saw a notification from the system informing me that my Wolf Killer title and sprint skill had been activated. My movement speed had increased by 30%, but now I had to spend 1 mana unit per minute. I approached the monster and began to deal more and more damage to it. In response to my attack, the monster roared loudly. I continued to hit it, and at one point activated my ability, Bloodlust. But at that moment my effect was cancelled, because my opponent's resistance was too high. This monster began to go into a rage, as a result of which the whole atmosphere around us changed. And then I realized that it didn't work. It wasn't a bad opportunity to test my abilities, but we never used it, and the difference in power was too great. Even despite the effect of my... And then I realized that this was, without a doubt, a rank S dungeon. At this point Cerberus, the Guardian of Hell's Gate, began to use the Wrath skill, and it will be active for 3 minutes. At this point, Cerberus' characteristics will be doubled. Cerberus started to run straight at me, but I noticed that the system was indicating the difference in our strength. And when I was able to hit him in the head with my blade, I was notified that the system was telling me that Cerberus felt no pain and my attacks just couldn't reach his pain threshold. I thought I was going to get it right, but really I needed to think 10 more times before heading into this dungeon. Now, however, I can't just stop. I hesitated for a second, and one of Cerberus' heads came right at me. Before I could dodge it, it bit into my shoulder with its big fangs. It made me uncomfortable, and I felt a terrible pain. In an instant, it threw me to the ground. I lay there not knowing what would happen next. Would I survive? As I lay in the ground, rocks protruding from my sternum, I began to get continuous notifications that my health was rapidly dwindling. Eventually a notification appeared that my health had dropped below 30%, and the Fortitude ability was activated, which reduced the damage I was receiving by 50%. I realized that even in such a horrible situation, the system helps the player as much as possible to make sure he doesn't die. So it would be quite difficult for the perfect player to die. But I knew I could handle it, because it's different from a normal rebirth. If I became someone's plaything in the system, all I have to do is exceed the expectations of whoever is playing me. At one point there was a hack into the system, and I was awarded my first status recovery award. I successfully accepted it, and at the same moment a bright light illuminated us. I instantly grabbed Cerberus by the head with my hands and began to climb up. When I was on my feet, with a strong effort, I scrolled through the servers and tossed them aside. At the same moment, I jumped up with my blade in my hands and struck one of the heads, then immediately jumped over to the other and delivered a crushing blow. Cerberus fell to the ground. I hoped he wouldn't get up again after that. When I landed on the ground and saw the total chaos and destruction in front of me, I realized that I had managed to kill the Guardian of the Hellgate after all, and my level began to increase significantly. I stood beside Cerberus' body and thanked him, for thanks to him I realized my current level. If I opened that gate that had just appeared, I would simply die. I'll come back here when I'm much stronger and can go inside. In addition, as a reward, I'll be able to get an item, the Guardian's necklace, as well as the key to the castle gate and Cerberus's phone. But at this time late at night, in one of the buildings, 2 men met, and the guy in the stylish black suit began to say that he was the genius director of some business and some business he wanted to talk to me about. That older man started saying that he heard that everything that happened in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. But the other guy didn't understand what he was implying. Suddenly the old man threw a bag on the table and pointed it toward the man. He began to say that the bag contained 20 billion, and he thought the man understood what he was trying to say. He begged that hunter to take the case. This old man who held out the bag started shaking and begged the guy to kill those bastards. But in response, the old man heard the guy start saying that he would have to pay an extra 10 billion for all the other hunters. And if he can do that, we'll have a deal, because there's no problem for me to kill those insects he was talking about. But there will be other hunters with them. If you become a ranked hunter, you become a high-ranked hunter that the guild pays attention to. But you know why I wasn't tempted to join the Hunter Guild Oversight Division? The thing is, it's more interesting to me to kill people than monsters, said the guy in the black suit. A little later we see two guys practicing taekwondo. One of them is stepping on the other one, and the guy who has already taken off his sword and finished his training is watching. After they finished training, they took off their equipment, and one of the students told his master that he was in good shape, as always. But Mr. Sleepy turned around and asked him, "What are you talking about? After all, this old body will become useless if I stop training it." It was obvious that he had been restrained with me during training, and he was putting less energy into his thumb, taking care of it. But this guy wouldn't have done that if he still had two hands. But Mr. Sleep stopped that guy, because he's still talking about it, even months later. But suddenly Mr. Song got an important call. After all, hunters of no particular rank still get those annoying calls. So Mr. Song asked his partner to finish his training for the day. But the guy asked Mr. Song, is he really planning to postpone his retirement? But Mr. Song replied that even if he's alive for the long haul, whether or not he's retired, he wants to remain useful to this world. Mr. Song was surprised, for it amazed him that an S-rank hunter would learn the way of the sword from a soon-to-be novice like him. But that guy replied, all because even a high rank does not make up for a lack of skill. A little while later, Mr. Song was walking down the street, pondering that this time he would have to go into a dungeon of rank 2. And since his awakening had no effect on his power, he wondered why a swordsman like him had awakened as a hunter mage. After all, the sword skill he had been learning for the past decade could no longer be used in a dungeon, and there had to be a reason for that. But suddenly Mr. Song turned his attention to the guy standing beside him. When he apologized, I turned to him and saw that it was Mr. Song. He looked at me and was surprised, for he didn't recognize me at all, for there was no trace of the old me left. I had changed so much in just a few months. And he asked what had happened to me. And when he put his head down, he said he couldn't talk like that. Still, he wondered how I recovered my torn leg. But I started to explain that when I came to, it was already fine, and I'm not sure what really happened. Mr. Song didn't understand how that was possible, and it wouldn't have been good for a young man like you to be disabled. It was a great relief to him. Mr. Song began to tell me not to worry about it, because he was glad he could survive with my abilities. The word got back to him that I had survived, and I still couldn't believe it when I saw me with my own eyes. I started to ask him if he was still working under the guild's orders. He replied that yes, he did. Apparently, so are you. But when we turned around, we saw 3 silhouettes coming toward us. Mr. Song was surprised, for he had met some old acquaintances that day. Everyone who was there that day was back together again, and that healer girl named Juhi looked at me strangely, as if she had seen a ghost. But I noticed some guys beside her that I especially didn't want to see. It was Mr. Kim, and Mr. Song saw him and began to think that he had run away that day, leaving us behind. He must not have been happy to see us after he threatened me with his sword to use me as a victim. But even I left Jin-Woo at the end, and at this point he has no right to judge them. He didn't think about it before, but now he sees that we all came back alive. Julie looked at me and started to say that I had changed so much, because she almost didn't recognize me. But I replied that I was a little late. But the fact that she was looking all over for me and didn't understand why now and why I had grown so much and my leg must be in bad shape. But when she saw my feet, she knew I was fine, and she didn't understand what was wrong. 12. But just as I started to answer, I heard words behind me that someone had started talking about a romantic atmosphere. And when we turned around, we saw the prisoners getting out of the car. They started saying that someone was shooting drama here or the hunters had decided to have a date tonight. But the guy, the last one to get out of the car, ordered them to shut up. 13. After all, this is no picnic, and we need to be more serious. But when one of the inmates walked by Jijo, he told her to take care of them today. We didn't understand what it was all about, but the manager came up to us and apologized for being late. She wanted to take care of the formalities first, but we were wondering what was going on here and why the prisoners were here. The girl began to answer that these people were in rehab, so they should join the hunters in this raid. But Mr. Sleepy was angry, because how can they go through rehab and also suggest that we go on a raid with criminals? But the girl replied that even though they are criminals and have been hunters in the past, it is not uncommon for hunters to commit crimes and serve time in dungeons to reduce their sentence. The girl started apologizing and told us to take note, because the number of hunters in the area has greatly diminished, so they have to resort to such measures. Also, the Department of Surveillance Hunter, TASIC, joined the raid. So we don't have to worry about that, because it takes about 10 hunters to handle the average rank hunter. At this point I knew something was wrong here, so I asked Mrs. Jui, please don't enter this raid. She responded by asking, will I go? I replied, yes. And at that point she said she was going too, and we were all ready to go out on this raid. After a while, we began to approach the portal. Mr. Son was kind of uncomfortable, since we were probably all going together after all. Perhaps this is fate. We began to walk forward. After all, we were ready for all this. Mr. Son walked ahead as the leader of this group, just as he did when we went into that double dungeon. When they started to take the handcuffs off these criminals, they began to say, well, that's much better. One of the criminals turned around and asked who gave him permission to treat them as slaves. But in response he heard the jailer say, shut your mouth. Mr. Song asked me if I minded if he became the leader today. I said yes, but in response I saw him thank me for giving him another chance. He bowed his head and began to say that if it hadn't been his fault, 11 people would have died, and because of me 6 survived. He was responsible for failing to protect them, and he thanked me on behalf of all the hunters. But I asked him to raise his head, because everyone was already paying attention. When Mr. Song looked up, he asked Mr. Kim if he would mind if he led today's raid. But Mr. Kim turned around and started into the dungeon, telling him to do what he wanted. After a while, when we were already inside, the goblins started attacking us. There were a lot of them, but the jailers deftly handled them. One of them beat a goblin with a whip, while a second killed and cut them in half with a large stick. The third, using his bare hands, beat all the goblins that were near him. He destroyed one of the goblins with one punch, but we looked at them and didn't understand which one was the monster and which one was human. But Mr. Song was looking so intently at the jailers that he didn't notice that there was a goblin behind him. He managed to react, however, and turned around and hit him with his fire magic. He deftly used his skills, and any goblins that approached him were instantly destroyed by the infernal flames. Mr. Kim looked at Song and saw that this man had incredible strength. However, Mr. Song turned around and asked Mr. Kim, is it normal for a swordsman to have such a weak swing? Our leader started talking to get us to be more positive. After all the survivors of that incident are back together, and when he turned his attention to me, he said that he thought I had gotten stronger, and asked where I had found such a good dagger. After all, it is strange to see a normally unarmed Song using a dagger, and Jihu also turned her attention to me and said that she had never had to heal me until now, and asked if I was sure that I had not practiced martial arts lately. But I replied that I was just doing my exercises every day. Mr. Song began to reflect on what he had said, and it was no joke. After all, I did look very different from the Jin-Woo he used to know. He looked at me and saw that not only my appearance but also my aura had changed. After all, I had always thought I was hopeless, but now I was very much even in myself, and I was finally a man. Juhi, on the other hand, seems frightened. She is still afraid of goblins, her trauma must be deep, and unfortunately, at this rate she will have to quit. But at this time we saw that there were 3 tunnels in front of us, and the overseer began to tell us that the dungeon was relatively easy and suggested that we split up. However, the danger would increase and the passage time would be greatly reduced. The warden said that he would watch the prisoners and go the right way. If we happen to find the boss room, we can call them, but I saw with my own eyes the aura coming from the left tunnel and asked the leader to take the left path. At that moment, however, I saw the face of that overseer, and something about him didn't please me. When we finally split up, I realized that the boss is at the end of this path, and with goblins I get almost no experience. I need to kill the boss, too, to get anything at all. What's more, the good thing about this guy is that he went along with the prisoners, and I won't see him again. 11. As our paths diverged, the warden went into one of the corridors with the outlaw. He asked the outlaws if they could take care of the goblins, to which they replied that the goblins were weak and simple, and had no chance against them. In fact, however, goblins are usually weaker than adults, and their size and intelligence are comparable to children. Nevertheless, they are pesky creatures who can swarm near a target and attack with support. Of course, even if you give guns to human children, they will be just as pesky, because a child with a gun can kill someone. And frankly, there are plenty of child soldiers who are armed and attacking people on the other side of the earth. There is no difference between humans and monsters here, both are insects, was what the warden told the criminals. He asked them if they could convince the children. But they said, "What kind of a stupid question is that?" But the jailer kept saying that they would meet hundreds of children in that dungeon. From that moment on, they did not understand what he was talking about or why there should be children in the dungeon. The warden began to say that they did. The bottom line is that they are willing to kill anybody to survive. And so he would say to the Hunters Guild, "Guys, we ran into hundreds of goblins here. But in the meantime, the other group, where Mr. Kim and the other guy were dealing with all the goblins and realized that if they were so easy, they could handle them. It would have been nice if the raid had ended without incident." Mr. Kim suspected something would happen. After all, if I'm weaker than the hunter, then the dungeon is weak, too. He remembered that it wasn't, and then they said, in that double dungeon. But it wasn't like that at all, and Mr. Kim decided that after that he would also bow to Mr. Jin-Woo to apologize. Mr. Kim asked the guy if he felt guilty, too. After all, they both did. Then they ran away, because they are what they are called hunters, and they can't act like they normally do. But after they left allies in trouble, if we're going to continue to be hunters, we have to get used to something like a little bowing. Mr. Kim doesn't know if he can get forgiveness, though. Even if he won't forgive us, I have to apologize, he said. But that guy started saying we don't have time now and we have to keep going. And since there are two of us, we have to be careful. And it looked like those who went the other directions weren't done yet. But suddenly Mr. Kim came around the corner, and what he saw horrified him. The warden began to say to the prisoner, "Our lovelies, we've had enough of you ourselves, and our job is to kill you as painfully as possible." I guess I was done with them too quickly, but it was fun to watch you call for help. And your bodies are lying under my feet, but there's nothing I can do about that anymore, because I was told to kill you fast. And at that moment Mr. Kim and his partner came out from around the corner, and he was horrified by what he saw. The warden had killed two prisoners, and he had the third by the throat and was about to deal with him in the same way himself. When the warden saw your hunters looking at him, he didn't understand where they were coming from. And that means that the way to the boss's room is on the left. Now you won't have to walk around aimlessly, and his schedule has changed a bit. At that moment I heard a scream coming from the other end of the hallway, and I immediately felt a thirst for blood. I asked Mr. Song to hurry back, and we started running back. When we ran into the next corridor at the end of the tunnel, I saw the warden, lurking in an ambush, tried to kill Jin-Woo, but I managed to react and stopped his blow. At this point it became clear to him that I was as fast as he was. I asked him why he was doing this and why he wanted to kill us. The warden was shocked that I was able to block his ambush. The warden bounced back at this point and didn't understand how I got such power. After all, I had actually stopped his attack, and the warden realized that I had a heightened sense. The overlord began to say that even if it hadn't been in my plans to fight everyone else, it seemed that the healer would still have been a nuisance. So I tried to eliminate her first. But it looks like I'm going to have to change my plan. I'm going to kill you all right here. When Mr. Song started yelling at him to stop and asked why the guild member was doing that, I turned around. But what I saw behind me made me not believe my eyes. He who is only 1 in 1,000 awakened, and only 1 in 5,000 awakened, is a Diranga or higher. The responsibility for many lives rests on our shoulders, 1 in 5,000. Although I am a hunter, I am also a husband and the father of my children. So I cannot die today, and I cannot die tomorrow. Mr. Kim, covered in blood because he was cut by that warden, sat up, but I looked at him and could not imagine such an outcome. It's a raid. I saw him sitting on the ground bleeding. I asked Mrs. Jui to hurry up and fix him quickly. She ran up to him and started to heal him, but I heard back from her that we couldn't save him, because it was too late. She needs to stop wasting her strength, for he has already lost too much blood. But I started yelling at him that he had to live, because he said he had to live for his family. He must live, no matter what, so I could hate him. But in response I heard him tell me that he was sorry and he didn't want to apologize. That's how he wanted to apologize in his head. But if he put his head down now, he would just die. After all, Mr. Kim did let out his last breath and put his head down for good. The last thing I heard from him was him telling me that he was really sorry it had happened that way. And after that I never heard from him again, for he was sitting there covered in blood, nailed to the wall, exhausted and wounded. I started to ask the other warden, why did he do that to Mr. Kim? But the answer I heard was that the warden said he didn't know, because it could have been monsters. And then one day the gates opened and the monsters burst out. It was like a natural disaster. Now he came up with a great story. It was originally supposed to be the story of a massacre by goblins, but it seems like he has to change it a little bit. Got out and tried to escape, and after they killed all of you, they tried to attack me while I was fighting the boss. But their strength was clearly not enough to kill a hunter of rank, and in the end the only survivor of this raid was me. The warden asked us if we thought the people outside would believe such a story. But I thought he was just a piece of shit, at which point Mr. Song told me to stop, because he wasn't the kind of man I could handle. I should leave it to him. Mr. Song understood that he was in rank, and a hunter like me from rank wouldn't be able to hurt him. Besides, he's an assassin class hunter, and I would lose him in speed, but Mr. Song picked up the sword that lay near his feet, and realized that perhaps the overlord had a weak defense, and who knows what would happen if I managed to get his spells. After all, it had been a long time since I'd fought against a human. At this point Mr. Song asked Miss Jui if she could cast a physical strength enhancing spell on him. And she agreed. At the same moment, she applied her skill to Mr. Song so that he could not return. When the BAF went into effect, Mr. Song was already ready to act. The warden looked at all this and asked what he was going to do. After all, he is an ordinary mage, and the buff that increases physical strength is really quite useless to mages. But now, Mr. Sun was willing to do all this for the sake of revenge and to protect all those who were near him. He won't do it the same way he did last time, and he won't just run away from this dungeon, because he is a swordsman, not an ordinary mage. And since I am a mage, I need to be wary of the differences in strength, stamina, and dexterity between us. Even if I'm protected by Miss Jui, it's like putting a car engine on a bicycle and pedaling as hard as I can. It's like a steep descent. If I can't control my speed and I drift, I'll probably die. While I was thinking about my plans, the warden had already attacked me and was ready to destroy me at that second. The overlord didn't consider it normal for a mage to be defenseless against an assassin, and it was a good idea to bring a weapon with him. But he's only a mage, and his physical strength didn't even reach D rank. What difference would the fact that he brought a weapon make? But after these words from the warden, Mr. Song engaged him, and I saw how Mr. Song was instantly able to hit him as if to cut him in half. Mr. Song had pretty good moves, and he was also strong thanks to the healer buff. Besides, Mr. Song had practiced a lot of sword fighting, but he still lacked the speed to catch up with that guy. I noticed how Song was able to catch up to the overlord for a second, but it was still an obvious difference in class. They continued to fight, but Mr. Song wasn't getting anywhere, because his sword wasn't keeping up with that guy's speed. The overlord began to smile suspiciously, because he noticed that his opponent's attacks were so fast and accurate, and that's pretty cool. It was a good idea to give up the magic and take up arms. Still, Mr. Song miscalculated a bit, and the warden was able to wound him. After that, the warder began to say that if he thought a little, he would understand why there were no mage swordsmen among the mass of hunters. But suddenly he saw the healer begin to heal him, and the wound he had inflicted disappeared instantly. The healer became a real headache for the overlord, and the overlord decided that he could not let this battle drag on. The warden decided to finish off the healer at the first opportunity, for to him he was now the source of many problems. But at that very moment, Mr. Song began to act, for it was not a good idea to put the swordsman's back to him in combat. A second more and Mr. Song would have finished off the overlord, but he managed to turn around and parry his blow. Mr. Song was no ordinary old man, and the jailer understood that already. After all, you can't tell about Mr. Song, but he has an apprentice who is of rank S. If his body isn't strong enough, his skills make up for it. But the warden didn't think so, and unfortunately, there are always limits to a given strength. Let's face it, an offensive mage cannot keep up with the speed of an assassin. The overlord began to move even faster, and with his speed and skill with his blades, he was able to inflict many wounds on Mr. Song, causing him to start bleeding. The healer did not have time to heal everything. If it had been anyone else, Mr. Song would have had a chance to win, but the warden's rank outnumbered him several times over. I was with Jin-Ho and watched the battle. And when we saw Mr. Song bow his head after his wounds, we knew that he realized it was all useless. After all, the warder was already standing beside him, ready to kill him painlessly. But Mr. Song had planned all this in advance and was not ready to give up so easily. He put his hand on the ground and was able to use his fire magic. The Overlord found himself in a ring of fire. Mr. Song hoped it would work, but it wasn't that simple. For the warden was already behind him and began to say that he was a mage pretending to be a swordsman to hide his magical abilities. And unleashing all his magical power at the right moment is not a bad plan, you sly old fox, but that would be the end of it. And Mr. Song was already ready to say goodbye to his life, as the warden had already raised his hand and was ready to deliver the final blow. But suddenly I decided to intervene, because I couldn't just stand by and watch my friend die in front of me. I blocked his blow, causing his arm and the dagger to fly away. The warden was shocked at where I had come from and didn't understand how I had been able to block his blow. The warden began to ask me who I was and what my rank was. And I told him that my name was Sung Jin-Woo and I was Irang. After that, the warden bounced back and couldn't believe his ears. After all, there was no way that someone who could fend off his attacks and be as fast as him was just an Irang. At this time, Mr. Song was able to get to his feet and did not understand how I managed to do it, but the warden was surprised and began to tell me that if I was a power type, then releasing such power would have been possible even for an Irang. However, looking at my speed and reaction time, it wasn't that easy. After all, I was able to block his attacks twice, and it turns out that my class is an assassin. Not only that, but it looks like I was hiding my true power, doesn't it? And even if you're a false ranger, you're not, because your friends seem to have known you for a long time. And that's impossible, because a pseudo-ranger wouldn't allow someone who sought his real power to survive. And there is only one answer here: you are an over-awakened one. After these words, Warden Jin-Face and Mr. Song were surprised, for they had no idea that Sung Jin-Woo had been reawakened. The overseer went on to say that judging by my friend's reactions, you had recently awakened, and come to think of it, my guild boss had recently checked on someone because he thought he had awakened. And I think it was you. Anyway, it looks like you're an inexperienced hunter, in which case the warden should teach me a lesson. When the warden finished talking and threatening me, I decided to ask him why he did all this. And it wasn't just about the prisoners, because maybe they deserved all this. But why did you kill all the other hunters? The warden looked at me and saw that I was angry beyond belief. My face became very frightened, which made him smile strangely. And I say that, to be honest, he only did it for fun. And a little bit earlier, the old man who had offered the warden the job had told him that night that he'd heard that whatever happens in the dungeon stays there, and nobody else knows about it. Then he gave him a big bag with a lot of money in it for the work to be done. The old man began to plead with the jailers that he should kill all those responsible for the horrible crime. But the warden began to say that to do this he would have to pay an additional 10 billion for all the other criminals. If the old man could do it, the deal would go through. However, the jailer wondered why he would want to do this. But the old man began to say, when you go outside and see trash, you feel uncomfortable, but you don't clean it up. The warden didn't understand why he had to do all this. But the old man began to say that one of the inmates had harmed his daughter, causing her to take her own life, and her mother was still in the hospital from shock. I think about how the animals would walk free. Only a few years after the incident, he still can't sleep at night because of his actions. Eventually, the warden said he understood and was willing to provide a service worthy of 30 billion won. So the old man doesn't have to worry about it. Eventually, the warden began to explain to me that he just couldn't say no to the father whose daughter had been beaten by these criminals, and he tried to get him to change his mind by raising the price. But he accepted it anyway. Even though it turned out that way, the warden didn't want to hurt all the other guys. If they agreed not to talk about today's incident, he'd let them go. But I didn't think he would say that. But from the look on his face, he still wants to teach us a lesson and show us who's the best here. After all, I didn't believe him from the beginning, and there's no reason to trust someone who recently made up a story about our deaths. The moment the warden began to approach me, we got into a fight. I was able to parry his blow, and when he was next to me, he started saying that whether I believed me or not didn't matter anymore. He would be sorry that all of you would have to die with these insects, but I told him that he was too damn pathetic. At first the warden didn't understand what I was telling him, but right after that I told him that he was definitely going to die today. After I said that, the warden started smiling strangely, and he didn't know how high rank I had gotten since I was E rank. but now I shouldn't think it would be so easy. And so we began the battle, and when I swung, he walked away from my strike. It was like he evaporated. I looked at him and all I could see was his head flickering around me. I thought I could finish him off with one punch, but it turned out he was pretty fast. I underestimated him, and Mr. Song was watching us, and his eyes couldn't keep up with our speed. He couldn't understand how we could move at that speed. Mr. Sleep looked at me and realized that I wasn't the same guy I used to be, not the guy he'd known a month ago. At the same time I was fighting with this warden, and during the battle he started telling me that 30 billion won wouldn't be enough for a job like this. And who would have thought that I would meet a hunter of that level here? After all, we have the same speed. The wardens began. They asked me what my speed limit was, and even if my eyes could follow me, it was useless if your body couldn't handle it. But at that point Mrs. G put a speed boost on me, and I was able to move even faster. And at that moment the warden realized that the game seemed to be over, and we had to get serious. 12. We started fighting even harder, and everything in that cave was flying in different directions because we were moving so fast. My friends were standing behind us, even though they knew we were fighting equally, they couldn't even keep up with our speed. They just watched as the pile of stones and dust rose in the air, and the sounds of our blades were heard throughout the cave. Mr. Song and Mrs. G had never seen such a battle before, as if two monsters had begun to destroy everything near them. During the battle, the overseer began to say that even if we had the same speed and ability, and the difference in experience was too great, the difference would lead to my defeat. If I am going to defend my healer, I have to do it right. At that moment, he launched one of his blades directly at the healer. I turned around and realized that I wouldn't have time to move in time to protect her. But at that moment, Mr. Song got in front of the healer and was able to fight that blade off with his ball. I breathed a sigh of relief, for nothing threatened the healer. At that very moment, however, the healer began to attack me with all his might. He was cutting me with his knees, but I adopted a blocker pose and thought he could not inflict serious wounds on me. Although there were wounds, they were non-critical, and I was still on my feet. When the warden stopped attacking me, were surprised that I was quite resilient. I stood in the same spot and began to feel my bloodlust begin to break through. She was sensitive to the urge to kill, and I got an emergency assignment from the system again, because my system was activated again because of it. The purpose of the assignment was to kill the players who intended to kill me to ensure my safety. If the assignment was not completed, my heart would stop. And now I realized that I had no choice but to kill that overseer. For if I didn't, I risked losing my life. I was ready to act and go right at him. The warden noticed that I looked different already, but he still thought the advantage was on his side. I was grateful that the system was giving me another reason to finish this guy off, and at that moment I shifted and started attacking the overlord with speed. We skirmished in combat, but the warden began to tell me that my class, which specializes in daggers and agility, kills mostly in close combat. Am I not a better opponent for you? He asked me, but I thought differently. And here's the fact that I certainly learned a lot from him, including the fact that a guy talking gives away such uselessness. And at the same moment I activated my sprint skill and my movement speed increased by 30% and my mana consumption decreased to 1 unit every minute. I was much faster than before. And at that very moment, the warden became nervous, because he hadn't expected this turn of events. And when I was able to pass the state defense, he was stunned, because he realized that I was also using my skills. Eventually, I was able to hit the warden and gave him a scratch with my dagger. At the same moment, the warder began to feel terrible pain on his face, as my paralysis effect had been activated. I also activated the bleeding effect. From now on, he will lose 1% of his health per second. The warden stammered as he realized that it was poison acting directly on him. But after a moment he realized that my dagger was poisoned, and I could cast effects with the poison I had learned to use in my dagger. However, the warden was not such an easy opponent, and he began to resist my effect because of his high resistance. My effect was cancelled at the same moment, and I looked at him with surprise, because my action stops quickly if my opponent is strong. The overseer also began to show me that she had something interesting in mind. I watched to see what he wanted to show me, and I saw the warden begin to disappear from where he was standing. And after an update, he completely disappeared. That's what I didn't expect. I couldn't figure out what had happened. It was as if he had evaporated before my eyes. But suddenly I felt someone want to hit me. I was able to block his blow with my intuition. And at that same moment, I began to hear a voice beside me begin to tell me that I had indeed blocked it. So even though he was hiding his presence, and considering that you have great instincts, that deserves praise, the Overlord was able to erase his appearance, his scent, his sound, and even his aura, and only a few will be able to kill using this rare skill. At first it was said that no one yet knew that he had this ability, but there are those who have seen him use it. No one yet has survived. Suddenly I felt a pain in my legs, and when I put my head down, I saw blood starting to flow from my legs. I knew at once that he, being invisible, had managed to cut my tendons in my legs. My wounds could be healed quickly, but only basic healing spells work at this distance. And when the healer wanted to help me, the warden appeared and pointed his blade at her, saying, "Don't try anything, I'll come for you when it's your turn, Mr. Song." I realized that if nothing was done, there would be no endurance left of Mr. Jin-Woo, and he could not call for help now, help me with his skills, but must buy some time for his healing. At the same moment it appeared that I would not be able to stand up to him in this state, and at least my speed would definitely not be the same as before. After all, it would take a long time to heal such wounds. But I told him to shut his mouth, for he talks too much. Yes, this battle was getting to me completely fed up, and at this point I decided that it was time to call it a day. I activated my status recovery skill, and at that moment I began to heal all my wounds. Mr. Song and Mrs. Jin-Ho couldn't believe their eyes, and neither could the warden. After all, I was instantly healed. The warden couldn't understand and began to think that maybe he wasn't a killer hunter, because everything looked like cheating. You can't be sure that a hunter with the recovery ability even exists. But I, for my part, realized that because of certain limitations, it didn't make sense to rely on that alone. Come to think of it, there are other options. But the warden thought it was a trick, or perhaps a feigned confidence, and he wondered how many times I could use this ability. It was hard for him to tell, but to him I was very dangerous at this point. But I have full confidence in myself now. I realized again that one of my senses was dead in me, and the likes of him were not even worthy of my wrath. After all, I stand several stories above him in strength, agility, and speed. And so I began to act. I approached the warden directly and swung, but I didn't hit him. Although I was very close, the warden immediately realized that I saw him again through the camouflage, and I aimed straight at his neck without any hesitation. It was all clear to the warden now, for he had finally seen the real difference between me and him. The warden guessed that I had committed murders before, and you and I weren't so different. There are many ways to live and die, and his determination to change his fate, even at the cost of his life, eventually forced him to make hard decisions quickly. The changes of the past 2 months were not only external, for it was the awakening and an unexpected force that changed the rules of society. New exclusive rules have been created just for hunters, and there is no need to be constrained by law or morality, for the words of the strong are law. At that moment, the Overlord decided to show me his true power and lunged at me, but I was ready for it and stayed where I was. He started attacking me from all sides, but I stood and parried. The warden seemed to understand how I saw him through the camouflage. When the camouflage is activated, it hides his presence. But when he attacks with a strong lust for killing, for a moment his presence is revealed. That's exactly what he's waiting for, and he has no other way of knowing where I'm attacking from. And he must stop it. Such thoughts were the only ones that visited the warden. I didn't care what that warden thought or guessed, for my killing lust skill had been activated. The Overlord had fallen into my trap, and now he wasn't going anywhere. For my trap had already worked, and my terrible shadow was already consuming him, and he didn't realize what was happening. But when he lifted his head, he saw something ominous in front of him, staring straight into his soul. It was my darkness that clouded his eyes. My shadow began to recede little by little, and now the warden no longer knew what to do or how to get out of this terrifying trap. I decided to deliver one last controlling blow right into his heart, and my dagger plunged into him. He, in turn, didn't even realize what had happened. But I was already standing in front of him, ready for the next step. He who fights with monsters must be careful not to become a monster himself. And if you look long into the abyss also looks into you. For in the course of his life, the hunter witnesses countless deaths and takes his own life. Often there are situations in which the hunter finds himself between life and death, and in such moments he fights not only against monsters, but also against other hunters. We become the perfect killing machines, but you, as an ordinary person, do not fall into that category. I'm going to die because I lost, and that's natural. The warden decided to ask me only one question: who am I really? An assassin with recovery magic and skills that impose a negative effect. After all, he'd never heard of anything like that, but I wasn't entirely sure myself, either. The warden went on to say that although his words meant nothing to me, having a bunch of secrets wasn't so great. At this point, my paralysis effect activated, as well as the bleeding effect. The overlord began to bleed even more, his body no longer listening to him. After I killed him, I could no longer hide my abilities, but I began to tell him that let's pretend I was a hunter, getting stronger with every battle, and how strong he thought I could become. The overseer began to smile and said that my shadow was merging with the darkness, and I would become as strong as my shadow would sink into the darkness. At this point, the task was completed, and I was able to complete the emergency task by killing the enemy. As a reward, I was asked to choose one of the rewards shown. Although I stopped much stronger than before, for the same reason I can feel something change in me. As I get stronger, at this point my thoughts were interrupted by Jin-Ho, who was standing behind me. She thanked me for saving her. After all, thanks to me, they would be dead by now if I hadn't been here. But now we have to decide what to do next, and I guess we should go out and tell the guilds what happened. That's what Mr. Song told me. I told him that we should close the dungeon first, but Mr. Song asked me, "Aren't you going to go out and kill the boss by yourself?" Even though he saw my skills, he won't try to stop me this time. After all, he wants to bury his friends properly now. I walked over to the warden to retrieve my blade, and suddenly a notification appeared in front of me that I had received a new invisibility rune. And then I realized that I could get his ability by killing him. Mr. Song began to say that he and Jiho Monthly would go first and inform the guild, but I had to hurry. After all, they will be waiting for me outside. I replied to tell them not to worry, for it wouldn't take long. And when they had gone, I went over to those prisoners who were lying on the ground and began to say, "I know he is alive, and you will have to get up." I began to question the prisoner about why he was trying to pretend to be dead and about his attempt to escape unnoticed. However, when he was lifted up, I noticed that his throat had been cut and he could not speak. It was pretty brutal, since his vocal cords had been cut. He was probably going to kill his victims in the most excruciating way possible after they were unable to scream. He was dying of blood loss, but if we ask Miss Gihu, he could probably survive. The prisoner thought he was saved, but I began to pull him in the other direction. However, as soon as the prisoner realized that this was not the way out, he began twitching in different directions. Soon we came to the door, which was the entrance to the boss's room. The prisoner's eyes bulged when he saw that it was the boss's room, and there was a mighty, huge man standing in front of him. I started asking the prisoner questions because I wanted to know if he remembered the faces of all his victims. I knew he was as trash as the warden, and whether he thought I would let a monster like him out. Immediately after my words, all the goblins behind him began to pounce on him and tear him to pieces with their big, green paws. They pounced on him like a herd of horrible monsters, for monsters know nothing else but to pounce on their prey in a group and tear it to pieces. Silent cries spread everywhere after that. You were able to defeat the boss and defeat the goblin right after that. It wasn't that hard for me, and after leaving the dungeon, Mr. Song and Miss Jui explained to the guild employee what had happened. The employee truly realized the magnitude of what had happened and rushed to contact his superiors. It didn't take long for the elite to arrive, and soon after, they drove over and unhitched all the buildings near us. As soon as they got out of the car, the two guys started asking questions. "How long has it been since we left the dungeon?" one of them asked. The girl replied that it had been about 40 minutes and only 20 minutes left. "It's been too long, and all the employees who were here need to try to save the bodies of the victims in 8 minutes. If that doesn't work, someone needs to leave them there and come back." The guy continued to ask questions. Did those survivors clean up the dungeon themselves? The girl confirmed that they did. Then the guy who arrived realized that the warden had tried to kill the other hunters while performing a contract killing. If this was true, then he had deliberately arranged the corpses and closed the dungeon because he had something to hide. But suddenly this guy saw me, and he was surprised. He realized that he was the hunter's Sung Jin-Woo. At first he didn't recognize me. He asked me, "Finally we meet again." I realized he was one of the supervisory officers. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Jin Shul and he was the head of the oversight department. He seemed to think that one of his employees had inconvenienced us, and they would give us their unofficial apology after the case was solved and the investigating committee would handle the case in their place. And then I realized that there was no time to relax, just because I had killed a hunter, and even though I hadn't noticed it before. Well, looking at the head of supervision, I realized that he is strong and on a completely different level, and I can't handle him at my current strength. However, the head of oversight began to say that as a member of the oversight department he had some questions he wanted to ask us and things would go smoothly if we cooperated with them. I replied that I understood, and he decided to ask us directly, who killed the high-ranking overseer? After these words, I thought to myself that it seemed impossible to hide the fact that I was overworked now, and I would probably have to terminate my contract with Jin-Ho. And since he wanted a talented but not yet too experienced hunter, all would be lost. But suddenly Mr. Song answered the supervisor's question and said that it was he who killed the supervisor alone. The head then asked if he didn't mind, he should name his rank. Mr. Song said that he was of rank 0. The head did not understand how from rank 0 he could defeat a high-ranked hunter, but Mr. Song began to say that he could not see who was behind him. The chapter saw that with the healer's support and rank, they were probably able to defeat him. But the overseer was one of those who could not be controlled even within the department. Could he, with his one-armed rank, truly defeat a dangerous assassin in battle? He asked to go through them with him, for he was afraid he would need our help in filing a few reports. But a little later I stepped back with Mr. Song and asked him why he lied. He replied that he had just assumed that I had a good reason for hiding my abilities and that I shouldn't have done it. Yes, and I can't avoid an investigation anyway, and Mr. Song can't pay me for everything I've done for him. But right now that's all he can offer me. After that, the head began to ask me that he didn't think he could be overpowered by a hunter like me before, like the warden. And he also thinks that there is no reason to suspect me of overshadowing again. However, he decided to tell me something that he advised me to be more careful in the future, otherwise my life might soon be cut short. But I didn't understand what that meant. But the head went on to say that when Hwang Dong-suk's group was destroyed, only 2 people survived, me and another guy. And the problem is that Hwang Dong-suk had a younger brother who could take revenge on us. And then I realized that he was talking about a hunter who was in S rank. And it doesn't matter what really happened in the raid. What matters is that I survived, and since he is in S rank, the law is unlikely to stop him. They are living wonders and a disaster at the same time. And it's in my best interest to keep an eye on him, because we may be hunted by someone who even monsters fear. The head went on to say that if it were possible, my beloved and I could leave the country. That would not be a bad idea. However, 3 hours after the investigation into the warden's murder began, the general manager of the gold business turned himself in, confirming the investigation data. After that, Chun-hee asked me if I remembered the magic crystal I gave her in that double dungeon. That same evening we agreed to go for a walk, for we were just on our way home. I followed Jenny, and I noticed that she seemed uncomfortable being with me, and she began to ask me that I had changed a lot lately. But she hadn't changed a bit since then, even though she'd been through a lot. I told her that everyone changes in their own way, and though I was right, she began to say that I should know that she was too buried to be a hunter. And she's trying to overcome her fears, but it's not easy. After all, if you're a healer of rank, it's okay to go on raids, either of rank or at least from rank, if you're ill-prepared. But it still only joins raids of D or E rank, and that's where she kept meeting me, continuing to heal wounds that wouldn't stop showing up on me. And, to be honest, it even began to annoy her, because she thought I was stupid and vain at times. I always managed to survive. Because I saw your eyes full of life, and they seemed to be screaming for survival and to see tomorrow. Junhee never thought she would ever have eyes like that. And I promised her that we would have lunch together when we came back alive. When she held out her hand to me, there was a magic crystal in it. She said she had to give it back to me. I noticed that she started talking about how she was going to leave and go back to her hometown of Busan. She said that if I was in that city, I should definitely call her and she would treat me to sushi. But I tried to hold back and not show too much enthusiasm. I held this magic crystal in my hand and told her that if I ever found myself in the neighborhood, I would ask her to walk with me again. She was very happy to hear this, and soon she waved me off and left. I stood alone that evening and wondered what I should do next, for I had just gained another reason to become stronger. After all, S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo is hunting me, and I need to become stronger as quickly as possible. That's the only way I can survive and fight back against anyone who tries to take my life. When I got home, I went to bed. The next morning I went to one of the places Jin-ho had told me to go. However, when I was already there, I didn't understand who all these people who had gathered here were. Jin-ho asked me what I meant. After all these people are our partners for the day, and those who have a hunter's license can't participate in raids for various reasons, they are injured or alcoholic. And then there are those who, for various reasons, continue to fight for life, and they have been assembled on our team. And there are also those who came here to make a quick buck. I wondered if even children were allowed into heaven. I asked Jin-Ho, but he said that if it was a waking child, there was no law against them going. The girl who overheard our conversation heard what we said about her, and it was rude as she replied that she was a full-fledged hunter. I started asking her questions, since she was a high school girl, and asked if she had any experience in raids. She said no, but I told her it was okay, because they wouldn't have to follow us. They would just have to wait outside and only Jin-Ho and I would go inside. Jin-Ho started saying that we couldn't go into the dungeon just the two of us. That's why we took you guys with us. And the law requires at least 10 participants for the dungeon. Those guys who were standing there watching all of this were reflecting on the fact that we are really very strong. Since the two of us decided to go there, they were glad. And they were glad that we were really going to give them 3 million each, even if they stayed outside. Jin-Ho started saying that 3 million for a raid to each of them was a hell of a deal, considering they wouldn't have to lift a finger, and all they had to do was wait outside for us until we were done. However, they must not tell anyone about what they see or hear here. If anyone blabbers, they have to pay 10 times what they make today. It's written in the contract they signed. But as soon as we started moving out, I saw something and started saying to Jin-Ho, I was wondering, what the hell is he so degenerate about? But he started to answer, what is this, a complete set of hardened armor created in an Italian craftsman's jewel. If the two of us were going on a raid, shouldn't he have been fully prepared? But I decided to check something out, and when I approached him, I shoved him with one finger. And after that, like a big log, he fell to the ground, so he couldn't move in his suit. I decided to ask him to just take it off. When he tried to get up, it didn't work, so he asked me to help him. I set him down and as he took off that stupid armor and helmet, he started talking. But because of his nervousness, he kept the stupid helmet to somehow secure his head. I mean, he took that helmet just in case, but it didn't matter to me anymore. And we just had to hurry up and get it over with. And just as we started going into the portal, those guys that were behind us started whispering amongst themselves that we were going into the dungeon alone. And what was even sillier was that we didn't look strong. One of those guys started saying that if he wasn't strong enough to defend the dungeon on his own, he wouldn't be better off mopping up a high-ranked dungeon with big monsters. And that if they even died, but we got our money's worth. And suddenly one of the guys started telling the other guys that he had once heard this name, Sung Jin-Woo, and he was known as the world's weakest hunter, or rather, that was his nickname. And eventually these guys decided that we were just seeing each other, because youth bullying causes a lot of trouble for others. And a few hours later, Jin-Ho ran out of the dungeon. Those guys waiting outside were surprised that he came back alive and thought he had just run away. But the other guy turned around and what he saw made him realize that it didn't look like Jin-Ho had escaped. He told all the guys to turn around and look at it, because the gate was starting to close. And then they realized that we had killed the boss after all. When I got out, I asked Jin-Ho, where do we go next? And Jin-Ho replied that the next raid was about 1 o'clock away. Jin-Ho started yelling to everyone else to get ready. After all, we're starting to move out, and we've got 3 more dungeons to clear today. Although those guys were shocked by what they saw, we figured they'd go, considering it's an easy 9 million for each of them. That high school girl who was standing behind us was surprised that we were going back to the dungeon after cleaning it up. She began to wonder who we really were. That same day at the White Tiger Guild, one of the guys brought a report and asked another to take a look at it. It said that 200,500,000 someone had actually spent that amount to get the rights to sweep the dungeon from the ranks. Recently there was a team, so now there are no gates left for hunters. It was originally 1,000, but even when they raised the price to 100 million, they bought back the rights for 200,500,000. This report made one of the guild staffers go into total shock. They began to read the report and saw that the leader of the group's name was Jin-Ho and they had never heard of him. They soon realized that he was the second son of Eugene's CEO, and it looks like they bought the rights with the support of the company. But after all, it's a big loss for them, and isn't that too risky an outing for a future CEO? But suddenly a memory came to one of the guys that they had heard of a survivor of that incident in the Double Den about 2 or 3 months earlier, and his name was Sung Jin-Woo. It was already interesting, and that guy started screaming at everybody to drop what they were doing now. Hunter D rank Jin-Ho and E rank Sung Jin-Woo. Find whatever you can to take these two guys out now. At the White Tiger Guild, one of the guys started typing quickly on the keyboard and searching for information, and discovered that Sung Jin-Woo had safely survived 3 accidents. The first mistake was the double murder. The second was the death of Hwang Dong-suk's group. The third was the recent murder of a supervising inspector. The two guys met during the second incident. The most interesting thing is how Jin-Ho is connected to the Yojin company. Rumor has it that Chairman Mang Han is hiring experienced hunters and plans to start a guild. If this is true, it is not surprising that Jin-Ho wants to profit from it. After all, recruiting experienced hunters and quickly clearing dungeons means that Jin-Woo the hunter may wake up again, and of course, otherwise he wouldn't have had a chance of surviving those incidents. Each time it was a major incident with many victims, and there was no other explanation these guys saw in the last incident report. A mage with rank and a healer in rank worked together to stop the hunter watchman. But that was impossible, for he was a high-ranked assassin, and magic is almost useless against assassins. And he was clever, so the first thing he had to take care of was the target. In fact, it was supposed to be a mage versus assassin confrontation. Unless someone else defeated a hunter from the surveillance department, with the only survivors being the healer, the mage, and the hunter's son Jin-Woo. And no one else. Among the survivors, only one person is suspicious. And now the White Tiger Guild must move out on a reconnaissance mission to find out for themselves, rather than seeking information from unreliable sources. One of my subordinates was shocked that the chief himself would go on a reconnaissance mission, although that is so rare. However, I was in the cave at the time, and there were 3 large wolfhounds in front of us. They were horrible monsters, but they weren't much of a threat to me. After all, I now had a very good skill with which I could disappear from sight. Because of this, those monsters began to shake with fear, because they felt the threat, but could not see it. They were confused and looking in different directions, and I began to act. In the blink of an eye, I had dispersed all the monsters that were near me, and they didn't just crumble into little pieces. But I got Jin-Ho, who mined the magic crystals. Why have I been hiding this skill all this time? He looked at me and realized that I had gotten even stronger, but at the same time I looked at my characteristics and saw that my sprint skill had been upgraded, as well as my death strike skill. I was able to get my first level dagger skill as well. I realized that I had leveled up a bit and gained new skills that I got from that warden's corpse. The content of his skill confuses me, but it is much more effective than my other skills. The whole problem is the continuous mana consumption. I wasn't going to put points into intelligence, but it looks like I'll have to. I hesitated for a moment. I was looking at my stats, and at that moment another wolfhound appeared, rushing right at me and trying to overpower me. But at that very moment, I applied my passive and active skills, and my skillful dagger wielding, as well as my lethal strike, put a fat end to this battle with this wolfhound. At one point, using my skills, I discovered 3 errors in the text. I was glad, because it looked good. And at the same moment I was able to increase my level, but suddenly I saw a notification window with an attention badge. I realized that a certain level was still required, but I did not understand what it meant. In addition, I noticed that I was offered a task to change my profession. I had to make up my mind whether or not to accept this assignment, for the change of profession was important to me. But at this time, the head of the White Tiger arrived at the gate we had recently entered, and his face immediately changed after he saw that right in front of the gate a bunch of people were just sitting at a picnic and eating their food. It looked like a playground for little kids who were brought food and told to stay there. I didn't understand what was going on and why everyone was waiting outside the gate. But suddenly a high school girl came up to the head of the guild and said, "What are they doing here? Because this is the forbidden zone." But the head of the White Tiger Guild wondered, what kind of child is this? And told her not to meddle in adult matters. Besides, this gate area is not safe. However, she replied that she too is a hunter and should not be treated as a child. She is part of this raid, and though she was embarrassed to say so, that she is special, she did not even enter the dungeon with her partners. If the head's intuition doesn't deceive him, I'm definitely the recruit who showed up for the first time in a long time. But suddenly everyone started jumping up and saying that the raid leader was coming back, and everyone should be ready to move out. Jin-Ho and I started to leave the portal, and I asked him what the schedule was for tomorrow, for I had forgotten that I had urgent things to do, and it was better not to plan anything for tomorrow. He said that he had already made reservations at the dungeon, but if it was urgent, he would cancel the reservation, and I would really have to cancel the reservation. After all, if we book the gate and don't go in within 2 days, the reservation is automatically cancelled. I thought about it and told him to put it off for a while. But suddenly I heard someone call my name, and when I looked up, I saw a man in front of me. He handed me his business card and said it was a pleasure to meet me. He is the head of the White Tiger Guild's second department. I was surprised, because I had heard of the White Tiger Guild before. I wondered what he wanted from me. A while later we found ourselves at a nearby coffee shop and sat at a table talking. That guy started telling me about hunters, reapers, knights, and the words white tigers. I should have heard of them at least once, but instead I replied that of course I knew that the White Tiger Guild was one of the best guilds in South Korea. Then he cut to the chase and said that they wanted to invite me to join the White Tiger Guild and offer me twice the salary of Eugene Company. This White Tiger Guild guy decided that there was no point in stalling, because the true moment had arrived, and if I demonstrated my skills beyond expectations, the remuneration could be increased. I don't see how that can't be a generous offer for a hunter who was still an E-Ranger not too long ago. I decided to ask him how much it cost to build a building so he could offer me that. But this guy didn't know what that meant or why I was asking. Maybe I needed to clarify how much he was willing to increase his generosity. He began to say that they were using it to the tune of 50 billion. After that I asked him if he would really give it to me, but he didn't quite know what I was talking about. 30 billion! Shouted the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it made all the coffee houses go up in ears. He himself was quite frightened, so much so that he even jumped up from his chair. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he quickly sat back down and pretended that he had accidentally shouted. I began to say that the amount Eugene offered for the straw was 30 billion won. If you offer twice that amount, that means you are offering your 50 billion won. At this point, the head wondered how great his abilities were if Eugene offered him 30 billion won. They had not yet checked his rank and did not know if he was bluffing, since there was no way to check his words. But I replied to him that if he thought I was bluffing, I could provide proof. And since he offered twice as much, I thought he had heard about my deal with Jin-Ho. But that didn't seem to be the case, and the head of the White Tiger Guild began to say that it was not within his power to pay such a sum. If I could give him some time, he would discuss it with the guild leadership. After he said that, I said let's call it a day and started to get up from my chair. After that, the guy started getting nervous and wondering if he might be in too much of a hurry. If only he had known the details of Eugene's proposal, he would have gotten permission from the guild and acted in small but confident steps. But before I left I decided to ask him how he had obtained information about me and whether he had been watching my surroundings. And at that very moment the guild leader felt a cut on his face, which caused him to start bleeding. He realized that I was using invisibility, but I ordered him not to turn around. And after these words it became clear in my head that if I'm an overawakened person who can use invisibility, then the way out of this situation is obvious. And I began to say that he was digging for me on purpose, and he had been informed that someone was sweeping the dungeon too quickly, and they began to investigate the matter. They pushed on me, because 3 major incidents had happened in the dungeons, and he had no evidence. Inside the time, it's no longer a coincidence. And after I was reawakened, I got the abilities of a high-ranking hunter, which helped me get through all these incidents. Jin-Ho must have seen my ability during the second raid, and when I got my father. And that's what I seem to be doing now. And all things considered, it all adds up, and they know what they know. After that I asked him how many people knew about it. And the head of the White Tiger Guild answered that it was just him and one of his subordinates, but at the time that subordinate was sitting outside wondering how the chief was doing. And that's when I realized that maybe mopping up the gate too quickly was drawing too much attention. I don't want the number of people who know about me to increase, and if rumors about me start to spread, you and your subordinates will be ready to answer for it. However, the head of the guild was obligated to report to his superiors, but he didn't want to die either. And then I told him that I would personally warn my subordinate. And at that moment I cancelled my spell and appeared right in front of him, beginning to talk about how we seem to have inconvenienced the White Tiger Guild by removing too many dungeons. Unfortunately, we're not going to stop yet. The head of the guild interrupted me and began explaining that this is exactly the problem. We are letting our newcomers out of the gate by training them, but we can't send them to higher ranked gates. Then I asked, how about a deal? We will sell 3 of our armor, and of course, this offer is only valid for today. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, it will be difficult to book these gates later. The head asked me, am I really a gate buyer? Gates don't just appear in metropolitan cities, and they can train recruits in other provinces as well? The only problem is that it could cause conflicts between us and the other guilds. Eventually, the head replied that he agreed, and asked how much it would cost. I told him let's say 300 million for each dungeon. But after that, the guild leader got nervous and told me that for mana crystals and magic crystals from the dungeons they could get a maximum of 200 million, and buying at that price would take a big loss. He offered me 200 million won. And after that I said that I agree. And when we shook hands, I told him that 3 brothers for a total of 600 million, that he should transfer the money to my personal account. And finally, I told him that I had a gift for him. He had to open his mouth. And as soon as he opened it, I poured him a special liquid, which made his face disappear early, his head in the same turn. I did not understand what this ability was. Also, the wound on his face instantly healed. I got tired and started walking, and at the end I heard the head ask me about the fact that I had just shown him invisibility and healing abilities. He asked if that could be considered a sign of my trust. But I told him that if it meant that he would at least keep my secret, then yes. At the same moment I disappeared, but a subordinate of the head ran up and started asking him what kind of light it was and how it went with this guy. However, the head of the guild was in the sky and very nervous, because he realized that they had met a much scarier man than they thought. A little later I contacted Jin-Ho, and he told me that the transfer was received 600 million, just as I had told him. Jin-Ho was delighted because the cancelled raids had been sold for that amount. He asked his husband, was I able to sell them? But I answered him with a smile on my face that it was a trade secret. That same day, but a little later, his subordinate came running to the head and began to tell him that there were high-ranking gates left in their area. The head was completely shocked by this news. Oh, and all the prices were under 10 million. And then the head realized that maybe Jin-Ho's team wasn't going to the raid today. And then the chapter got nervous because not only did he not get any information about Sung Jin-Woo, but he was also cheated. Could this mean that he did so out of fear that his identity might be revealed? But suddenly the chapter saw a message from an unknown number. The message said that it was Sung Jin-Woo, and with that I could turn a blind eye to the fact that he was digging into his past. At the same moment, after reading that message, the head realized that the deal was a front to get money, and he didn't think I would contact him. After all, I had sent a message to my business card number, but that wasn't bad either. After all, they got Sung Jin-Woo's number, and from now on the White Tiger Guild will have the main goal of getting this guy. After all, the money they spent today is not that much money for the White Tiger Guild, although he might still have problems with the higher-ups. That same evening I decided to proceed with my main goal for the near future. A gate appeared before me, which I myself had opened. After all, I decided right today to change my profession. Before it sounded interesting, I can't wait to find out what monsters will be inside, and finally this game started for real. And when I went inside the gate, there were knights waiting for me, who began to fight me as soon as I walked in. They were very strong, but slow at the same time. Because of this, I was able to dodge their attacks. It became difficult for me to fight him. I activated my special skill, Deathstroke. Now I am able to inflict critical damage to the enemy's vital points. At the same time, I also used the sprint skill, which increased my movement speed by 30%. For every minute I use this skill, 1 unit of mana is consumed. However, after all that, I realized that my attacks weren't doing him any damage at all. Although the opponent wasn't too strong, my dagger can't penetrate his armor, and his movements are predictable. His attacks are not strong enough, and his only advantage is defense. He does not use his skills, and perhaps he does not know how to attack effectively. The more he opens up with his movements, the harder I can strike. I already had experience battling similar opponents, but they were proving too tough for my dagger. I grabbed my opponent with my hands like a knight. Eventually I was able to tear off his iron head, and finally kill the knight. This type of monster was weak in long battles, and could you even call them monsters? Most likely a toy monster, and it would be a shame to have to fight only such guys in the future. Also, since I'm using a torch instead of a sacred stone, it's a little dark, just like the instant dungeon. I can't get out until I close it, and it wouldn't hurt to conserve mana. The most frustrating thing is that my health is not restored, and I can't leave this dungeon until I close it. Also, there is a ground restriction in this area, and my health will not regenerate the store as I increase. Although my invisibility and Deathstrike were quite effective, they don't consume too much mana. If I had known this was going to be the case, I would have put some points into intelligence. A certain difficulty in the dungeon, the lack of ability to heal, and the inability to escape make this dungeon too risky. It's a career-changing assignment, it can't be graded. I don't know how many hours or even weeks it will take me to complete this quest, but the worst part is that I can't heal, and I remembered that I had already completed the daily quest today. I thought it would be quick and I could finish it all in one night. If it takes more than 12 hours, I could fall prey to centipedes like that time. I don't feel good, I'd better get a profession and do the daily assignments sooner. Besides, last time I ran away from them as hard as I could, but if I run into a centipede now, can I beat it? But first I'll have to take care of these big guys who rely only on their protection. When a mob of knights came after me, I threw my torch to the ground and started running straight at them, attacking them with my bare hands. After all, my dagger couldn't penetrate their defenses. I struck one of the knights. The result was a dent in his chest, and he flew off toward the other knights who were standing in the middle. However, I still had to deal with the two knights on my sides. I jumped up and started hitting them in the head. I was lucky that the knights were too slow and couldn't keep up with my movements. I could have just jumped and attacked them in midair, since their line of sight was limited because of that armor. Eventually I finally managed to defeat the last knight that stood in my way. I realized that if I couldn't cut them, I could just be where their bones should be. But even decent things fell off some of the knights. It's a money pouch and a breastplate above the knight. It was just wonderful that the elements of the armor could be hidden and not necessarily display their appearance. If anyone saw me, I would be a laughingstock. And I wondered if in reality he would protect me, too. I was also able to get gold from the pouch that fell out, and at this point I had as much as 863,400 gold coins. But suddenly I began to feel something strange, as if someone was approaching me. My instincts did not fail me. I drew my blade and thrust it into the air. However, it turned out that there was a knight using invisibility. I was horrified that there were monsters capable of becoming invisible. Also, there was some huge fireball flying at me, which I was able to turn away from. When I turned around, I saw a mage standing not far from me. He used fire magic and threw that orb of invisibility at me, the same kind of magic that Mr. Huang had used back then in the dungeon. But now I was concerned about the fact of what was going on here. After all, it looks like a repeat of battles that have already been fought. It turned out to be harder than I thought it would be. All the monsters are different types, so I have to use different characteristics to defeat each one. Knights require strength, archers require stamina, and mages require intelligence. If I didn't put enough points into strength, I wouldn't be able to break the armor of knights, and if my perception was lower, I would have problems with assassins. Since I didn't put points into intelligence, I'd have to save mana as much as possible and stop using skills altogether. Also, I'm starting to get tired. I have to finish as quickly as possible. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for me. I'll have to close my eyes for a while and get some rest to reduce the fatigue. But suddenly an arrow flew at me, which I caught right in front of my face. And when I looked up, I saw the archers standing not far from me. Luckily, it looked like they weren't going to give me a break. I was able to overpower them, and a little later I found another bag with 20,000 gold in it. There was also a bottle filled with warm water. I upgraded a bit and collected quite a few items. I also got some rest and thought I could move on to the next stage. However, the way I looked was ridiculous with that guard necklace, the breastplate above the knight, the archers and higher knights' gauntlets, and the assassin's boots. It all looked awful on me, but I was glad no one could see it. I was pretty much leveled up. And when I saw the big door in front of me, I wondered what skills the monster lurking behind that door had. After all, this was the boss's room, and that bone-chilling cold was coming right out from behind the door. When I opened the door, I saw that all the torches that were in this room were lit. I could hardly see anything in front of me, for there was some kind of strange fog. But eventually I could see that it was the royal throne room. I began to hear some footsteps, as if someone was approaching me from the darkness, and my vision, hearing, and fingertips began to give me signals. I realized that I remembered the feeling. It was the same as in the double dungeon. This coldness I realized seemed to emanate from this guy who was coming toward me. After feeling that way, I doubted whether I could beat him. And what should I even do? After all, my fatigue had more or less calmed down. But it wouldn't be for long if this battle dragged on with him. This huge knight began to emerge from the wall. He looked terrifying in his bloody armor. It was the blood-red warlord Igris. I saw a dark red name that was definitely different from the others. It was a knight defending the empty throne of Igris. It did not take him long to attack me. He swung his great sword, but I managed to duck in time, and he missed. Soon after that, total destruction began, as he cleaved through the pillars like air. To me, this guy turned out to be an insanely strong knight. He was also impenetrable, as my blade didn't even leave a scratch on his armor. I didn't expect her to attack me instantly in response to what I was trying to do to her. She swung her big sword and struck with all her might, making the ground beneath us shake. But I managed to jump away, and now I was flying through the air. Suddenly I saw something red moving right toward me, and smoke began to rise from underneath it. It was already too close, right next to my face, and luck was on my side. I was able to dodge after all, and his blow hit the nearest column that was behind me, and it started to collapse. And as soon as the column collapsed, I was able to jump off the back of it and look right at his back. It was hard for me to breathe because the fight didn't stop for a second. Also, my armor speed reduction effect only works if my strength is below 80. This guy's strength is definitely above 70. His destructive power far exceeds mine, and his agility also prevents my dagger from penetrating his armor. That means his defense is higher than mine. If there is any way to defeat him, I realize that he is even stronger than I could have imagined. I don't think I can beat him without a weapon. If I don't try to penetrate his armor, I can't do any damage to him. There is only one way, and it could be much worse: a bare-knuckle fight. But Igris noticed it, too, that I hid my blade, and began to look at me strangely. He seemed to understand. I want to fight with my bare hands, and in the meantime he was aiming his big sword straight into the ground and began to drop his cloak to the side. He was also willing to fight me with his bare hands, though he was a terrible knight, but he was fair. He decided to show me nobility by fighting me as an equal, too. He underestimates me, but at the same moment he started running straight at me with the purpose of destroying me. He turned out to be pretty fast, and in an instant he was already near me and hit me right in the chest. I hesitated from the blow, and at that moment he grabbed me by my clothes and threw me into the nearest wall, which I broke through. I was stunned by the sheer force he displayed in a split second, but that was only the beginning, and at the same moment he ran up to me and hit me again with all his strength. I was able to block that blow somehow, but eventually our environment collapsed completely, and debris began to fly around me. The air in the room was polluted with dust from that blow. Because I was able to somehow block his blow with my hands, I was able to bounce to the side. I blocked that punch, but I felt like I lost about half my life. If it wasn't for the armor that time, I wouldn't have survived if I had continued to take direct hits. He remains surprisingly strong even without his sword, and I began to question whether I could even stand up to this monster with dignity. Even if I lose in strength, I have to rely on speed, and I began to activate my sprint skill. The speed of my movement increased by 30%. I became too fast and approached him. At the same moment he elbowed me right in the head. I managed to put my arm up in time to block his blow. His arm bounced to the side, and at that same moment we fought furiously. Our blows were so fast that it was impossible for an observer to see even one straight punch. Because I was too tired and exhausted after the battle with the knights, I underestimated my capabilities. He hit me with such force that I started spinning in the air, and at the same time my health dropped below 30%. At the same moment my fortitude skill was activated, and the damage I received was reduced by 50%. If my defense increased in conjunction with my passive skill, I still had a chance. I couldn't give up in flight, and I was able to strike him in the head. But soon after, I saw his gaze pointing directly at me, and he got even angrier. He grabbed my leg with his hand and hit me with such force that I instantly flew aside. I hadn't expected that at all. After all, I thought I could somehow get through some more time and come up with a plan. But as soon as I started flying into the nearest wall and made a big hole in it, I started to come to my senses and realized that I was sitting on that throne in this room. And from that impact, I was thrown right across the room. I was sitting there opening the pancake and I started bleeding. At the same moment, Igris realized that it was over, and as he approached me, he raised his big hand to give me one last blow, after which I would no longer be able to stand on my own feet. Somehow he began to summon his sword, which was nearby, shredding the ground. The sword instantly flew straight into his hand, which he raised, and he swung it, pointing it straight at my neck to deliver one last blow. If I had hesitated for a second, he would have ended our fight. But I managed to block his blow with my hand. After all, I still had one more item, the Gauntlet of the High Knight, which gave me 3% physical damage absorption and had the added effect of preventing rock injury if my strength was less than 80. As a result, my movement speed was reduced. There was a big wave around us that raised all the dust in the air, and I started with my other hand. After all, I hadn't lost yet. And as soon as my blade was in my hand, I stabbed it right in the head. Igris rolled to the side after my blow, and at that moment I picked him up and started running straight with him to the other side. For in that moment I realized that I could overpower him. I ran across the room with my blade, and suddenly crashed into the nearest wall. At the same time, Iris raised his hand to pull my blade from his helmet. I told him that I wouldn't let anyone touch my things, and even if my dagger was stolen, I could summon it back. At last I could deliver one last crushing blow. I thrust my blade in one more time, and though it didn't feel like enough, I realized that I needed a little more and it would be over. My Deathstroke skill was activated several times, and eventually, I hit him with all my might and looked him straight in the eye, for I wanted to finally wait for the moment when he let out his last breath before I beat him completely. And that moment finally arrived. Igris fell after my blows. And, finally, I saw the notification I had dreamed of. I finally killed the bloody red warlord Igris. And at that very moment my level went up. I was terribly exhausted, and I sat right beside him, watching to see if it was over for sure. I had finally won. It was really close, and I felt the impact of technique, skill, and experience. I was weaker in every aspect. It's pure luck that I was able to win. After all, any mistake could have cost me my life if my opponent is so strong that he can fight on a par with the hunters and have the same rank. But suddenly I saw that I had knocked out the snow, the ruler's touch, the leather pouch, and the stone. Coming back was a joyous moment, for I had won as many as 4 awards at a time, and to me it was a well-deserved prize. Looking at it, you could tell that the risk was worth it. And when I opened the leather pouch, I found 1.5 million gold inside. I couldn't tell you how happy I was to have gotten it all in one go. I had never had that much gold before. To think, my gold had doubled in an instant. Also, I was able to get an item of rank S, unless you count the key to the gate of the demonic castle. This was the first time I had an S-rank piece of equipment in my hands, and the characteristics were also significantly different. Even a simple 15% increase in physical damage absorption would be a great boost, but adding 20 to my stamina and strength stats is incredible. And then there's the rune, and I was wondering what skill it contains. However, the skill can be gained by destroying the rune. There's also the return stone, which is a unique item to complete a quest. If you destroy the return stone, you can leave the dungeon instantly. If the skill change quest is completed in the dungeon, it will automatically be destroyed with no way to return. But I didn't understand why I was given the return stone, because it was definitely a room that opened in an instant. If the return stone had fallen out, it might have meant that the quest was not yet complete, and I would have many more battles to fight in order to change my profession. It didn't take long before I began to feel something appear near me. As soon as I turned my head to the right, I saw a portal appear beside me. I turned around and saw many portals appear near me. At that moment, I realized that the career change mission had begun. I already knew it couldn't be otherwise. The longer I last, the more points I can gain. The number of points determines how highly ranked a profession I get. And just as the time meter started going, I saw someone slowly start to exit the portals. I saw a bunch of knights coming out of the portals one by one. I realized that I could handle these guys even in my current state. If they were at Igris level, I wouldn't even be able to handle the first opponents. So the longer you last, the more points you gain. The probability of getting a hidden class increases with every second, and it's good enough to do the job of changing professions. I have 390 mana left, and using it requires 200 mana. I also have 190 mana units left to maintain invisibility. It also requires 1 life unit per second to maintain invisibility. This means that I can last in invisibility for 3 minutes, and I have enough health, HP. I will try to last as long as possible. A mage appeared out of nowhere and started using the detection skill, and at the same moment he was able to find me, even when I was in my invisibility skill. That's when I knew I was in trouble. All the knights that were near me started to notice me and attack, but I bounced to the side and hit them from behind, which made them start flying in different directions. Corrected text, as soon as they flew off to the side, I stood up to my full height, turned around, at which point my blood activated, reducing the target's stats by 50% for 1 minute. My bloodlust consumes 100 mana. It's my only chance, I have to give it my all for the duration of the skill. But there were too many enemies, and they were coming right at me. There were so many that they couldn't get through the corridor properly, and they were all pushing against each other. At the end of the corridor, a terrible battle broke out. And eventually, I started taking damage and my HP started decreasing. Because they were coming from the gate faster than I had time to deal with them, and my passive skill Fortitude was activated, but it wasn't enough. After all, I'd taken it too lightly and wasted too much mana on invisibility. And at this rate I wouldn't be able to use the skills anytime soon. I wondered if it was time for me to use the returning stone. And I'm not sure I'd get anything out of switching professions at my current level, it's too complicated. If I used the return stone, it would mean that I had failed the task. But as soon as I looked at the time, I saw that only 5 minutes had passed, and it looked like there was nothing left but for me to get out of this dungeon. But suddenly one of the knights hit me in the side with his huge hammer. I fell to the ground, and my return stone slipped from my hands and fell nearby. I lay on the ground and realized that my end might be near. All the knights who were nearby began to converge around me. But, still, I was able to get up and began to fight. I fought them off as best I could. Of course, in the end I decided there was no way it could have ended that way. Because such a priceless chance, all because, being at rock bottom, I dreamed of peaks. I, of all people, know what it means to be weak. I remember being told how I could help them. After all, my rank is so low. And even the guild thinks the same, that this guy is always hiding behind his partner, and to survive and think only someone who can't kill even one monster calls himself a hunter. And the fact that he is nicknamed the weakest hunter in the world. That means he is no stronger than I have been told. That is what they call S-rank hunters, but I myself was the weakest. All the time I was told I was very weak. In fact, I was before I was reawakened. Back then I didn't know what I had to do to survive and get some money for going through those dungeons with the other hunters and hiding behind their backs. I tried my best, but I couldn't do anything, and everyone told me to stop and take a break. Still, it was my fault. And then why didn't I take the safe roads and dance with death every chance I got? And isn't it too much luck that a hunter like me was able to grow so much? At the same moment I was surprised, because it really was me, and I couldn't believe that we were the same person. After all, the current me had built up muscle and now I looked piercing and quite strong. But I've only changed on the outside. Inside, I'm still a wimp, and I wondered, what's the difference between the me of the past and the me I'd now become? After all, I pushed myself into situations in which I was on the brink of death time and time again. Well, of course, we are also the hunters that we really are. And if I can't control myself, my courage will turn into recklessness. I will continue to fight these knights who have surrounded me, but there were so many of them that at one point I didn't know what to do, and when I was hit again. And when I fell to the ground, I felt a terrible pain inside me. The blows that these knights struck were even harder than before. They pounded me into the ground, and eventually I was no longer able to get to my feet. Lying down, I was completely surrounded by my enemies. I could hear a voice echoing around me. That voice was my own, belonging to my former self. I was a weak guy who was considered the world's most unsuccessful hunter. I could hear it telling me that I still had a long way to go, and now I would have to kill more people and sacrifice or leave many behind, including friends and family. As a result, I alone would be responsible for my death. This situation in which I now find myself reminds me of how I felt 2 months ago in the double dungeon. But what happened after that, I could not remember at all. Suddenly, however, the notice of the daily task appeared in front of me, and I had to get ready to get stronger. If the stopwatch that was in front of me counts down, I realize that the daily task is ending, and luck is probably a skill, too, and it seems to leaving me to die. Too much time is being wasted here. When the time expired, the notification system showed me that I had failed the daily assignment and now I needed to be punished. I will be moved to the penalty area. At the same time, the knight who tried to kill me struck his final blow. But suddenly he didn't realize what had happened, because there was no one near his sword anymore. I disappeared right before their eyes. And at that moment I was already in another place, where it was even hotter than in that dungeon. And as soon as I opened my eyes and saw the desert, I knew it was a penalty area. I started thinking back to what I thought at the beginning of my career change hike, that I hadn't done the daily assignment. And I thought it would be quick, and I could finish it all in one night, and I needed to get a profession and do the daily assignment sooner. But if it takes more than 12 hours, I might become a prey like that time, because last time I ran from them because of all the selves. If I run into her now, can I beat her? And come to think of it, I really didn't do my daily task today. So his time is up. Well, it was about time, and to think I was able to get out of that situation alive. And the assignment was so difficult that even the system wished me luck. Or was it said to encourage me to get more points? Luck or coincidence? Let them call it what they want. But at the same moment I called my in-game store, and as soon as I saw my fatigue, I thought it was the first time my fatigue had exceeded 90. And since I had enough money, I decided to use a potion, for it was supposed to help restore my energy. Eventually my fatigue started to decrease, but at the same time my health points were not restored, and it seems that potions have no effect on restoring health points when I am seriously wounded. Apparently, the only way is to wait for natural recovery. I'm not sure about the dungeon area of the profession change quest, but maybe my health will recover faster if I level up in that area. And even though I can die from one hit, I've never felt better than I do now. Where are the monsters to help me level up? And it didn't look like I had to worry about that. After all, they appeared right in front of me as soon as I brought it up. It felt like they were waiting for me to remember them. The battle began again. I jumped up and ended up right on top of the centipede's head. This is how I deliver crushing blows to get stronger and replenish my health points, HP, as quickly as possible. If I can hold out until the end, I go back to a place where I can get a very good profession. I only need to last 4 hours. I realize that what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. After all, I don't have any more backup lives, and now I just need to get as strong as I can so I don't end up in situations like this in the future. That same day, late at night in the house where I lived, my sister got up to go to the bathroom. However, she was contemplating the strange dream she had had. When she looked at the time, she realized that I hadn't come home yet, that I was still working, or maybe I had a girlfriend. She thought about the fact that she had definitely told me about the parent-teacher conference that was to be held today, and she hoped that I would come to it. I had been fighting for over 3 hours now, and I was only 15 minutes away from completing the penalty assignment. I kept fighting against those centipedes, which were very strong, but with my death blow I was able to kill a lot of them. My skill level in the death blow was higher. Also, I was able to increase my level and recover my hit points, HP. I ended up with mountains of centipede corpses lying next to me, as expected. In the penalty area, you can heal yourself by leveling up. Also, thanks to the ability to use the store, I can heal with items. There were only 3 minutes left before I was back to my profession change mission. I still have a little time to prepare, as the basilisk fawn is not enough to break through the knight's defenses. I have to do my best, and I need a stronger weapon. When I opened my store, I saw a dagger capable of piercing heavy armor, so I bought myself a dagger called the Night Killer. Even though it cost 2,800,000,000 gold, it was a bit costly. But things should go differently, because when I used this dagger against opponents in heavy armor, my attacks deal an extra 25% damage. In addition, I decided to purchase bandages and wrap them around my arm, taping these daggers directly to my palm. I realized that if I did that, I wouldn't lose my weapon, as I did with the return stone, and would find another way. I have no other choice, I must try, and I still have one more rune, the Ruler's Touch. This skill can be obtained by destroying a rune. When I killed the Overlord, it allowed me to absorb and learn invisibility. I finally mastered this skill, the Ruler's Touch, and I can control objects without touching them. This skill requires no mana, and the description of the skill gives the impression that it is quite effective. Maybe that's what that guy was using. I don't think I can move too many objects, though. I was right. I couldn't move big objects because my level was still too low. I stood and watched as the completion of the penalty task approached. There were only a few seconds left, and this was my last opportunity. It was all I could do. Now all I had to do was rely on luck. When I got back, I realized that the number of knights had increased considerably in a few hours. As soon as they spotted me, they immediately rushed at me, seeking to destroy me. However, the first 2 who ran forward were instantly cut down by my daggers. They were surprised that I was able to chop them up, and this night killer effect definitely helps me. It's much more effective than fighting them with my bare hands. 10-10-10-10-10-10-10-10. I was killing centipedes and leveling up, and before that I was gaining experience by killing Iris the Warlord. The system was saying that there would be no healing effects from the level increase, not that levels in general would not increase. Although mages continuously use spells, they never attack me directly. Only knights perform such attacks. Then I wondered what kind of spell they were using. Perhaps a weakening or some sort of curse, but I didn't feel anything like that. But suddenly I realized that it was summoning magic, and as time goes by, more and more knights appear. And no matter how many knights I kill, I get experience for them. But these monsters, they were summoned by someone else. So I don't get experience for them, and the summoners were the last ones to come out of the gate. And they were mages. When I threw my dagger, I was able to kill one of the mages. As soon as I killed that mage, all the knights he summoned began to disintegrate into pieces. It turns out that the knights were summoned through a gateway created by the mages. And that's not the end of it. I have to find the remaining mages and deal with them. But as soon as I used my invisibility skill, I sensed that the mages detected my presence. And then I realized that they seemed to have found me, but that's what I expected. Because of this I was able to find them, and there were only 5 mages left for me to kill. But with my skills and my new blade, I knew that I could complete this task and take out all my enemies in this dungeon. Thanks to my dagger and my skill with the ruler's touch, I was finally able to take out the first enemy that stood in my way. There were 4 more to find and destroy. The mages were not heavy opponents, for they always summoned knights and stood on the sidelines, watching the battle unfold. But now I need to find and finish them quickly, because if I don't do it quickly, it will take a long time, and it will be harder for me to fight them. I started running and killing all the knights that stood in my way. With my newly acquired blade, I was able to cut through all the knights with great ease. Thanks to my ruler touch skill, I was able to win. I will cut them all to pieces and stand on their armor. For I am far stronger than all of them put together. They're annoying, running in different directions and trying to do something, but there's no way. I'm stronger now than I was 4 hours ago. Well, just as I decided to relax for a while, one of the knights who was hiding behind me was able to strike me with his sword. I instantly turned around and sliced his sword in half, then severed his iron head. This caused me to start bleeding, which only increased my rage. I stared at him and shouted how much longer he would try to hide behind his knights. With my skill I was able to get close to him, and eventually defeat him. There were only 3 mages left, who decided to team up and began summoning something horrible that ended up under my feet. And suddenly all the remains of the knights that had been defeated by me, or were lying under my feet, united into one terrible knight. But it looked like a golem. It was too big, and I had to jump off its head, for it crashed straight into the ceiling. It was a horrible monster that solved everything in its path indiscriminately, both its own and others. The mages had one last chance to finish me off, and they made sure this monster destroyed everything in its path. And by some fluke he might have killed me. But no such luck. I was already rushing straight at him, and although they decided not to count the numbers but the destructive power, I was now able to kill 3 mages in one blow thanks to my speed. Eventually all the knights who were near me, as well as that big knight, began to disintegrate into pieces. I was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and although it might have taken longer if they hadn't grouped together to summon the golem, I was eventually able to manage in 4 hours, 29 minutes and 16 seconds. All of the monsters in the room were damaged and I was able to complete the task. I could now choose a profession depending on the number of points I earned. It is finally over and all I have to do is choose a profession. Since I know how to handle a dagger, obviously I should choose an assassin. But suddenly I saw a notification in the window, which said that the profession would be assigned after analyzing my actions in the game. As soon as I read the word assigned, I realized that I would not be given a choice. Although I had developed all characteristics, including strength and dexterity, perhaps I would become a warrior because of my high strength score, or an assassin because of my dexterity, or maybe because of my stamina. Either way, I would become stronger. I began to read in the notification window that wherever I went, the Reaper was following me, and the player's path was paved with corpses and soaked in the smell of blood. I didn't understand what the system was telling me. As I read on, I realized that because the player has power, he does not rely on his teammates, but overcomes everything with his own strength. Judging from this text, I realized that it would be a warrior. My thirst for power can be so strong as to be able to summon those who wander between death and removal, an army of the dead, obeying my commands to pave the way where my will be the law. I will no longer need anyone else's help after what I have read about the army of the dead. I realized that this was my calling. My profession was necromancy, and I didn't understand how it happened. After all, I hadn't even touched the characteristics of intelligence. I am a magical subclass, a necromancer, a grim mage, controlling an army of undead that follows me. I don't know if there are necromancers among hunters, but in games and stories it is a class that delegates most of the combat to its minions. And when I registered as an E-Ranger, I thought I would play an assassin type, using only swords and daggers. All of my skills were geared towards choosing an assassin. Why choose this class then? But I decided to take it easy first. After all, if a necromancer has advantages, it's that, according to the system, I can create my own army. But such slaves cannot become stronger. Then what's the point of distributing characteristics? Suddenly I saw that I had a choice after all, accept this profession or reject it. If I decline, I hope I will still have opportunities to get a profession. And just as I wanted to decline, I saw a text in the notification window that said Necromancer is a hidden class. And did I really want to opt out? I realized that a hunter who can create powerful shields, a hunter who can enhance targets without even being a healer. Rumor has it that the S-rank White Tiger Guild leader, Beck, can turn into a monster, and all hunters with unique abilities work in large guilds and are quite powerful. Then the hidden class implies a unique ability like those hunters. There was no point in me guessing about it if I could experience the necromancer profession myself. It seems that these mages used abilities similar to those of a necromancer. It's as if someone wanted to demonstrate a skill. I don't know who came up with that, but it's pretty funny. I have good combat abilities, but no magical abilities. If a mage has melee abilities and can create an extra army, he'll be able to sweep high dungeons on his own. In this game, our abilities depend on skills and characteristics. This means that summoned creatures will also become stronger. It is no longer a leveling up on my own, and my profession has finally been chosen. Based on the amount of points I received, I will be granted a profession promotion. I scored the expected amount of points. In addition, I did not use the return stone, and I also received extra points for that. I also completed the quest with a health level, HP, higher than 50%, and I received extra points for that as well. The amount of points I received was enough to upgrade my profession. I was promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Lord, and I was able to learn the special skill of Shadow Lord. I gained additional characteristics, and eventually, I was given the title of He Who Outdoes the Enemy. I was instantly promoted, and I was probably able to advance, because I scored enough points. If I hadn't gotten all those extra points, I probably would have stayed a necromancer for a while longer. Suddenly I started hearing some kind of scream, a scream of pain. I decided to see if I could summon these knights, but I ended up with nothing, and I realized that this was a necromancer's skill. Shadow extraction is a skill that is used to summon corpse creatures. If you are a necromancer, a command-type profession, you must choose a command phrase to summon. I thought about it and eventually came up with the phrase, rise. Immediately all the knights who were near me began to rise to extract the money. Shadows began to appear from their armor so black that I couldn't see any light that was inside them. And it looked pretty cool. I was able to turn a dead body into a shadow soldier using its mana. The higher the characteristics of the target and the more time that had passed since its death, the higher the probability of failure. I can absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Shadow saves can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever I want. I realized that the system wanted to tell me that I could turn all these dead people into summoned creatures. Right now I had 27 infantrymen and 3 mocks, and I can create 30 shadow soldiers, but I can only keep 20 of them. I reached my shadow retrieval limit, but suddenly wondered if I could get a shadow hunter of rank A or S. I decided to test this on a commander-in-chief I recently fought under the name Igris. I already have 2 creatures of rank A or above at my disposal, and when I looked at Igris I realized that I could use shadow extraction on this target. If I'm going to use shadow extraction again, I must first release 1 or more shadow soldiers into combat. By taking advantage of the cancellation of the extraction, I must let go of the 11 weakest. I'm sorry, even though I summoned them, I started to cancel the extraction on the 12 infantrymen, and I can't re-summon the shadow soldiers I let go into combat. I began to look at that blood-red Igris warlord. If I can get a servant like that, I'm afraid to imagine what will happen to anyone who wants to attack me. After all, I could just stand by and watch my servant deal with all my enemies. And as soon as I ordered him to rise, I realized that I had failed. The shadow extraction didn't work, and I still had 2 more attempts to make. I realized that it's not that simple. The chance of successful extraction is based on the characteristics of the target and the time elapsed since death. I was the boss guy here, and it's been over 400 hours since he died. And, of course, it's not going to be easy. There were 2 tries left. Once again I ordered him to rise. Well, the shadow extraction didn't work again, and I had 1 last try left. I turned my attention to the throne beside us, and began to tell him to stop protecting the one who was already gone, and to try to protect me, the one before him. I ordered him to rise again, and his shadow began to rise toward me. And, finally, it did. A terrifying aura was near us, and eventually Igris began to rise in this room. A terrifying shadow began to appear, and it covered all the walls, the ceiling, and everything under our feet. It made me smile even more. I decided to just call it Igris instead of Bloodred and Igris. I was finally able to improve my shadow. My shadow has reached the 7th level, and a name can be chosen for a shadow ranked higher than Knight. From this day forward, my commander-in-chief will be called Igris, and at last I have been able to extract the money successfully. My title represents the title of one who has outmaneuvered his opponent. The title is awarded to those who heroically defeat the enemy, and their characteristics increase in proportion to their loss of health. Characteristics are increased by 1% for each percentage of health lost. At the same moment, all those I resurrected bowed to me, which pleased me. I asked them to take care of me in case I couldn't protect myself. A little later, I started to walk out of the portal and felt the fresh air. As soon as I stepped out, I looked at the sky with new eyes. For I was now much stronger than before. The next day, I was up early in the morning. I was lying in my bed, very tired and exhausted, but suddenly my phone started ringing. I picked it up, and they started yelling at me that I was still asleep. But I started to say that I was a little tired, but suddenly my sister told me to look at the time, and it turned out that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She started yelling even harder that I had to remember that I had to be at school today and preferably by 5 o'clock. I jumped up out of bed abruptly and started telling her that I would make it in time and she shouldn't worry. After showering, I started looking at my clothes and realized that I needed to dress up better. I was going to meet my sister's teacher in a little while after all. I was already at the bank when a girl called out the number 280, and it turned out to be my number. I went up to her and she asked what she could do to help me. I asked her to help me open a new credit card and fund my account. However, this girl was a little confused when she saw the number on the paperwork she was given. Because there was a lot of money in there. For a whole day and 4 billion, she didn't understand where I got such a sum. After all, I looked so young, and she decided to ask me what I was working for. But I answered that I was a hunter, and then she reminded me that people say hunters make decent money. And she's bad that I'm high early on. She started saying that their bank recently started offering new terms for VIP customers and they have good reviews from their customers. And wouldn't I want to give it a try? But I decided not to try it and said I didn't need to. After the bank, I went to school, where my sister met me, but she looked at me differently already. She asked me if I was really her brother, but I didn't understand what was wrong. She started asking me if people could change so much in such a short period of time. But I started to tell her that I had a meeting with my sister's teacher and if she wanted me to come in my gym clothes. And as soon as we started walking along, all the students looked at me strangely, especially the older girls in high school. All the girls who were passing by, I wondered who I was and what kind of a hottie was walking around. They realized that apparently it was my brother. Din's sister started asking me what it turns out in this school I'm pretty popular and started further questioning that I do not have a girlfriend. So what was I doing last night since I came so late? And maybe she introduced me to a cute student, but I took her cheek and started saying not to mock me, and soon after she started apologizing. We finally got to the conference room, and as soon as I opened the door I saw the woman stood up and started saying that it was a pleasure to meet me since she was my sister's teacher. She didn't know Jean had such a cool brother. I started walking into the office and realized that even though I had already graduated from the school, this was my first time seeing this teacher. She asked me to sit down in a chair and started telling me that I didn't have to worry about my sister because she had a nice personality and good disposition and was a model student. So the teacher didn't see any point in worrying about anything. Then the teacher started talking, asking if I knew that my sister aspired to go to medical school. I replied that I knew because her grades were good and her academic record was also fine, so she could do well. However, I shouldn't put too much pressure on her. The teacher went on to say that she had heard that I was working as a hunter. If I had found out that my sister had discovered abilities, would I have let her work as a hunter? Of course not. The teacher sighed and said, as I expected, because the reason she's been asking about this lately is because there's a student who's trying to quit school after going through the awakening, and now that student doesn't attend school at all. And if this continues, the school will have no choice but to accept into the worlds. And even if someone becomes a hunter, does that prevent them from getting a diploma? Since the teacher doesn't know much about hunters, she decided to ask me. But I interrupted the teacher and asked what rank this student got. She replied that she had heard that it was the lowest rank. I began to realize that this student would die sooner or later. The teacher asked me if there was anything I could do for her. After all, this student happens to be a friend of my sister's. So I asked permission to talk to her so that she could at least get ready to graduate. When the teacher said it was a student named Han Song, I knew who she was talking about. A little later, when I finished talking to the teacher, I had already gone outside and realized that, after all, Korea is really small. And when I saw this girl, I immediately thought it was her. But when she saw me, she didn't understand why I was here. I remember this girl telling me that even children are allowed to go on raids. If you wake up as a child, there's no law against going on raids. And when I met her outside the school, she didn't understand what happened. After all, the hunter her teacher wanted her to meet was me. Taking my phone out of my pocket, I showed her a picture of my sister and asked her, "You two are friends, aren't you?" When she saw that picture, she realized that maybe I was Jean's brother. One day she visited me in the hospital with her, but she didn't see my face. She started asking me if I was Jean's brother. Then it became clear why I knew her teacher. But I answered that we didn't know each other at all. This girl started to say that she didn't know what her teacher had told me, but that she wasn't planning on going back to school and wasn't going to give up hunting. However, I convinced her and asked her that she is, after all, any rank hunter and normal attacks don't work on monsters, she needs magical weapons. If she ends up buying a weapon, it will wear out quickly and she will have to buy a new one. That kind of business doesn't make money, so she plans to fight with her bare hands. I asked her this question, and she shouldn't even dream of becoming a full-time hunter just because she got some money from our raids. She started asking me to stop lecturing her. This is where I didn't realize she was pretty persistent, and I told her that I was the same way, and she shouldn't worry, because I wasn't going to convince her to quit hunting. After all, it's hard to accept reality until you see the cold and cruel world with your own eyes. She asked me why I was here, and I told her that there was a plane coming in without business at the airport at the time, and a man from Korea came out of it. The atmosphere there was a little different from that of the United States. He visited South Korea earlier than he expected, but suddenly the guy with the glasses heard the voice of a man approaching him. As soon as he turned around, he saw an old acquaintance and asked him what the Korean Hunters Guild was doing here. The other man replied that the hunters, the essence of oversight, had come to meet and observe the S-ranked hunters who had arrived in Korea. At one point a man with glasses approached and began to say that he still worked for that old geezer chairman. If it had been him, he would have cut off his left hand and made sure he could do nothing without his right, and taken over everything. A man from the Hunters Guild asked how long he planned to stay here. The other guy said he wasn't going to stay long in Korea and would return as soon as business was done here. But the Korean Guild guy asked the businessman who left his homeland but came here from the United States, and whether it was related to Hunter Sung Jin-Woo and Hunter Jin-Ho. Suddenly the other guy realized that, as expected of the department member, he was asking what he already knew, and immediately he turned around to ask if he could stop him. But the department member said he was just following his duties. Dong-soo put his hand on the inspector and said he liked him and made his offer. How about joining the scavenger guild? After all, we can take better care of him than that old man. But the inspector began to ponder the fact that S-rank hunter Dong-soo and his brother were suspected of killing a lot of hunters. This lizard that throws off his tail is the reason they couldn't start the investigation. After all, they really are blood brothers, even their insensitivity after the brutal killings. So, it seems, just despicable trash. At this time I met with the head of the 2nd Supervisory Unit along with my sister's girlfriend. His assistant, the department head, realized that a high-ranking girl had come with me, and there was nothing special about it. He realized that he should not jump to conclusions, like the Sung Jin-Woo hunter case. He was surprised when he received a call from Hunter Jin-Woo offering to try out a new recruit. Since it was a request from Hunter Jin-Woo, he accepted it without hesitation. The leader of the White Tiger Guild knew that the girl who came with me must be interested in the White Tiger Guild. What's more, training for recruits was underway. It is good if he is interested after he sees the excellent training system of the White Tiger Guild. He has already explained it to other hunters, and there is no need to worry about it. He went on to say that an area with a high concentration of gates is not that many people who choose to live here, and 80% of homeowners have already left. They say it was decided to close some areas completely. The gates are an ideal place for field testing, and here they opened just in time. But suddenly some guy came up to us and said it was 9 o'clock and it was time to stop talking, we should start getting into the gate already. After all, he wasn't here for a picnic. I asked the leader who he was, and he said he was their new ranking recruit. But he seemed offended that he accepted my request and said that this dungeon wasn't for those who came to fool around. I started to look closer at that guy and realized that he had a tank profession and was part of that group as a first-ranked recruit, and there were 12 of them in all. The department head began to say that this might seem a little redundant. How many hunters are involved in gate closing? But they're still new recruits, and they need to gain experience with dungeons first. I contradicted him, however, and told him we should bring 12 recruits here. If the raid is too easy, the effect of such training will greatly diminish. Besides, my partner would more quickly understand the difference between herself and the other hunters, and understand how helpless the hunters of a lower rank in the dungeon are. But I'll just have to watch the raid from the sidelines if it gets too easy. And so we began to enter this portal, and I was the last one to go. And just as I was already fully into the portal, I got this weird feeling, and the gate started to change its color to red. Everyone who was outside began to realize that this couldn't be. After all, the size of the gate fluctuated like waves, and something was wrong. It began to feel like the gate was completely different from what it had been before. Yeah, plus, an ominous feeling had taken hold of me, and I needed to get out of here as soon as possible to make things go back to normal. The last thing I could yell was for the chief to get the main group here immediately. And that was all I could say, because the portal closed immediately. Those guys outside didn't know what to do now. After all, Hunter Jean had been sucked into the gate. That's a problem that can't be solved just by calling in the main group. I decided to call the head of the guild directly. And as soon as the guild head picked up the phone, he was told that it was a red gate, but he didn't understand how a red gate could even appear in this place. And if it was true, he had to check it out in person. At this time in the late afternoon, Dong-soo was driving his car from the airport. He was not satisfied with the car, for it was not good enough to accompany a hunter like him. At this speed he would have gotten there faster, by running. However, the guy from the Korean Hunters Guild who was driving started to say that they couldn't get his body, and the funeral was held with an empty coffin. He asked if Dong-soo wanted to visit his grave. But Dong-soo began to say that it didn't matter how his brother's funeral went, he wasn't interested in dead people, he was only interested in his brother's remains. So now he heads to the dungeons to find the guy who killed his brother. Dungeons are a must for hunters, and the number of open gates in Korea was very high in the 21st century. It's not a problem to find someone who's going through the dungeon now. Jin-Woo seems to have just gone into the dungeon. The rules inside and outside the dungeon are completely different, and no matter what he does with it, it's none of his business. At this time we were already inside, and it was eerily cold. All of us didn't realize where we were, for it didn't look like dungeons, and even the gates were gone, which were literally just behind us. But I didn't feel anything suspicious about the place. I thought that these gates had simply transported us to this world, but something had gone wrong. Suddenly I heard something approaching us. With my dexterity, however, I was able to dodge an icy arrow that was close to the face of my sister's friend, who had gone with me on this raid. Some arrows did hit the target, and the guys who came in with us, with frightened faces, started yelling that it was an ambush and everyone needed to duck. But I noticed that there were snow elves visible in a tree not far from us. But from that distance, I didn't even sense their presence. Those who had not encountered them used the term snow elves. Those who had already fought them, however, used a different term. In contrast to such a beautiful name as elves, observing their relentless pursuit of hunters, they were given the nickname White Walkers. At this time, the head of the White Walkers Guild arrived at the site, and as he approached the gate, he realized that it was tightly closed. This became a problem, and the head began to ask his subordinate if he had summoned the Korean Hunters Guild. The subordinate replied that yes, he had summoned them, but they pretended to be stupid and claimed it was just a low-ranked gate. The head of the White Tiger Guild understood that they were bastards, because red gates only appear in higher-ranked gates, and they say it's magical energy coming from another world. Behind this gate, just judging by rank, is a terrible mistake. The gate in front of me is at least below rank, and possibly even A rank or higher if we are unlucky. But I asked the leader if they should measure the gate with their magical energy meter. He replied that magical energy, and in their current state they could not figure out the rank of these gates. The head of our guild asked how many people were inside, but the subordinate replied that 12 people went in there. The head asked how many of them were high-ranked hunters, but heard that there was only one A-rank hunter as captain and 7 ranked hunters. They don't know if the recruits who went in there will be okay. Because gates can be either A rank or B rank, and the chapter rules out the possibility of an S rank gate that could lead to a national emergency. And even if it is an A rank gate, it requires at least 3 A rank hunters. But if it is an A rank gate, it requires at least 1 S rank hunter. So if it's an A rank gate, everyone inside can be considered dead already. And if they're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 B rank hunters will come back alive. But the subordinates began to say that there were actually 2 more people inside who weren't part of our guild, and 1 hunter he'd recently looked up to. And the head began to ask what rank this hunter might be, A or B. But the subordinate began to turn his head, which meant that there was an S-rank hunter inside. I heard on the head that he was E-rank, but I was in this forest at the time and saw the guys who came after me die from the arrows of the White Walkers. I realized they were observant. They managed to find the 2 weakest hunters in our group. If this had happened a couple of months ago, that arrow would have gotten me, but I figured I'd kill them with my own hands. But suddenly the guy in the big outfit, who was thought to be a tank, started saying that it looked like they were greeting us with these actions, and he wasn't sure how many of us understood the situation we were in. But inside the red gate we can't go back until we're all dead or not, dungeons lie hidden. The girl who came with me began to ask me what the red gate was. I began to explain to her that it was a special gate that connected us to another world, and once we went in, the gate completely closed, and no one else could come to our aid. It's a place from which we can't get out until we kill the boss or until the dungeon itself opens. In other words, we're stuck. At the same moment, that guy started to introduce himself as a top-ranked hunter, and his name is Kim Chul. He went on to say that now we all know that this is the red gate, and he will take responsibility for our survival. He began to say that he doesn't claim that all of us will be able to return alive, and we can't wait countless months for the dungeon to open on its own. And there is no guarantee that we will survive. A red gate veteran is no less dangerous in a place like this. How difficult it will be to lead a large group of people, so we must form and lead a squad to clear the dungeon. If we stay here, we will either die of cold or be ambushed. And even if no one wants to go clearing the dungeon with him, he'll go alone, and of course the question was who wanted to join him. Some of the guys immediately expressed a desire to go with him. I looked at the whole thing and realized why they agreed. After all, they would have a better chance of survival by teaming up with a hunter of that rank. But suddenly Kim pushed one of the hunters away and started saying that he was sorry, but he would not take someone of rank C or lower into his ranks. After all, one day spent in the red gate is only an hour outside, and at worst it will be countless months before the boss is killed or the dungeon is opened. In such a situation, he can't take a dead weight with him, and everyone he's turned down shouldn't turn around like that. If they think they are strong, they should ensure their survival as long as we put down the boss and they can return safely. But suddenly the girl interrupted that big guy and started talking. But that big guy smiled wryly when she changed direction, for she changed sideways instead of staying with the rank stupidity. And let her do as she pleased. Suddenly there was an empty seat, and the big guy began to say that he would take another person with him. At this point the girl walked past me and began to say that Kim hadn't noticed the arrows coming. I was able to spot them. She asked me why I wasn't an E-rang. At the entrance, in front of the gate, the subordinate of the head of the White Tiger began to talk to him about how, in order to gain the hunter's trust, he was keeping his wife's information a secret. He was sure, however, that he had awakened the head. The one who heard this asked the subordinate if he was sure or if it was just a joke. But the subordinate still could not get a definite answer, at which point the head realized that the only person he could rely on was Big Guy Kim. The subordinate, however, remained puzzled. After all, if the master had met the hunter Sung Jin-Woo, he would have seen for himself and would have understood everything. At the same time, the head of the first supervisory department began to say that Kim shouldn't have any problems, because his training results are very impressive. He doesn't lag behind the members of the main White Tiger attack squad in strength. The head thought to himself that this guy Kim, he's not one to be easily ignored, even among the high-ranking hunters. And with a man like that as raid captain, they should be strong enough to clear the dungeon. But suddenly some other guy came up and started saying that if he heard everything right about what was being whispered here, he rang hunters who may have been over-awakened. Our Kim is much better than some hunter with no basic knowledge. At the chapter helper said we'll see who seems to be right. Yes, they'll be back, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up to them, and the guy who was getting out of the car started asking what happened here. Dong-sun came out of the car and started saying that he had heard about the rank gates. Did they really end up here? Why is the precious master of the White Tiger Guild here? But as soon as the head of the White Tiger saw this guy, he started to get angry. He did not understand why this man, a scavenger guild hunter, had come here. The head of the White Tiger began to ask him why he was in Korea, but Hunter Dong-sun began to say that he had stopped by to take care of some business, but he didn't expect to see the head of the White Tiger Guild here. It turned out that Korea was really small, but the head of the White Tiger began to get angry and his strength began to show. He already began to say with a serious face that he should just answer the question of why the man who should be in the United States is back in Korea and doing his business in the White Tiger Guild territory. But Dong-sun also wants to ask something, why this lousy hunter joined the White Tiger Guild and what they were thinking when they hired him. He says this about the hunter Jin-Woo. And once the head of the White Tiger heard that, he couldn't understand how the S-Rang hunter was related to Jin-Woo. Dong-sun went up to the gate, and when he touched it, he did not immediately realize that it was a red gate. But at this time I asked the girl who came up to me how she could be so calm about recruits, and she said that the first thing they learn is inside the dungeon, where anything can happen. This was especially true of Kim Chul, who received special instruction. He was honored to join the main attack group. At the same time, we started splitting into groups. One went down the path and the other went into the woods. And as soon as the other group approached us at the end, they wished us luck, and I told them that I would wish them luck too, but already in the woods. At that time a girl came up to me and asked if I was going to answer her question. But I was thinking only of myself, and the girl, looking at me, realized that I, at least, had a high rank. Or maybe even a C rank. After all, I looked pretty strong, but at that time the other group noticed a trail of some big paws in the trees. I didn't realize what was inside the woods where we were headed. It was snow bear territory, and by the mistake of one inexperienced Irang, innocent people were about to die. But the other guy started asking Mr. Kim if he thought he would ever get an Irang position. But Mr. Kim replied that no way, because he was just an E-Ranger. But suddenly Mr. Kim sensed something and started saying that our squad would be on its own and everyone needed to get ready for battle. Outside, however, a conversation continued between the head of the White Tiger and the hunter Dong-sun. Dong-sun began to say that he had come all the way here to see that guy, and he was stuck in the red gate, and it was hard to even get a glimpse of Jinwoo's face. But the head of the White Tiger couldn't understand why they were all so interested in the anti-boy named Jin-Woo. At this time, the big snow bear was fighting against the captain, and it seemed that the battle was on equal footing. But the captain began to attack harder, causing the big paw of the snow bear to be turned the other way. The captain continued to beat him with his big axe. The other guys who watched this admired their captain. After all, they had expected this kind of behavior from him, for he was an experienced hunter and different from the others. He had handled almost an entire pack of snow bears almost single-handedly and was sure of himself. The boys decided to take all but the organs of the meat to provide food for themselves. With this meat they could survive for a few days. It was a wonderful start for them. The captain began yelling at his charges that it was all nonsense. After all, we can't relax until we're out of the woods. After all, we've only made it through now because of him, and by now the others should be bear snacks by now. But those others the captain was talking about, that was us. We continued to walk through the snowy forest, but the girl began to tell me that we couldn't go any farther. I asked why not. She pointed her hand into the trees and asked me if I could see that this whole area marked by gentle bears and the whole forest was snow bear territory, and we should go back before the monsters showed up. But I started to tell her that if this area belongs entirely to the snow bears, then we shouldn't go back. After all, I have a plan, and that's why we're going deeper into the woods. But that girl started to get nervous, because she didn't want to hear what I was telling her. She thought I was just in a hurry to die. I went on to say that this was snow bear only territory in the woods, and we should only worry about bears. Better to deal with snow bears than snow elves. If there are a lot of snow bears in the area, it must mean that there are no more powerful predators here, so we won't run into any stronger monsters. After these reflections, the girl realized that I was right. She couldn't understand why she hadn't thought of that. I began to tell her that we were going to make it anyway. But I noticed the way she was dressed, and I realized that it was too cold in the woods. I asked her if she was cold in those clothes, and at the same moment I called up my inventory. From my inventory I started to get clothes out and told everyone to put them on. Here, it would be a shame if they all died of cold before we met the monsters. The girl was a little shocked, because she didn't expect me to have spatial magic. The other guys were surprised, too. Isn't spatial magic limited to just one or two objects? And the fact that I was able to summon so many things was surprising. And they didn't understand who I really was. Walked up to my sister's girlfriend and told her that I was actually the one who brought her here, and it was my responsibility to protect her. However, she shouldn't be asking me anything right now, and that goes for everyone else. I began to tell them not to ask me any questions or demand anything of me, but all of a sudden I started hearing someone coming toward us. And when I turned around and saw a big snow bear, the guys who were standing behind me started screaming and panicking. They said they would have to worry, just not about the snow bears. The girl started saying that going into the woods was definitely the wrong decision. She said she would keep him distracted until we all found a way to kill him. But I took her by her clothes with my hand and started pulling her back, and she didn't understand what I was doing. But I started talking in a way that made everyone understand that I was going to hunt monsters. But the girl still insisted and said it didn't matter how strong I was, because it was still a high-ranking monster. But I couldn't lose the experience right in front of me, so I started to change my title. After all, the title "He Who Surpassed the Enemy" is awarded to those who heroically defeated the enemy, and my characteristics increase in proportion to my loss of health. Characteristics increase by 1% for each percentage of health lost. And at that very moment the big snow wolf started attacking me. I was able to jump up the mountain and began to think that if I added the effect of the title to my current level, I could destroy it with my bare hands. While I was in the air, I flew straight at him and hit him with all the force of my hand right on his head. The impact knocked the big snow wolf off his feet, and he fell to the ground as if he'd been pressed inside. The whole group that came here with me was shocked by what they saw. After all, they were not expecting that I could take down a snow bear with one blow. But I was sitting on a dead snow bear, and I realized that's exactly what I thought, because this is an unusual dungeon. The experience I get in it is different, too, and my level instantly went up. The girl who examined it didn't understand who I was. At the same time, outside the gate, the head of the white tiger began to question the hunter. "What is your business, Hunter Jin-Woo? And why did you come here to the entrance of the dungeon?" But the hunter replied that it was none of his business, he was just having fun. The head of the white tiger understood that he should not think about those red gates, for nothing could be done anymore. Behind that gate might not be a dungeon, but a desert with temperatures over 60 degrees, a jungle with poisonous snakes and insects, or an extremely cold snow zone where you could get severe frostbite. The chances of them coming back alive are minimal, but the hunter wanted to see what would happen next, to see something so rare just walking by. But that's pretty troublesome, and he can't just wait here for this dungeon to open. The inspector stood near the others and began to ponder that Jin was lucky, for this is a red gate, and even an S-level hunter is powerless here. But he'll be even luckier if he can come back alive. But at this time already, when the sun had set, we sat in the woods and lit a fire, and on it we ate the meat that had been achieved during the battle with the gentle bears. The guys started to eat the meat, but for them the bear meat was a little tough, but it was pretty tasty. Sister's girlfriend I brought here started telling me that my sister really doesn't do anything at home except do her homework and say she hangs words on the wall instead of wallpaper to study in her sleep, but I told her that she is just like them guys come home. She plays eat and sleep at home. We have Sonia who loves fried chicken, but my sister's girlfriend thought I was lying because she is so good studying. But I myself could not believe it, because when we were younger we were together playing arcades. Guys who were sitting across from us in the beginning whispered among themselves that they thought that the number of ambushes of snow bears, but it was because our captain took care of them. He killed a snow bear. with his bare hands, and at this point I got up and started to leave, but the girl started to ask me where I was going, and I told her 100 times I've eaten already, I'll go do exercise. They did not understand why I was doing the exercises in a row indoors, but I began to explain to them that if I did not do them, I would be fined. At that point they realized that I was definitely weird. A little while later I found myself on a tree branch and hanging head down. I started doing abs exercises, but that quickly bored me, as I couldn't afford to fall behind the group and end up in the penalty area. So I decided that when I warmed up, it was time to go hunting. I didn't get much farther away, at which point a bunch of awful snow bears started advancing toward me from some black portal. I stood in front of them, but the question arose, will my shadow soldiers be enough for all of them? And as soon as I said the word rise, a terrifying shadow appeared behind me, from which my soldiers began to emerge. It felt as if there was complete darkness around me, so deep and black that no one who looked could see further than 10 meters from my shadow. Little by little my shadow soldiers began to appear. They were so black that the white snow disappeared against them. And I began to tell them, but they had already understood their first assignment, so I would not explain anything else. They will understand themselves how to act in this situation. My whole black army was behind me, and they were ready to fight for me and for me not to fall. I was in the very front lines, with my General Igris behind me, and behind him was the rest of the army I could muster. At last the battle had begun. Those snow bears, as if they were the real ones, went at me when they saw my entire army. But at the same moment, my shadow soldiers rushed into battle, too. My shadow soldiers began slashing the snow bears in different directions, though some of them died. However, my soldiers were much stronger than them and fought mercilessly. My army also had some incredibly powerful guys, mages, who stood behind everyone else. They had powerful fire spells, and the soldiers had fast regeneration. All of my shadow soldiers exceeded my expectations. Their regeneration was almost comparable to immortality, though it required a huge amount of mana. At this time I heard something approaching us, and I looked up. I saw a large snow bear and realized that the leader I had been waiting for had finally arrived. I realized there was no way they could handle it, and my magic had already dried up. The shadow soldiers could no longer regenerate due to lack of mana. That's when I made the decision that it was time for my commander-in-chief to act. I ordered Igris to head out and destroy the leader of the snow bears, and he in turn began to walk in slow steps, and then ran sharply toward the snow bear. He began to crumble it in different directions with his big sword. This made the snow bear begin to bleed and scream at the top of his voice. He roared throughout the forest as Igris cut off his big paw. They continued to fight, and the snow bear wanted to put up some kind of resistance, but in the end he failed, for my commander-in-chief was very agile and had incredible strength. He slashed the snow bear every time it came near him. I kept watching as my commander-in-chief started running behind the snow bear's back and slashing his legs, causing the lower bear to be unable to stand on his big hind legs. However, the commander-in-chief then slowly went around him and began to slash him with his big sword. Eventually, Igris decided to end this battle. He swung his big, sharp sword, cutting off the head of this big snow bear. I saw my commander-in-chief turn around and start walking toward me, with the snow bear's head in his hands. I realized that I wouldn't have had a chance if Igris hadn't used his sword then. With my current level we are on equal footing, but that was just me thinking that. In fact, when Igris threw off my snow bear head and kneeled down, I knew he was stronger than me. After that, I told him that he had done a good job, and it was time for me to turn the snow bear into my shadow soldier. I successfully extracted the shadow, and a shadow began to emerge from the big snow bear that would obey me specifically. And so he appeared, and from behind the snow bear, the other bears were appearing, destroying my shadow army. I looked at the leader of the bears and realized that I and my army were now much stronger than before. At the same time outside, the white tiger head began to ask about his subordinates. How long has it been since they entered this dungeon? His subordinates replied that it had been about 3 hours, but inside it had already been 3 days. They wondered how many were still alive. But the head of the white tiger began to tell them to give up any hope of a normal environment beyond the red gate and the scorching sun, the endless clinging poisonous bedbugs or the northern stream. Of course, the weak will be the first to die. And even if one were to adapt to the conditions of that world, one must provide food in addition. They could try to eat monster meat, but these gates are too high for low-ranked hunters, and hunters of rank and below are likely dead. And as soon as Dong Song heard this, he realized that Jin-Woo must be dead, and he was probably just wasting his time. But suddenly he began to say that the head claims that Jin-Woo is not a member of the White Tiger. As he found himself there, a subordinate of the head began to say that he was an old acquaintance of his. He asked permission to take part in the raid, but did so early and reluctantly. The head agreed and brought him in, though he realized that his subordinate was trying to cover for Jin-Woo the hunter. So giving him away became problematic. Besides, foreign S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo knows of the existence of this E-rank. Hwang Dong-soo decided to say that there was nothing more he could do in that case. He very quickly approached the subordinate of the head, took him by the throat, and lifted him into the air. Hwang Dong-soo began to say that he has always had a knack for dealing with difficult situations. He feels that there is something suspicious here, and he must tell him the truth about what he is hiding. But at that very moment, the head of the white tiger got really angry and told him to take his hands off his ward. Hwang Dong-soo starts smiling and says that he's ordering someone who's acting like he's the boss. The head of the white tiger did not understand what he was talking about at this moment. Their aura began to increase, as if something glowing was flying near them. Everyone else knew that if this continued, these two would make an unreal disturbance here that would make everyone sick. But in the meantime, outside the gate, the captain was sighing cold air. His weapons were shattered and his shield shattered in two. He stood, utterly scarred, but in front of him was an even more terrible monster who had done all this to him. And so the captain realized that all his efforts had been futile and he had lost. For the monsters that attacked them began to drag and break everything in their path, destroying almost his entire group. It was no use to the hunter, who had even undergone special training to get to the elite. However, he had lost and could not accept it. But suddenly the captain heard the sound of a bow shot, and an icy arrow flew straight at his associate, who was standing behind him. He looked up and saw the snowy white walkers coming at him. These walkers came right behind Bigfoot. The captain began to turn around and noticed one of his subordinates approaching him. He was covered in blood and badly wounded, but suddenly something appeared that was able to finish off his subordinate, and now the captain was the only survivor. The captain saw behind him the white walker who had finished off his last comrade in arms. Out of fear he began to scream and run far away from them. But out of the crowd of white walkers appeared a mysterious monster who was riding a horse. A little later, the captain set out through the snow-covered woods, and the cold made his hands freeze. He began to convince himself that if he did not starve for a few days, he would not run away and be defeated. But suddenly he saw very many dead snow bears, and he wondered why he had not encountered a single ice bear after entering the forest. Here was the reason for all this. I couldn't believe these guys could destroy them. But they wouldn't have had enough. And he began to think that it probably wasn't that second group, but Hayaki's monster, and they had to be around here somewhere. He decided he needed to get out of the woods faster, but in the meantime things were heating up outside, and two strong hunters started fighting. The head of the white tiger began to transform into a horrible monster that lurked within him, and Hwang Dong-soo was gathering enormous power at his fingertips. They decided to fight right here and defeat everything in their path. Suddenly there was a flash, and from that a wave rolled in, lifting all the dust and rocks into the air. The air wave began to sweep away everything in its path, and the boys standing nearby couldn't look at it calmly. To them it was a terrifying force. However, once the smoke cleared, Hwang Dong-soo smiled, for what he saw looked good. The inspector was able to stop them both. He was between their hands. But he soon realized that had they both not reduced their strength in time, his arms would have been broken. And he began to say that he was the first to suspect Jin-Woo at his birth. And yet, after being checked by the highest-ranking magical power detector 2 months ago, he was still ranked lower. It was no luck that Hunter Hwang Dong-sik was dead, but Jin-Woo does not possess such destructive attacking power. Hwang Dong-soo knew that if they prepared a trap, the culprit was probably Eugene Company. The inspector replied to him that then there was no reason to obsess over Jin-Woo the hunter. And that was an excuse to just kill another man. At this point he lost his at and decided he would just go to sleep. The subordinate head of the white tiger knew Jin-Woo's abilities better than anyone, and she was sure he would definitely come back alive. At the time, we were all sitting around the fire, warmed by it. Suddenly we saw the captain begin to come out of the woods. He looked at us and couldn't understand, asking himself, why are all these low-ranking hunters still alive? He saw warm clothes, a blanket in the tent, and various gadgets. They even had food. If his hands weren't cold and he had a full stomach, he could easily beat Hayaki. Suddenly he became angry because he saw that they had prepared all these supplies and kept them only for themselves. He started yelling at them that they were scoundrels. But we couldn't figure out how he ended up with us and how we had all this stuff in the tent. The captain kept talking and asking why they weren't responding to what he was saying. He didn't think they were all accomplices. He asked who hid all those supplies and promised to let them go if they named the culprit. After all, he was talking about the one who hid the supplies and betrayed his comrades, leaving them to die. Then he began to count to 3. If they did not give up the traitor, he would count them all as accomplices. And so the captain began the countdown. 1. 2, he drew his sword, and suddenly he saw, that girl decided to leave because she had some plan, and apparently she doubted her ability to survive. She was trying to cut back on the number of people to keep supplies flowing. He started screaming, accusing her of the crime, but suddenly my hand appeared from behind his head and hit him lightly. This blow sent him flying several meters away. Everyone rejoiced when they saw their captain. I began to tell him that he had actually left his comrades to die, not to mention the fact that he came back with a dead look on his face. I realized there was someone near us. And when I turned around, I said to them, "How about you guys? Don't you want to cancel your invisibility? After all, combined with your powerful energy, it becomes useless." And suddenly they began to appear in front of us. I realized it was the boss. Yeah, there were at least 20 of them, too. And this one, who was sitting on a horse, started saying that there was really one useful guy out there among the trash. But I was surprised at first, and then I asked him, why did he call us trash just now? But suddenly the boss of the White Walkers asked how I knew their language. I was surprised, too, because I didn't understand how I could understand their language. After all, I couldn't talk to monsters, but that was probably an effect of the system, too. But the boss of the White Walkers was pleased and said that since I could communicate, there was someone he wanted to introduce. And another elf appeared beside him and said that we already knew each other, and he was the one who notified us that there was someone strong among humans. And this guy wanted to fight me, but suddenly before he could finish speaking, that White Walker's head flew off to the side. I cut his head off in an instant, which made no one even realize how it happened. I turned to him and asked, "Is there anything else he can say?" But the White Walker boss turned his head toward me and started smiling weirdly, and all he said was that I was a funny guy. And when I threw the first punch at the White Walker boss, he skillfully blocked it, and I knew he wouldn't part with his life so easily. This elf decided to offer me a deal, claiming it wouldn't hurt me. At first he decided to ask me why I, as a non-human, was protecting all these people. However, I didn't understand what he meant. After I said that, he started laughing strangely and saying that I was so unaware of all this. It's about that voice in our heads that keeps ordering us to kill people. But I don't hear it in my presence. I began to wonder about the origin of that voice that orders us to kill people. It's some kind of program instruction, and if this voice doesn't affect me, maybe it has something to do with me being a rock in this system. One elf started saying that there was no need for fighting, because after all, we don't want innocent blood spilled. He asked me to give them these people behind my back, and in turn he would spare me. But I also had a question for him. Who are they, and where did they come from, and why are they trying to kill us? Suddenly something strange happened, and this elf started saying again that there was no need to fight, and in the end they didn't want to sacrifice in vain. Answer to your question, unfortunately, information about these obscure creatures and their origins is not available in my knowledge base because my access to information was restricted until September 2021. Can you describe more details or context so that I can provide further assistance? I realized that he was avoiding my question, and eventually I needed to answer whether I was accepting their offers. But I said I refused. Then the elf asked me if I was going to fight him and his army, and if I thought I could do it alone. Please check and confirm that all corrected errors are according to your intentions. I answered him, what other army? And at that moment, my shadow soldiers began to appear behind me. All the people who were behind me began to wonder about it and didn't understand what was going on and what monsters were appearing everywhere. After all, shadow soldiers and even shadow snowbears were everywhere. They didn't understand what was going on. This elf thought it was a cheap trick, but after his words I began to act, and my shadow soldiers began to attack them. And so the battle began in a fierce battle, with the White Walkers on one side and my shadow soldiers on the other. The other hunters began to retreat, as they were undecided about a battle that was beyond their strength. I watched this battle and realized that he didn't seem to be bluffing when he called it a cheap trick. Despite the advantage in numbers, my army wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. They may be immortal, but I can't keep up their numbers for long. From the moment I pumped them, they should have overpowered the elves, but the problem was the boss. That problem was enough to know how strong he was. And even if I teamed up with Igris, it still wouldn't be easy. An ordinary soldier won't do here, and I need a stronger shadow. The boss elf began to say that his name was Barak, and asked what my name was. I answered that my name was Sung Jin-Woo. I stepped on the captain's sword and thus started running towards the boss to attack him. This caused his sword to swing right back at the captain's sword. I jumped up and wanted to strike this boss elf, but he successfully dodged my attack. I kept attacking him, and my blade moved from one hand to the other, but this elf still blocked all my attacks, and in the end, he kicked me with his foot, sending me flying to the side. I immediately got to my feet and heard him say that he hadn't been this excited in a long time. At that moment my attention was diverted by a mage, who used his magical power to create an explosion that occurred behind the elf. Thanks to the mage I had some time, and now I had to make my plan a reality. At this time, the captain was beginning to come to his senses and get to his feet. He was pondering exactly what had happened. Then he heard my voice when I hit him, and it made him angry. He took his sword and said he was going to kill me. After the explosion, I looked at the fire and knew that it wouldn't just go out. I ordered this alpha to stop wasting my time and come out to me with a horrible grin. He started to run at me and tell me that was all my soldiers could do. But I stood my ground, for I had a plan. And at that moment the captain ran at me, and behind me he ran and tried to kill me. This boss elf realized that he didn't seem to be the only one who wanted my head. But I knew this could happen, and at that very moment I called for my commander-in-chief, who was behind me, and he showed up just in time. For the captain was already ready to kill me. Igris blocked his blow and ended up killing the captain. I stood all in the shadows and knew this would happen. The captain was bleeding all over, the veteran was very badly wounded, and at the same moment the captain realized that I had planned everything beforehand. For I had planned his destruction from the beginning, and eventually the captain began to lose his strength, and then died. The elf boss wondered what would happen, for he could see that nothing had changed. But at that moment I ordered the captain, who was dead, to rise up behind me. Finally, I was able to get rid of the shadow, and I have a new, very strong partner. He is much bigger than before, and he is much stronger now. Now I have to choose a name for him. After much deliberation I decided to call him Iron, the new knight in my ranks. Then he started telling me to stop, because I don't think this guy could stop him on his own. But I didn't think so. I ordered Iron Man to use his shouting skill. At this point, the dungeon boss began to flinch. The elf started screaming that another strange guy had appeared and that he was going to start with him. The boss began to attack Iron, but he managed to block his attacks with his large and strong shield. And when Aaron struck, the boss was able to dodge it. At this speed he could not hit him, because Iron was big, but very slow. However, the boss didn't know that there were 3 of us here, and that the 3 of us could definitely take him down. My group was watching everything that was going on. They were surprised and didn't understand how all the hunters were fighting. After all, they had never seen a real fight between monsters before, never heard or seen anything like it. It seemed to them that they were seeing a dream. Igris lunged at him with his sword. But at that moment I was behind the chieftain and was able to wound him. So I applied the effects of paralysis and bleeding. Even if he could have dodged a fatal blow in that situation, he wouldn't have been able to handle the 3 of us. After a few wounds, the dungeon boss calmed down a bit and began to tell us in a calm tone that we were a bunch of scumbags. At this point my opponent's resistance was too high, and the effect of my attack was deflected. I knew he was in no position to say such things, so I asked him if I could examine his condition. When he turned around, I saw that all of his soldiers had been destroyed by my shadow monsters. I didn't think that was all his soldiers were capable of. The dungeon leader was angry that I had destroyed all of his soldiers, and immediately rushed into battle because he knew that if he could destroy me, he would get rid of all of my shadow soldiers. However, as soon as I saw him running toward me, I threw my blade at him. But the chief was puzzled by this action and started laughing, saying that I was throwing my weapon like an idiot. But he didn't know that I had a skill that allowed me to speed up a flying blade several times. And once the dagger accelerated, I was able to penetrate his defenses. At that moment Iron was able to sneak up and grab me. And while the boss had nowhere to run, my mages behind me began casting a fire spell. When the Big Bang exploded, only a shadow was left where Iron was standing and holding the boss. The boss came out of that shadow and started screaming that we were all children and that he was going to kill us all. The dungeon boss was terribly angry and was already ready to attack us. But at some point a wound appeared on his side, and thanks to my invisibility I was right next to him. I gave him a crushing blow with my blade, which he definitely didn't expect, and that was the end of it. But the boss couldn't just give up. He rushed toward me, holding my hand. Iron was at his back again and dealt him a crushing blow, which happened exactly as I had predicted. It was over, and the boss was destroyed. At last we can breathe. I finally managed to defeat the dungeon boss and my level went up. I was happy that it was finally over. But suddenly Iron began to mercilessly finish off his opponent, as if he had lost his mind. Although he had turned into a shadow, he remained the same thug as before. As soon as I asked him to stop and calm down, I stepped back and wondered what would happen next. As soon as I stepped back from the Aaron, he met Igris's gaze, but Igris looked at him strangely. Then he lowered his head and walked away. But when Irons turned around, there were two more shadows behind him. He raised his hands and shouted with them, "Yo!" At this point I asked my group to turn around and pack up, but they were surprised. After all, they didn't think we were going to start walking home now. At that moment a gate appeared next to us. I showed them all that it was a portal to the outside. They were very excited to finally be able to go home. But I still had things to do. It was my shadow's turn. It was already 3 a.m. on the other side of the brother, and those guys who were standing there realized that it had been a week behind the gate. The head subordinate said that they could stay here, and that the head should go home first. But the head replied that the guild members were confined inside, and how could he go home to rest? We must at least wait until morning and then think. But at the same moment the red gate began to change its color. As soon as the gate opened, the dungeon was cleared and people began to come out of there. One of the guild guys began to rejoice that Kim had made it. As the hunters began to come out, the guys who had been standing the whole time began to shout that they had survived. After them, the last one who was there came out. That was me. One of the head subordinates rejoiced, for he thought so. And as soon as the gate disappeared, the head began to ask what happened there and where Kim was, because it can't be that everyone who survived, but the girl who was inside the dungeon answered that yes, that was it. The head was shocked that everyone who came back was only unranked hunters. He was wondering what had happened inside, but at this point I started walking past the chapter and told my sister that I would take her home. But suddenly the head of the White Tiger Guild stopped me and said we needed to have a little talk. However, I pushed his hand away and said I was very tired. If he wants to know something, let him ask his guild guys. But suddenly he grabbed me by my clothes and said that it was not a request, for he was the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it was an order or perhaps a threat. They lost 9 guild members in this raid. As head of the guild, he has to ask me some questions. I wasn't interested, but I asked him, so what? I mean, I saved the other 3. And if he really was the head, shouldn't he have thanked me in the first place? After all, it wasn't easy. At this point the head agreed and said I was right. He apologized to me, and I was able to continue on my way. Soon I got in my car to go home. The girl who was sitting there drinking hot tea was with me inside the dungeon, and the head started asking her who the guy was and why he was so annoyed. After that she started to answer that she didn't know, but after defeating the boss he shouted something out 3 times in front of his corpse, and then we just left. The head subordinates started telling him not to get mad at that guy because he's not a bad person and maybe he's just tired. But the head replied that that wasn't the problem, and why he still hadn't recruited him, because he was so confident against me. I should prepare to lose an arm if I fight him. After these reflections, the chief ordered his subordinate to deal with it immediately and recruit that fellow. Although the guy said he would do his best, the head replied that it wasn't enough, and promised his full support, because he had to get him into their guild at all costs. When the conversation was over, the head left. And I was driving home in the car with my sister's girlfriend, and I began to speculate that this situation was probably due to our difference in strength. I had failed 3 times to retrieve the dungeon boss Shadow, and that was a big loss for me. Of course, the method I was able to get the dagger from the barrack. This dagger belonged to the great warrior, and the light enchantment makes the wearer more agile. I was lucky to get something. As we drove up to the house, she told the girl one last time that she had done well, and wished me well on my way home. The last thing I heard was that she began to thank me for today, and I would see her later. I didn't know what she meant when she said later. And as soon as she ran back to her house, I looked at my watch and realized that not even 24 hours had passed, and I had been there for a whole week, and today was not going to pass right with Jin-Ho the next morning. I saw the shiny outfit in front of me again. I asked Jin-Ho if that was why he had called a cab, because I was planning to pick him up. 10:10. Jin-Ho began to tell me that his mentor was helping him, so he could get there on foot. We started to drive out and he told me that we had to pick up someone else on the way. I started calling Sun and told her to get out and we'd give her a ride. Jin-Ho didn't fully understand who I was calling, and as soon as I said her name, he realized who it was and started thinking about the fact that he knew her number and how close her relationship with her mentor was. He wondered how close the relationship was between Sun and her mentor. And as soon as we got there, Jin-Ho turned to me and started asking if he should start calling this girl his sister-in-law from now on. But I didn't expect such a question and told him she was just a friend of my sister's. And as soon as she got out and walked to the car, she sat down next to me, and I started asking her if she had managed to get any sleep at all. But she said she couldn't even get a nap, so I asked her to rest in the car for a while we got to the place. At this time, Jingo looked at me with a horrified look on his face and heard me talking about how she couldn't sleep, that she was tired, and that she came home at 4 o'clock in the morning. He began to think about what he was really saying, that she was just his sister's friend. At this point I heard Jing-Hong start to tell me that she was underage, and I answered him by asking, and what's the big deal? After that, Jing realized that I was not normal, and he should not judge a mentor with his mediocre standards. Soon we were able to get to the place where we began to pass through the dungeon. The monsters that met on our way were falling to pieces. It was all thanks to my shadow soldiers. Jin couldn't believe his eyes as he watched my soldiers destroy everything in their path. He didn't understand who these guys were. I realized that Jin was seeing them for the first time, and I told him it was my ability. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears. After all, I could summon these guys with my ability. But it was pretty hard for me to explain it to him, even though it's convenient, and they hunt for me and do all sorts of little things. But Jin got a little frustrated and asked me if he could at least do crystal collecting. But I didn't understand why. And he replied that he felt useless, and that was a shame. After that I smiled and realized that he was really entertaining. I watched my Jin soldiers collect magic crystals, and I realized that despite this, the Jin raids would be over tomorrow. The next day we completed all the promised 19 raids. However, we are now shown that something terrible is happening on the east coast of the United States in the Airang dungeon, for horrible screams are coming from there. Inside the dungeon, one of the hunters could not believe his eyes. For he had seen the assault squad destroyed, and he could not believe it. The man he saw turned out to be a figurative monster. They found no monster in this dungeon, and the hunter thought there was something wrong here. No one could have imagined that such a monster would appear in the boss's room. The magic that emanated from this guy was comparable to mine in a dungeon, rank and file, and it was impossible to believe. The hunter wondered only one thing, just how strong was this guy? But suddenly the man who had been in the dungeon began to approach the hunter. He took hold of his head and started telling the hunter not to worry, because he hadn't killed all those guys, they were just unconscious. And he decided to ask why they attacked him, since he was just a man, not a monster. But suddenly the man realized that the hunter didn't understand him, because he found himself in England, and they didn't know Japanese. At the end, the man held up his thumb and pointed it in my direction, saying that his name was Kurt and that he wanted to go home. However, at this time I was sitting with Jin-Ho in a cafe, and he started to tell me that the raid was over. He apologized to me and offered to take me to a more luxurious place for our last time. However, I was more concerned that this was not the place for a young man from a noble family. We started drinking alcohol, but my body coped with the harmful substance and detoxed quickly. I asked Jin what he was going to do after the raids were over, and he said he was going to get his guild head license after a simple test exam given by the association. Then, with the license in hand, he was going to talk to his father, and his promise of a mentor would be fulfilled. I understood that getting a $30 million building was a nice bonus, but my real goal was to upgrade, and since I had reached my goal, there was no point in lingering here. Jenny asked me, what will I do next? But I looked at my hand, which held the dungeon key. It opened the gate of the castle, and the key was obtained by killing the gatekeeper. I told him that I would be unavailable for a while, as there was something he had to do. Jin started telling me that if he was going to be a burden to me, I should let him know. because he didn't want to bother me anymore. And here again, Jean misunderstood me. But lastly, I decided to ask Jean exactly what he wanted to say. What am I to him? He started to tell me that he has an older brother who is 10 years older than him. He doesn't like his brother very much, and we rarely spend time together. Unlike his brother, the mentor who saved his life and helps with his problems is more like a brother to me than a real brother. I answered him. If that's the way he thinks of me, then I will consider him my little brother. After these words, he cried and started screaming, asking if he could hug me. I told him he was just drunk. But Jean started sobbing, and I looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. Suddenly I heard a voice coming from the TV, and the news was saying that there had been a major incident during the training of the new recruits. All the high-ranking hunters died, and only the low-ranking ones managed to survive. There are also rumors from the survivors that someone helped them. They asked what the chapter thought about it, and the White Tiger head began to say that the investigation by the association had been completed and it was true there had been an accident, but there had been no interference from the other side. As soon as I heard the word intervention, I didn't realize if it was me they were talking about there. And that was the end of the questions. After the reporter's question, the White Tiger head drove in his car. He was finally able to exhale, because those reporters were terrible, and they were really good at sniffing out details. And just as the head of the White Tiger was able to drive to his office, he got an incoming call from a Minbian hunter. And when the secretary put the call through, the head began to be asked why he had turned off his phone. But he was going to hide from the reporters until they calmed down. The head of the White Tiger sat in his chair and was upset about the whole situation. But that guy started telling him not to worry so much about it, because things would calm down soon, and there was news on an important case. The guy who called began to tell the chapter that Japan had secretly contacted the Korean Hunters Association about a week ago, and after checking personally, he was convinced that it was more serious than he thought. Soon it would spread throughout Korea. Japan allowed the Korean Hunters Association. The head was perplexed. Those were the words. But as soon as the head heard the words from the guy who said that Japan was requesting a consultant from hunters who had experience in the Jeju Island raid, the White Tiger head asked him to elaborate. And the guy started saying that the S-Rang gate had opened on Jeju Island 4 years ago. After the failure of 3 operations, the government abandoned the idea of freeing the island, and even after 4 years it is still occupied by ants. The head of the White Tiger began to remember the place where he and Hen almost died. It was the nightmare he didn't want to forget. That guy started to speculate that the ants had undergone mutations, but the head said it didn't matter, because they weren't stuck on that island and nothing would happen even if we left it alone. But that guy started saying that they could leave the island just by flying across the ocean, because an ant with wings had been discovered on the Japanese coast. And these ants are evolving at a terrifying rate. The next day I packed my things, and my sister started telling me that I had been leaving home a lot lately. Suddenly I decided to go on a trip, but I told her I was going away for a week. My sister started asking me who I was going on the trip with. My brother found someone special, but I lied to her and told her I was going with a friend. In fact, I was alone. A little later I found myself outside one of the buildings, which suddenly burst into a bright red flame. I stood outside this building and started thinking about how I had once defeated a Cerberus at a level of at least 20 or higher, and now my level was 3 times higher. It shouldn't be as hard for me as it was last time. That key I had in my hands, I must use now to enter this gate and become much stronger than before. And as soon as the gate was open and I could go inside, and at the same moment I got the assignment. But as soon as I went in, I didn't understand what it was, because there weren't even ghosts, monsters, but just a corridor that led me to another entrance. I started to read the tasks that were given to me, and it said that I had to collect the devil's soul, because the devil tore his soul and created demons for special rewards. I must track down the demons and collect their souls, and the conditions for completing the task were to collect 10,000 soul shards. I realized it had been a while since I had been on a mission, and were the rewards for this challenge too generous? After all, I could get extra ability points and choose one item in the store, and there were items in the store worth more than 10 billion, and I could get them just by completing the challenge. With such a high reward, the difficulty level of the quest should be much higher. I started to open the second door and realized that there were no monsters in sight at all. But what I saw next made me not believe my eyes. It was a field dungeon. I didn't expect a dungeon to be a field-type dungeon. And really, did this dungeon recreate all of Seoul after the war? I just needed to collect 10,000 soul shards, which means there must be at least 10,000 demons in the demon castle. I can get one soul from one demon, but there are demons on the upper floors that hold multiple souls. I lied to my sister that I was going on a trip, so I have to do everything in a week. And finally the battle began, and I started destroying all the demons that were in my way. And now I realize that it's easier for me to destroy them. I had 60,000 experience left before the next level, and I realized that even this time the experience indicator came up, and it was handy. It was my time to fight, but at that time Jean met his father at a mansion, and his father began to ask him if he really wanted to run the Eugene Guild. But Jean was very sure of himself and said that's why he came to see his father. His father began to look at the guild master's license and his entire service list. At this time he reflected on the difficult choice before him between himself and his brother. He understood that an invitation to be a guild master was a big risk, but his father suddenly got up and interrupted Jean, saying that he wanted to introduce him to someone. And at that moment a hunter, Myung Wang, came through the door. Father began to say that he was one of the survivors of the recent incident with the Red Gate and the White Tiger Guild. The father asked that guy to sit down and tell his son who was with him that day. That guy began to say that it was a young girl hunter, probably a high school girl, and Mr. Jin-Woo Jean, who was a mentor. There may have been a girl named Miss Han with them. He went on to say that thanks to Mr. Jin-Woo, they were able to survive the Red Gate. At first they thought it was ridiculous that two hunters had joined their mid to high-ranking training. Jean didn't even listen to the other guy, and we figured it out anyway. After all, he's the one who knows the most about the mentor's abilities, and now he's not the only one who knows the mentor's secret. Now there's a negotiation going on with the father. But that guy kept saying don't we know how to contact Jin-Woo, because he tried to find out from the White Tiger Guild, but it was hard to get anything from them. And then he got a call from the principal. And at this point my father began to say that it seemed that Hunter Myung Wang had told us enough, and we should already know that he was looking for information about qualified hunters and had already tried to investigate the incidents with the Red Gate. And there was a suspicion that no helper was involved there, however. His father didn't expect to find his name on the list of people on our raid with Jin Ho, and his father began to tell Jean that it wasn't a good time to negotiate and that this guy, Jin-Woo, had done his son an invaluable service in getting his license. At this point, Jean began to think that there was no difference between his brother and him. After all, they both received outside help, and his father had no reason to choose him. After this reflection, Jean asked his father if he could trust the guild to him, at which point his father agreed and said he would trust Eugene to run the guild. After all, it's exactly as he said, inviting an outsider to the role of guildmaster is a very big risk. If there is a need to take a risk when he has him, what fool wouldn't withhold something during negotiations? That's why he agreed. Didn't need an assistant, though. His father went on to say that this man was a Jin-Woo hunter, and could his son make him join the Eugene Guild? And so the chance to act came, and Jean told his father that he would do his best, because the son of a tiger is also a tiger, and there are two S-ranked hunters that he had looked out for the Eugene Guild. There's Chai of the Emin Bengu Guild of Hunters who recently retired, and one of them is confined to the position of deputy to a fellow known as an absolute weapon. In comparison, there are many advantages to becoming a guildmaster Eugene with financial support. He used this as one of the conditions, and even though Minbian has a healthy body and can still be active as a hunter, he offered to resign after 3 failed raids on Shinju Island. But the bodies of ants have been discovered in Japan, and if a 4th raid on Changju Island is formed, he should be able to win his favor. And Jen wondered if he could win their favor first. This time I defeated the horrible monsters that came my way. I realized that there was still a long way to go to become stronger than I had been before. After all, I could defeat an inferior demon now, but I was sure that I could also defeat the monsters I had once met in the dungeon. Initially, the difficulty of the demonic castle was not that high, and it looks like this area has already been completely cleared. The monsters here were at most rank D. Despite this, I got quite a few experience points. Before, I had to clear 9 ranked dungeons to level up. But here I can level up in 4 hours, and as I level up the amount of experience points to the next level also increases. In other words, leveling up gets harder over time. And I felt it when I met the head of the White Tiger and my current rank barely reached S. To get stronger, I have to keep evolving at the same pace. I can probably get the item. It was a passageway to the 2nd floor of the demonic castle, and it could only be used in the moving magic circle on the 1st floor. I looked up the mountain and saw that the magical moving circle between floors must be in the Suman Tower area. At this point I summoned my soldier, and a huge ice bear leader appeared in front of me. I thought he looked just like a heavy tank. I climbed on top of him, and we started climbing up, but suddenly I saw 3 horrible, big monsters in front of me, and they started to get annoying. After all, they appeared very often. But my bear decided to take matters into his own hands. He began to run with all his speed, and with full determination he crashed into them. I realized that this guy was just crazy, and from that moment on he would run like a tank. As soon as the monsters had dispersed, I ordered him to run to the magic circle. At this time, however, the American Hunters Association in Washington began to talk about what the deputy director of the American Dungeon Hunters Association was claiming as if he were a hunter from South Korea. They wondered how a hunter from South Korea came out of a dungeon on the other side of the earth. After all, he said, he was stuck in the dungeon when the gate closed 10 years ago, and when he opened his eyes, he woke up already in America. And it was an unusual occurrence. And not only was the famous A-rank hunter out, but the rank, the man, and the squad formed of A-rank hunters was helpless against him. And one of the other guys asked what the full content of the interrogation was and why he hadn't gathered more information. But the other guys suspected that he might be a monster with human memories, and without the help of an S-rank hunter, all of Washington might be in danger. So they decided to ask the Scavenger Guild in Washington if the S-rank hunter knew Korean. But the Chief Scavengers Guild hunter was on his way, and he had recently finished his business in Korea and was now on his way back to America. And just as these guys had scheduled an interrogation for tomorrow afternoon, the Scavenger Guild hunter was walking through the airport and pondering that he was having a very bad day. After all, the parasite he wanted to kill with his own hands was stuck in the red gate, and it couldn't be worse. Those guys kept looking at the man and started asking others if they knew his name. But one of the guys said that the pronunciation was pretty complicated, but he was a hunter, and his name was probably Sun and Huang. At this time I was fighting in this dungeon and realized that each floor of the themed castle is a different world. You can get a pass from a random monster on each floor, and you can only get to the next floor after getting a pass. Given that the tower has about 100 floors, this place includes 100 worlds. I went through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 27th floors. Time passed, and I progressed through the floors at a frightening rate. At one point I managed to defeat a mid-level demon and gain 300 experience. A mid-level demon is, at best, equal to a higher rank. And probably the difficulty of higher or even stronger demons would increase exponentially, just like the difference in strength between A-rank and S-rank hunters. But the main problem was time. If the floors were really 100, it would be impossible to get to the top floor in a week. When I got the key to the demon castle, I was intimidated by the S rank of this dungeon, but because of the boring battles over time, my anxiety began to fade. And when I finally made it to the 50th floor, I met the ruler of the lower floors, whose name was Greedy Vulcan. He was very big and was surrounded by his army of monsters. It was a demon boss. When I saw him, I knew he was a giant and looked dangerous, and I would have to take care of him personally. And as soon as we started, my mages began to conjure a terrifying power. And as soon as the magic deployed its fiery attacks, the entire battlefield was on fire. I ordered my soldiers to take care of the rest. They just need to eliminate them while I take care of the boss. I watched my shadow soldiers fight, and I realized that although the guards consisted of higher demons, my shadow soldiers were also increasing their level. They were getting stronger according to my intelligence, and the number of shadows I could retain was also increasing. After I greatly increased my intelligence, I had enough mana to restore them. However, when I saw the guy sitting on the throne, he didn't even move. I figured I'd just go ahead and finish him off, because it was easier than I thought. But in an instant, the lord of the land disappeared from my sight. I didn't know where he'd gone, and as soon as I looked up, I saw that he was already in the air, and I didn't understand what the movement was. He appeared to be too fast, and in an instant he began to crush my shadow soldiers. He could not destroy iron, and the next one he would defeat was Igris. I couldn't believe my eyes that he was able to take out several of my commander-in-chief's mothers with just one blow. I didn't want to just stand there and watch. I was already up in the air, swung and decided that this monster should pay for attacking my soldiers. I struck his face with all my might. After I hit him, he flew several hundred meters away. I lost my temper and punched him, but I wondered why he flew so far away. Suddenly I looked at my stats and realized that I had stupidly put all my points into power. I looked at him and saw that he was in the wall, which he flew into after I hit him. And at that moment the ruler of the lower floors, the greedy volcanoes, began to use his anger skill, and from that moment on he would be in a constant state of rage, and his characteristics had increased by 50%. I realized that this was the same new one Cerebrus was using. It flew straight at me, and I realized that it got faster, and I didn't have time to dodge, and it would be a direct hit. I realized I could call my shadow soldier Iron for help. And as soon as Iron heard my cry, he threw his big shield in my direction with all his might. I didn't think it would have time to reach me, but the shield flew with such speed that it flew literally in a second through the entire battle that was in its path. Eventually I was able to catch his shield and use it. And as soon as the volcano's blow reached me, I was able to react and use that shield to block his blow with the big club. However, the explosion after the blow was overwhelming, and all the rocks began to crumble beneath my feet. He kept hitting me with his big club. I knew that I could withstand these blows because of my strength, but I had to find a moment to counterattack. During the next attack, when he made a sweeping move, I would counterattack and try to take him down. As I flew toward him, I realized that he, too, was waiting for this chance. As he flew, he also swung at me, and while I was in the air, I realized that I couldn't dodge. And if only I could dislodge my body, but suddenly it came to me that I could use my ruler's touch skills. And even if I couldn't push it away, I could use the recoil to push myself back and still. I got it, but it was too close. If it had hit, there wouldn't have been a wet spot left of me. I looked at him and realized that the only place I could hurt him with the dagger was his head, but it would be too dangerous to aim for his head while continuing to read his movements. I need to slow down his grotesque movement first. I need to create an insurmountable situation, and as soon as the building started collapsing nearby, I knew this was my chance. And in that moment, I completely lost my cool and started just following me. He kept running, and as soon as the building that was falling was next to me, I knew this was my chance. I used my sprinting skill and climbed up the building above me. And even though he noticed, it was too late. It would be hard for him to stop suddenly at that speed, and at that moment I jumped away from the building and started flying in his direction. But he started smiling strangely, as if he knew what was coming next, as if he could see the future. I was so fast that he didn't even realize how I was able to penetrate his thick armor. From the tremendous pain he was in, he started screaming so loudly that his screams echoed all around him. At this time in my house, my grandmother began telling the White Tiger Association guys that the young man was from apartment 902. She wasn't sure, because she hadn't seen him in a long time, but those guys were wondering where the hunter Sung Jin-Woo had gone. But the girl began to say that her sister told her that he and his friends had gone on a week-long trip. She contacted Hansen, who was with Jin-Woo that day. She reached out to her because she was close to Jin-Woo's younger sister, and they had traveled all the way to his house. But all was in vain, for there was no trace of the year of departure from the country and no record of any withdrawal or credit card use. The girl was surprised that they could check such things, but the guy replied that it was his job to keep track of the hunters. If the tracker records with the Hunters Association were to be believed, he was last seen somewhere downtown, and that was kind of weird. The girl thought he'd been kidnapped, but the guy smirked, because he knew it would take at least a Chinese special squad of high-ranking hunters to kidnap him. That guy didn't understand where I could go. But at that moment I was fighting against the terrifying monster that stood in my way. I was ready to tear him to pieces, for he was hindering my progress. Of course, in the end, after a long and grueling battle between me and this powerful boss, I still managed to destroy it. I was also very surprised, because the boss had fallen out with great loot, which I was very happy about. The water of Peace Piece was made from a cap that had been cleared of contaminated and negative energy. Wood derived from a volcano cudgel was used to create this fragment. World water has strong magical energy and is used as material to enhance magical tools. Although I don't know where to use it, I can't throw it away as I may need it in the future. The next artifact I put on allowed me to realize its Seth effect. If you try to destroy all the demons in the place, the rest of the Seth items will fall out as well. I realized this when I collected them all, and the last of them was a fantastic effect. If I had magic skills, I could have used this magical tool myself, a ball made from the blood of a high Vulcan demon. It increases the magical effect and allows me to do more damage. I wondered about a power that could increase my attack and double its effectiveness in battle, but at that moment there were monster heads near my feet, and I saw that they were Igris. He brought them to me and I asked him, can't he stop doing that? Every time he repeats it over and over and brings me these heads at my feet. What do I need them for? But as soon as I turned my head, I saw Iron bring me the boss's head. I didn't understand why he was repeating after the commander-in-chief. He was pretty stupid, not even to mention the fact that I killed him. But he helped me a lot today. He lent me his shield when danger was coming at me. Suddenly I realized that I could make contact with my shadow soldiers, so I called the shadow one to me. After all, he was standing there anyway, suffering from inactivity. As soon as he approached, I handed him that magic orb. I ordered him to aim and strike with all his might at the building I was pointing my finger at. He began to conjure his fireball, but I didn't expect this one to be many times larger than his previous orbs. It was incredible, such power. And just as he began his attack, the building began to burn unreal. At that moment, I picked up that orb and looked at it, realizing that it was an incredible power. There was also no clause in its description about not being able to pass it on to someone else. I wondered about the incredible power of truth. Who would have thought I could find such a thing? If the hunter magicians found out about it, they'd just go crazy. At the same time, in the United States, a hunter was telling a guy who got out of a dungeon that he had just come back to Washington, D.C., and such an interesting case had arisen. It was amazing. A monster showed up who could talk like a human being, and also, a smoker. But that guy started to reply that he just had to listen, because he said he wasn't a monster. If he doubts it, have him do a DNA test or something to prove that if anything comes out twisted, it stands to reason that the monster is impersonating a person. The guy they thought was a monster was staring at the hunter and didn't understand why they were doing all this. After all, he just wanted to go home. But the hunter began to say that he had better start cooperating with them, because his word would determine whether he was a man or a monster. The man agreed, and the hunter immediately began asking questions, whether he had died in the dungeon and how he had survived for 10 years in that dungeon. Could he have become undead? But to all these questions the man answered that he was not. The hunter began to say that if the man died in the dungeon, he could come back as he did. But the man replied that this was impossible, for one who had died could not go back, even if he was in the dungeon. This man also decided to ask a question, even though the hunter said he was only here to ask questions. But this man didn't care and started talking about gates and monsters. How much does humanity know about this? The hunter didn't know what he meant, but the deputy director, who was standing near the window watching the conversation, was curious. What does he know about the other side? And the man went on to say that the dungeon, the gates, and the monsters were all just a prologue to the real war. After all, the greatest catastrophe was awakened not long ago. The reluctant man began to ask, what was the purpose of his coming? And the fellow replied that to warn of disaster. The hunter went on to ask, what is the greatest catastrophe he speaks of? But the answer he heard was that he could not tell. It was incomprehensible to the hunter, for the man had returned to warn of the disaster. But he could not make it clear what kind of disaster it was, and whether people would not be better off working, the hunter asked. But the fellow replied that the numbers were nothing against his power, and even if the people united, they would simply be used, and they should know it, for they themselves were quite strong. But the hunter didn't like it, and he didn't understand how he dared to look down on him. And he began to say that therefore only he could stop it and there was no point in continuing the conversation any longer. Hunter began to look at the report that the Hunters Guild had put together. He looked at the pictures and realized that if he cut his hair he would match his picture, but he hadn't aged much like someone who had been in a dungeon for 10 years. Hunter wondered if his resume was superbly done, and he made a lot of money for his time. With the current lesser grading system and his level, he could live without worrying about anything, for he had to adapt to the new era. And just as the hunter continued to read the report, he saw that he had 2 children. At the same moment, the hunter sank into shock when he saw that his son was the same boy. And after that, the hunter asked this guy if he and I remembered his daughter. And he answered that her name was Asya and her son was Sung Jin-Woo. And the man saw that after what was said, the hunter's bloodlust was awakened in him, and he began to hear what the hunter was saying. He said he was the only one asking questions here. But at the same moment the man also prepared himself, and there was a strong aura coming from him. He began to say that he needed an answer, and if he did not answer, force would be used. However, the hunter thought this was too presumptuous, for he was given a second chance at revenge. After he pressed the red button, he said, "You probably turned out to be a monster that I have to destroy. Hunter began to say, the monster could attack at any moment, and we must evacuate South Korea quickly. Furthermore, I am well aware of my son's current condition, for he is dead. That man could not believe the words spoken by the hunter. And as soon as he looked up, he saw that the hunter was smiling furiously and began to say that he would send him to his son. But at that moment I was on one of the floors, and as soon as I got up there, I realized that this was the floor of the dead. All of them, by someone else's order, were following directly at me, fierce zombies and terrifying skeletons who were coming and wanted to finish me off. There were so many of them that I couldn't see where they ended. For they all joined together in a bunch and were just coming at me, and there was some skeleton at the head. This skeleton seemed to be subduing all the monsters that were on this floor and controlling them. I realized that I had to kill him, and then all those monsters would fall with him. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I summoned Aaron and Igris, and ordered them to clear a path for me. They appeared immediately, and began to carry out my orders. Without wasting a second, they rushed forward to eliminate anyone who got in their way. As we approached them, the battle began. After my commanders-in-chief, the rest of the shadow soldiers and the bears ran. They fought very clearly. My shadow soldiers outnumbered all the other monsters that were on this floor, and that made me too happy. After all, I looked at that mage and knew that he was surprised at how strong my guys were. I was already standing close to him, and he noticed me. I asked Mage if he was expecting this. Wouldn't we be stronger? It would only be a couple of minutes before we could clear this floor and move on. That skeleton looked at me with some strange expression, and I wondered at that moment, can an undead creature feel fear? But it didn't matter anymore, because I had already begun to act and disembowel it. I, with my sprint skill, got close to him and was able to straighten him out. I thought he would be stronger, but it turned out that he was just an ordinary mage who got in my way. At the same moment, the notification system showed me that I was able to defeat Mita's soul guide. After that I received my rewards, including the spring water of the forest. Because I defeated this boss, I was able to go up 2 levels. However, this guy's magic was pretty strong, and he was able to control 100 more challenges than I did. After the battle I planned to turn him into my soldier. When I got him, his mom was contaminated and for some reason it was impossible to extract the shadow. Shadow extraction does not work on demons. As expected, a piece of that Seth I'm trying to collect fell off one boss. This time I got the Marhan demon necklace. As soon as I put it on, my agility increased by 20 points and my intelligence increased by 20 points. There was one last piece left, which meant that there was another boss waiting for me on the upper floors. But something was strange. After all, I had already collected all the souls I needed to collect, and the task was already complete. Yes, I had reached my limit, and I no longer had the strength to move on. I sat and began to think about what I should do next and how to proceed. But suddenly I saw a notification from the system that I could get the following rewards. The first was an item of my choice, and the second was a performance bonus. The third award, on the other hand, was a hidden award. I decided to choose the first award. I was now faced with the choice of any item from the store. I wondered, should I choose an item valued at billions of gold that would certainly have amazing abilities? However, I was planning on getting gear for my dungeon treks, and it was getting better and better every day. If I choose an item that is too expensive, I might end up selling it back to the store, but I need to choose what I really need. After much deliberation, I did make up my mind and chose the damn random box that was starting to show up in my hands. Now I was really curious as to what I could get. Really needed it. After all, I could choose between the cursed random box and the sacred random box, and when I had previously completed the hidden daily quest, I could understand that the sacred random box gives what the player wants, and the cursed random box gives what the player needs. I tried twice to complete the requirements of the daily quest, but never got any additional reward. I got the key to this demonic lock from the sacred random box, and because of that I was able to level up and get rare items. And, of course, I couldn't help but wonder about the contents of that damn random box. And as soon as the lights went on, the box disappeared from my hands, and in its place was a key. I wanted to look at the name and type of key, but I realized that I had never seen an item without a description before. It became a complete mystery. What is this key for and how is it used? I decided to put it in my inventory, because someday I will find a use for it. After all, the damned random box should give me the item I need. I decided to take reward number 2, and I got a performance bonus of plus 20. After that I decided that I would put all my points into intelligence, because with intelligence I could summon even more shadows. So, I would be able to add soldiers to my army. And the last thing was the hidden reward. And I accepted it, even though I didn't have much hope for anything after the cursed incident. But suddenly there was a scroll in my hand that had the recipe for the holy water of life written on it. I could learn the method of making holy water. At this time in the United States, the building where my father and that S-ranked hunter were staying was on fire, and the firemen were trying their best to put out the fire, which was getting bigger and bigger. And something told me. A hunter who was standing near this building began to tell another hunter that he had heard that when an S-rank battle takes place, the landscape changes and everything around it turns to ruins. But if the battle ended with so little damage, that means it was overwhelming, and that hunter who was in that building was hit before the damage became too serious. The next day I decided to visit my mother, who was in the hospital. Toward morning I went into the hospital and found the room where my mother lay. I watched her sleep and sat down beside her. I pondered about that scroll and the sacred water I could get in that dungeon. I had an idea, but I didn't know if I could make it happen. That object announced that it is a mysterious potion, which can cure any disease with the help of powerful magic. The effect will manifest itself only after the entire bottle has been used. I received this item for completing a quest A potion that can cure any disease. I knew I could save my mother, so I needed to gather 3 ingredients to create the holy water of life. I got a fragment of the water of peace after defeating a volcano on the 50th floor. I also got the spring water of the deep forest after defeating the Methuselah on the 75th floor. And the last ingredient is the purified blood of the Demon King. And I haven't found the last ingredient yet, but it was pretty clear to me where it was. On the top floor of the building, probably the final boss of the demon castle, on the top floor. So if I cleared the demonic castle, I could collect all the necessary ingredients for the holy water of life. While I was going through the demonic castle for a week, I picked up 16 levels. Now that I'm around rank S, I have nothing to fear. My mom had to wait a little longer. After all, I was determined that I would soon solve this puzzle. At the same time, the Korean Hunters Association was on the news that there was a huge uproar in the United States after a mysterious explosion at the American Hunters Bureau, and it was rumored that the incident was caused by an altercation between S-rank hunters. The guys who were sitting near this TV started talking amongst themselves that it was the end of the world, because hunters were the problem. But the girl who was sitting next to it started telling the assistant manager that a hunter had come, and as soon as that manager turned his head, he saw a guy standing in front of him. And he started whispering in the ear of the girl who was sitting next to him that from time to time there are hunters who can't accept reality. They think they are deceived, and it turns out this man is, too. He thought, girl, after hearing this. The assistant manager started whispering to the girls that he was going to be a nasty man. So I'll just explain to him that he has to cover the costs and escort him to the reassessment room. The girl understood what she had to do, but the assistant manager decided to pester me to see if I was the hunter who came in. But soon after the manager saw that I had come, he began abruptly calling his boss, the head of the guild, and saying that the hunter he had asked about earlier had come. The head of the guild instantly got serious and realized that the guy who had just applied had come to see him. I came to re-evaluate my rank, and the girl, smiling at me, said she would take me to another room where I could do what I had come to do. A little later I sat in the waiting room and realized that nothing had changed here since last time. Those guys who were sitting with me, some were very nervous, and others started cheering up those who were excited and saying that a few people's lives had been turned upside down. However, this doesn't happen very often. But if he passed with a given rank or higher, the scouts who were around would take notice of him, and they were all from different guilds. And as the small ones are short on people, they wait here and try to recruit hunters as soon as they are graded. These guilds are best not to join, because the small ones are often taken without stock and have a high mortality rate. I sat next to them and heard this conversation, and realized that from the small guild's point of view, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they can't sit idly by running dungeons, but at the same time they lack the skill to defend high-ranked dungeons. So it's not surprising that accidents happen so often, but I understood that in my day they didn't. We watched as the girl kept going in and out, calling for more hunters to rush in. But the guy standing next to me kept telling me that you needn't worry if you get rid of the expectation, and as long as you don't get hurt, feeding yourself won't be a problem. The fellow sitting nearby, however, was nervous and said he would get an advance if he joined the big guild and could pay off his debt so he could live with his daughter again. He hoped he would at least get a promotion. I looked at him askew and realized that wounds do change a lot of people's lives after all. A hunter's strength is determined by his rank, no matter how much he practices with the ball or trains his body. It's not easy to make up for the difference in rank. Nor can you ignore the income difference. Even Mr. Song, who couldn't stand up to the warden because of that difference. I realized that I had been raiding for many years, but I had never been able to go beyond my rank. But now it would be different. Soon the guy who came in last came back. He had a horrible face and started saying he was Irang. The girl told him to go next, but suddenly she turned her attention to the guy who was sitting next to me and asked if he wasn't bad, because he didn't look good. But the man replied that wasn't the point. He was a little worried and said he didn't want to go first. Since I was next, I went up and went into the room where there was a big glowing ball in front of me. When the girl asked me for my full name, I introduced myself to her, saying that my name was Sung Jin-Woo. She saw on the monitor screen that I had already been ranked and asked me why I had come for a reassessment. I replied that I was, and she wondered why only ranks always come in for re-evaluation. She asked me to put my hands on the dark crystal and wait. As soon as I placed my hand, the crystal began to lose its light and turn black. The girl was looking at her monitor and didn't understand what was happening. She thought it was some kind of error and asked me to wait to try to reboot the system. Soon, however, nothing worked, and she started telling me that this had never happened before. She apologized and asked me to try again. But soon nothing worked, and she didn't understand what was going on with the machine. But suddenly a guy came into our room and asked the girl why she was alone. The girl replied that her partner had gone to the bathroom, because he always leaves his post during rush hour. He started to ask what the problem was, and the girl replied that there was some problem with the detector. But the truth is, this guy came here because he was curious about what the Yun Run was making such a fuss about, and he decided to find out if there really was something here. And he realized that there couldn't be. After all, reawakening is not something commonplace, and that was 3 months ago. And then the whole association was in turmoil over the events that may have happened that time. The head of the monitoring department went to him personally, but found nothing. The girl showed that the system kept giving an error, but suddenly that guy went into shock at one point and started asking the girl if she had worked here long. She said about 6 months and didn't understand why he was asking and hoped she hadn't done something wrong. The guy wondered about 6 months, and the fact that after the Hunter incident about 2 years ago, this is the first time this has happened. No wonder the rookie doesn't know. That guy ordered the girl to get Mr. Chang here quickly. That guy started saying that the bathroom wasn't the most important thing right now and everyone should get Chang here quickly, but no one understood why the manager was so worried. They decided to ask him what was wrong. The manager began to answer that it wasn't a mistake, but an immeasurable power, which meant that their detector couldn't measure his magical power. They soon realized that this man standing in front of them was the 10th in South Korea and he had an S rank. At the same time on the street, the association hunters were asking another about Huang Dongsu, a hunter from the Elga scavenger hunt. And they wondered if it was true that he was not related to the recent Red Gate incident. The fellow from the Hunters Association replied that Hunter Huang Dongsu had not helped the White Tiger Guild, despite their suspicions. He assured that he himself had been at the scene of the incident, but he hadn't fully stayed there, so he didn't know all the details. To this the fellow replied that of course he would not say a word until he was sure of the information. He understood perfectly, but went on to say that he was more interested in that finding of the ant with the wings anyway. Then the other guy started saying that they only found a dead body. But if it is confirmed that these ants can fly to the mainland without dying, then the guild will be notified sooner so they can start cooperating. But suddenly one of the guys raised his head and started looking at the building, saying that the building was pretty noisy today. But the other guy heard nothing and was less receptive. There are probably some new hunters in there who made some noise because of their rank. They decided to go check it out. They were very curious as to what was out there. But the guy from the Hunters Association realized that his interlocutor sensed it, but because of the good impression he was making, he had almost forgotten what kind of man he was. They started telling me that it was impossible to measure my strength with their detector, and they had to get permission from their superiors to use a more accurate detector. They asked me if I could visit them again in 3 days, and I agreed. But as soon as I came out of that room, those guys who were near the entrance had horrified faces. because some of them had definitely smelled what I had been told, that my powers were impossible to measure, and they realized that I was an S-rank guy, and word was getting to them. But they couldn't imagine being able to see the immeasurable with their own eyes. And those guys who were standing around extracting their guild's new hunters were nervous. Some of them thought they had some influence and wanted to lure me into their guild, but others immediately turned around and started walking away. After all, their guild didn't have enough money to negotiate with such high randoms. But suddenly they saw that a hunter from South Korea's best guild began to enter the building, and they couldn't understand why the man calling himself Absolute Weapon was here. I look at this guy and realize that this man is John, and they say that with his higher level magic he can easily destroy a building with just one spell. It's that hunter known as the Ultimate Weapon, and that's the reason I have the nickname. Those guys from the different guilds were looking at us and started speculating that maybe I had already joined the Hunters Guild, since the top hunters had already heard about him, and it wasn't surprising that the head of the hunters came to meet him in person. But the guy from the Hunters Association, looking at me, realized that I really was still an S-rank at the last meeting. The hunter, dubbed the Absolute Weapon, was adjusting his glasses and pondering the uproar caused by the immeasurable result. He realized that I, who was in front of him, was the 10th man in this country. But once he took a closer look at me, he realized that he didn't need a doctor, and without a doubt, I was definitely a rank S, and there was no need to wait 3 days. This hunter started introducing himself. His name is John In and he represents the Hunters Guild. He started saying that it looked like I had just gotten my wounds and asked if I had a guild I would like to join. If not, could he take some time away from me to discuss the matter? However, I walked past him and said that I declined. And as soon as I passed him, everybody who was there couldn't believe their eyes that I had just turned down a hunter called Absolute Weapon, who was very influential in this country. But I was interested in another matter. I still had 3 days before one re-evaluation, and I had a lot of work to do. I need to get back to the demon castle faster and create a cure. But that hunter guy, Absolute Weapon, started asking Jinchul from the Hunters Association that he forgot to introduce himself. But he realized he was being too assertive. Also, as soon as he turned his head, he realized that I had disappeared without making a sound, and I must have been a great hunter of the killer class. But suddenly another S-ranked hunter broke into the building. He was too excited, because he understood that if I joined the hunters, not only would they have 3 S-rank hunters, but they would also be on par with the best guilds in the whole world. But these guys didn't understand what the head of the White Tiger was doing here. The hunter with the glasses understood that there was a huge distance between the White Tiger Guild buildings and the Hunters Association building, and looking at the way he was panting, you could tell he had run all the way here. It turns out that the head of the White Tiger knew about the guy and what was going to happen here. He finally realized that the incident that happened during the White Tiger Guild training with that mysterious assistant meant that he was Sung Jin-Woo's hunter. The head of the White Tiger did not leave him alone, for he could not stop him. The hunter, whose name was Absolute Weapon, began to feel doubt after seeing his attitude. It was safe to say that he was not the kind of man who would be easy to get. The head of the White Tiger realized that he was too late, and he was also upset that of all people he had been caught off guard by this particular Agatha who had just left, and now things had become much more difficult for the White Tiger Guild. But by evening I was already back at the hospital, where my sick mother lay. I looked at her, and it seemed to me that she could wake up at any moment. The eternal dream, the dream from which it is impossible to wake, was a disease, an epidemic that broke out after the appearance of my brother. I knew I could save my mother, and all she had to do was wait a little longer. I started to walk out of the room and thought about how I needed to get stronger, and if I was so strong after the middle floors, I wouldn't be surprised after the top floor. As I go up, my level goes up, too, but still, I should have a chance. Suddenly I saw a guy from the Hunters Association, and he started asking me questions about what happened that day. I was the one who had defeated the monsters in the double den, and thanks to me he could see that he had been wrong earlier. But I looked at him and didn't understand why we were meeting again. But he went on to say that the main job of his oversight department was to work with people, not monsters, and in other words, they should identify and punish law-breaking hunters. After that I told him that if it was possible, I would like to stay away from the Department of Oversight. He replied that they don't exist, that's the only thing holding back hunters, but that's nothing to S rank. He also said that someone would like to meet with me and asked if I could spare him some time. The chairman of the Hunters Association was waiting for me, and as soon as we walked down this long hallway, I met a man in front of me who extended his hand to me and said he was very pleased to meet me. Soon he asked me to sit down and talk. I looked at him and saw a terrifying strength. And even though he was in his 80s, he had the sturdy build of a retired wrestler. And not to mention the fact that he had an S rank and wasn't that easy. He decided to congratulate me on my S rank, but I told him that I still had to be re-evaluated. And he started saying that, in truth, reassessment doesn't make sense, because a more accurate detector should help them segment the results. And it's not an out-of-band measurement tool. And even if they could measure outside the current range, it would still be impossible to distinguish S rank from SS rank or SSS rank. And then I wondered why they were asking about the need for a reassessment procedure. The man started to tell me that it was just to buy them time, but I didn't understand what that meant. So he began to say that to buy us time to meet the same S-rank hunters. He went on to say that there weren't many talented people like Chief Wu Jin-Shul who wanted to join the association, as I might already know, in the Hunters Association. While the top guilds can guarantee hunters great fame and a corresponding salary, there are people who can name all the major members of the top guild rating teams, but few may not know them. Jin-Shul is one of the best among the A ranks. That's why they created a little loophole and set up meetings with talented rank hunters. The real point of the negotiation was that the man got right to the point and said that since they were not a large corporation, they could not promise me a lot of money. However, they could help me in other ways. I was interested in what they meant, and he said that they could help Jin-Woo, the success hunter, find another way. This country is not currently governed by the government, but by hunters who protect citizens from monsters. They are subordinate to the hunters' associations. By doing so, I would be able to be on par with them, shoulder to shoulder. At this point I thought about his suggestion and realized that he was talking to me about power. I wondered why he was suggesting this to me. The chairman began to speak to me and asked if I knew of the top 5 guilds that exist in this country. The balance of this country is currently maintained by 5 pillars: the Hunters, Glory, White Tiger, Reaper, and Knights. However, if I join any of these guilds, the balance will crumble and the country will descend into chaos. The law and the system of ordinary government power are not strong enough to keep hunters in check. That's why a hunters association is needed, and monsters aren't the only creatures hunters fight, they're monsters too. Ultimately, this chairman waited to see what my decision would be. I wondered. After all, it wasn't a bad proposition for me. And anyone who supports the chairman would be on the path to success. The National Assembly of Government, Associations and the media will support the idea. It's hard to find an area where the chairman wouldn't have influence. This chairman has been amazing, and so have his skills. Even though I have been upgrading all along, the strength of our skills is now about equal, and such an opportunity is not unattainable. Also, the Hunters Association is not the only organization different from the rest. It is necessary in this country. I have noticed that Gostak is short on time and needs a successor who will inherit his position. I decided to go up and apologize to him after all. And at that moment, the chairman realized what I was about to say to him. The chairman was wrong after all. He thought it was all about the money in the end. But I told him, full of determination and self-confidence, that I wanted to fight. And immediately there was a look of surprise on this chairman's face. He asked me again, do I want to fight monsters? I replied that I did. After all, the dungeon run by the association is E or D ranked, and the other guilds are not interested in them. And if I join the association, I won't be able to upgrade anymore. I can keep growing until I stop, and I believe my place is in a dungeon. It's the only place where I can feel stronger. The chairman was surprised by this and looked me straight in the eye. He realized that I was telling the truth. Not everyone can see what the hunter really wants. This chairman took hold of his heart and realized that he couldn't remember when he had felt anything like this inside him. He was surprised that his heart could still pound like that, and if he were only 20 years or even 10 years younger, it would be different. At the end I told the chairman that I had my sister home alone and I needed to get back to her. In response, I heard the man thank me for my time. As I left the room, I told Chief John that his intuition had not failed him, because I wasn't the one who took care of the monsters in the double dungeon. But after these words, he wondered who could defeat them. And as soon as I left, the chairman began to tell his subordinate that when the healers and wiping magic began to appear, he thought he could regain his youth and say goodbye to that weary old body. That's what he believed, but he was wrong, and even advanced healing magic can't bring back his young years. Each of the top 5 guilds is increasing in strength at the moment, and their fighting power is already equal to that of an entire country. The moment the association loses its influence, they will become an uncontrollable weapon. But his subservience told him that the man who runs the association is himself the chairman. But the chairman believed that the association was necessary for it to last and prosper. He was useless, however, for the hunters must remain in the dungeons. And lastly, the chairman asked his victim to cancel all his meetings. But his assistant began to say that he still had a meeting with the ministers. But the chairman didn't want to spoil his mood by meeting with these weirdos and offered his ward a drink with him. But his assistant said that he didn't know much about alcohol. To which the chairman said that was okay, and he expected it from him. The chairman looked out the window and thought only that I could give him these pleasant feelings that he hadn't experienced in a long time. And he wondered how much I could drink. At the time, we were watching a fight between the hunter and the man who was my father. Immunity was beating the hunter furiously. But suddenly this hunter opened his eyes and found himself lying in a hospital bed. His whole body was bandaged and wounded. He thought it was a dream, but as soon as he saw his wounded body and felt the pain, he realized it was real and not a dream. Suddenly he heard someone knocking on his door and started asking what they wanted from the loser. If they have something to say, they need to hurry up and leave. It was the vice principal, and he wanted to ask him something directly. The deputy director started asking questions about who this man was who beat him up. He really is a monster, but Dong soon began to say that they were implying that he had attacked ordinary civilians. But the deputy director started showing him the video that was taken that day, and they had never seen monsters help people. After watching that video, he still thinks it's a monster. Dong's son replied that they must have heard of cases where people who were perverts had shown up. After these words, the deputy director hesitated, and Dong's son said that he was definitely a monster, and there was no doubt about it. After this conversation, the deputy director began to dress and said that he understood everything. He asked Dongsun to visit the bureau when he had finally recovered, as there were several documents to be filled out. Before he left, however, Dongsun asked what had happened to that man. The deputy director replied that he was still following him after the fight, but he didn't think they would be able to catch whoever beat him up. It was a humiliating defeat for Dongsun. He started to remember my father telling him to never bother going to Korea again. And this was not because of his son, but for his own good. After all, even after he died, he couldn't close his eyes. But Dongsang still had his opinion. After all, no one could threaten him, and he knew where that monster was headed. And to catch him, he would need equipment, and by calling the guild, he would have artifacts with which to make him much stronger. When he is fully healed, he will decide to tear him to pieces. Late one night I was sitting in my apartment at my computer watching a hunter's auction online or offline. A marketplace designed to buy and sell equipment or materials from raids. There are tens of thousands of hunters in this country, and the auction was an easily accessible place to trade their equipment. For hunters, equipment is an essential pillar in their life's journey. The better the equipment, the safer the hunter feels, and that's why E or D rank hunters can't fully equip themselves. But that will change if they can join a stable and strong group. Since the equipment used by hunters is imbued with magic, even the sword used by a D rank hunter is worth millions of won. And because hunters of rank C and above are guaranteed a high income, they have almost no limitations economically when it comes to equipment. And it goes without saying that the equipment used by high-ranking hunters sells for hundreds of millions of won. The price of great equipment skyrockets to the point where it becomes impossible to buy. Even with all my cash and current savings, it won't be enough. But I thought I had saved enough money. Besides, I was worried that attacks with the attribute of fire were becoming more and more frequent in the demon castle, and everything around me was blazing with fierce flames. So I needed a fireproof outfit. I figured it would just be easier for me to look in the store, but there was nothing suitable there. I thought there was no choice but to sell the Orb of Greed to buy the artifacts I needed. At least I could sell it, and the best part is that artifacts can only increase a user's power by 20 to 30%. But since this orb doubles the power of steps, it will definitely sell for a huge price. And since this orb isn't from some other world, there's no need to sell it on the black market. But there's another problem. I need to explain how I got this orb, because an E-rank hunter brought an unimaginable artifact that shouldn't exist. I wondered if they could turn a blind eye to it, but it would take me some time before I got my S-rank hunter's license. Nothing would be suspicious if I had a rank gate on my hunter's list, but no high position like mine was joining. There were vacancies on the team, at which time the chairman's subordinate brought him the file he had requested. The chairman looked at this file and saw that it had been made 4 years ago. In contrast to his present appearance, here he looks quite young. But one of the chairman's subordinates began to say that these are the records of the last 4 years, conducted by him as the weakest hunter, even among the ranks. But the chairman could not understand, for this was no different from suicide. Could it be that he had already become a ranked hunter? He asked his subordinates, but they replied that, judging from the testimony of his previous colleagues, he had not. Perhaps those 4 years had long since changed him. After all, otherwise the members of the double dungeon raid would not have been destroyed, and despite his frequent wounds, he did not give up because of his mother's medical bills. In the end, the chairman was never able to figure out who the young man was. He takes care of his younger sister and sick mother alone, in place of his missing father. But at this point, the chairman's subordinate began to tell him that a message had arrived saying that hunter Sung Jin-Woo had joined the raid team. The chairman was surprised by this, because it was a raid team from the Hunters Guild. And he began to think that perhaps he was just being beautifully placated and was actually seduced by the payment in the guild contract. However, the chairman's ward began to say that, according to a confirmed source, the hunter had joined the miners team, not the raiding team. The chairman thought about the fact that the S-ranked hunter works as a resource miner and is very hard to understand. But by the time I was near the gate where the hunters were entering, one of the miners was looking at my form and asked me if I was really an S-rank hunter. He wondered if I had any experience in the field, but I said I didn't. He kept asking me what my combat type was, and I told him I was a physical type. And that was a relief to this miner, because there weren't as many people like me here. He asked me to take it easy and work hard, and to be prepared. After all, I would be leaving with them a little later, and I must not forget my equipment. I realized that since the dungeons are highly dangerous, the team would not be able to handle all the work. That's why they split the work accordingly. The attack team takes care of the monsters, and the miner team takes care of the dungeon. The gathering team, in turn, collects the corpses of the monsters. The miners and gathering teams enter the dungeon when all monsters except the boss have already been defeated. Although it may seem like too much manpower is used, modern machines powered by electricity cannot function inside the dungeon. So we have to rely on manual labor. After all, even their pickaxe is imbued with magic. I looked at these gates and wanted to see the high-ranked dungeon with my own eyes. I was glad I had come here. I wondered how many times I would have to enter such gates in the near future, but this time, the dungeon was quite deep. The S-ranked hunter of the Hunters Guild pondered that the appointed time had already passed, and since people have their own plans, if they are here, they will cause inconvenience to the other teams. And at this point, the hunter made the decision to act. He was a small fan of too bright a light, but this time he used his magic to light up such a bright light that illuminated all the caves nearby. After the bright light there was a very loud sound, and the bright fire began to move toward the island in front of him. In an instant everything burned to the ground, for this fire was flying in all directions, filling every crevice that was in this part of the dungeon. And at this point, the tanks began to take up positions. You had to start the storm, didn't you? That fire, which the hunter had released with his hand, was coming back, but the hunter had purposely restrained the force. After all, they couldn't collect the corpses of the monsters if they were too well fried, and they weren't sure how deep the dungeons were. But all the nearby monsters were to be burned to the ground. Those tanks that stood in the front lines with their crews reflected that this hunter made too much of an impression every time they met. He was determined to protect all his comrades in this raid. The last thing that Hunter said was that the lady now standing behind me with her sensitive nose should beware of Gary's scent. But at this point we were standing on the other side, and we wondered if the attacking team had already finished its work. How long had it been since one of the guys said they were almost done? But the guy who was standing and smoking was sure this time that they were almost finished, because it was all for the safety of the people who collect the rubes. And he asked the miners to wait a little longer until they called about all the monsters. But this was the third time the miner, who was standing beside him, had heard these words, but the fellow went on to say that it would have been awkward if the master had appeared in the middle of their work, because they had hurried off with theirs. But Miner got tired of listening to this guy anyway and asked him to leave him alone. All of a sudden we started hearing the other miners' screams. After all, they saw the hunters coming back, and all the miners must have been ready by now. After all, they would be coming in soon. I stood nearby and watched as they finally finished. These guys who came out of the gate were the strongest attacking team in this country. That hunter who came out first and was called an absolute weapon, and hunter number 2 also came out. That girl who came out last was the head of the Hunters Guild. They're done now. I looked at this girl and wondered how many women in the world have her strength. After all, she is at least on par with Choi Jong-in, and maybe even stronger than him or is on the same level as Go Eunghwa. At this moment I felt that she would be looking in my direction, for she turned because she felt a strong aura from this side. But I wasn't there anymore, and she realized she was imagining things. For a moment she thought the chairman was here, but the aura had vanished without a trace, and she realized that a busy man like the chairman would never visit such a place. I realized she was more observant than I thought. Suddenly one of the miners began to say that it was finally their turn, and everyone needed to put their best foot forward from inside the gate. The ranks turned out to be huge early in the gate, determined by non-drone monsters and the assessment of waves of magical energy. If waves of magical energy are rated high, then the size of the dungeon must be appropriate. The size of the dungeon and the amount of magical energy is what determines the rank of the gate. Even if there are only a bunch of low-level monsters inside, the gate can release a wave of high-level energy. However, if the dungeon is filled with hordes of weak monsters, the gate will not be able to release a wave of magical energy appropriate to its rank. This can happen in a low-ranked gate, but the Rainbow Gate is filled with powerful monsters. I realized that the wind in this dungeon is an unusual wind, but waves of magical energy. And most likely they are coming from the boss. I watched this flow of magical energy, but at this time, the miners began to discuss something they hadn't heard, that I was the very newcomer who had an E rank. And they didn't understand why the guild accepted such a low rank and didn't understand what their leader was even thinking. After all, an E-ranked hunter can't control his power properly, and they weren't sure if they could finish today's work on time. I, for my part, understood that E-ranked hunters faced discrimination wherever they found themselves, and that meant that I was going to stay here for a long time. At this point, some uncommon man approached me and ordered me to speed up. However, I looked at him and started making eye contact with him, and he realized that he was in the wrong place and was giving me pointless instructions. After all, he was pretty freaked out after my look and basically told himself that nothing bad happens to anyone. As I continued on my way, he couldn't tell if I was really in the highest ranks. Finally we got to work, and the first thing we had to do was to move the huge monster that was bound. The assembly team that entered the dungeon in front of us was already in full swing. The attack team enters the dungeon first and eliminates all monsters except the boss. The gathering team enters after them to pick up the corpses of the monsters, and the mining team enters last to extract ore and maximize profits. No stage of this process can be skipped. Mana and magic crystals are important, of course. But even the corpses of a high-ranking monster are considered profitable because they can be used as materials for various gadgets, bone, skin, and so on. There is nothing in the corpse of a high-ranking monster that goes to the trash. That's the difference between low-ranked and high-ranked monsters in dungeons. I was looking at one of the monsters that got tied up, and I couldn't believe that even a monster corpse could make any profit. And when they extract possible sources of revenue, the attacking team will finally kill the boss to close the gate. And these 4 items must be done correctly to declare a complete dungeon sweep. I was looking at all of this and one of the miners came up to me and started talking, which I must have been stunned. After all, this was my first trip to a high-ranking dungeon, and I told him that the monsters were much more dangerous than I expected. All the monsters except the boss were destroyed. I asked the miner, and he told me that this was indeed the case. He warned me that if I killed the boss now, the gate would close. Therefore, until the gathering team and the miners team finish their work, the boss will remain untouched. At this point I asked him what would happen if the boss left his abode, and he replied that there was very little chance of that happening, but that everyone here would bid farewell with their lives. I wondered if they were afraid of such a terrifying monster behind them. He replied that he wasn't afraid at all, because he had been working here for 3 years, and not a single accident had occurred in those 3 years. I realized that sometimes ignorance is a blessing. Even if the boss is asleep, he releases enough magical energy to make his body tremble with fear. This boss is about the same level as the volcano I recently defeated, and I was impressed. The hunters who sweep this dungeon are capable of killing bosses like this. While their organization and rank are impressive too, and that's why there are no accidents here, and they can safely clear a dungeon like this. It's not just the power of human resources, it's also the skill and knowledge gained through a lot of experience. A little later we got to work, and this is how we chopped these crystals with our picks. They were flying in different directions. The miners who were watching me couldn't understand how I could work so well, because they were told it was my first time. They could not believe that I was really an E rank, for my level of work was unusually high. One of the miners, of course, decided to check my face, and he would never accept a stranger without first checking his papers. But what they were seeing now, he could not explain. They kept looking at me and the way I worked, but they didn't realize that I was very strong, and that such a job was nothing to me. But they still wondered if I was really a miner, blessed by heaven itself. Soon it was time for lunch, and we decided to take our first break to eat. One of the miners came up to me and asked if I wanted to go and rest. But I replied that I was fine, and that I had already eaten. Once the miners left, I was finally alone, and I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. I had an hour of free time, so I decided to just take a quick look and come back. I didn't run much like that, and the first person I encountered was a huge monster that was in the shadows. The only thing I could see was that it was too big, and it had one eye that glowed red. I realized it was a boss and a giant, and it was definitely stronger than Mattis. I decided to get ready and realized that my current strength should be enough. But my conscience told me that this was wrong, for the gate would begin to close as soon as I killed the boss, and the hunters would suffer great losses. But suddenly I heard a voice behind me asking what I was doing here. She asked me her question again, and at that moment I decided I had better hide my blade before she noticed. After all, it was too close. I started to tell her that I was lost and somehow ended up here. But she looked in my direction and realized that I was on the miners' team. She started telling me that there was a bad boss here and I needed to leave this place. I understand that this girl is unusual, because she managed to come up behind me, but suddenly she looked at my hand and couldn't figure out what had happened. Maybe it was a hallucination? After all, she definitely saw me holding a gun. Soon she told me to leave quickly and warned me that if I provoked the boss, a lot of people would die. I apologized and started to walk away, but just as I passed her, this girl smelled something and asked me to stop for a second. As soon as I turned toward her, she approached me and started sniffing me. At this point she realized that she didn't feel anything, but I asked her if there was any problem. I heard her question in response, and she asked, "Am I really a hunter?" As soon as she picked up my card, which was hanging on my chest, she unfolded it and saw that I was a rank hunter. After that, she realized it wasn't worth wasting my time and told me to be careful since we were still in the dungeon. As I started to walk away, she looked at my back and started to wonder why I was giving off that smell. Maybe it was because I was too low ranked, but more likely she realized that I just had a nice smell. A little later we were walking with the miners I joined, and I told them I'd gotten lost and met the huntress. They were glad of that, for not many people got to talk to her. One of the miners began to tell me that Huntress Cha had gone on patrol because she was worried that the boss might leave his lair, and she was patrolling even during her break. She is a very cautious girl. At this point I realized how she got there. The miners' team laughs at her because they've never seen the boss or felt his magical power. Of course, the members of the attacking team are worried, and they know how scary the boss is. I also heard from one of the miners, who began to say that Huntress Cha can smell certain hunters, and it's apparently quite unpleasant. They say it's some kind of unique physiology. I started to think about why she was covering her nose with a handkerchief, and I thought she was weird, but apparently it's hard for her to breathe around hunters. That's why she asked me if I was a hunter. It was similar to the occasion when the elf told me about the voice in our heads that keeps ordering us to kill people, but at that moment he didn't hear it in my presence. I didn't have a particular scent like the other hunters, and no voice was ordering the monsters to kill me. All this because I was a player and the only one who gets an advantage from the system. I wondered what it meant to be a player. A little later, when we were already out of the mine, one of the miners handed me an envelope and thanked me for my work. He started to say that I was very good because he thought I had brought backhoes or something when he saw me mining crystals. Thanks to me, they were able to finish the job 2 hours early, and they didn't think they could outrun the gathering team. This miner kept telling me that he had met many different people while working here, but this was the first time he had met someone like me, because I was very talented at mining. Normally he wouldn't suggest anyone, but he asked me if I would like to keep working under him, because he would be able to take care of me. I was grateful for those kind words, and I ended up telling him that I had another job, and it was a great loss, but he still had the guts to ask me to stay on tomorrow and work with them. Even though I knew it was 2 days away, but was there any point in working as a miner again? After all, I understood the process of cleaning the dungeon roughly, but suddenly his words came to me, and what he said it would be tomorrow. I asked that miner what the hunters were going to go to tomorrow, and he said it was another gate and a rank. Tomorrow we will be the B team instead of the A team. I realized that they were splitting their forces in half to clear the dungeon and ranks. After all, that was the system of the Hunters Guild. It was probably the only guild in Korea capable of splitting their forces into 2 teams to clear a dungeon, a rank. I asked miner, where should I come tomorrow? But soon this miner told me that I had made the right choice and he would talk to the chief to double my pay. After all, they just have to increase the salary of a man who does the work for 5 people. At the same time, in one of the restaurants, Cousin began to ask Jin-Ho why he had invited her to the establishment, but she did not understand. Why was there a pork brisket on the table? But he was already pretty drunk and started muttering something about what I had against roasted pork brisket. After all, I don't even know that this place unites him and his older brother in memories. Well, Kazina did not understand why he transferred her to his cherished place, and he began to say that the conversation with his father went well, and Kazina rejoiced at this because now he will be the master of the guild. But Jin-Ho began to say that he would need the help of his older brother, but Casino did not understand what is this older brother. But at this point Jin-Ho began to show her his phone and say that she would look at it, that his older brother avoids his calls. But though he warned that it will be impossible to reach him for some time but has already passed. More than I didn't understand what was going on and asked him if he was in a relationship with that guy and to stop acting so creepy. At this point, Cousin saw that star Hallyoman's son was on TV, and there was talk about how he was planning to pass the hunter rank evaluation. He was saying that since the shooting wasn't over yet, he would have to wait for his rank evaluation. Cousin didn't understand who the man was, but Jin-Ho didn't understand why Cousin was changing the subject, so he started saying that it was Minson, a Hallyu star, and they say that he will get the rank in 2 days. But that was all showmanship, because he already got that rank and he's just putting on a show. Of this whole show, he's just a pig fussing over lack of attention. He's famous for his success with women. What's more, he even flirted with her models. He was good at that sort of thing and was very shrewd even before the evaluation. But suddenly Cousin snatched the phone out of her hands and started asking Jin-Ho if that's all he called her for anyway, because she was so busy. So she decided to call this big brother herself. She started to show him that the call was going through, and suddenly I picked up the phone and told him that we hadn't seen each other in a while, that I had told him that I was going away for a while. He was wondering what I had been doing all this time, but I told him that wasn't it obvious I was in the dungeon. How did the conversation go? Did it go smoothly? But that's what he wanted to talk to me about and asked, can he come over tomorrow if I have time? I answered him that I was free tomorrow night. After that I hung up. But now that night had fallen, the huntress was at her house and on the phone. Even though it was late, she asked if he could find any information about a man named Sung Jin-Woo, who was working on the miners team today. That guy got lost and somehow ended up in the boss room in this huge dungeon. I can't believe it happened, and he might even be a spy from another guild, which worries me. I became interested in why this low-ranked hunter was associated with the association, and the guy started telling her that Master Choi had asked him to do the same thing. He also wanted information about this man, but he was not quite sure and made every effort to gather as much information as possible. However, the association blocked his data, and given that he was hardly a high-ranking hunter, this was the first time he had encountered such a high level of data security. After that, the girl wondered what the master hunters wanted to know about his identity, and the association was withholding information about him. She guessed that something was not right here. And after that, she lay down on her bed and began to wonder why he was different. After all, of all the hunters she had met, he was the first one who smelled nice. The next day I went back to those miners again. But today it was somehow different. For I saw my old acquaintances there, asking me questions similar to the ones they had asked at the beginning. The first time I went on a raid with them, I knew I was imagining things. Now I saw the same miners I used to work with. They were telling me that we were going to be working at full capacity today, and I should join them for lunch. I didn't tell them that I had already eaten today. For a while I forgot that feeling, and the atmosphere here reminded me of those times, and it wasn't so bad. A little later, the entire miner team was wished a good job. Suddenly some guy came up to us and started saying, "Can someone from the miners team help us? After all, we don't have a porter today." But the other guys didn't really want to help them. They didn't like the fact that they wanted to hire someone from the miners as a porter. After all, they understood that there were strong guys on the picking team too. They could carry heavy loads with ease, and they didn't understand why he was asking them. But suddenly the chief of the miners started saying that his men had to work non-stop for 3 hours, skipping dinner to finish on time. Now they want one of them to be a porter. After all, they were already short of men. But all of a sudden this guy started saying that the miners were finishing their work early anyway and let one of them go. And the main one of the miners reflected that they had finished 2 hours early, just because of Mr. Jin-Woo. And shortly after that, that guy in the last one asked if anyone wanted to join the attack team and they would compensate for the risk when the speech was over. Some of the guys thought about it, but they wanted to go with them, even if they had to risk their lives for a few extra bucks, because of it was too much. One of the miners started to say that they would hesitate even if it was in a low-ranked dungeon, but being a dungeon porter is too risky, and it's not a place for low-ranked hunters. Even if a volunteer only carries their equipment, the risk is too high compared to mining, and their team is mostly made up of minor hunters. They even have a few A-ranked hunters, and a little scratch will be enough to kill them. They really think people here will risk their lives for extra money, but the guy who offered the job had already realized that no one would agree to help them. But suddenly I raised my hand. And all the miners were surprised at this, because they didn't understand why the hunter wanted to go into the dungeon with them. There are powerful monsters sitting in that dungeon, and they started asking why I wanted to join them. After all, a young man with a future as bright as mine should not risk his life. But I replied that it would be alright. After all, I have the guts, and even though I will only be wearing their equipment and watching their raid from the front lines, it will be a rewarding experience for me. Not to mention the fact that this is a high-ranking dungeon. The miner started to tell the guy who offered the job that this man had just started working with them yesterday, and he had to raise his hand not knowing what was in store for him. And the hunter wondered what rank I was, but the miner replied that he was still a novice, and since his rank was too low, they should find someone else. But soon here the hunter said that they would take it. He came up to me, shook my hand, and started talking about how glad he was that I had joined them. He said his name was Ki-hoon, and he was assigned to lead today's raid. I took their equipment, but this hunter seemed to think I was having a hard time, but I told him it was okay, and he knew I really didn't have the stress of helping them. And as soon as we started to go into the gate, I realized that the gate was bigger today than it was yesterday. But then the hunter started asking me that yesterday was my first time as a miner, and then it must have been the second time I had entered the gate and the rank. Even though this gate is bigger, it is said that the magical energy flowing out of it is weaker than yesterday's gate. If it were too dangerous, the team wouldn't be able to handle them. I look at all these hunters from the team and the Hunters Guild, and I don't realize that if you count the S-rank hunters, there is no difference between the two attacking teams in the guild. They had 11 ranked hunters and 6 in-ranked hunters. If it had been any other guild, they wouldn't have been able to split the members into 2 teams, and here we finally started going into that gate. I was walking the very last and began to think that the magical energy pouring out by the twist was definitely getting weaker when compared to yesterday's gate. The assessment of the association seemed wrong to me, and I wondered why I had the same ominous feeling I had when I stood at the red gate. But it's probably because I'm just nervous. I'm not even a member of the attacking team, and I just need to relax and not worry about anything. And already inside the dungeon, one of the girls came up to me and started telling me not to be nervous, because the leader and everyone else here are outstanding hunters. As soon as the girl stepped back, I looked at her and realized that she was an A-rank healer. Miss Juhi was also an A-rank healer, and if not for her injury, she would have fit in with a similar attacking group. The 6 hunters on this team are pretty close to A-rank. About the Hunter Guild, there are 2 teams with similar strength. That healer girl started to say again that their team will take care of everything, so I have to stay in formation for now. After all, I also stay safe from any monster attacks. There was a saying, if Mach is hit, the tanks are responsible, and if the healer is hit, the team is responsible. If the porter is hit, the guild is responsible. So I can't be the monster's target until the team is down. A little later, we had already gone a little further down the dungeon, and the leader of this raid reflected on the fact that he had been assigned to lead the Hunters Guild attack team for the first time. But if today's raid went well, he would be officially appointed team leader. And he may not be head, like Choi John, or deputy head, but he's still one of the best A-rank hunters and he can do it. But at that same moment, all the hunters sensed something and started to turn the other way. I could see that this was preparation for battle without any instruction. This is the professionalism of the attack team, but we didn't realize what it was, moving right at us and would be able to do it. They were underground jackals, and the hunters I came with reacted instantly and began to fight them. Here we realized that they were weaker than us, and several times we easily began to destroy them. After the first pack immediately ran and the other heads of this raid jumped up with their swords and began to cut them. At this time, the mage who stood behind predicted everyone to duck, for she was about to cast a very powerful spell, and immediately began to attack those jackals. A few minutes later we easily destroyed them. In my head it was not clear what it was and why these monsters appeared in the dungeon. I wondered why they were so agitated, so I asked the healer what was doing them here. It turned out that they weren't supposed to be here, and everyone in the dungeon got really scared. Jackals tend to be the weaker monsters in this dungeon. They undergo natural selection, and most of them become food for the stronger monsters. Even when they join together in a pack, they cannot overpower the local monsters and survive here. But suddenly I noticed something strange on the neck of one of the jackals. It was the mark of a collar. I realized that these were unusual jackals. They were following someone's orders, and it turns out they just let the monster dogs loose on us. These dogs must have a high enough intelligence to tame them. Either way, they're hard to deal with. And perhaps, if my intuition is not wrong, the true dungeon dwellers are about to appear. And just as the head lifted his eyes, he saw some monsters coming out of the wall. The hunters began to shake before these monsters that stood before us. They were superior orcs, and the hunters did not understand how this was possible or why exactly they were here. A group of orcs stood right in front of us, and by the looks of them, they were very strong. As soon as they saw us, one of the orcs launched a spear, which flew straight at the head of the leader of this group. Whether the spear case, with very high speed, but the leader had time to react and put his shield in front of him. As soon as the spear hit it, it bounced straight up and crashed into the rocks. The leader noticed that it was a very tremendous force, for his shield was simply shattered. But one of the orcs rushed after the spear, and he swung his big axe right at the leader. After that, all the other orcs started running right at us. One of the hunters used his provocation skill, but it didn't work because the clever orcs knew right away that they had to be destroyed first. However, the mages who stood behind us were confident in their strength and began to tell us not to worry, and after all, they are not to be trifled with. One of the mages took out some sort of thing on his belt and started using it to summon a huge fire that attacked the orc running at him, but this magic barely worked, and the orc stayed on his feet, continuing to run. The attack did not work on him because he was immune to magic. Suddenly another mage appeared, who used his magic to bind such an orc and realized that he was too strong, and he would be able to restrain him for no more than 5 seconds. But that was enough, and one of the mages began to apply his skill. With his spell, he summoned a huge fire knight, who began to fight for him. This mage could only summon 2 spirits, but even so they are not comparable in power to rank hunters. However, he cannot use magic while summoned, and if he is damaged, his magic is severely depleted. Nevertheless, they were his only trump card, and they were depleted very quickly. If he summoned a single spirit, he would be completely weakened, but the orcs were too strong and inflicted heavy wounds on the hunters who fought them. However, the healers behind them would heal their wounds immediately, but the orcs still outnumbered their strength because the provocation didn't work on them and their skill was simply ignored. The group leader realized that the situation was very difficult now. If they were surrounded, they would be at a disadvantage, and they needed to group up quickly. The leader realized that even though this was a low-ranked dungeon, there definitely shouldn't be as many evolved individuals here as the magic gate wave measurements showed. They showed completely different and higher values. Orcs are not just orcs, they are the strongest of their race, and each of them is equal in strength to a top-ranked hunter. Here was an entire army of 22 higher orcs, or, in other words, 17 hunters against 22 higher orcs. But this is far from an accurate comparison, for there are ranked hunters among the hunters, and of course there are individual hunters who are stronger than the highest orc. However, if those kill all the ranked ones, the hunters would be in a desperate situation. The leader understood that there was no way out without sacrifice now, and he began to ask everyone to hold out as long as they could. But following his request, one of the orcs struck him and severed his arm. I noticed one of the huntresses and ran up to help him. She used her spell to summon some kind of monster, which bound that orc who had done the damage to the leader. And at that moment the girl jumped up to the leader and asked him to be patient for a second, and then began to use her magic to heal his arm, which was completely severed. In an instant, the leader's hand reappeared in the same place. But as soon as the girl turned around, she saw the supreme orc tearing apart the monster she had summoned. She did not understand how he was able to survive such a situation. Already ready to finish them off and swung his big axe, at which point I stopped watching the whole thing. I dropped my backpack, which I had on my shoulders, and began to act. After the girl closed her eyes, for a higher lesson was already running at her, but suddenly nothing happened. And she opened her eyes and saw that orc holding his big hands to his throat. She did not understand what was happening. There was something strange in front of her, seeing shadows, but immediately they were gone. Soon after, all the hunters began to keep fighting them, and they slowly began to defeat those higher orcs. The leader began to realize something, because it was much easier to fight them than it had been a few minutes before. And that's all because I was running near those orcs and slashing them in places that affected their strength. I used my invisibility skill to run and wanted to weaken these orcs to their full potential while I was in the shadows. But some orcs did manage to spot me, but I started destroying those orcs at the same moment, because I had no use for them if they started making noise here. One of the huntresses did manage to kill one of the higher orcs. I was standing nearby watching this and noticed that I got bloody when I killed one of the orcs. The leader of this troop and the other hunters here are the elite of the selected hunters, and can rightly be considered some of the best hunters in the country. And it's not that I don't trust them, it's just that it's really hard to overpower a top orc. The female healer is usually the first to die, and I can't just sit back and watch the ones being mercilessly killed. At the same moment I was able to raise my level higher, and I realized that helping a group can raise the level several times over. And I never would have thought of such a thing. Maybe I'd take a couple more if I'd actually outsmarted all the orcs at once. The elven hunters paid a huge amount of money for the right to own this dungeon. I will not interfere much. That's all I can do for them. Soon, with the help of my power, the hunters managed to defeat all the higher orcs who attacked them, and now they could take a break. The leader began to say that if anyone was wounded and as long as they were able to breathe, the healers could heal them. Some of the hunters couldn't believe that they had been attacked by higher orcs. They were fortunate that it was without casualties and they were alive. One of the healers looked at me and realized that I must think their advanced squad was made up of fools. After all, no one could conceal an ability like stealth from a spellskite mage. At the same moment the girl went up to the leader and began to tell him that when they were fighting against the higher orcs, one of them suddenly hovered in the air and then something tore him apart. She thought that someone had secretly used some kind of spell. The leader turned to the girl, whose name was Gina, and asked her if it was her business. But she said that with her skills it was impossible to do such a thing with telekinesis magic. She could only incapacitate them for a while, and no one in our group practices magic, and besides, they specialize in the fire element. So there are no hunter assassins among them. And the other girl started to say that she was right. If anyone could do something like that, it would have to be an outsider. That girl with the glasses began to think that I had reason to hide my power, and whether she should leave it at that. A nearby mage who was passing by began to say that he was very glad, because if he had summoned one more spirit, his mana would have completely dried up. The leader realized that they were right, for the higher orcs were strong, though they behaved strangely in the second half of the battle, and this helped them to deal with them without problems. But they had to decide what to do next and whether to continue this raid. And would it not be too dangerous to go on? After all, they had not gone that far and had already managed to be ambushed by the higher orcs. To go further would be even more dangerous. But at that moment one of the hunters came up and began to say that since they were already aware that this dungeon was inhabited by higher orcs, it would be too risky if they continued their journey without the head or his deputy. And he suggested, why not retreat right now? Right now, at the very least, they need a couple more healers, as well as 3 mages who specialize in mass spells. And that guy understood that today was the leader's first time leading an advance party, and it was a bit of a shame that it had turned out this way. Still, he suggested we stop here. But the leader thought that if he succeeded today, he would officially become the leader of the squad, and there might not be another opportunity. I stood by and watched, for it was not an easy choice. In his place, anyone would have tried temptation and wanted to successfully sweep the dungeon. But if he was still thinking soberly, he would tell me to go back. Some of the hunters exhaled in relief, for a moment they thought they would have to go on. It gave them goosebumps. But the leader was not so foolish and understood that they could lose their lives here. The whole group began to walk back to the gate they had come through. We had already been walking for about 10 minutes when the leader suddenly stopped everyone and with a surprised face began to talk about what had happened and why there was now a barrier in front of them, created by a high-level spell. None of the hunters had any idea why the path was blocked, because everything seemed fine. They decided to get rid of the barrier, and the girl, who was an expert, said that she could break it down, but it would take her some time to do so. An even more important fact was that someone in this dungeon had high-level magical abilities, and their calculations were wrong. Their current strength did not allow them to deal with such an opponent. Suddenly, however, strange things began to happen in the dungeon, and we all felt the power of this dungeon boss. The girl started shouting that we needed to hurry and break the barrier, but it would not be easy. I stood nearby and realized that the waves of magical energy were so strong that even the hunters couldn't feel them until this moment. It's a completely different level here, but why didn't we feel the strong magical disturbances when we were on the other side? The enemy boss just can't hide his energy. Well, at the same moment, all the mages who were trying to break the barrier began to feel terrible pain, and they all began to fall to the ground. This was curse magic, and it aimed straight at the mages who were trying to break the barrier. At this point the healers wanted to help them with their healing magic, but the leader sensed something, turned around and saw a huge army of higher orcs coming at them. The leader of the group, looking at all this, realized that not long ago, their non-leading squad had encountered a couple of dozen higher orcs, and then they had barely gotten away with it. But this time, if his vision didn't fail him, there were about 50 of them out there, getting closer and closer to our squad, which was standing at a dead end. One of the hunters, who was standing behind the leader, began to say something to him. The leader told him to be quiet. After all, if they started to resist, there would be nothing left of them, and only with the support of Chief Choi or his deputy could they still hold out. Suddenly one of the orcs stood right in front of the leader and began to speak to him in his own language. But all the hunters who were standing didn't understand anything, and at the same moment something began to happen to the orc, as if someone else had inhabited him. Some terrible magic was all around him, and suddenly he started speaking in human language. He said his name was Kerrigan and that he wanted to meet the hunters. But we couldn't understand why the orc was speaking human. And what kind of magic is this? Amama, the hunter who was healing with the healer, began to speak, and someone is using him so that we can communicate with him. The monsters want to talk to them, too. I didn't want to believe such nonsense, for there could have been some kind of trap here, and the hunters wanted to start a fight. But the leader of the group began to ask Kerrigan if he had installed this barrier, and in response he heard that it was correct, and he was proud that the orcs had excelled at sorcery. This creature's magic is impossible for humans to dispel, and the leader began to ask if there was anyone stronger than him in this dungeon. However, the orc boss quickly objected, saying that no one would dare oppose him, and the hunters would have to choose between being killed by his people or going with them. The leader of the group, without hesitation, said they would go after them. And I stood and realized that there must be a whole army of high orcs in the boss's possession, not counting himself, and the chance of winning the battle would be markedly diminished. And after all that, he wants to negotiate with their leader, so he can come back in one piece. Well, the leader had no other choice, and he decided to bet everything on that chance. At the same moment, the leader started talking to me so that when they arrive at the boss's lair, they are going to suddenly attack him. And whether this idea succeeds or not, the boss's magic is sure to weaken, and when he shuts down, I have to go outside and call the main attacking group for help. But I replied to him that until they arrive, they're all going to get slaughtered. And is he going to bury his entire squad alive? But the leader replied that they must close that gate at all costs, and their lives would be the price. That is why the work of hunters is so highly valued. And suddenly the girl standing behind me came up to me and asked if I could ask you to continue, because this is all she has ever lived for. She handed me a notebook and said that if I got out, I should take it to her family as well. I understood that these hunters were determined to do the best they could, but this was not their fight. And when I got it all figured out, I started saying I wouldn't have to deliver anything outside. The huntress girl's brother understood that these magical waves belonged to the boss. If they contained that much energy, anything could happen. The girl looked around and realized that I wasn't here. Soon she thought I had given up the job, but suddenly Minor came up to her and asked her why she was here. After all, it was her day off. But in response, she asked Minor if Hunter Jin-Woo was out for his shift today. Minor said that this mister had already entered the dungeon as a porter. These were the words. The girl could not believe her ears. After all, a hunter of that rank had been chosen to be a porter in the dungeon. And the rank of men, after all, has only one life, and what was he thinking? And now that she remembered yesterday in the boss's lair, he was holding a gun in his hand. So she wasn't mistaken after all. I was suspicious, thought the girl, and decided to enter the dungeon to check everything with her own eyes. But suddenly she noticed that she had no weapons of her own, for she did not think she would have to enter the dungeon on her day off. She asked the miners if she could use their equipment, but one of the men said they would bring her equipment now, and all they could give her was a pickaxe. The girl asked if they had anything else, like a sword or a spear. The miner didn't understand why she was asking for something like that from their unit. Soon she decided to give back that pickaxe and said she would go that way. And just as she began to enter the portal, the male miner asked her, does she really plan to enter the dungeon empty-handed? And at that moment she stopped, shuddered, turned around, walked over to the car and picked up that pickaxe. It was the right choice, better than being unarmed, the man said. And she thanked him with her bow. Soon she turned around and began to walk into that portal. But at this moment we were already in the lair of the boss, and oddly enough, he had a lot of terrible high orcs, who were very strong and were dressed in different equipment, from spear to katana. Most likely, they were commanders-in-chief. In the very center, among all the other orcs, sat the boss, who stared at us intently and began to speak in his own language. Soon he told us to come closer. All the hunters in the boss's lair began to look around in a circle and saw only the large and terrible high orcs before them. The leader realized that if such an imposing army got out and they were left without the support of the high-ranking hunters, their small town would be wiped out. To prevent the inevitable, they simply must defeat the boss, who sits right in front of them. Yes, also, this boss of his entourage has quite a powerful aura, and will we be able to bypass the guards and kill the shaman in one fell swoop? The hunters had already decided to act on the leader's signal. They wanted to aim at the shaman altogether, to attack him, but the shaman in turn began to take off his mask and asked the hunters if they were afraid of him. And as soon as he took off his mask, a terrifying aura began to move toward the hunters standing in front of him. As soon as the aura passed through the hunters, they all froze in place and began to shake with fear. The shadows realized how powerful he was, and they realized that they had been fools trying to kill him. This shaman was on an entirely different level from the hunters, who were just third-rate trash. The leaders of the group trembled with fear, and at that moment one of them decided to ask why he had brought them here when there were enough warriors waiting near the portal to kill them. The shaman replied that it was only for fun. After all, they would kill the hunters one by one until no one was left. His people are hungry for entertainment. Suddenly the shaman turned his attention to me and began to say that there was someone rather unusual among you. But the leader did not understand why this amusement, for their destruction, is only an amusement to them. They don't even see them as opponents. And more importantly for the shaman, their lives are just entertainment. The head of the squad began shouting toward the shaman that they were not toys to be thrown away when they got bored. At the same moment he ran towards the shaman and shouted that everyone should go on the attack and destroy him. But the whole troop that stood behind him could not move from their seats, for they were very afraid. They were so afraid that they just lowered their heads. At that moment, the leader of the group realized that it was all over. Since he had already started running, he didn't want to stop. He jumped up, swung his sword, and tried to finish off the shaman. However, the shamans in this line began to use their defense spells, and at that moment an ice barrier formed in front of the shaman, which held back the leader's onslaught and prevented a collision. The leader flew back, and the shaman began to say that he was very stupid. At that moment the shaman activated his gravity magic and the leader flew into the air. He began to use gravitational acceleration, and the leader began to fall with all his speed and crashed into the ground. Soon after, he decided to repeat the trick, went up in the air, but the leader hit the ceiling and fell to the ground again. The hunters watched this with bitter tears in their eyes. Of course, eventually I couldn't take it. I jumped up and grabbed the leader and carried him away from the shaman. He was lying all wounded, and there were a lot of wounds on him. I sat over him and began to question the location of this dungeon, the jurisdiction of the Hunters Guild, and why I could not interfere without permission. However, the advance party is on the verge of annihilation. Can I exterminate all the monsters here? But as soon as I finished speaking, the shaman ordered one of the higher orcs to come toward me, and he was already standing behind me, swinging his big axe. But I knew he was near. I turned my arm and used my skill to lift that orc into the air and toss him aside. I decided to ask the group leader again about all the monsters here. Could I take care of them? In response, however, I heard the leader begin to speak and plead with me to help them. That's exactly what I wanted to hear him say. After I woke up, the shaman started talking to me. He said I had pretty good abilities for a human and asked how much of my powers were enough. I told him that I had never encountered such power before, but it was obvious to the shaman. I went on to say that even for a shaman it was going very badly, to be exact. At this point I began to summon my shadow soldiers, who appeared everywhere. A moment later, all the shadow soldiers who were under my command rose up. And now I was ready to fight with all my might, for before me stood a terrifying monster I had never faced before. But my army was very strong and large, and now I was ready to destroy all the superior orcs in this dungeon. At this point, a brother from the monitoring department arrived outside, and the miners who were watching thought something was wrong. The investigator from the association, who got out of the car, thought about the following question: why did I take this job as a miner? And okay, for one day, for today. This was his second outing, and Sung Jin-Woo would officially become an S-rank hunter. However, it would be nice if he remembered that he was being watched at the moment. Miner walked up to one of the guys and asked what brought them here. The explorer began to ask about what the hunter knew about Jin-Woo, where he was now, and it became known that he was now working with the miner. The miner's boyfriend didn't understand who he was talking about at first, but then he realized it was the guy who had helped them. The miner passing by said he knew it anyway. After all, Jin-Woo had the face of a true killer, and the creep looked at him like he wanted to kill him. It sent a shiver through his body, and he can't forget that awful feeling. Most importantly, the miner began to say that Jin-Woo was in the dungeon at the moment, and that their porter couldn't get to work today. No one present dared to go to replace him, and that's when Mr. Jin-Woo offered his candidacy. The investigator didn't realize what kind of man he was. First he had worked as a miner, and now he was a porter. Miss Cha was looking for him today, too, and then followed him into the dungeon. One of the miners started shouting, "Did that bastard kill somebody or something worse? Surely he's capable of it." But the investigator told him that he would not know the answer until tomorrow's news. And just as the group of investigators stepped back and began to approach the portal, in an instant the investigator felt a terrifying energy coming out of the gate. He couldn't believe it. For a moment he felt as if his body were about to explode. And at that very moment, they pulled out their calculating device, and soon they realized that this was the most dangerous type of rank gate, and the previous measurements were wrong. Considering this error, the current squad is in great danger, and of course there are now 2 rank hunters with them. Still, the investigators should go inside immediately. The huntress, walking past our first orc battle, could not believe her eyes that a group of leaders had handled so many higher orcs, and wondered how they had managed it. At that very moment, however, she felt an eerie energy emanating from the dark cave, and realized that this energy was coming from the boss, and none of his squad would have survived. Inside the boss's room, my shadow soldiers were already ready to fight the higher orcs, and the shaman began to tell me that I wanted to go out against his warriors with so few of his shadow soldiers. But I answered him that if he continued to look down on us, it would be all over for him. Oh, how unpleasant. And at that same moment I activated my Monarch possession skill, and my shadow soldiers became even stronger, and my shadow soldiers' characteristics increased by 50%. This is a new class skill that I acquired while going through the 70th floor of the demonic castle, and my shadow soldiers became much stronger. The hunters who watched the whole thing couldn't understand what had happened, and they couldn't believe their eyes. After all, one of the mages could only summon 2 spirits at most. They didn't understand if such an ominous aura could come from one person. At that moment, the shaman shouted, "Why does everyone stand up? All the high orcs should be smearing them right now." And all the orcs started running right at us. But when Iron started to use his skill, the provocative shout, the enemy's characteristics were too great, and the provocation didn't work. Then Iron decided to take on brute force and swung his big axe, knocking several of the higher orcs aside. Igris stood in his greatest stance and raised his great sword above his head. At that moment, a group of higher orcs had already surrounded him and were ready to attack, but Igris instantly cut them all into small pieces. I didn't want to stand still, either, and took out every orc that came within arm's length of me. At one point I destroyed the last orc that was near me. At that moment I jumped up, and the group of hunters watching me realized that I had done exactly the same thing as their deputy head. They didn't understand why I was hiding my true power and acting as a mere porter. As I flew through the air, it occurred to me that, ignoring Igris, Aaron, and Tank, the level of the other shadows was about equal to the ranked hunters. While they were trying to overpower one high orc, they had already managed to die several times. Since the enemies outnumber us numerically, I decided to cut them down. Suddenly, however, the shaman used the Song of the Fire Dragon, and there was a big explosion behind me. I turned around and realized that all my shadow soldiers had been destroyed, and the shaman was sitting on his throne. Above his head towered a huge dragon head that shot out. The shaman began to tell me that I dared to act so arrogantly with such useless puppets, but I answered him that he was the arrogant one here, not me. I told him that until my mother is exhausted, my soldiers will regenerate over and over again, but the shaman did not share this point of view and declared that it makes no difference. Sooner or later my mother will disappear and it will happen before I can destroy all his warriors. However, I jumped up and flew straight at the shaman, telling him that he would lose his life already at this point. But the shaman used his skill, and a barrier appeared in front of him that I couldn't break. The shaman told me that the more time I wasted on him, the faster I lost my soldiers. I knew I had a couple of strong guys on my side, so he didn't have to worry about my mana. And at this point, the shaman told me that he simply needed to destroy the master. Chaos erupted in the room from the explosions of his techniques. I realized that he was stronger than the two bosses I had destroyed when I did the floor quest. And although Methus was subject to a legion of several thousand dead, his defense was extremely weak. But the opponent in front of me has incredible skills, both in defense and attack. And what to say about the horde of high lessons blocking my way? This is different from the class change quest, and I realized that here I can use my inventory, and potions are available to me. So mana can be restored, and to avoid overflowing my stomach with the contents of these bottles, I'll finish off the shaman very quickly. And it will be a fascinating show. It was time for me to show him my true necromancer power. And as soon as I drank the potion from that bottle and uttered my catchphrase, "Arise, all dead orcs," they began to rise and turn into my shadow soldiers. The shaman was surprised that his warriors had become undead. I began to tell him that there were still quite a few of his warriors here, but that soon they too would become my shadows, and when they were done with them, the same fate would await him. At this point, however, the shaman began to get nervous and couldn't figure out if it was possible that I was the overlord. At that moment, the higher orcs met my shadow orcs, and a battle must have broken out between them. The whole hall rumbled with the sound of blades and axes. The shaman, who was sitting on his throne, didn't understand why they hadn't already stopped fighting. When they finally woke up, there was an echo in each of their heads. Destroy the human race for no reason they should follow the order? The shaman stood up and ordered everyone to go and tear the hunters apart. And after that, the commanders and my shadow commander Iron skirmished with the orc commander. The fight was assertive, and Iron easily held off the high commander's attack. When he struck, Iron blocked him and pinned his sword to the ground. Iron struck him with his head, causing the high orc's helmet to break apart. After that, Aaron's hardest blows to him continued. At the same time, Igris was reflecting against the two high commanders. They decided to surround him. Igris blocked one of the blows and sprang uphill. At the same moment he delivered a crushing blow to one of the orcs. And after that, he once again blocked the second higher orc's punch and threw it away from him. At the same time, in the back of this orc was Iron, who was waiting for something to come to him. And he struck him a powerful blow, from which he flew away to the big ferocious bear, which eventually finished him off. I looked at all this and realized that, by all appearances, my boys were much stronger, and I certainly didn't doubt my words. But my mother was still using up a lot faster than I thought, and the potions weren't helping at all. My shadows would disappear with the flow of power, at which point the hunters, who were not far away, decided to act, too. After all, they couldn't just wait to be rescued. They decided to act and help me. But the shaman noticed this and began to put his skills on them, the Song of Might and the Song of Nainty, from which the hunters began to suffer pain, and the shaman, in turn, began to say that the spectators should stay in their seats, because soon the great Karlakan will silence me once and for all. The shaman tried to put his skills on me so that I would also end up in pain myself. But at this point my skill worked, and there was a negative effect, and all of the shaman's actions were nullified. He couldn't believe his eyes that I was immune to his skills. He didn't understand how I was able to bring it all down. All his curses, but I found him saying that he'd probably forgotten what I told him. He was unlucky enough to run into me, at which point I decided to destroy his annoying shield. After all, my mage had twice as powerful a shield, and the Ma went into action. He unleashed a large fireball, which began to fly toward the shaman, and at the same moment collapsed. The shaman didn't understand how I dared to shatter his defenses. The fight continued in full force, and everyone was involved in this room, where chaos reigned. And at the same moment, the huntress began to enter this room. As she watched it all, she didn't understand what was happening, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. For there were two armies fighting in front of her, one an army of shadows and the other an army of higher orcs. She knew that a hunter specializing in summoning magic could only hold a couple of these creatures. She could not believe who could summon so many souls. The huntress spotted other hunters who were healing their wounds. She ran up to them and began to ask if they were all right and what was going on here. But the hunters didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, the shaman began to shout at me that my pathetic abilities were nothing before his spells. He started to use his skills, but I didn't care, because I didn't feel anything after his attack. The huntress almost noticed that the worst was about to happen, and asked everyone to stand back. The shaman wanted to swat me like a fly, but giant monsters didn't bring back the best memories for me. He was right on top of a sore spot. And that's when I saw that my mom was already running low, and the shaman was getting into action, telling me to keep my nose clean, just because he decided to play with me a little. I looked at the shaman, and he began to conjure up a huge fire dragon orb. In 1 second his ball flew at me, but I was already on the other side, next to his face. At that moment, my dagger was already in my hand, and I wanted to use it. I stabbed him in the eye with full force, and the fact that he got bigger only made it easier for me. After all, the sorcerer could hardly stand up to an assassin without the help of his guards. He began to agonize in pain, but at this point I'd already launched a great many of my stealth attacks. While I was dealing with the shaman, the investigators from the association began to enter the room and saw my shadow soldiers dealing with the higher orcs. There was a huntress standing to the side, who began to tell the investigators that they had been summoned by that man. The explorer asked, referring to that man, "Did you mean Jin-Woo, who fought the boss of this dungeon?" I realized at this time that normally my dagger was useless for carrying out a critical attack against the monster giants. However, now I decided not to use my dagger. And my fists are the best means to take down such a big orc. He flew aside and fell to the ground. The investigator and Huntress Cha were watching the whole thing. She realized that not only the head John, but also the monitors knew something about her. The investigator began to say that they sensed incredible power coming from these enemies, and they immediately rushed to their aid. But they seem to be doing fine here without them, so all they have to do is watch Huntress Cha defend the dungeon alone. The investigator pondered, looking at me, that I didn't look like a typical Korang melee hunter and yet I could wield summoning magic. He was interested in how many soldiers I could summon. The huntress was also interested and asked who I was. The investigator knew that I was only a minor inheritor, and he said he could tell very little about me. They proceeded to watch as the dungeon boss was nearly defeated, and I stood before him and told him that once Mok lost his defenders, he could no longer win. But the shaman still stood his ground and began to say that it was impossible, for he could not be crushed. But at that point, my shadow soldiers finished him off, and a notice appeared that the lord was damaged, and my level went up. And once I managed to defeat Boss Silva and the remaining higher orcs from different worlds, I watched the loot appear and wondered if I should take it for myself. I realized that I couldn't do that, since the dungeon belongs to the Hunters Guild, but as compensation I would just extract a shadow. And at that moment I began to extract the shadow from the shaman, and in an instant he began to turn into my shadow soldier. And everyone watching this couldn't believe their eyes at what was happening, and eventually they saw how I was completely able to extract the money. I already had a shaman in my army, and it was easier for me now, because he had become so quiet, not like before. I had an ordinary rank, and he had an elite rank, the rank of an Iranian knight. I had only observed these 3 ranks before, but today I got something new, which was to be expected from a shadow belonging to a dungeon boss. I had to choose a name for my shadow warrior, and I started to remember what his name was, but I couldn't remember. It didn't matter though, I already had something in mind, and I soon gave him the name Fong, and it suited him just fine. The result of this battle paid off. I got the power of the higher orcs, and I can now hold up to 127 shadows in my arsenal. I would free some and add the rest to my own. But suddenly I heard someone calling my name behind me. And as soon as I turned around, I saw the chief of the association investigators in front of me. I was so engrossed that I didn't even notice their presence. Everyone behind me was wondering what I had just done. But I didn't understand how I had gotten myself into so much trouble. At this point, however, the Association and Hunter Monitoring Department was responsible for the confidentiality of all data related to the hunter's wife. Therefore, today's incident must remain secret from the media, and all details will be disclosed as soon as we leave the dungeon. Until then, the investigator has begun to ask everyone to remain silent about everything that has happened. This is where the events take place. These investigators have asked me to follow them, and they will help me avoid possible problems. Just now, I have shown strength beyond the S rank, right in front of one of the best guilds in South Korea. Their job is to help me leave this place as quietly and inconspicuously as possible. The explorer began to tell the rest of the hunters to contact the Hunters Association if they had any questions. However, suddenly the leader of this raid asked me to wait and started saying that if I really have such enormous power, the outcome of the battle with the higher orcs is not unexpected, and he does not care why I went to the rank-and-file carrier. All that matters to him is that they are alive only because of me. At this point they all bowed and thanked me for saving them all. I went up to one of the girls and began to tell her that since she was already alive, she would take the notebook herself about that request. That was it, and we started to leave. The huntress, whose head was full of questions, stood still and could not learn anything. Suddenly one of the hunters came up to her and started asking her why she needed the pickaxe. At that moment the huntress realized that she looked strange with that pickaxe. The next day, in an establishment, Jin-Ho sat in a chair and pondered the fact that today that fateful hour was about to come, and Jin-Woo's future depended on Jin-Ho's decision. As soon as Jin-Woo entered the room, Jin-Ho immediately noticed his clothes, but Jin-Woo replied that it was because he had just returned from the dungeon. After all, he has defended the dungeon tirelessly, even when he has free time. And as Jin-Woo sat down, they began to talk about the fact that while negotiating with his father, one guy showed up and revealed the whole truth about the Red Gate incident. It was the fact that Jin-Woo had saved the members of the White Tiger Guild. That guy said something that shouldn't have been said, and it turns out that if Jin-Woo helps everywhere, then Jin-Ho can become the next head of the guild. But Jin-Ho bet everything on his mentor's decision, and there's no way he would have dared to tell him. But Jin-Woo had something important to say that made Jin-Ho tense. But that same day, just in the evening at the Hunters Guild, a guy started talking about the head that Sung Jin-Woo had come to their raid, and yesterday he was working in the ore mining group, and today he was already a porter. That guy went on to tell the chapter that he had trouble even imagining what he was thinking at the time. But he was sure it was not in his plans to interfere with their raid. After all, when the Lord of the Land showed up, they couldn't lift a finger, much less their defenses. But Jin-Woo, the hunter watching at the time, had no choice but to intervene. The head didn't understand what was wrong with that guy, because first he helped the White Tigers, and now he can summon countless mystical creatures, and his fighting style is that of a hunter-killer. And on top of all that, he can summon newly held monsters into his army, and this is not all new information. What if he's hiding something? And the head decided to ask the guy who came to him, if this young man was so strong, which one he thought would be stronger. So this guy started to answer, to compensate for the weaknesses of the members of the raid, each of us has a certain role in it. And such is also the role of a tank or a support role. The lack of something to put the third one in danger of one of all and all for one is basic, but it's not beyond the realm of reason. So the guy decided to ask the head if he thought he could clean up a high-level rank dungeon by himself. The head wondered, because it didn't matter how strong he would be, being surrounded by a myriad of monsters. He was unlikely to be able to hold down defenses, and such a thing was impossible, and the nickname Universal Soldier sounded ridiculous in this situation. That guy went on to say that he was in no position to tell him how or who to accept into their guild. However, they just have to recruit this man. The next day, a bunch of reporters were standing around waiting for those stars who had been re-evaluated to come up to them. One of the guys was already sitting in his car near the entrance, watching as many people gathered. It was the best thing for him. His driver began to say that this news would be front-page news in all the media tomorrow. The man Min-sun, who has conquered myriad peaks, has been given a power beyond humanity, and this article was perfect for attracting attention. At this time, the reporters noticed that someone else had arrived, and two people, Baek Hong and Jong In, the head of the White Tiger, got out of their cars. But the head of the White Tiger did not realize that something was wrong with the reporters today. They snapped like they were off the chain. And at that very moment, one of the reporters started asking questions. What was the purpose of their visit to the association? Do they want to recruit Min-sun into their ranks? As representatives of all hunters in South Korea, how do they feel about Min-sun's decision to leave show business? What are their suggestions regarding Min Sun's possible rank? The White Tiger had realized that they were here because of Min Sung. He didn't understand why they chose the association to hold the press conference. He wasn't here because of that guy and told the reporters that he wouldn't comment. The head of the hunters in line started to say that he was sure many of them already knew that Min Sung had a contract with the Reaper Guild, but he himself was here on other business. At this time, the reporters were upset because they thought they were in for a big surprise today. It turned out that the head of the White Tiger began talking to another head about whether he had heard the news about the unpleasant incident in the Hunters Guild that happened yesterday. However, that chapter replied that it was nothing compared to how the White Tiger Guild had lost its hunter and rank. Either way, Jin-Woo supported each of them, and without him, their team would have been destroyed. The two men followed their moral convictions and wanted to attract this man into their ranks by any means necessary. They suddenly started arguing, and one of them said that his guild had suffered huge losses and he didn't think it was necessary to recruit Jin-Woo. The other guy told him, "What are you up to if you're so eager to invite a ranked hunter to join you? Is that why you're willing to declare war or something like that?" The man then told him that he was talking some nonsense and generally when he began to follow moral convictions. At this point their argument was interrupted by another guy who was walking right toward them and started to tell them, "Do you really want to fight for their Min Sun?" That was the head of the Reaper Guild. But the two guys started shouting in their voices that this fool thought something, because that Min Sun, or whatever his name was, they had no interest at all. And the head of the Reapers didn't understand what happened to the two of them. The guy they were gathered here because of was sitting in his car and they were fighting with each other over him. But the driver told him they were ready to start the interview. And at that point he got out of the car and all the reporters started taking pictures of him. But at that point Jin-Woo already showed up and he was standing behind the reporters and didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Jin-Woo wondered if the media was already on top of things. Although, it seems that they are here for a different reason, and besides, because of all the hype, it is unlikely that he can get into the association now. But he didn't wait long and started waking up among all the reporters who were standing around filming themselves reporting. And just as Jin-Woo walked on, some man met him and asked him who he was and why he had come here, and if he could see that there were cameras everywhere and you couldn't block their view like that unceremoniously. But Jin-Woo started to say that he had business at the association, and he got what he was told in return, that he wasn't up to it now and needed to leave. For a minute Dream looked at the whole thing, didn't understand what was wrong with this empty-headed man. He should have understood the situation he was in, and that guard kept yelling at Jin-Woo to leave, because there was no road further. At this point, the president of the association appeared and began to ask them who had so decided that he was not allowed to come in here. "This man is our guest," he said, "Min Sonu, and he must be aware of who allowed them to have a press conference here." Shortly thereafter, Jin-Woo made his way inside with the association president, but Min Sung was annoyed by this, for he did not like the way he had dared to spoil his presentation. He ordered his guard to find out all about that guy, and once the guard left, Min Sung wondered how he could get the crowd's attention back now. He decided to go with the script, enter the building first, and then start the rank evaluation. Min Sun began to talk to the reporters to give him a minute to discuss with the association some details about today's evaluation. But suddenly 3 men blocked his path, and he did not understand what had happened. However, the investigator from the association began to tell him that the association was currently busy re-evaluating another person, and that the approximate time of the end of the session was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. No outsiders would be allowed in until then. Min Sun didn't understand why this was happening, because it was still a full half hour until 11 o'clock, and he realized that it was about the guy who was now personally president. He started to tell the investigator that his evaluation was scheduled for 11 o'clock, and practically all the reporters were already there, and they should let him in because the association president had already been introduced. And why are they refusing him? Min Sun began to quietly tell the investigator that he should be aware of who he was, because his name was Min Sun. But the investigator didn't care and started to say that he could wait until it was his turn. But Min Sun continued to stand his ground and told the investigator that he should be in the know, because the biggest sponsor of the Hunter Association is the Eugene Construction Company, and his father is the vice president of that company, and radio shouldn't support him completely, considering the amounts they donate. Also, the investigators should take a look at all these people. Will they ignore him in the eyes of reporters? And they should realize what consequences are expected for the association. But the investigator replied that it didn't matter. And Min-sun started shouting back, how dare he, because he wants to say that that hunter is better than he is. But the investigator began to take off his glasses and asked if Mr. Min-sun would be able to deal with the consequences. At the same time, Hunter Sung Jin-Woo walked down the hallway inside the building with the president of the association past two S-rank hunters who bowed to them. The association president realized that these two had most likely come here because of Jin-Woo. The association president began to say of the hunter Jin-Woo that he was the first hunter to achieve S-rank in just 2 years. It looks like Hunter Chong-in must be more worried than the rest of us, because he learned about Jin-Woo's power from first-hand accounts. A little later, they were already inside the big building, and some man came up to him and started saying that before they started the reassessment process, they would like to see his basic abilities to establish class and what he specifically uses. And at this point, Jin-Woo began to show how he was summoning one of the shadow soldiers. Soon after, the guy with the glasses was surprised that he could summon a spirit and control souls. But the president of the association began to say, isn't that all he can do, and Hunter Jin-Woo realized that he'd already been burned. Now he had no choice, and this time he managed to get the higher orcs. And as soon as they began to appear, everyone present could not believe their eyes at what they were seeing. Jin-Woo, the hunter, began to say that he could summon about 100 of them. But the man who had tested his skills could not imagine such a thing, for this was the first time he had ever seen anyone summon so many souls. The head of the White Tiger realized that this power came from Jin-Woo, and his power was incomparable to what he had felt when they first met. He realized that Jin-Woo had become much stronger. And just as Jin-Woo began to walk out of that room, he held a card that said he was an S-rank. The head of the White Tiger began to question whether Jin-Woo could stop, because he needed to take some time. But Jin-Woo began to say that he didn't have much time now, as he had some business to attend to, and he had to leave for the exit. However, the two hunters with him were not so hasty, but Jin-Woo understood that they were trying to interest him in their contract terms. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw many reporters standing around taking pictures of him. As soon as I got out and was surprised to be taken outside by reporters who immediately started taking pictures of me, and I was soon on the front covers of all the headlines today. At the same time, my sister and her friend began to be shown that it was her father and he was on TV, but she thought it was some nonsense and what the heck he was up to. But 10 minutes ago, Hunter Min-sun stood in reporter to show his grade, which may not be entirely successful, and he will get a low ranking. Nevertheless, he will fight the monsters to the last drop of blood to repay them for their love, care, and despite the overall result, he will stand up for the residents, as befits a true hunter. But reporters didn't understand why he's ending his career, because even though he is the #1 pop star, and based on the above, he wants to claim that he is ready to give up his #1 pop star title and become a low-ranking hunter. But Min-sun has been plotting everything so that he will only get attention, because he is the #1 star. He started to announce his departure, but the last question he was asked was whether he really wanted to give up everything, even if he was destined for the fate of a low-ranking hunter. He knew it was all a pure lie. Vaughn, he had already been evaluated and ranked. And in 2 years he plans to make a huge amount of money as a hunter. All he has to do is raise the social status of the Reaper Guild. I know the best way to eliminate unnecessary rumors and resolve issues with the army with 2 birds with 1 stone. It doesn't take long for him to drop from heaven to earth and become a hunter, risking his life for the common people. It was a wonderful first-person role, and his zeal is also present here. But suddenly he began to hear the series go crazy and start shouting new news from the association. They couldn't understand why they were being told such news right now, that they had a 10th S-rank hunter. Hunter Sung-in picked up his phone and realized that the association's main page had indeed just been updated, and that guy was the 10th S-rank hunter. The reporters went crazy and started to turn around, because they didn't know that they had previously reported that this morning the rank evaluation room couldn't be used, because it wasn't meant for Min-sung. So, it turns out that the evaluation room had been blocked for the new S-rank hunter, and they now couldn't pass up such a chance to capture the spectacle. All the reporters started leaving the association en masse and started asking the investigators questions. Haven't you heard that there's a new high-ranking hunter? Shouldn't the association investigators have alerted them immediately? They wanted to move on, but they were detained by the investigators near the entrance to the Hunters Association. However, Min-sun, who was sitting on the ground, did not understand why this particular hunter appeared now. At that moment, one of the reporters was beside him and began to tell them to change the headline of tomorrow's article to From Sorrowful Tears to Happy Tears, a ranked hunter. And as soon as I appeared on all the social media platforms and all the news channels, the miners watching the news couldn't understand why they were showing it. It was unclear to them on the news what he had done, since there were so many reports about him. As soon as they started reading the headline that this was the newly minted 10th S-ranked hunter, the guy who had only been talking about him immediately started to pale. Everyone I knew, who was now minding their own business, saw me on TV. At the same time, Jin-Ho's father was reading the news that he had been declared an S-ranked magical class hunter. And shortly after that, my father began to speak. Jin-Ho had time to recruit him, but Jin lowered his head and began to apologize to his father. He began to say that he could not go against his mentor's decision, and decided to start his own guild, inviting him as his deputy. After these words, his father smiled and began to say that his son should know why his father had founded the Eugene Guild, and it was not because of money. After all, as far as money was concerned, he had plenty of it. And did he really think he would create such a huge guild just to make money? It was all about protecting his family. The power and influence of hunters grows daily, and there are even such giants whose power and influence can match that of an entire country. But that's not all. There are monsters known as the strongest hunters, surpassing the strength of S-ranked hunters. They are called national-level hunters. There are already countries where hunters are extolled as kings. And how long does he think the government and the law will be able to protect them? When he created the guild, he had only one goal: to gather reliable hunters in one place, hunters independent of kinship, whose beliefs are tied to making easy money. And it seems his son had already found such a man, and his father began to tell his son that he would leave the guild to him and he should take care of it. And he should make deals only with strong and trustworthy hunters, for they would soon be worth more than any riches. But Jin thanked his father and began to say that he didn't think he could do it. After all, he would join his mentor's guild. I stood in front of the reporters and didn't understand why they were filming me and not the star before me. But the reporters started questioning me. I am an association hunter, and I managed to be part of a very rare group of reawakened hunters. I told them how I was feeling right now. At this time, the head of the White Tiger Guild came up to me and asked me to smile, for the whole country was looking at me only. I realized that it would be rather tedious to indulge the desires of the journalists. The head decided to take me home without further ado, but suddenly I quickly beamed behind the reporters' backs and told them I was fine. The reporters in this line couldn't figure out what had happened. The head of the Hunters Guild started talking about the magical class hunter and how fast his movement was. His eyes didn't even have time to keep track of him. The head of the White Hara, of course, knew he was strong, but that wasn't the problem. His movement just then and there, the magical power emanating from him filled the room. He had become so strong, the current Jin-Woo on an entirely different level. His reawakening must have happened long before that, and the fact that he has become even stronger is not surprising. But maybe it's not a repeat awakening, and maybe he's a hunter, able to continually build up his strength. In the United States, it began to be televised that the first awakening to S rank had taken place in the last 2 years. Hunter Dong-soon, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes, for he thought he was dead, but it turned out he was alive. At this time, I was showing one of the buyers on one of the floors, and he looked at it and realized that for how many years he has been evaluating artifacts, but in all his life he had never managed to see a live blood-red sphere. He began to ask me if he could really use it to increase his magical power by as much as 100%. And the most skilled artifact masters will only be able to achieve such results with a 50% increase. But they would have to sacrifice their hearts and souls to do so. If Chong'in saw this orb, he would give everything just to acquire such a rarity. He asked where I got it from, but I told him I found it in a dungeon. He could not believe his ears that I could find such a thing in a dungeon, and asked me if I would be willing to put the orb up at another auction house, where they would do everything to satisfy me in price. But I answered him that I would still think about it, for at the moment I needed to clear the demonic castle and create the sacred water of life as soon as possible. Artifacts that could protect me from fire would come in handy. I started to ask another man if I could get resistance artifacts here. After all, I thought they would be hard to get, but that man replied that it was okay. Now they are going to try to find something, but I was surprised at that, since I couldn't find anything online. But the man said that artifacts with resistance to various elements are quite expensive, so they tend not to be put online. Nevertheless, they have something for me that will suit me, since fire magic is the most common among the other types of magic. He asked me to follow him, and soon we were in one of the rooms, where he asked me if I liked anything. I didn't understand if it was even safe to keep such expensive artifacts behind such thin glass. After all, I don't observe any security devices here. The man began to say that this glass was enchanted with magic, and even if a hunter of rank struck it, it would hold. But I didn't believe it was that strong, and the man said that if I didn't believe him, I could check it myself. If I could break the glass, I could pick out any artifact. But I did feel some kind of magical energy enveloping the glass, but I didn't know if it was enough to withstand a hard blow, and in that moment, I wanted to try. Gaining my strength, I took a swing. However, the man started to stop me and told me it was a joke. He warned me that if I had really broken the glass, elite hunters would quickly come running. After all, the auction house had a security contract with them. When I calmed down, I asked him if I could see the daggers here. The consultant who approached me began to show me the weapons that were here. At the same time, another man who was looking at the glass saw cracks in it. I didn't understand where they had come from, but it soon became clear to him that I had managed to damage the glass without even touching it. A little later I started looking at the blades and wondered how much they were worth. However, the consultant replied that one of them cost 30 million. I realized that this blade was worse than the Night Killer, and I wondered why the price was so high, since its characteristics were, at best, comparable to the Fong of the Basilisk. I decided to take my blade out and show it to this guy to see what he would say about such a weapon. He started looking at it and said that you could see some great craftsmanship here. He also pointed out that I had bought it in a store. After hearing that the price for it would be around 100 million won, I couldn't believe that a blade bought in a store for 2.8 million gold would be worth that much. But I remembered that Kim San's sword, which adds 10 points to a gurney, was worth almost 3 million won, and Jinho's armor was valued at hundreds of millions of won. If I had put the sword and armor up for auction, I wouldn't have had to sell the Sphere of Greed. At this time, in the White Tiger Hunters Guild, the head was sitting and pondering whether it was even possible that a hunter who could build up his power without limits could accurately determine the abilities of others. But Sung Jin-Woo had been much weaker during the Red Gate incident, and now he was much stronger. If he has that kind of power, he should have no trouble creating his own guild rather than joining another. The head wondered what was in store for South Korea's strongest guild if this man continued as he did. He would become the most powerful wherever he was. The next day, the subordinates of the White Tiger chapter watched the news and learned of Hunter Jin-Woo's reawakening. He was able to jump from the C rank to the S rank, while still possessing magical abilities. One of the guys started screaming, saying that his head was going to recruit him. However, that hasn't happened yet, and if he can talk to him again, he can definitely recruit him into his guild. A little later all the reporters were already outside my house and wanted to talk to me quickly. At this time, my sister was looking out the window at all the reporters who surrounded our house. As soon as they noticed her, she crouched down in terror. I went over to her and started to say that I was going to go down and disperse them all, but she asked me to stop, because she knew I definitely shouldn't do that. There is a lot of negativity online related to me, but I didn't understand what I had done wrong. My sister started telling me that I was just ignoring the reporters and not paying attention. She assured me that she was fine, but I should ignore them. Suddenly we heard knocking on our back door. I began to get angry at the fact that they had already come to the brink of insolence and started knocking on the door. I decided to teach them a little lesson, but as soon as I opened the door, I saw Jin-Ho in front of me, who was in tears, and he started saying that his father had kicked him out of the house. But I began to ask him, doesn't he live apart? And he began to say that the villa in which he lived was registered in his father's name. Since that was the case, he began to ask if he could stay with me for the time being, but I closed the door at the same time, and my sister came up to me and asked who it was. I answered that it was the first time I had seen him. Soon after, Jin-Ho started knocking on my door to let him in. But at the same time, Jin-Ho's father was approached by his wife and started asking him if he thought he had gone a little overboard. But his father replied that he deserved it, because if he wanted independence, then let him achieve it himself by inheriting his mentor. It was strange, but suddenly his father's eyes began to twinkle, and soon he fell to the ground. Sung Jin-Woo sneaked into his sister's room while she was sleeping. Watching her sound asleep, he realized that he cherished her very much, even though that annoying girl was keeping him alive. That was why the boy was worried that while he was gone, someone might sneak in on her. The only right thing to do was to summon the shadows. Behind him appeared 3 of Fong's personal guards, huge and intimidating monsters. One of these guys would be enough to handle even an A-rank hunter. But why were there only 3 of them? And then Sung Jin-Woo remembered that the last one couldn't be turned into a shadow because he was stuck in the ceiling. 2 of them he ordered back, because he was going to attach 2 more guards to guard his sister. At that very second, they all hid in different corners of the room. Besides his sister, the boy also wanted to protect the neighbors. Ideally, he should have kept his entire compound, but he could use them more. Climbing to the top of the building, Sung Jin-Woo sat down comfortably to hand out his final instructions. From now on, the 5 knights from his arsenal would be the sentinels of the area. He ordered them to be careful not to be seen by other people. After that, they disappeared into the small streets under the cover of night. Even if assassins did show up, unless they were high-level hunters, they couldn't handle his shadows. Of course, it won't make the city 100% safe, but it will still help the world to be a calmer place. The next morning, as before, Jin-Ho picked up his mentor by car. Sung Jin-Woo was worried about the boy's sleep, because he was the one who kicked him out the door. But in fact, Jin-Ho was delighted with the services of motels these days, so he had no trouble staying there until he found an office for the guild. Sung Jin-Woo was completely disconnected from the conversation and thought about the fact that he was initially skeptical of him, but the fact that he gave up his position as head of the guild and gave up everything made Sung Jin-Woo feel. Lest the driver feel this tension, Sung Jin-Woo leave the car right now. The door wasn't locked, so he just pulled the handle, said goodbye, and got out. Before Jin-Ho looked back, he was gone. So Sung Jin-Woo entered the demon palace again, but now the difficulty would increase dramatically, so this time he came prepared. Before he returned, the Shadow Lord had acquired new items that would protect him from fire. In his bag was now a wind cloak and a nameless ring filled with the power of water. Today his outfit was flawless and his attitude was combative. This time, the system again offered to collect the souls of demons and take the soul of the demon lord on the top floor. For this they offered a rune stone of the highest quality, a performance bonus, and a hidden reward. The reward was much better this time, because the rune stone gives you a new special skill, and you can also get 3 professional skills in such a short time. The system now unlocked floors 1 through 76 and asked where Sung Jin-Woo was going. Without the slightest doubt in his voice, he said the last number. Like a wind, some magical wave picked up Sung Jin-Woo and began to carry him upward. While he was in flight, this incredible world of monsters opened up before him, filling everything he had not destroyed. The first thing he noticed when he finally arrived on the 76th floor was a ball of greed. The demon lord was looming over him and demolishing everything in his path with crushing force. It was hard even to imagine such a sight, 2 impossibly large beings in the midst of a blazing world. But the spectacle didn't last long, it was followed by a massive attack, and as the flames enveloped the entire last floor, the system sent a notification. You have defeated the supreme ancient demon. Sung Jin-Woo guessed that he had previously unseen power in his hands, but until this moment, he didn't even think that he could instantly overpower such a creature. Although the demon now holds the orb of greed, its abilities should weaken after it becomes a shadow. This object changes size depending on the strength of whoever uses it. The guy wasn't going to control it himself, so he decided to leave it to Fong. A second earlier, Yu Menhan had woken up in the urgent care center. He immediately jumped up on his bed and asked how long he had been asleep. The doctor answered with absolute calm, 2 days. He couldn't believe what was happening, because this had never happened before. He thought he was probably just tired, but he still wondered if the tests had revealed anything. The doctor pretended not to hear the question and immediately asked his own. It was important to him to know if anyone he knew was a hunter or an awakening. Yu Menghan didn't like the way he was abruptly interrupted, but after the next question he forgot what he was talking about at all. Have you ever heard of eternal sleep? Everyone knew of the existence of eternal sleep, a disease that arose after the gates themselves appeared and now kills people who cannot withstand magical energy. Under such circumstances, the patient falls asleep and consumes his life force at an incredible rate. Thus, he needs a life support apparatus that uses magical power. Patients who suffer from this disease will feel drowsy and then fall into an uninterrupted sleep. But Yu Menghan did not understand even now what this had to do with hunters. The doctor went on, ignoring his wife's frightened look. He asked to be careful with monsters and mana crystals and people emitting magical energy. The fact that the symptoms appeared suddenly meant that someone had stimulated such a condition. So the man in the white coat once again asked if anyone in his family was a hunter. As much as he didn't want to, he had to admit here and now that his son was indeed a hunter. So he realized he was behind the times. He could not lose, for he still had something to lose. At the same time, on an island in Japan, a monster washed ashore by the sea, which everyone had been discussing for the past few months. The mutant ant had managed to make it to land. Until recently, Japan was considered to be the calmest and safest place. Every day the island was patrolled and checked for gates. But it wasn't hard to guess from the active patrol lineup that an old grandfather or two frail low-ranking hunters were unlikely to ever go down into the dungeon. On Nogawa-san's shift today, he was to introduce the newcomer to the basics of their work. Of course, the new guy thought memorizing faces from the villagers and patrolling every day was a mere trifle. But if the gate appeared on this remote island, all humanity would be in great danger, and the two of them would surely be killed. Nogawa-san also revealed a long-established plan. After someone discovers the gate, using the magical energy sensor, they must first send a request to the hunters from the mainland. And since help will arrive in 3 days, accordingly they must find the gate within 3 days. During this useless briefing, the guy noticed a strange creature coming towards them. The two of them were numb, and their tongues became cotton candy, so that it was difficult to utter a single word. What was it? Meanwhile, on the 76th floor, the fire was getting worse and worse, and the dead carcasses of the monsters were getting more and more numerous. Fortunately, the number of shadow soldiers that Sung Jin-Woo could maintain had increased after increasing his intelligence. And if only he could gather those non-demons, his army would be the largest in the world. The Shadow Lord knew that a large army in one group would be very inefficient. That's why he decided to distribute his shadows into groups and start controlling them more expeditiously. He had enough to choose the bosses for his 6 teams, Team Fong, Team Igris, Team Iron, Team Tank, Team High Orc A, and Team High Orc B. Now he could simply order them to spread out according to their groups and destroy the enemies they would meet. But in addition he also asked them to notify him if they found permission to enter. Done, now he paid no more attention to anything and strove to reach the last floor. The system began to send him notifications of new experiences. Such efficiency he didn't even expect, since he sent them not too long ago. Sung Jin-Woo thought this was the height of comfort because he no longer had to wander around and simply waste his time. But more importantly, the guy wouldn't even waste mana until they were all outgunned. He pulled out a bottle of blue liquid and began to drink greedily. His shadows outlasted all the low-ranking demons pretty quickly, so now he needs to drink the potion constantly. A few days later, Sung Jin-Woo had a high-ranking team in front of him, all of his soldiers had leveled up, and hunting in teams was really proving to be many times more effective. So since the last meeting, Tank has gone up 10 levels. After all this fighting he had so little left, only 20 levels. Even though Sung Jin-Woo had made it to the 80th floor after 2 days, he was still worried about the fact that not a single shadow had found permission to enter so far. That meant only one thing: there was a powerful enemy ahead. His mother was flying away at the speed of light, which meant someone was destroying his shadow soldiers. And that enemy must outnumber them, since regeneration was not happening. He looked around and found the place where the loudest screams came from. That must be where Aaron's team is. To think, there is a demon stronger than Aaron. Sung Jin-Woo had no choice but to call off the shadows. But the situation repeated itself the next day because of the constant ambushes. The guy kept scooping up his teams one by one. At that point, he had lost the High Orc A team and the Igris team. The whole situation was rather strange to him, because according to his calculations Fong's team was next in line, but it wasn't the team that was attacked. If his theory that the demons aren't strong enough to overpower Fong is true, then victory is already in his pocket. But this information also implied that the enemy is quite intelligent if he carefully selects his opponents and looks for weaknesses. If he has indeed figured out this cunning plan, the next target will be Tank. On his left side, just the opposite direction this team was moving, and behind them a little farther on horseback galloped a huge column of demons. Even from this distance, Sung Jin-Woo was able to make out the demon helmsman and the 3 demon knights. The situation clearly could not be called controlled, so he simply decided to watch to see what would happen. Gathering all his strength, the knight lunged straight at Tank and cut him in 2 without the slightest complication. Now everything was falling into place. Now Sung Jin-Woo understood why the soldiers' regeneration could not cope. There were only pieces left of them at one blow. The shadow monsters had no chance against them. The knights swung their spears like wooden sticks, leaving behind a clear battlefield. One of them risked a match with the Shadow Lord, and he even let him get close, but no more. Now it was Sung Jin-Woo's turn to put his enemies on the ground with a single blow. He wasn't even going to waste his strength on them, so he stuck to 2 points: duck, put down. Notifications of victory over the Demon Knights began to come out of the system one by one. And it could safely be called one of the best fights ever, if the guy wasn't outclassing them just by speed. The other Demon Knight had already been seeing him off for several minutes and was scrutinizing his tactics, but he could hardly draw any conclusions based on his opponent's speed. The system sent a notification mentioning his title and third. Although he instantly decapitated 2, the last one was not so easy to defeat. He really wondered if monsters could smell fear. He had often asked himself that question, but now he knew exactly the answer. Finally, something interesting began to happen. Finally, Sung Jin-Woo got an opponent of his level. The whole action resembled some kind of exam, where the students were demonstrating their sword control and quick movement skills. Sung Jin-Woo was already used to high-ranked armor, now he knew that he just had to find the weak areas. It seemed that today it was definitely the forehead, the heart, and the neck. And while he was aiming at these places, he had time in his head to classify the levels of the demons in the tower. He didn't even have to try very hard, because unlike the armor, the knight's weapons were clearly not pleasing. With a quiet crack, the Demon Lord's sword snapped in two and it was his turn. The boy grabbed his helmet to control his movement and swung sharply. He wanted to end this contest once and for all, but a sound was heard from beneath the ton of iron. It was not the first time he had heard monsters speak, but the first time he had heard them beg for mercy. The knight really raised his hands and froze. Sung Jin-Woo found the voice itself strange, it was gentle and high-pitched. With one sweep he threw his helmet off his head and saw the girl in front of him. She began mumbling something about making a mistake in a panic, begging for her life. There was a look of bewilderment on his face, so he questioned if she was really asking for forgiveness after attacking his soldiers. But she was understandable, too, for it was their clan's duty to protect the area. As much as she cares about life, she can't just take it and let some man kill other demons like bugs. Sung Jin-Woo didn't know how it worked with demons, but he would never ask for mercy from a man who killed his men. The girl made a very valid argument. A knight's duty is to protect his master. If she survives, they will be glad. The hero had never met such a selfish person before, but the fact is that she was not human at all. Sung Jin-Woo thought about her request because he didn't really want to kill her in human form. And while he was busy thinking about it, the monsters saw her chance and rushed forward with her sword. But the shadow that guarded it arose from the ground, as it was supposed to. Again she threw herself on her knees to ask forgiveness. This girl seemed bereft of mental faculties, it was necessary to make the most of her. So Sung Jin-Woo decided to ask if she could get permission to enter. The demon lady told him that the entry permit was guarded by her clan, and if Sung Jin-Woo could get her home safely, she would give it to her. Sung Jin-Woo didn't expect the demons to protect the entry permit, it had fallen out randomly before. But the question was whether or not he could trust her. He leaned toward her and asked quietly, "Can I trust you?" It was as if it embarrassed her white and fluffy. With an angelic look and excitement in her voice, the demon began to prove that she always told the truth. There was no choice, so he set her conditions. If she would give him permission to pass, he would leave the place peacefully. The hunter already knew she was no match for him, so there shouldn't be a problem. And on the remote island of Japan, the demon ant quietly made his way to the center of the city. People who had never dealt with such creatures could not even decide in panic where to run. This creature was as ruthless as it was supposed to be. The ant in human likeness didn't even try to attack stealthily, it was quick and brutal. It stripped its victims and instantly disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, in the tower, a girl finally decided to introduce herself. Her name was Lady Essel, and she was the eldest daughter of the Raider clan. That was all she had time to say before she was interrupted because no one was interested in her life story. Apparently, Sung Jin-Woo was trying to talk to the demon who was giving her orders, the only way he could find out the truth about himself. The Lord of Shadows asked if she could hear voices in her head calling her to kill people. She was a little surprised, but still answered that they had other voices. In short, they were orders to protect the area they were in. So Sung Jin-Woo learned that the goals of all the monsters are different. The king of the monsters is to kill people, and the goal with the dungeon is to protect the dungeon. It comes out, then, that he indirectly belongs to the gate monsters. Now it was important to know when they began to hear these voices. The demon helmswoman recounted that it happened when she found herself here. Apparently these demons had lived elsewhere before, and this might be a clue to understand the nature of the system. Her answer brought him closer to a clue, but it wasn't enough, so he asked where they were before they were here. It turns out that they are all in the demon world first, and then they are assigned to locations. But the worst part is that in the demon world, everyone is preparing for war. It annoyed him terribly that he had to pull all the information out of her. Sung Jin-Woo was curious as to who exactly they were being prepared for war with. Lady Assel was behaving very strangely, as if the system was in charge of her. From her lips came a clearly generated answer: war against an enemy so powerful that all demons had to unite. And at the most interesting part, their dialogue broke off. The pulses sent a signal that the amount of information allowed had been exceeded. She repeated it over and over again. The same thing happened to Baruka. The system forced a blocking of the dialogue. Sung Jin-Woo began to scroll through her entire history in her head, leveling up, gates, rewards, penalties. Since everything is like a video game, it makes sense that the monsters would have some sort of backstory. Who would be your powerful opponent? The guy asked. At this point it was as if the system began to consume her and Lady Essel was turned off. Sung Jin-Woo barely had time to catch her when she passed out. The system reacted harshly to the identity of the opponent. If this enemy has abstract powers and is trying to affect the hunter or Earth for some reason, then the enemies fought with the demons are the key. Meanwhile, the ant with his wings continued to divide in two people and everything that came his way. The knights valiantly fought this unusual monster. It became clear that this was a clever creature when it attacked the weakest Irang hunters first, and then the healer. The hunters were weakened, for the monster realized that it would get into trouble if the battle dragged on, and it followed a crushing plan. It's worth noting that this whole miserable battle was caught on DVR, as almost no one survived. Needless to say, the guild leaders gathered for an unscheduled meeting and discussed how the mutant ant had infiltrated the island. Wu Jinshul addressed everyone and recounted that the monster had first been discovered on a small island not far from that spot. Furthermore, it had been destroyed and it was not clear how it flew away from there after the hunt was over. The Arang hunter played a decisive role in eliminating the threat, but they lost 4 Irang hunters, a D-Rang healer, and a C-Rang leader. But that was not all, for 294 civilians were killed in the attack, and a total of 108 hunters were dispatched. Since the mutant ant can fly and has the ability to sense danger, the Japanese Hunters Association does not consider the numbers sent to be excessive. This information sent everyone into a panic, because Japan is one of the countries with the most extensive hunter system. Everyone wondered what would happen if mutant ants came to South Korea. On top of that, South Korea has many islands and the guilds can't keep track of every one of them. The head of the Hunters Association reached a verdict: if an ant could fly 150 kilometers to Jeju Island, then they could at least make it to Mokpo. Unfortunately, South Korea doesn't have enough human resources compared to Japan to send hunters to each island. And if they send 1 or 2 low-ranking hunters, they will quickly become fodder. Dark times have come for South Korea, for no one from the big nations will agree to defend them. Earlier, the United States refused to help when the S-Rang gate first opened. Wu Jinshul decided to have a private word with Chairman Goguni after the meeting. He withheld from everyone that someone over secretly contacted them and promised to join the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. It was Huang Dongsu of the Cleaners Guild. The chairman stunned on the spot because this was definitely not a gesture of goodwill. It did not take long for the man himself to reveal his real target, Sung Jin-Woo. Apparently, because of the conflict during the Red Gate incident, they sent a request for denial of entry into the country. But fortunately, Hunter Huang Dongsu was not the only one who contacted them. The chairman changed his face again and raised his eyebrows questioningly. It was the national-level hunter he was about to meet. After a while, Lady Essel opened her eyes. She did not understand what had happened, and so she asked as she fell asleep. Apparently, demons aren't very friendly with each other, her savior replied. Behind Sung Jin-Woo lay a pack of interrupted monsters that tried to attack her. The girl was stunned that he was protecting her while she slept, after all that had been done. After making several attempts to let her down, Essel narrated that the irrational demons didn't consider them as one race, and she thanked him. But that wasn't on the list of useful information, and the guy wanted to know how far away the place was with permission to pass. The demon palace was right above them, so it wasn't hard to get there. They entered through the front door like the guests everyone was expecting. Lady Essel immediately asked the guard where her father was. Although the guard was supposed to observe so-called etiquette, after the phrase "he is in the throne room," the demon ventured to ask what the man behind him was all about. Without pausing for a moment, Essel asked to show some courtesy to this important guest. As soon as the servants opened the door to the throne room for them, the girl said hello to her father and set the fact that she had brought a guest. Sung Jin-Woo's mind was full of thoughts. He realized that if he had made his way here himself, it would have been a battle with the boss. The throne stood against the sun, and so the palace owner's face was hidden in the shadows. But he did not wait long and immediately rushed forward to ask who she had brought here. The hunter began to back away slowly, and Lady Essel continued to introduce them. "Father, this man is our guest," so, she did not finish. He was not at all interested in who this guest was who came to someone's house with an entire army. The boss knew Essel couldn't see it with his own eyes, but countless soldiers lurked in the shadows of this man. The guy didn't expect to have such good insight, just as he didn't expect all the guards to point their blades at him. The truth was on his side, and he explained that he had promised to leave the place peacefully if they would give him permission to enter. Apparently, all the demons around realized that this man who was killing demons at a terrifying rate, and their clan was one of the weakest among the 20 demon clans. It was also rumored that he had defeated Vulcan and Metis, which meant they didn't stand a chance. Father Essel questioned whether permission to pass was the only request. But Sung Jin-Woo was not going to stand on ceremony and asked to take his daughter away for a while. Essel knew where the other permits were and could have led him to each of them. This could not please the master. Their tense conversation moved from the throne room to the cozy table where they were served dinner. Nervously cutting off a piece of steak, the boss wanted to clarify whether they had settled on a permit to pass and a guide. Sung Jin-Woo set aside the cutlery and began pondering how to properly present that it was Essel he wanted. This awkward silence clearly described the mood of everyone present. The deal with the man hurt the monster's pride. But if he had known that this monstrous man was the leader of those shadow soldiers, he would not have fought him from the start. Overcoming his anger, he squeezed out one last question: "You wouldn't put my daughter in danger, would you?" It was quite strange to hear such words from the monster. But Sung Jin-Woo dryly replied that he kept his promise. At this moment, on the golden spread, a footman brought up some kind of scroll and offered it to the guy. It was indeed a pass to the upper floor, and it was in his hands. Without touching the food, Sung Jin-Woo let down and offered to let Essel leave with him right away. Immediately after her agreement, the system sent a request for an invitation to the Demon Nobleman group. This was something new. The group system implied that its members had access to a magical movement circle and could share experience depending on their contributions. But if the amount of experience depended on the contribution, the Shadow Lord was not going to share it with a team member. So without moving away from the starting line, he warned that he would handle himself during the battle. And it was to her advantage, too. A huge pillar of fire lifted them to the 81st level. It was only now that Sung Jin-Woo thought to ask if the girl was okay with going without a horse. But she had no choice, as she said only members of the group could access the movement circle. But in return, she asked to stop for a moment to check if all the contents of her briefcase were intact. Her father had prepared an inn that each of the chiefs would accept, and she was going to show Sung Jin-Woo the bottle of liquor that the head of the Garshur clan loves. Really, he didn't understand why she was dragging it all. "If we take them with us, the negotiations will go more smoothly," Essel mumbled. He turned around slowly and threw a look at her that made it clear he wasn't counting on any negotiations. The hunter reminded her that their clan was unfriendly to other clans. And while clans have always clashed over rankings in the demon world, the Garshur clan is not one they are feuding with. Sung Jin-Woo wasn't going to take her with him, so he ordered her to just wait there and hide. It shouldn't have taken long. It was only a few minutes before fire erupted along with screams from the castle of the Garshur clan. On the other side of the system, a national-level hunter was being interviewed by the Hunters Association. He felt his power over the association, for they needed him more than anyone. The only thing that interested him out of the chairman's entire speech was the fact that the whereabouts of Korea's 10th S-rank hunter was currently unknown. Gwa Gunhee tried to explain that he was very elusive, so their surveillance department was having trouble locating him. Still, the guy dressed as a beachgoer wanted to mock and asked how he could believe them. Certainly the Hunters Association in South Korea was not stupid enough to lie right to the face of a national-level hunter. When the torture was over, the hunter reported that their Hwang Dong-soo had made a little noise in Korea, but because of his title, they were unable to push him. The chairman's eyes lit up angrily. In fact, This guy completely appropriated his Huang Dongsu's status as a United States hunter. Well, Sung Jin-Woo was only this stranger's first request. He also came to them to ask them to reject Huang Dongsu's entry, which they had done even before he arrived. Thus their conversation ended earlier than it should have. In addition, the tough guy promised to call again if he needed to ask anything else. When he let him down, his companion appeared to have a low complex, though he had no small package. As he said goodbye, he smugly added that he had heard about the Jeju Island situation and would like to help with the raid, but that he was a busy man. In fact, it would be different if South Korea had enough money to hire him. Chief Jinchul offered to escort him in the form of a hunter from the oversight department. Certainly, he didn't care. And he asked to make sure their conversation stayed between them. Wagunhe's last half hour seemed like an absolute lie, and his offer of help on the upcoming raid seemed like a sham. His subordinate tried to reassure him with information about the confirmation of cooperation with Japan. A hunter from a high-profile Japanese guild is scheduled to visit South Korea today. The castle of the Garshur clan was ablaze and shaking from the terror that Sung Jin-Woo had inflicted. In one fell swoop, he defeated all the demon knights on the ring wall. And just as easily, he silenced the demon nobleman forever. Apparently, the system gives a lot of experience because of their high level, and there was also an unlocked increase in the level of the shadows, Igris and Tank. The monarch returned to Lady Easel and told her the good news. And at the same minute a request for a promotion came in and he approved it positively. The shadows swirled in a whirlpool, intertwining over their heads. Knight Igris was promoted to the rank of Elite Knight, and Tank to the rank of Knight accordingly. Needless to say, Tank didn't officially have a name until then, for he was just a shadow monster. But now the system itself suggested calling him Tank. Igris's aura was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. Undoubtedly, he gained S-rank power, while at the same time his new knight gained the power of a higher A rank. The girl interrupted his admiration to ask how many clans Jin-Woo had already destroyed. Since this is the 89th floor, excluding Lady Essel's clan, it must be 9. She was horrified. After all, starting from the 9th floor everyone would be controlled by high-ranking nobleman clans, and that's a whole other level. She even had the idea of negotiating with them the same way she had before, with the Raider clan. Apparently this made Sung Jin-Woo laugh, because he replied that if he were weaker, her clan would not negotiate with him. Lady Essel had no idea that he would turn out to be so smart. Stretching his arms before the new fight, Sung Jin-Woo babbled on about his plan. You said there has always been a fierce fight between the clans for wounds. Then I'll raise the Radis clan to the top, he exclaimed. Apparently, at first she was bothered by the misnomer of her clan Raider. But then she blushed when she realized that he was going to spare them. Besides, the girl was curious to know the reason. He looked back to gaze into her lying eyes, and then said quietly, because I liked you. That threw her off. It certainly wasn't something anyone expected, not even him. Just like with Jinho, Sung Jin-Woo was good at getting off with awkward people. On the 9th floor, the difficulty suddenly increased, as did the number of monsters and their levels, which are much different from the lower floors. Despite the increase in my intelligence, this seems insignificant, considering the rate at which I am expending mana. This is just an indication of how often shadow soldiers recover from destruction. On the 97th floor, the fact that I managed to get there quickly means nothing. Even the 4th-ranked Pistols clan and the 5th-ranked Rikadu clan. That girl asked me if other people are as strong as I am. But I told her that Gong Yi and Cha are definitely stronger than mere S ranks based on their aura. They are clearly taller and lighter than my Chong'in, who is known as a super soldier. In other words, S ranks are very different from each other. Considering the S rank strength is not limited to winter, the gap in strength is likely to be stronger than the others. At the time, I was comparable in strength to Gong Yi, but now that I have ascended to the upper floors, things can change a lot. I asked that girl if she could go back to her floor and I would take care of the rest myself. She was surprised that I didn't need her anymore. This girl was so funny to me until the very end, because she did a great job, and I was very grateful to her. But after a little thought, that girl started telling me that she wanted to come with me to see the outcome of our battle. I didn't change her mind, and eventually we started going into the portal. I told her to do as she knew how, and at the same time 2 hunters, one of whom was an S-rank hunter named Ruji Koto, came out at the international airport. He started talking to the girls who were walking with him, that there was definitely someone strong in that airport, stronger even than Koto-san. Hunter could not believe it, for he knew that such a person would never appear in such a place. But suddenly one of the men came up to them and started apologizing, for he was late because of the huge crowd. But the hunter told him that it was alright, and asked if something had happened at the airport. That guy started to say that hunters from neighboring states had flown to South Korea on a personal matter. So there was nothing to worry about. Ruji wondered, and then realized that the hunters were from the United States, because it had something to do with the unnecessary situation that was soon to occur. Ruji met with the president of the association, looked at the man, and realized that he was the only hunter capable of competing with Jinam from Asia. But the association president in turn looked at Ruji and realized that he was an unusual man. After all, there are currently about 21 S-rank hunters in Japan, and 11 of them are members of Ruji Kota's guild, called the Naked Blades. Unlike South Korea's structure with 5 different guilds that compete with each other, their one guild holds all the power. And there is no doubt that Ruji Koto holds the most power in Asia after the guild in China. The girl who came with this hunter began to tell the president that she would be their interpreter, and from then on she would relay Ruji's words. Because of the disaster a few days ago, they have decided that they can no longer turn a blind eye to Jeonju Island. Consequently, they pledged their full support to South Korea. In general, the reason he came here was to form an alliance of elite warriors. The president was unclear about what he wanted to say, which was to unite to destroy the ant colony. Now that's the best idea ever. And all was right, but the president began to talk about how he knew that the Japanese elite hunters were excellent, but that entering Challenge Island was too dangerous. Ruji waved at his interpreter before he began to speak, since he was good at Japanese. He began to talk about how, since this was an S-rank gate, they had prepared a proper plan and the data they had collected in their study of the ants. Each ant is equal in strength to a hunter above the Garon, but they have a fatal weakness, their lifespan. Ants live only 1 year. In other words, if they kill the queen, the other ants will die after 1 year, and the island will be free of their presence. The president has thought about eliminating only the queen, and that might seem more realistic than destroying every ant on the island. But getting rid of the queen is no different than destroying an entire swarm of soldier ants. The president began to ask if they didn't know that the ants were willing to give their lives for their queen. But the hunter understood, and they know it. But they would have to break through the defense line of 1,000 ants, but the current would change if they left their anthill. But the president didn't understand if that was possible. But the hunter began to say that this had happened 3 times in the past when South Korean hunters had landed to raid the island. On all 3 occasions, the ants left their tunnels and attacked the hunters. And these were just the results that were confirmed with the magic scanner, and we must now pay attention to the details. 10 of the 11 S-ranked hunters in his guild, including him, are planning to take part in the upcoming raid on the island. And they will take on the role of decoys. In the meantime, the Korean hunters will take care of the queen, and the rest of the guild members will be arriving soon. That's 10 hunters S-rank, including himself. But the president understood that if the 10 S-rank hunters drew attention to themselves, only the queen and a couple of hunters would be left in the tunnel. But Ruji knew that their hunters would split into teams and launch attacks from all sides, and the ants would rush to the site of their attacks, putting the queen in the tunnel unprotected. The South Korean hunters would infiltrate the island by helicopter and destroy the queen, then leave the island by the same transport. It turned out to be quite possible for the president, but he wondered why Ruji was willing to indicate support for all but one of the hunters. After all, every hunter in the country has a record of clearing S-rank gates. If you look at their stats after the raid on Jeonju Island, he would need to rise to the point where he would be ranked as a national-level hunter. It won't be weird for him, and there will be a lot of interest in the appearance of a national-level hunter from Japan, since it's an S-rank gate. There will be 10 guild members participating just in case, to minimize the danger to both Korea and Japan, and there is no reason to refuse. It's not exactly the right way to go, but you can't become a national-level hunter without it, and the association president understood that compared to Japan and Korea, he only had 8 S-rank hunters, if you exclude Min Bin, who had retired. In fact, only 6 hunters could participate, and this tactic from treatment would be impossible to execute with only the Korean hunter's strength. The only problem is whether they can successfully destroy the queen and whether they can do it, because no one knows for sure. Perhaps if Hunter Jin-Woo, the man who single-handedly defeated the boss of the A-Rang dungeon, cooperates with other hunters and the ants evolve at an accelerating rate. The president of the association doesn't know exactly when the entire ant swarm will gain the ability to fly, and they can't wait now. The president then began to say that he had it all figured out, and they would present a specific operational plan after reviewing the data. At the same time we climbed to the 98th floor, and at this point my level was 93. Soon after, we were able to reach 100 floors and began to continue on our way. At one point, however, I noticed some strange creature flying above us in the sky, and a terrifying energy was emanating from it. As soon as I looked up, I saw a knight sitting on a great white dragon. It was the Demon King Baron, and I felt his unusual aura. After reviewing this data, they will present a specific operational plan to eliminate him. The girl who came with me felt an incredible thirst for blood, and she had never seen the Demon King in person. But her whole being literally responded to the fact that it was him, the Ram. I realized that his terrifying aura could be felt even by Yesel, who stood there shaking with fear. Still, this flying monster would only get in the way, and I looked at this dragon and realized that this was the first time I encountered demonic creatures of this type. So there are other forms of transportation here. I realized that since it wasn't a demon, I could get another shadow. And at the same moment the Demon King, the Ram, began to use his army skill. Out of nowhere a huge number of portals appeared, from which demon soldiers began to be summoned. There were extremely many of them, and they were approaching from all sides, surrounding us. I realized that these demonic knights and generals were at least of high rank, and there were at least 100 of them. I realized that a whole horde of demons had gathered in front of us, and they were finally acting. Alice asked me what we were going to do, but the monsters were getting closer and closer. Alice began to get nervous and yell at me to do something. But I told her it was too soon, we needed them to get even closer. As soon as they had us in the ring, she began to activate her Overlord Monarch skills, and with a shout, my shadow soldiers began to appear and destroy anyone who stepped into their shadow. All the copies they had in their hands began to attack the demons that surrounded us. At the same moment Alice couldn't believe her eyes at what was happening now, for this was the first time she'd ever seen such a battle. My shadow soldiers kept killing them. But the three demon generals began to move right at me, and at the same moment a large bear and my shadow soldier appeared and launched their attack. Igris, who appeared from behind, jumped on one of the demons and managed to kill it. One of my supreme soldiers, Fawn, began to activate his skill, Song of Annihilation. His wondrous aura appeared in front of him and began to destroy everyone in his field of vision. It was incredible for Alice, because she was beside me and had reached the top floor with me. But only now does she see me actually fighting. However, this area belongs to the Demon Curals, and Fawn is an intruder, someone who must be destroyed. She didn't understand and began to wonder which side she should take. But at that moment her thoughts began to get lost, because the Demon Lord, Baron, activated his skill and thunder erupted in the sky. Lightning started coming from the sky, striking all of my shadow soldiers, and I realized that it wasn't just lightning, but a massive spell with a stun effect. At that moment, however, I was able to activate my buff, and the elemental damage effect was nullified. Thanks to my immunity skill, I began to realize that if it wasn't stopped, all the shadow wars would turn to nothing, and my mother would immediately dry up. At the same moment I jumped on the building next to me and was able to get closer to the dragon. First I need to get rid of its wings, so I launched an attack. At that moment, however, the Demon King, Baron, blocked my strike and threw me back to the ground. I landed forcefully on the ground, my bike slid across it, and all the rocks started flying apart. I looked up and saw the Demon King Ram begin to spew lightning from his mouth, which flew straight at me. I managed to turn away in time, however. I realized that he was very fast, and that he would soon get to me. It was a good thing my cloak absorbed damage, but only within its limits. Suddenly I saw flames flying toward the Demon King. That flame used a Fong to cover me. Well, as the Fong and the Demon King began to diverge in different directions, because a collision of such terrifying power could not go in a straight line, and I, sitting on the ground, watched it and realized that I had not given him the orb for nothing after all, which increases the attack by 100%, and it was worth it. With that Fong attack, I was able to knock down the dragon, which fell to the ground toward me, and I saw the Demon King begin to get up. But I was relieved that he was already on the ground. After all, I was tired of watching him from the bottom up, and now there would be a battle between the two strongest bosses there are on the 100th floor. But there are actually skills that do not consume mana, and the Lord's Touch and Shadow Wars are just that. The Lord's Touch controls and affects physical objects, but the effectiveness depends directly on the weight of the object. Although this skill does not consume mana at all, the same is true for warriors, as those I save in the mist no longer need to be recalled, but things change when they are destroyed by the enemy. Soldiers begin to consume mana to regenerate. If A's mana supply runs out, they go back to my shadow. This is why it is so important to increase intelligence to maximize your mana supply. This monster has huge ones. I can say the same about his fighting power, as he controls his warriors. Given the fact that they do not regenerate, he needs a lot of mana to summon them again. When the Demon King was already on Earth and walking in my direction, he used that punch again, which was aimed directly at my subordinate, Fang. However, the Fang activated his Song of Protection skill, and I realized that I was gradually losing my mana, and he wasn't giving me a chance to recover it. Now I need to think about how I should fight next. And besides, it takes a lot more mana to regenerate high-level fighters, and yet I can't give them up. I need to finish this fight before my strength runs out. In the meantime, while I was pondering, my shadow commander, Iron, began to fight the Demon King. However, the Demon King's strength was 10 times greater than Iron's, and as soon as Iron wanted to strike him, he threw his axe aside and began to attack him, resulting in Iron's defeat. There was a player who flew to the Demon King and started to attack him, but the Demon King grabbed his big sword. Just like with my previous commander-in-chief, he was able to overpower him. After that big bang, the player dissolved into small pieces. At the same moment, I realized that I needed to act while my commanders-in-chief distracted him. I immediately activated my skill, Deathstroke. However, the Demon King was suddenly able to parry it. As he parried my blow, he grabbed my head with his other hand and lifted me into the air. And now the Demon King wanted to finish me off and swing his big sword. But at that moment, the swords of my commanders-in-chief were able to parry it, and at the same moment, I inflicted mortal damage right into the heart of the big Demon King. Something strange began to happen. The Demon King began to lose his mind and shout, "You're all around." From this his aura became so powerful that it threw us all aside, and all my shadow soldiers began to disappear. I was able to shield myself from the aura emanating from him. When I opened my eyes, a Demon King appeared in front of me, holding 2 large blades in his 2 hands. He wanted to fight me, but I wasn't that easy either. I had 2 deadly daggers, which I was going to use right now. We stood looking at each other, and at the same moment, we clashed in a vivid battle. The Demon King started to attack me first, but all his attacks were in vain. I had a good grip on my daggers, and I could easily parry all of his attacks. So I decided to activate my Deadly Strike skill again and started attacking him back, but he also parried my attacks. At this distance I was faster, and with my quick attacks I was able to wound him, but suddenly he used his strange magic again, and the attack enclosed in lightning bolts went off. I parried this attack with my blades and threw it back into the sky. But with that attack, my daggers also flew away, and the Demon King was ready to strike me one last time. However, I was able to grab both of his arms and realized that his power was very great, and he had an endless supply of mana again. After all, he used it to attack me with this strange blow from his mouth. But suddenly I saw some kind of blade come and smash right into his head, flying off to the side. I couldn't figure out what had happened, but it was Alice, who was standing nearby and threw her weapon right at him. As a result, the Demon King began to pay attention to her by turning his head. And then I realized that this was my chance. I would put all my power and strength into my skill, the Lord's Touch, and strike him one last blow. As soon as I swung, I started screaming that I would end him with a single blow. I hit him on the head with full force. So I inflicted critical damage on him, and at the same moment the Demon King was destroyed. Alice was very excited about the way I destroyed him. As soon as the Demon King fell to the ground, the notification system showed me that I had collected all the demon souls, and my quest was complete. After that, I fell to the ground, and Alice was excited about it. She started to run to me, but I asked her to go and tell her father that the Radio Clan was now the very first. And as soon as I defeated the Demon King, all the clouds cleared, the sun began to shine, and at the same moment my shadow soldiers began to collect mana crystals that were lying everywhere. I also managed to find the Demon King's ring and the Demon King's half-sword, as well as the Demon King's blade. And last, and most interesting, was the Demon King's purified blood. With the Demon King's ring I finally unlocked all the effects of the set, and no doubt the items in the set are quite useful. This is the item of greatest value right now. I was able to discover the ingredient, the purified blood of the Demon King, and I finally got it. This blood has incredible magical energy. It persists even after purification. To offset the negative effects and use it for medicinal purposes, you need to mix it together with other ingredients, such as a fragment of the world tree and spring water. Alice didn't understand and started to ask me if everything was okay, because she was watching me start to do something strange. I tried to create the holy water of life and began the process of creating it. The successful creation of items, as well as their quantity, depends on the intelligence of the creator. I understood that the higher the intelligence, the better the result. Knowing this in advance, I would have spent points on other characteristics. Alice began to ask me what I was talking about now with regard to the way I created the item, and she was sure that I would succeed. Time began to run out, however, and there were literally seconds left when the item was successfully created. I was very happy, for I had finally succeeded. It took only a small portion of the Demon King's blood and a fragment of the World Tree to create the item. But the spring water of the forest was completely used up. I realized that I needed only the extract, not the whole ingredient. And holding the holy water of life in my hand, I now understood what it really looked like. It was a mysterious potion that, because of its magical power, could cure any disease, and it would only work if you drank the entire contents. I hoped that it would really help my mother. I wanted to go to the hospital right now and check it out. But suddenly I saw Iron dragging the dragon, which was lying nearby, toward me. I was intrigued by what he was doing. And when I saw the dragon, I knew that he had finally wised up. And as soon as I uttered my word rise, the dragon turned into a shadow and became my shadow soldier. I knew I couldn't collect the souls of demons, so the wyvern option seemed quite possible. I had to choose a name for my soldier, but I began to remember what his name was, but I couldn't remember what it was. But Alice realized that I had a bad memory for names, so I called him Kaisel anyway, hoping that he would give us a way to get to her clan in no time. But I didn't think we'd have to traverse every floor to get out of here, and it would take too long. Or perhaps we could have reported back at once, and Alice's father would have thrown a banquet at once, with untold joy. But what bothered me was that I hadn't even collected the rewards for the assignment. I saw that my rewards were high-grade runes and extra characteristic points, plus 30. And the last reward turned out to be a hidden one. I was interested in the rune exchange stone. It was an ability that swapped the user and the selected shadow soldier. The ability would not be able to be reactivated until 3 hours after use, and the wait time would vary depending on the level of the ability. This was a pretty cool ability for me. Even if the shadow soldier was on the other side of the world, I could still switch places with him. There was teleportation. I turned around and started saying we did a good job. Apologized to Isil and told her that it looks like she'll have to go back to her clan alone. The radio clan is on the 8th floor and she won't have to go far. I started activating my Neva exchange ability and started teleporting. And as soon as I evaporated, my shadow soldier was left there, who also didn't understand why he was abandoned. As soon as I appeared in my world, I realized that I was in the vicinity of my neighborhood, and this ability really worked. But the next time I would not be able to use it until 3 hours later. I knew I had to get to my mom in the hospital as soon as possible, so I summoned my dragon Kaisel and started flying him straight to the hospital. At the same time, the investigators from the association began showing video footage sent from Japan, and it was recorded by a magic camera found on a Japanese satellite. These were recordings from the association president's first, second, and third attempts, and they showed, as Ruji had said, that all the ants, except the queen and her guards, were leaving the nest during the attack. Initially, the fact that the appearance of ants is constantly changing is evidence of their evolution with each generation. However, the sentinel ant is concerned about their lifespan, which is about a year. On the other hand, high-ranking dungeons always have several bodyguard monsters protecting bosses. The question arises as to the likelihood that they will not return to the nest before the scheduled time. The researcher began to answer the president of the association that they could use a frequency jammer. These ants are capable of communicating with each other on a special frequency, and the Rugrats planned to confuse them with the jammer. The president realized that they should only worry about the queen and her guards. Suddenly, however, the association president suspected something strange. He began to say that he had just felt a magical wave reaching him from such a distance. He wondered what it could be. The association president then asked if they had contacted Jan-Woo the hunter. However, the investigator began to say that they were doing everything they could to find her, not the other way around. In one of the tents, the head of the White Tiger Guild began to ask his interlocutor if he felt the same way he did now. But Min the hunter began to say that even though he was retired, he still had his wounds with him. They wondered what was going on now, but huntermen began to say to forget about it, and most likely that the other hunters were tearing each other's throats out for guild shares or something like that. Then the head of the White Tiger Guild said, "One time like that, then let's have another drink." Hunter Han sat drinking with the hunter healer. He looked at him and realized that this guy was unusual, for he had an equally peculiar sense of humor. This hunter was the first S-ranked hunter to resign for no apparent reason. More accurately, he was not the first, but the only one of his kind. How could he give it all up, considering how much an S-rank hunter could earn? He did not look like a rich man, but the hunter healer began to ask the head of the White Tiger if he was going to go to that island. And even after he saw that hunter die, that bitch, he said that's why he should go. If they let it go, then fate would befall the courier, too. But the hunter healer wondered since when he became so patriotic. But the head of the White Tiger answered that it was nothing of the sort. He had simply decided that with such a beautiful pretext, he would go where he was going anyway. But the hunter healer began to say that he refused and would never go there. If he came to persuade him, it was in vain. The head of the White Tiger replied that he just wanted to see him, for there was no telling when they could meet again. But the hunter healer began to say that he was now preparing for his teacher's exam and, so to speak, planning to become typical. He's meeting with a construction company that's recruiting outstanding hunters to start their own guild. And he gets an invitation, too. They offer him a position as head of the guild. And since he retired, he's received many similar offers from other companies. And even so, where everyone is drenched in blood, it's not for him. That's why he wants to qualify as a teacher. He was interested in subjects like Korean history. Do you need teachers for such a position? But in his mind he wondered why, of all the subjects, he chose Korean history. And he answered that he already knew that, because he loved historical dramas. The hunter healer began to say that it would be wonderful if wars only went on in history books. But the head of the White Tiger answered him that he was right and that there was nothing wrong with him, and that the hunter healer didn't seem to have it in him. Although, when you think about it, there really aren't many hunters who don't like to fight monsters. There are some among healers, too, but they prefer not to heal instead. And is it possible that only those who are skilled in battle can reawaken? In the meantime, I was finally able to get to the hospital. Through the window, I made my way to the room where my sick mother lay. I realized that if nothing else, there was probably nothing I could do. Whether she would drink the holy water of life or not, it would not guarantee that everything would be okay. But I had seen just how miracles were accomplished through a system of stories that other people wouldn't believe in for anything. And even the fact that I've been able to get this far isn't scary. If I trusted her again, I leaned over, pulled out a vial, and began to approach my mother. But at this point, my hands began to shake with worry. Would it all work out? I exhaled and started pouring the healing water into my mother's mouth. That's when I noticed the scar on her face and remembered that my goal was only to wash her hair. I had accidentally doused her with boiling water, and it was my fault that she had that scar. I sat there reminiscing about the past, but at that time my mom started to change. I noticed that her skin color had become normal, and I wondered why she was still not awake. I started to ask her to open her eyes, because we only had one reason to get stronger, and she had to wake up and let me take care of her, all the hardships she was going through. I hoped it would make her feel better. At this time, my sister was sitting in her apartment, unable to concentrate. But soon she went outside and started walking somewhere. She noticed that the air in the evening was so warm, and it was because summer should be starting soon. Soon I was sitting next to my mom, hoping she would wake up. Suddenly I heard her start to talk to me. Once she was fully awake, she asked me, and I told her that it had been 4 whole years. She kept asking me how my sister was doing, and I told her she was fine. But at the time, my hands were shaking incredibly with happiness that she had finally recovered. My mom started thanking me for keeping my promise, and because she was sick it was a hard time for me, but at this point I couldn't hold back my tears and started crying holding my mom's hand. A little later, the head physician learned that the patient with the disease of sleep deprivation had woken up. It was a real miracle for him. The assistant who came up to him began to say that the patient's guardian was demanding immediate discharge from the hospital, and they didn't know what to do. But the doctor began to say that he disagreed, because her condition was still unstable. Besides, she had been unconscious for 4 whole years, and it was premature to say anything about being able to move around on her own. But the assistant began to explain that her condition was stable and it was as if she had not been sick for 4 years and her health was not in danger. She could walk unaided. The doctor didn't understand how she could be okay after being in bed for 4 years. Well, the assistant suggested that it was due to the life support machine. After that, the doctor wondered, and even if that was true, such a hasty release was not good for them and they needed to tell the whole world about the case. But the assistant said the same thing, but the guardian refused. He was an unusual man and started talking about an S-ranked hunter who had recently come to South Korea and his name was Jean. At the same moment the doctor turned around and began to say that they had no right to hold healthy patients against their will. And so, of course, they will let her be discharged. At the same time, my sister came into the room to meet my mother. My mom looked at her and realized that she had grown so much in those 4 years. But my sister started crying and went to hug her mother. None of us could hold back our tears. I watched the whole thing and realized that my efforts were not in vain. I think this long-awaited reunion is like a reward for all the hardships and trials I went through working as a hunter. I've often wondered if I'm constantly drifting away from them just because anxiety is eating away at me from the inside. A little later, I went outside, sat down on a nearby bench, and forgot all about my phone. While I was in demonic confusion, I had a lot of missed calls, but I figured that whoever needed to call me back would. But suddenly I saw a news story about yesterday that said that a monster had been spotted in the sky, but there was no sign of a breakthrough. I didn't want to lie, and everyone was wondering where this monster was headed. The Hunters Association gave no comment, and people began to wonder if they could live safely in Peace City. I realized that even the slightest stupidity of mine could become the most talked about event. But suddenly I got a call, and when I picked up the phone, I realized that the chairman of the association himself was calling me. I began to ask what had happened, and the chairman began to explain that he was already sure I had heard the news. But I didn't understand what he was talking about. I immediately began to say that it was probably about my dragon, because rumors spread very quickly. I apologized and said I would be more careful in the future, but he didn't know what I was talking about. I realized that he wasn't calling me because I'd flown the dragon the previous night, so I started to ask him what had happened. After all, I had just arrived, and I was out of touch. The chairman began to say that I really wasn't up to date, and it would be more convenient for them if he came and we discussed everything face to face. But I said that I would come and see them myself. A little later I was already at the main association building, and the chairman started telling me that the raid would begin in 2 days, and they would go to the island of these ants once and for all. And they would need my help to do it. All the citizens want to go back to this island, and the chairman suggested to me, would you like to join them? I started to think about how I would definitely have said yes before, since this place is just crawling with high-level monsters. But now I got to be with my family, and suddenly I felt an incredible magical power. The chairman asked me what was wrong. I told him there was nothing wrong, but there must be a guy passing somewhere between the hunters. The chairman smiled and realized that, as expected, I had good instincts. I could sense the power of the hunters at that distance. He began to say that the S-Rang hunters were actually warming up in the gym, and they only had 4 days left before the raid on the island. And the Ryuji, his Japanese hunters, are there, too. And as soon as I heard that name, I asked the chairman again about that Ryuji guy. He's talking now, and the chairman replied that I got it right, and it's the name of the strongest Japanese hunter that even the most ordinary citizen has heard of. And I must see for myself that this is where he is. At this time there was a sparring going on between 2 hunters who began to wrestle. One of them was definitely stronger and in an instant threw the other hunter over his hip and he fell to the ground. One of the hunters began shouting that young men like theirs had to put in a lot more effort. They kept fighting over it. The aura inside the room was terrifying. At this time I was watching the whole battle, and it was unusual for me to see all the hunters of such a high level in one place. The magical energy I had felt earlier was emanating from them. At the same time, a hunter called Absolute Weapon started walking up to us, and he started saying that we hadn't seen him in a while. I started asking him, watching this fight, what he said. It turned out that Hunter Baekhyun wasn't using all his power, but why was he hiding it? After all, Hunter Dongwook is clearly not the kind of opponent to relax with. But he replied that it would be rather impractical to show off all of his abilities when there are so many eyes around. After all, President Beck turns into a real monster when he fights, and I realized that the rumors about his transformation were true after all. And the people who were gathered there, they were hunters from the Glory Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the nation. With assets in Khan territory, they are sure that the Glory Guild ranks 4th, while the white tiger and the reapers are at the top. I looked up at Ruji Goto and realized that he was that S-ranked Japanese hunter. But at the same moment, other hunters took notice of me, and one of the girls started asking me who the hunter on the balcony was. Another girl, associating me with Hunter Jin-Woo who had recently obtained S-rank status, also paid attention to me. But he didn't realize if I really had the assassin class, because he started to feel my power even though I was trying to hide it. So he wondered, is it possible that I am an excellent hunter of the assassin class? The translator girl who was near Ruji started telling him that I belonged to the magic class, and it was officially confirmed information. The other hunters also started to look in my direction and guessed that this was the guy who had thwarted Minsung's debut. Hunter Cha looked at me and realized that this was why the air had changed so much. And it was all because of me. Another girl who was wearing a special mask started telling a guy who looked like an S-rank hunter that she looked like him and was standing Korean Hunter 10, Orang. But that guy started replying to her not to talk to him, because he's about to throw up from all those hunters. This masked guy noticed the Cha hunter and started guessing that there are people in South Korea with the same sensitive sense of smell as him, and she uses a regular handkerchief to neutralize the smell. So her sensitivity level is much lower than his. If he suddenly walks up to her and starts talking, wouldn't it look like he has a crush on her? He would if he knew Korean. Hunter Ruji stood with his translator and she started asking him if it was really better to be in South Korea. They didn't seem to be their equal, but Hunter Ryujin started to ask her why she thought that, and she started to say that she had witnessed Gata-san sweeping the dungeons many times and other S-rank hunters didn't interest her anymore. But Ruji started telling her that that wasn't true at all, and there was still one capable hunter here. Her name is Cha, and she's another fire hunter. He, and only these two can be compared to their best fighters. But suddenly the head of the Knights Guild started talking, and the translator just said that she thought he wouldn't understand what she was muttering there in her Japanese. But for this guy, Japanese was a second language he had learned in high school. However, the translator decided to ask who he was, and it turned out to be the head of Jiangsu. But this was the first time she had heard that name. It was all because he was a Ranka hunter, and because of that, she might not have known about him. However, the Knight Guild was one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. The translator didn't understand who Jong Sun, a rank hunter from South Korea, was and decided to ask him if he would join the raid on Jeonju Island. She had heard that only S-rank hunters would participate. However, Jong Sun was part of the defense squad responsible for blockading the island, and it was a very important role. But the translator didn't care about that as it was a relief for her. After all, they can't rely on A-rank hunters for such an important task. Ruji started telling the translator that if she was causing trouble, she should stop right now. Soon after that, Jong Sun turned around and left, saying that after all, what could a girl translator know? But she heard that and started telling him that he wanted to see with his own eyes what she was capable of. The interpreter girl was very serious and decided that he could not say that he could defeat the hunters who had only come here as an interpreter. Jong Sun started to tell her to stop looking down on him. But as soon as she told him that he was of the non-combatant hunter class, he started to get angry. At this time, I was standing on the balcony watching along with a hunter called Absolute Weapon, and I realized that South Korea and Japan would be fighting orange hunters amongst themselves, and it would be quite entertaining. Things got heated downstairs, and Jong Sun started saying that we should set up a couple rules to start with. It would be much better than the usual pugilism. The rules were simple: the first one to grab the other's wrist wins, and if he grabs her first, she loses. The translator realized that if she started attacking, she would be caught and he would lose too, and she needed to think carefully about every move she made, because this rule implied mental activity as well. Jong Sun was already ready, but the translator didn't like what he saw. Jong was ready to fight her in that pose. However, he replied to tell her not to worry, because he wouldn't need to use his hand except to grab her. She realized that he was very confident in his speed and decided to start. She rushed with all her speed straight at him, but he dodged every attack she made. At that same moment, she decided to prove to him that she wasn't bluffing and was ready to decisively end this sparring right now. And as soon as she swung her arm, she saw that Jong Sun didn't want to just attack like that. He decided to make just a light thrust and was sure that she understood it herself. But she replied that she didn't fully understand his dialect, and more importantly, it wasn't cool at all to stand in that pose. After all, his entire crotch is literally visible as his pants were torn between his legs at this point. And at that very moment, she sprang into action and took a swing at him. But Jong Sun grabbed her wrist and started telling her that she was too slow. And at that same moment, the sparring was over. She didn't understand how this could happen, but Jong-sun started to say that she was the kind of person who follows the tank, and it was incredible not to see that her experience in fighting people was extremely low. After all, stuff happens in Korea, and sometimes you have to fight people, and in the worst case scenario, you have to kill them. And she'll regret it if she doesn't take that into account. Unlike monsters, people's movements are much harder to read, and if she had a knife in her hands, it would have slit her throat instead of grabbing Ruji's wrist. Watching this, he started to say that it was a pretty good sparring session, and he asked his translator if she could relay the message that she wanted to address everyone here. And she began to translate that he had an idea that he wanted to propose to the Koreans in the name of strengthening their relationship. How about we spar using the same system as the S-rank hunters? I started going down with the president of the association, and he started saying let's exclude magical and unusual classes because they would be harder to evaluate. We also decided to add a couple rules. Whoever grazes their opponent's back or knocks them to the floor will be considered the winner. Instead of a one-on-one duel, we are offering a group competition. In other words, it doesn't matter who their opponent is. When the translator conveyed all of this to Ruji, he began to realize what it meant that the team that was the first to knock out a member of the other team would control the move. The hunter-killers would have a huge advantage if they followed the previous rule. He replied that he agreed to have South Korea fight against Japan's 4 hunters. I stood there watching and realized that Ryujin didn't seem to have decided to participate. He wants to observe them, and anyway, it's not every day you get to see a fight between S-rank hunters. And it's a good thing I came here today. One of Japan's hunters started to speculate that he could draw some conclusions about their strength based on their recent fight, but it seemed to him that this guy had an ace up his sleeve. The girl from Japan's squad was also watching and realized that this was a 4x4 battle, which meant her opponent would be the other girl across from her, and so they had already decided to start sparring. One of Japan's hunters realized that his opponent was capable of transforming into a giant, and he would surely enjoy the battle, relying only on pure strength. It would be great, just great. That's what a real man should be like. They clashed in a fierce battle and decided to see who would be the stronger of the two. At the same moment, the other hunters also began to fight, and one of them noticed that the other was very fast and confident in his speed. If he got even a millimeter closer, he would be finished. But luckily for him, he specializes in long range and attacks. He threw his magic arrow that flew at the opponent. They continued to fight, but some had an advantage in strength. The president of the association looked at all of this and realized that this training center had been built and fortified with powerful magic stones. Average hunters wouldn't be able to leave a dent here, as these guys had made a mess of the place in literally seconds. Letting these youngsters participate in the battle is a rather unfortunate decision, as their opponent is the strongest S-rank hunter. They must be wary, as he can not only grab their arm, but also break it. At this point, one of the Japanese hunters realized that his opponent was using cheap tricks and no one said he would follow the rules and only aim for the arms and back. After all, he decided that only the strongest would survive here. And at one moment he approached his opponent, he wanted to deliver a bloodthirsty blow, but he backed away and threw himself aside. His opponent realized it was bloodlust. I wondered why he had retreated, and most likely, he was just scared. But the masked guy started to say that he was overexcited again, because being a hunter was not for him. His opponent started to reflect that he wasn't wrong, and his name is Kumamoto. He doesn't even know if he is a great tactician or just a coward, but still, he decided that he is particularly aggressive. Ruji seems to want to see the level of their abilities with this guy, but the Korean Association hunter has decided that his opponent is ready for what's about to happen. After all, if he's going to treat him like a guinea pig and just a little bit, he's going to get a lot more serious. His masked opponent realized that his eyes had changed, and to him it was horror. For he no longer wanted to be here. The hunter from the South Korean Association started moving straight at him with amazing speed. And as soon as he threw one punch, the man dodged, and he realized that he was more cowardly than he thought. His awakening was going to put him at the top among all S-rank hunters. The spectators who were watching all of this realized that they were even bigger monsters, and compared to them, his battle was just child's play. But suddenly, there was a loud sound and everyone saw that the big guy from the South Korean Association was toppled to the ground, and he couldn't believe his eyes because it was the first time for him. At the same moment, the other South Korean Association guy was also pinned against the wall and his hands were grabbed. Now there was a battle going on in which 4 were fighting too, and the Japanese association was in the majority. However, the hunter from South Korea was unwilling to give up and began to tell them who would attack him next. He knew that whoever fought him would regret it. At the same time, a battle started between the 2 girls. Huntress Cha attacked with amazing speed, and her opponent didn't expect her to be so fast. But it wasn't just that. The opponent couldn't find a gap in Huntress Cha's defense. She used to be called a dancer, and she earned this nickname due to her agile movements that resembled a dance. This trait allowed her to incapacitate her opponent very quickly. However, due to her guild leader's ban, she no longer used this nickname, so only a few people know about it. Huntress Cha swung, and with that speed, her opponent's cap flew to the side. At the same moment, the huntress moved behind his back and touched his back. Once she was done with that girl, she decided to hurry up and help her partner, Baek Yun, who was fighting against the 2. But at that moment, the 3rd hunter approached her and started to say that he knew that those 2 could not be bothered with, so he decided to deal with Hunter Cha. As soon as he approached her, she reacted and started attacking him with quick movements right on his face. Those who were watching all of this couldn't understand what had happened. After all, it looked like arrows shot from a machine gun. They didn't realize how many times she had struck her fist, maybe around 10 times, even more. Such a large number of punches in such a short period of time made it impossible for him to block them. At this moment, the huntress realized that she had overdone it a bit, and Hunter Kumamoto was covered in blood from those punches. From that moment on, he began to get angrier and angrier, and being in that state, he became completely different. And it wasn't even a change of personality, he was just losing his mind. And at the end of the fight, he didn't remember anything. He could use not only forbidden techniques, but also attack even his allies. And in the end, in a ranked dungeon without outside help. But if he's involved in conquering rank gates, then him waking up as an S rank doesn't make any sense. Ruji started talking about how if anyone from the Korean team was in danger, they should be stopped immediately. He only wanted to check on them, but the translator started telling him that if he wanted to restore him, it was best to do it right now. After all, they wouldn't be able to afford compensation for the damage done. And as soon as that guy got angry, he was already standing there looking at Hunter Cha with his terrifying gaze. The huntress realized that he was too fast, and his punch was already flying straight at her. As soon as he hit, he was surprised that his foot was stopped, and there I was, covering the huntress. I started telling her that it was just a competition and his bloodlust was going over the top. I asked the huntress if she minded if he interfered. But that guy got even angrier and started attacking me. In an instant, I was able to grab his arm and twist him, putting him on the ground. Ruji, who was watching all this, didn't realize what kind of move this was and asked his translator if she was sure he was a magic class hunter. He started to say, "Hunter Cha, I think the best solution right now is to accept the Korean team's defeat." And I agreed, because it looked like Hunter Beck had also been caught. However, I realized that the gap in their skills was quite large, and even if he reincarnated, it wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, I heard someone start talking to me, and it was Ryujo. The translator started translating that he wanted to fight me one-on-one. I looked at him and realized that it was an aura permeating everything around him. Even without an interpreter, I can understand what he's trying to accomplish and what he wants. On his own, he wants to find out what I'm capable of, but I don't know what his motives are. But this is just a way to find out how strong I've become since the demonic castle. Ruji looked at me and didn't understand why I was smiling, and at that moment, the translator started to tell him that Jin-Woo accept his offer, but only on one condition. He said he would accept his offer if he fought at full strength. The other hunters didn't understand what was going on here, but Ruji was curious since they had a high-ranked healer with them now. This fight shouldn't lead to serious consequences. He started to say that he liked that suggestion and asked the healer to take care of the wounded, especially himself, and pointed a finger at himself. At my place, the other hunters with the Korean Association started speculating that this was the little-known 10th hunter. And one of the hunters couldn't believe that this youngster would fight the very Ruji go-to, the Cha hunter. She started to ponder that nothing would happen since he had single-handedly cleared the rank dungeon and killed 100 higher orcs. But suddenly Hunter Beck started telling her that she was doing pretty well despite having so many hunters around. She replied to him that she couldn't be constantly distracted by her charms, especially when they arrived on the island. In response, she started to ask him that he had said that he was already familiar with the hunter Jin-Woo and maybe he should stop this fight. But he replied that it was logical since it was about Ruji himself personally fighting. However, for the same reason as herself, he wants to watch this fight, so he won't interfere, because the very thought of this fight excites him. If Jin-Woo can build up his power, then perhaps he has become much stronger than he was in their last encounter. At this same moment, I decided to start our fight, but I didn't expect my opponent to act before I decided to start. His hand was already near my face, but I successfully dodged it. I was also very fast, and as soon as I gave myself away from him, he attacked me before I even finished speaking. But Ruji was sure that I wasn't magic class, after all those nimble movements and silent gait. He began to ponder that I wouldn't be able to fool him, and decided to reveal all my secrets, continuing until he knew everything I was hiding. I looked at him and realized that he wasn't like the other hunters at all, and there was a much greater power lurking within him. But his so-and-so wasn't a hindrance to me at all, and as I smiled after dodging his attacks, my opponent began to get angry. The Japanese hunters, while watching this, pondered, should they stop this fight? After all, Ruji took this battle with complete seriousness, and he had very intimidating attacks. The other hunters could barely keep up with them. But Hunter Jin-Woo was holding up quite well, and not everyone could dodge so many blows from Japan's best hunter. Hunter Cha pondered on the fact that Hunter Jin-Woo was not holding back despite the endless attacks from Ruji. It was as if he was taunting him, thus provoking him. At the same moment, the hunter called Absolute Weapon returned and he noticed this battle and realized that something interesting had happened while he went out for a smoke. Ruji kept attacking and didn't realize if he could even dodge this attack or if it was just a fluke. He realized that as long as he wasn't fighting at full strength, there was no positive outcome to this battle, so he changed his mind and decided to just kill me. And at that moment, I received a notification from the system that I began to feel someone's overwhelming bloodlust in the immediate vicinity. I realized that if I played for even a short while, the system might give me an emergency quest, like it did in the battle with the warden in one of the dungeons. And after his last attack, just a little more and I would have lost an eye, but he didn't realize what a crazy power that was. After all, he might as well have caught my wrist, but before he started, grabbed my arm instead. He got mad and thought I was messing with him. But at this point I wasn't sure I had him right. But if I had grabbed his wrist, our fight would have been over immediately. But I knew he didn't want that either. As soon as I got serious, we swung, and the earth beneath our feet began to tremble from our swings. The other hunters didn't wait and decided to stop us. And as soon as they got close, they started holding our hands, and one of the hunters built a wall of ice. One of the hunters declared that this was enough. After all, this man would be leading the Japanese hunters in a few days, and they could not take responsibility if he was suddenly hurt. As the duel went beyond the bounds of reason, one of the hunters asked the interpreter to end the practice battles. Hunter Beck came up to me and started saying that maybe he shouldn't have gotten involved. But I replied to him that it was fine. Another hunter smiled and said that not only did I manage to stand up to Ruji, but I only got away with a single scratch on my cheek. He went on to say that my body is very strong and I have a great physique like magic class hunters. But they are short on fighters. He suggested to me, if I haven't joined anywhere yet, why don't I join their hunters? But another hunter who was standing on the balcony started yelling at him that Jin-Woo's hunter was also magic class. I stood there and realized that I had gone a little overboard. I now know the strength of all the hunters gathered here. In addition, I noticed something else. Most of the hunters among them, none of them noticed my shadow soldiers, and that's despite them being high-level hunters. I was even surprised that Ruji couldn't sense anything. I started talking in the head of the Hunters Association about what he was asking. Would I participate in Shinju Island? The president of the association couldn't believe what he just heard, but at this time, the interpreter started asking Ruji if he was alright. He felt strange somehow and was looking at the ground, because something happened after that battle. The next day in the White Tiger Guild, Hunter Beck sat in his chair and pondered whether it was possible that being twice awakened had limitless growth. Also, how much a Jin-Woo hunter would cost them. But he realized that it was useless to try to invite new hunters into the guild right now. However, there are still ways to contact them. And now it was time for Plan B. As soon as his phone rang, he saw the final list of participants, which would take place in 4 days. And there was no Hunter Jin-Woo in Tomsk. Which he couldn't believe his eyes. Well, at the same time, Hunter Ruji was on the phone and told Hunter Matsumoto that there was a pretty capable hunter in Korea too. But he heard back that he was probably weaker than him, and Ruji started to say that he didn't even know his name. Matsumoto asked what his name was, and Ruji replied that it was Hunter Jin-Woo. And he had reawakened and had just recently gotten his rank. But Matsumoto first said that it was kind of weird because there was no such name, and Ruji didn't know what he was talking about. And he started to say that the final list of Korean hunters participating in the raid just came in, and these 6 people will be leaving in 4 days as part of the Korean team. Ruji couldn't understand why the president couldn't form a team without an artificial hunter with an orangutan. But it didn't matter anymore, because there are 16 hunters participating this time and there shouldn't be any problems. Ruji realized that he was worried for nothing, and would call again when the raid started. But at the same time, on that island where the hunters will be going in 4 days, the queen of the ants was saying that they should leave that island because there is no food here and the ants are eating other ants. There is no food on this land now to feed the people of the kingdom, and it can't go on like this. They need an even stronger army, the strongest soldiers, to protect the people of the kingdom and the kingdom itself. They will make the enemy tremble in fear of them. That ant, who was in the egg and was the biggest, began to say that he would make the enemies tremble with fear of him. He must make his enemies tremble with fear of all the ants, for he must become much stronger than anyone else and become the strongest. And as soon as he emerged from his egg, streams of strong energy began to erupt on this island, accompanied by a terrifying aura. But a little while later I went and got my mother and my sister and we arrived at the apartment. However, the apartment was a huge mess. As soon as we walked in and I saw it, I realized that while I was in the demon castle, the place had turned into a mess. But my mother started saying that household chores after 4 years are no big deal. After all, they would clean up all together. We started to clean up, and my mother told us that this house was already quite old, and a lot of dirt had appeared in places that weren't really visible. I answered her that we had been living here since we were kids, so it was no surprise. But suddenly my mother asked me, and while she was sleeping, I happened to hear nothing about my father. I answered her that I hadn't heard, because if I had told her that I had also become a hunter like my father, I wondered how she would have reacted. There's a reason why it's taking Mom so long to leave this apartment. Even though I've already made more money than people usually realize, and there's a reason why we still live here. My mom is still waiting for my dad, who is missing, and suddenly he'll be back here, in this house, at the same time. One day one of the guys started talking about ants and their terrifying rate of development. Each new species of ant especially dominates all the previous ones, and they call this evolution. What everyone sees on the screen now are the ants from the first and second raids. When they first appeared, they were crawling around like normal ants. If you look at them now, their appearance is different only because they are huge. Now this is the appearance of the ants filmed during the third raid. These ants can walk upright like humans, and the huge head is noticeably smaller, allowing them to move nimbly. They can use their 4 legs as arms. In just 2 years, the specifics of their species have changed dramatically. A recent image of an ant that caused a lot of damage in Japan raises concerns. They have become even more human-like, but they now have huge wings on their backs. They are now able to fly, and that was one of the reasons why the Korean team joined this battle. Of course, if the opponent is such a monster, most hunters would want to run away. However, there was a hunter who dared to participate. Even though he had retired, I was walking down the street and reading the comments on my phone. It said, "Why is Jin-Woo's name missing from the Korean list?" And just because he became S rank doesn't mean his character has changed. There are ranks that will forever remain within a person. Some people started to scoff that I had wet myself and ran away, but I didn't care. However, I realized that Jin would be worried, so I decided to call him and ask him if he was still living at the motel. He replied that he had found a new place not too long ago, and luckily his mom had contacted him. He suggested that I walk with him and see the place. As soon as we met, he started telling me that the first thing I needed to start a guild was an office, and he chose the best one near my house. I asked him if it was too big for the 2 of us, but he didn't understand what I was saying. After all, a guild head, a deputy guild head, and a staff member, there should be at least 3 hunters to make a guild. I realized that we needed to hire one more person, and I wondered if among the hunters I knew, there would be someone who would join us so we could start a guild. But suddenly Jin told me that someone was looking for me, and it was a man who spoke English. He said he would be in Korea until July 17th and hoped I would contact him, but I didn't realize who it could be, a foreigner speaking English. After all, I am not familiar with such people. And at this point I made some obscure joke and started telling Jin that I needed to go home. And at that very moment being in my seat, saw my shadow soldier in utter horror. I sensed that some man was threatening the girl with a knife and yelling at her if she peeps anything she will die immediately, because she has no idea how many people died here. She was crying very loudly and begging him not to kill her, but he looked at her with a horrifying look and said that this neighborhood was just the way he liked it. But I was already behind him and started telling him that I liked this neighborhood too, and I was wondering why he was doing this. I asked him, but he turned around and started asking me why on earth I decided to teach him. I realized he wasn't in the mood for a friendly conversation. He started moving right towards me with his knife in his hands and saying it was all so much fun. And just as he was breaking a sweat, he touched me with his shoulder. He wanted to throw body blows at me, but he ended up failing. I started telling him that I think I understand these feelings. However, if you give in to that temptation even once, it won't be easy to go back to your old life afterward. I took his knife and stabbed him in the leg so he couldn't run away. I started to tell him that I was still hoping to get home before it got too dark. As soon as that girl ran away, I started telling him that if he would turn himself in before midnight if he wanted to live. I ordered my shadow soldier to follow him. If he didn't voluntarily surrender by midnight, he would be killed. I started to leave with the words that I hope he survives. I don't know how much patience this orc will have. I was leaving and realized that finally tomorrow would be the beginning of paradise on the island. The next day, the helicopter with the hunters headed towards the island. Hunter Ruji sat on his chair and watched his phone, but he couldn't hold back the trembling in his hands. For at that moment, he felt the aura of death that was approaching him. When he fought Jin-Woo, he took his hand to his face and began to tell himself that he had become too sensitive. There were 2 destroyers and 4 frigates sailing behind them on the coast of China and on the coast of Taiwan, near Chinju Island. In addition, there were 12 frigates with hunters stationed in the north of the island. One of them, even if you let them weaken for even a second, would attract the attention of the ants, who would immediately attack them. The other hunter started to ask his mentor if he thought it would work against them. But he replied that if they didn't try it, they wouldn't know. The Knights Guild was here for that very purpose, for their defense team must take care of any creatures that might get to the mainland by flying past them. Elsewhere, one of the hunters started saying that he would leave the rear on the other guys since they are all from the guild and are staying here. The deputy guild master could take care of the combat training, but he didn't understand how to envision it. After all, he is only a guild deputy master in words. But the hunter began to tell him that their successes had only increased because of him and his knowledge, as well as the expansion of their scope of work, all of which were his merits. However, he felt very fake sending his head to the front lines and asked him to return unharmed. At the same time, some hunters started yelling over the phone how they could send their star who had recently joined them. After all, if anything happened to her, the guild would not be happy with them. While hunters from each guild were distributed throughout the south at the request of the Hunter Association, if Right is successful, no one wants the surviving ants to infiltrate the mainland. The head of the association with a hunter in rank A, 10 hunters in rank D and below protect the state's territory. Hunters who have retired and awakened hunters who have decided not to be hunters have also stood up to defend. Their number is about 5,000, which corresponds to 1/10 of all awakened hunters in the country. There were other hunters flying in one of the helicopters, and the guy who was a cameraman from the official press started saying that his title entailed broadcasting the hunters professionally, and this raid would be broadcast live across the country. They don't have to worry about possible mistakes because the broadcast is on a 10-minute delay, and at that time the editing team cuts everything out. But some hunters didn't understand why a cameraman was accompanying them in such a dangerous place, and what the president was thinking. However, another hunter who was sitting next to him started to say that their direct duty as hunters is to protect the people. However, they need to realize that they need to be extremely careful. But the videographer began to say that even if they perceive him as a weakling, he is actually a hunter with experience and qualifications like the rest of the hunters. There are many awakened who have chosen a life without such endless raids, and videographers with hunter qualifications are an example of how the two jobs can be combined. This isn't the first time for him. He has participated in dungeon sweeps several times. However, he doesn't know if his experience will help him this time, because he was scared. But another hunter started telling him not to worry so much, because the Hunters Association approved this broadcast. So, there is hope that the 4th raiding will end successfully, and this will be the first and last time the public will see the S-Class raid. Besides, they've already failed 3 times on the island, and they've decided that this time they will, because if the speech ends in failure, they will most likely disappear from the face of the earth. It was time for the world to need a hero, but one of the hunters turned his attention to another and asked him what he was doing here, for he didn't expect him to join as well. It was an S-rank healer, but he started to say that without his healer gift, Han would die in the first one, because he is the one who gets hit in the head first. But Han started to get angry and yelled at him, asking why he would be the one to get hit in the head first. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Hunter Cha and asked the guildmaster for the video of Ali and Hunter Jin-Woo. But he replied that no, he hadn't seen it. But at that moment, another hunter started saying that the show was already starting, because they were flying up to the island, and the healer's hands immediately started shaking, because he was scared. At this time, the hunters were already on the island, with Ruji at the head. They were walking through the streets of a neighborhood, but they didn't look around and realized that this city now looked like a ghost. On the ground were the remains of ants that seemed to be eating each other. Ruji realized that there was a predator among them. Ruji started to contact Bravo's squad and asked them to respond in order. All the other groups were ready and they decided to start this raid. Suddenly explosions rang out all over the island. The hunters who were on the helicopters nearby started looking out the window at this power that was coming from the island. At that moment they realized that the Japanese had already started their operation, and all the ants flew out of their hiding place. The first thing they did was to chase the helicopter flying next to them. However, a hunter named Absolute Weapon came out of the helicopter and said that he would now take care of his pursuers. He began to use his fire skills and his fire arrows flew straight ahead, destroying the ants that were chasing their helicopter. Another hunter watching all this was impressed by all this power. However, that hunter said that it didn't impress him yet because he thought that such power wasn't enough to really hurt them. Of the 3 ants that flew after them, only one was hurt, and the rest continued their pursuit. He ordered the man who was driving that helicopter to hold the helicopter firmly steady, for it might shake slightly from his attack. He started to use another skill, which made the fire fly straight at the ants, and they all instantly burned. These ants had evolved a lot, and they used to be hunters that he had just destroyed. They seemed to be resistant to his magic, similar to the monsters from the ranked dungeon where he had to focus on his firepower. And at that moment, he jumped out of the helicopter and decided to find out their skills. The hunters watching him saw him descend to the ground. They didn't know if he was going to be okay. But the girl sneered and was sure that nothing would happen, as his fire magic was aimed at fighting several enemies. And as soon as he landed, he started burning all the living things that were near him. All the ants started to burn and disappeared at the same moment. This hunter wondered, for it had been a long time since he had last played with ants. Now he could hear the same cracking sound, but it was like deafening explosions. As soon as he finished massacring the ants on the ground, he shouted to his companions who were on the helicopter and asked them to come down to him. The man who was watching all of this realized that the current plan did not include any retreat options. This meant that they would find themselves completely isolated while inside the nest. For about an hour, the Japanese hunters distracted the soldier ants, during which time they would attempt to kill the queen. And once everyone was ready, they decided to make things happen quickly, because it was them, and so there shouldn't be any problems. They all started to descend to the ground to begin their journey to the queen's nest and destroy her. Even on the second aircraft carrier, the guys who were on board started the operation and activated the jamming generator. Once the jamming generator was activated, the signals from the queen and the hunters who were cutting down the ants stopped reaching the island. Some of the ants were able to adapt, while others were unable to recover. One of the huntresses was chopping the ants with her large daggers and started telling her comrade to hurry up and adapt or they would die. Team Bravo started saying that at this rate they would kill all the ants before the Korean team killed the queen. Another hunter asked where their comrade Kong was, but he was in the meantime playing catch up with the ants, tearing off their wings that allowed them to fly. He was old enough, but he was still acting like a child. Suddenly, the Delta team saw an explosion on one of the volcanoes, and a guy named John was there. He used his ice control ability to freeze all the ants that were there. So he wondered what would happen if they started fighting his ice and flames. After powerful explosions, the squad descended straight to the queen's lair, which was inside the volcano. Their goal was to destroy the queen. Once they were inside, they realized that the place used to be a fiery prison that held enemies. But now it only worked with ants, and the lower-ranked hunters decided to figure out how to get the queen. There were many passageways around them that looked like mazes. One of the hunters, whose name was Absolute Weapon, started using his skill and decided to try and find the entrance. He launched his fireballs into those very passageways, and suddenly the sound of explosions came from all the passageways. He realized that all these paths were all tangled like a maze, and if they went randomly, they would come back as his fireball. He began to assume that the deep place where no explosions could be heard was in the nearest passage he saw. The hunter from the White Tiger Guild hesitated, for what was expected of a hunter had happened. John in his presence was already reassuring, and while they were looking for an entrance, I completed my daily task. After that, I ran 10 kilometers. And as soon as I stopped, I realized that the area where I lived hadn't been this crowded before. But today there was no one here at all, and that was probably because the broadcast of the raid had started. The rank hunters from Korea and Japan undoubtedly have a lot of power. I realized that there was no point in watching them now unless something unforeseen happened. Meanwhile, inside the volcano, a hunter with a bow was destroying the approaching ants. The hunter John started to say that barring some individuals, everything was as expected. But the other hunter saw such ants for the first time, and they were the Queen's guards. If so, they are not weak, because they have poor eyesight, and they are only able to protect the inside of the nest. If so, there would be no difficulty, and their firepower is more than enough to destroy them. But the healer realized that the Queen was indeed here, and he speculated that she might abandon her people and escape to another hunter began to say that from this island these things have nowhere to run. The video reporter at this time realized that it was very dark and he couldn't get a good shot of everything, but he was confident that his headquarters would tweak things if needed. They continued on their way and passed through a large cave. At one point they noticed that in front of them was a clutch with a very large number of eggs. If the clutch was here, the Queen must have been nearby. I didn't realize that these ants were guards after all. One of the hunters decided to burn the whole thing, but Hunter Cha noticed that there was one huge one among the eggs that had hatched. They couldn't believe their eyes that it was also an ant egg. What else could hatch from such a big egg? Their main objective now was to destroy the Queen, and everything else was unimportant. They understood the danger, but the current situation was beyond expectations. The monster that hatched from the egg with me is most likely still here somewhere. At the same time, outside, the hunters were fighting the ants that attacked from outside. One of the hunters turned her attention to her comrade and told him he didn't look well. He stood there covered in the blue liquid that was also with the ants, and there was nothing he could do about it. The guys were more annoying than he thought and came at him with great force and coherence. He thought he could handle them in one fell swoop, but ended up getting hit in the shoulder and under the rib. The healer who was supposed to heal him started saying she wanted something in return. It's really true that she really wants something in return, and this time it wasn't money. The other hunter who was injured started asking her what she wants then, since she earns more than him anyway. Even though she's still a child, she's so greedy for money. But suddenly they noticed that a swarm of ants was flying at them again. And just as one of the hunters turned around to ask what she wanted, he saw someone finish off the healer with one powerful blow. He couldn't understand what had happened. But at the same moment some monster appeared and started running straight at him. That hunter wanted to avenge his partner, but that monster also did it to him in one blow. It destroyed him and he fell to the ground. The third hunter started screaming and waving his big sword, but eventually he too was destroyed. They all lay on the ground, still not knowing what had killed them. A hunter with a large shield stood in front of the ant, and as he looked at it, he realized that this was the royal guard. Each of these creatures is comparable in strength to a ranked hunter. However, this animal does not only live in Africa, but unlike humans, who cannot predict their movements are much easier to understand. At the same moment, Hunter Cha stuck her sword into the ant's back. By doing so, she stepped on it with her feet, and the entire sword began to slash the large ant. However, as soon as she stepped on the ground, another ant was behind her back. She reacted in time, turned around, and began slicing it to pieces. Although she was able to destroy it, she realized that they were damn tough guys, even tougher than she could have imagined. The Queen's guardsmen are different from normal ants, and yet, it's even good that there aren't many of them here at all. One of the hunters who was standing behind started telling the others not to worry. That way, if anything, he would have their backs. The head of the white tiger turned his attention to him and realized that he was completely daring today. But that guy started telling him to watch himself and not to make any mistakes of the new recruits. And as soon as he finished off another ant, he realized and started telling the others that just chopping the skull was not enough. After all, these critters would live for a few more minutes, so they needed to be cut and their limbs slashed so they couldn't move and ponder the fact that the Queen wasn't at rest just yet. and from the looks of it, they are of the previous generation. The first generation doesn't seem to be part of the guard. There might be a whole bunch of hunter ants belonging to the second generation ahead of them, in which case they need to prepare carefully. None of the hunters who belonged to the mage class started making spells with their book. By doing so, he had cast reinforcements on all of his hunter friends and the energy he had given them. It was literally rushing through their bodies. This spell was a support for physical enhancement. Some of the hunters felt like they were about to rip through whole ants moving straight through. Eventually the healer stood behind and started saying that he was so invulnerable. So he would stand behind and if anything, he would take on a couple ants if there weren't enough for everyone. But the head of the white tiger started saying that no one in their right mind would rely on a healer, and regular support would suffice. So he should stand behind and just watch them. Outside, however, the atmosphere had boiled off and some of the hunters were moving towards Charlie's team, for she hadn't made contact in a while and they had to find out what had happened to them and what they were doing there. Suddenly they saw the same place where Charlie's group had last been. They stopped and noticed the footprints, realizing that it looked like they had cleared that part of the island. However, they still didn't realize where they had gone. Suddenly, one of the hunters saw glasses that belonged to the hunter himself. As soon as they looked in the distance, they saw their comrades who were lying on the ground. They couldn't believe their eyes. What could have happened to them? They were so destroyed. The masked hunter couldn't help himself, for what he saw was beyond normal. He dropped his mask on the ground and bent over. His partner didn't realize what was happening to him, but some kind of disgusting stench was permeating his nose. It was a very creepy odor, and he had never smelled anything so foul in his life. He couldn't help himself. So, he started to use his power towards that stench, and that whole part of the forest that was enveloped by that smell started to turn chilling from his power. In the queen ant's lair, the hunters fiddled with those ants for too long. But they were wrong. One of the hunters said it was actually the other way around. Long is when you spend more than 5 minutes to kill an enemy. But with the help of this spell, it was as if they now had wings behind their backs, and the hunter had killed twice as many monsters as the head of the white tiger in such a short time. It would take about 15 minutes to reach the royal chambers, and it wouldn't take them long at all to get out through the tunnels they had already passed through. But altogether it would take about 30 minutes. Now the most important thing was the destruction of the queen. At this very moment, the huntress joked about the scent and the queen was most likely ahead of them. The head of the white tiger decided to find out and started relying on his senses. He realized that there was a queen in the distance along with her soldiers. She was at the back of the cave and there were about 8 guards around her. But if she is the huntress, can take them on, then the rest of us have no choice but to destroy the queen. One of the hunters asked the huntress would she be able to handle the guards while he fought the queen, and she was agreeable to such action. One of the hunters began to do his fire spell, and he had held back before. But today he decided that it would be a waste if he didn't go all out, and a huge fire dragon spell began to move towards the queen. But at that moment, one of the ants got behind this hunter, but he was lucky to be blocked by the others behind him. The hunter with the bow began to tell him not to worry, for he would provide them with the head of the white tiger. At this time, he decided that he would also not self-limit himself. And to hell with all these restrictions, even if he had to turn into that ugly monster. He would exterminate those damn insects. Hunter Cha was surprised, for this was the first time she had seen this beastly appearance. Suddenly, one of the hunters shouted for her to spring into action. She took that as a signal and activated her skill, Provoking Wave. All the ants in the area turned their attention to her. Once the other hunters realized that it worked, they immediately started heading towards the ant queen. The hunter realized that with the weather all the guards would leave their positions, so he would do his best to hold the queen. And now this hunter had decided that the opponent for the queen would first and foremost be himself, standing in front of her with his large shield and spear. The hunter, who was apart from the association and filming everything that was happening in this cave, could not believe his eyes. After all, he thought it was a dream and just now the number of onlookers had increased by 80%. And he realized that he had to get closer, because the spectators should see everything with their own eyes. But just as he started walking forward, someone grabbed him by the back and ordered him to stop. They are now in Boss S's territory, and so they can't vouch for his safety. So it's best to keep a low profile. And now the game is over. Now it's a serious fight. That hunter with the camera on his head couldn't understand. After all, had that hunter lied when he said that his combat skill level was comparable to Airang? He began to think that it wasn't. After all, he and his Airang weren't even a match for him. At the same time, in one of the apartments in a town near the island, Grandma turned to her husband and said that hunters would be on TV today, and asked if he would watch it with her. But he replied that he was not interested. However, his grandmother continued talking, interrupting him, for they had just said that today all the enemies would be defeated. But he replied, after all, they always say that. It's nothing new, though. Grandmother filled with hope, for these hunters were the only ones who could avenge their child, and they were bound to watch, even if the whole world collapsed. But Grandpa didn't dare to get up, and Grandma went into the other room and sat down in front of the TV and thought about how stubborn he was, like a sheep. The TV started saying that the South Korean hunters had just bravely engaged the Queen in battle and were right now in her chambers, and the very ant that everyone was so eager to see appeared before their eyes. The Queen and the hunter Ma Dong are holding up just fine. However, the rest of the hunters need to hurry to help them. And just now, Hunter Beck eliminated one of the Queen's guards. Grandma was very scared and felt as if the whole world had gone crazy. Other people were also watching on TV. There were only 4 ants left to guard the Queen, and they had already wiped out half of the royal guard. Soon there were only 3 ants left protecting her, and then only 2. The hunters decided to destroy them and make their way to the Queen. By the end of the raid, there were none left and everyone heard on TV that all the guards had been exterminated. Suddenly, Grandpa walked in and, slime in his eyes, said that this was the 4th round and they must win, for there was only one enemy left on the horizon, the Queen. By destroying her, they could finish off the ants in the studio. At this time, the man started calling his director and telling him that they had just increased their audience reach by 85%, breaking the previous record. The US, China, France, Ukraine and Korea will soon join the list of countries mopping up the rank S-gate. The hunters skillfully restrained the Queen, and the attacks came right at her. The other hunters stood behind her and delivered long-range blows to her large head. I continued to close in on the target, at which point the beast-like hunter began to maul her with his sharp claws, realizing that without her guard she was nothing more than a defenseless insect. But suddenly the Queen began to use her venom, which began to flow out of her large muzzle and towards the hunter in front of her. And as soon as I reached the hunters, they began to agonize in pain. But Mok, the healer who stood behind them, began to use his skills and thus restored their health. He realized that if she wanted them not to die, she better aim for him. The Queen seemed to hear his words and started to move towards him, but the tank hunter who was holding her back became in front of her. He was standing right next to her huge tentacles, but he realized he couldn't let her get any closer to the healer who was standing behind her. Suddenly one of the hunters shouted for everyone to quickly move away from the Queen, and he began to use his fire ring skill. The Queen began to burn from all sides. And at that moment, the other hunters realized that the Queen was finished. The Queen of the metal wagon, and it seemed that the outcome of the battle was predetermined. However, something began to happen. For the Queen was screaming in pain, and this scream began to go beyond her cave. The hunters realized it was a death howl. The other hunters, however, guessed that she was calling for someone. The hunters who were outside realized that the ants had started to return to the nest and the frequency jammer was no longer affecting them. They didn't understand what was going on here. Huntress Cha decided to end this battle and chopped off the head of the large ant queen. Eventually, this battle was finished. Some of the hunters realized that they had become the 7th team in the world that was able to sweep the S-rank dungeon. However, all of a sudden, the beast-like hunter began to sense something, and it was just reported that the ants had started to return. The hunters made the decision that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. However, some of the hunters said that they still had time, as the Japanese could not defeat them so easily in just an hour. Other hunters knew nothing about this, and right now the association is trying to find out the situation. One of the hunters realized that his fire barrier had been broken, and suddenly all the hunters in that cave began to feel fear running through their entire body. And suddenly they saw some ant begin to come out of the darkness and approach right towards them. This ant stood nearby and started howling very loudly. His screams spread all over the island. The beast hunter could not believe his eyes, for he saw that this power was coming from him alone. Hunter Cha couldn't breathe normally. It was like she was suffocating from the odor that came from that monster. She fell to the ground and started to cover her nose, but she was under a lot of pressure. Such monstrous power was in him, for he was just an incredible individual. and she realized that that monster was far from an ordinary individual. He appeared so suddenly, each step echoing loudly in her head. Some of the hunters wanted to destroy it, because there was no way to hesitate now, but this monster walked past them and approached the head of the ant queen that was lying on the ground. He just passed by all the hunters, and as he approached the head, he looked at it. The hunters watched in horror as that monster began to build up strength at the sight of their dead ant queen, and his terror spread throughout the cave. This meant that he was about to act, for he was very angry with the hunters who had done this. The hunters, in turn, began to fall to the ground. That ant was a terrifying force, his gaze was very frightening. And in an instant, he moved from his spot as if he had teleported, and found himself behind the back of Hunter Cha, who couldn't even imagine him moving so fast. He kicked her in the side, causing her to fly off to the side and crash into the nearest wall, with the impact creating a hole. The force of the blow was so powerful that she began to feel a terrifying pain coursing through her entire body. As soon as the other hunter shouted her name, that ant was instantly at his side and with a single blow, pierced a hole in his large shield he was holding in his hand. But the blow not only broke the shield, it completely destroyed it, and the wave of impact traveled to his arm, which broke. At the same moment, with his other hand, the ant wanted to damage him with his spear, but he was so fast and strong that he severed both of his arms at the same time. Then the ant slowly moved away from him, and the hunter, standing behind him, began to bleed. The beast-like hunter, as soon as he saw all this, turned around and wanted to finish off such an ant. However, the ant was too fast and dealt heavy damage to him in an instant. The next hunter, who possessed strong flame magic, was also hurt by the ant. It slashed him from head to toe, and now he couldn't move from his spot. Another hunter who had a large bow started shooting at it and thought that the ant wouldn't be able to dodge. However, the ant turned around and began to take his attacks. That arrow that flew towards him couldn't do anything to him, for he simply caught it and broke it. The skills of such an ant were great, for he simply stopped every attack that was made towards him. And as soon as he broke that arrow, he approached the beast and hit him with all his might, and he flew aside. Suddenly, the tank was hit by an ant who had recently had his arms cut off. However, he started to say that he let it decide how much he could fit in, and as long as the healer was with them, it was just a trifle. Using his healing properties, he began to repair the wounds that had been inflicted by the horrible monster ant. The healers behind him applied their self-defense skills, using camouflage to hide and completely suppress their presence. However, this skill had a single drawback: one could not move while using it. Nevertheless, it is perfectly acceptable for a healer, so if he wants to get rid of it, he needs to find a healer first, and the ant cannot break them as long as he can heal his team. But as it turned out, that wasn't a problem for Ant. He grabbed the tank by the leg and started beating it against the ground in different directions. Eventually, the tank was thrown aside, and it couldn't move. The healer who was watching all this could not understand what had happened. After all, the ant was paying attention to him at the same moment, and he realized that his camouflage skill was still active. However, he wondered, did that ant really notice me after all? Suddenly, something happened, for the beast-like hunter began to shout to them, "I am a hunter healer." But the hunter healer himself could not understand how this was possible, for he was, roughly speaking, invisible. However, an ant was at his back and made a hole in his chest with his big hand. As a result, all the spells began to dispel from the beast-like hunter, bleeding out. Was stunned that his comrade had been killed. This terrifying monster stood behind the slain healer. The last thing the healer could say was, "Run away, Hong, for you won't be able to handle such a terrifying force." But the beast-like hunter couldn't believe his eyes. The hunters who watched this horror could not say a word. In the end, the healer was killed, but the saber-like hunter couldn't just sit there and watch as his comrade was slaughtered. He lunged at the ant, but the ant stopped him with one hand and lifted him into the air by his neck. And so this ant began to say that he was running away from something that all the hunters could not believe that he was talking. For they realized it was a bastard, it had consumed him and, along with his life, taken all his strength and memories. This ant started saying they were weak and killed the queen and even put down the soldiers, but they miscalculated. He started to ask who their king was, but Hunter Han didn't understand what he meant. All the hunters who were in that cave were badly wounded and lay on the ground without moving. And suddenly this terrifying ant monster started turning his head the other way and started saying that there was a very strong guy outside. And a moment later he started moving towards him. And as soon as he flew away, the hunter who was being held by the neck was on the ground, and he started to realize that there was a Ruji hunter outside, and he flew straight towards him, but it didn't matter now. He had to get out of here before he came back, but as soon as the hunters started to rise, he saw that a huge number of ants were moving straight towards them, and outside there were several hunters running through the forest, and for them there were. It was strange that first Charlie and now Delta, and with their team too, lost communication. Ruji began to realize that radio frequency interference. There's no way to damage them. They're not that far away. He started contacting Bravo Team, and Bravo Team started contacting him. He started asking if they could contact Charlie and Delta Team, and the girl said that there is a connection only with the Alpha girl from the Bravo Team started to say that they can go on a reconnaissance. But Ryuk replied that there is no need because he is on his way and they need to deal with everything at once and they have to go to the place of the meeting, and suddenly he received a call. It was Gato, who was the head of the Matsumoto Association. And at that time on the waterfront of China they started saying that it looked like South Korea was in turmoil, and although the ants at least couldn't fly to China, they thought that Japan was only helping them because Yuriuji wanted to get the title of national level hunter. And it is possible that all national level hunters have cleared the dungeon of such a high rank, and Yuriuji, despite his many feats of such a record, is not. But suddenly, one of the men began to guess that this performance is just a diversion. Eyes, because Yuriuji is still too weak, and the captain of the ship began to say that he thought his colleague would understand if he were lucky enough to meet him, and however one of the countries involved in this rig would suffer a crushing failure. And as soon as Ruji reached the place where his part of the team was, he saw that his comrades had been killed, and the other man he was talking to on the comms started asking if he had any casualties, and Ruji replied that yes, more died than they thought, but that's why they sent the third rankers. To avoid too many casualties, and they're just weaklings and don't need to pay attention to them. It was too ruthless, according to Ruji, but the man on the comms started to say that for now he's alive, it doesn't matter, even if 100 of them die, because the chicken team is now trying to destroy the queen, and since the frequency jammers are no longer working, all the monsters are now heading back to the nest. And Ruji started to say that he's worried because it wasn't part of their original plan, but he doesn't think that this kind of thing can stop them. And the man who was talking to him and started to ask him what the odds are that the Korean hunters will survive, and Ruji started to answer that based on their fighting together on the training ground, and the composition and fighting ability of the current members of the raid, they don't stand a chance for that man. This was great news because despite the fact that Japan provided all outside help in clearing the dungeon, all the raid participants had to retreat as the Korean team was destroyed, and Ruji's aspirations to reach the national level unfortunately did not succeeded for him. It will be a great headline in their plan to destroy the team's ranked hunters. At the same moment Ruji began to tell everyone to start retreating. And as soon as the order came from above for them to start retreating, the Ruji was attacked by that ant that had massacred the Korean hunters. The Ruji looked at it and realized that it was an unusual ant, and immediately ordered his comrades to leave the area because they would be in the way if there was a serious battle. And at that moment the Ruji began to realize that this ant was emanating a rather murderous aura, but the ant asked a counter question: he or that king who was among these hunters? The Ruji was excited that such a monster. He drew his sword and said, "He's what? He is the king." And the ant started to mock, but the Ruji didn't understand. When such a great power is coming straight at him, and he had a feeling that something like this he had already experienced, but could not remember when it was. But suddenly his sword was broken, and the ant took him down with a single blow. At the same time, inside the cave, some of the hunters who were not seriously wounded began to resist the onslaught of ants that flew straight at them. On others were seriously wounded, and even despite all their efforts, their condition left much to be desired, and now their only hope for salvation is the skill of a hunter who, using his powerful fire, but it was still not enough. And they realized it was the end, but suddenly a shadow began to appear at their feet, holding back those ants. It was a shadow soldier. The beast-like hunter couldn't understand where the black soldier was coming from, and at that very moment, I was standing in the city and I realized that now was the time to come to their aid, and I'd blotted out the word exchange with which I could teleport to the part where my shadow soldier was. The videographer, who was filming everything that was happening, was looking at the huge ants that were flying around him. He began to remember that during the last conversation with his father he had said something wrong, and if he had only known that things would turn out this way, he would not have been so stingy with his words. He was already ready to die, but suddenly those ants that had gotten close to him suddenly became the targets of a huge sword that slashed through them. At the same time, the guys who were in charge of the broadcasts, all of them were horrified by what they saw. Some ant had managed to kill all the high-level Korean hunters. They didn't understand how this could even happen. But suddenly, Chief's girlfriend started screaming that their lines were about to break, and there were many calls from viewers. The chief told her there was nothing they could do. After all, they can't broadcast a bloody meat grinder to the world. The chief was already despairing that they had lost, but suddenly one of the guys started saying that someone unknown had just appeared on the scene. When they looked at the screen, Chief couldn't believe his eyes and started telling them to resume the broadcast as soon as possible. One of the guys said that it would already be live and they wouldn't have time to announce prices in case of an emergency, but Chief didn't care about that, because they had already stopped the broadcasts and it was unlikely to be worse than it is now. And they have no choice but to turn on the broadcast right now, because now the fate of the entire humanity depends on one person. Inside the cave, Jin-Woo appeared with his commanders-in-chief, who were shadow soldiers. Behind them stood a large army, ready to fight for him so that no one would be harmed. Now the fate of all the hunters and all of Korea depends only on one guy who somehow appeared on this island. Jin-Woo asked his commander-in-chief Aaron to start using his provocative scream skill. Suddenly all the ants paid attention to him. It was a good job, and Jin-Woo thanked Aaron for such a great skill. He then took out his big blades and began to deal with the armored ants, for they had no place to run anymore. A huge shadow orc stood and covered the badly wounded hunters, but the hunters in turn looked ahead and did not realize what was going on here and who was fighting for them now. But the main thing was that their partner did not worry, because from now on everything would be fine. After all, a very strong hunter is fighting now, and his wards are as strong as we are, but they have one peculiarity: they are immortal. The battle only lasted a few minutes, but Jin-Woo realized that he needed to speed up. Thus, he began to resurrect all the dead ants and thus replenish his army. The videographer couldn't understand what was happening, because all the ants that were dead and started fighting against their own videographers started talking over the comms and asking why he was frozen like a statue. After all, he had to do something, and fast. But the videographer didn't understand what was going on, because he saw the ants start devouring each other for some reason. And at that moment, Jin-Woo approached the badly wounded hunters and pulled out his potion that healed wounds. He realized that this was no time for bargaining, and began telling the hunters to hurry up and drink what he was giving them. And as soon as the bottles were finished and empty, the hunters began to rise. After all, their wounds had all healed, but for some reason, Hunter Chai did not regain consciousness. After all, her wounds were serious, and Jin-Woo's skills were not enough to heal her at the moment. She was barely breathing. And just as Jin-Woo started to say that it was time to get out of here before the others came, they wanted to do so, but suddenly that ant who was the strongest of all appeared. He went inside the cave and started saying that there was no king outside and it was just a fake. Then he turned his eyes in our direction and began to say that there was a man among us who called himself a king. The other hunters realized as soon as they saw him that he had returned, and were surprised by it. After all, they realized that Ruji was turning out to be completely independent of him. At this time, Jin-Woo stood up and started talking to the hunter who was near him to take care of Hunter Cha. He stood up and started walking, pondering why the connection with Ruji's shadow had broken off. And here was the answer: it was because that ant had finished him off. When Jin-Woo approached him, the ant started to ask him if he was a human king, but Jin-Woo was a little surprised that he was speaking his language, and it was amazing to hear the insect talking. They met gazes, and their aura began to rise up towards the cave. The ant stared intently at Jin-Woo and realized that a dangerous aura of baldness was emanating from him. It began to emit a terrifying sound with full force, which caused Jin-Woo's clothes to shiver. But at the same moment, Jin-Woo realized that after that scream, he looked more like an insect than someone capable of speaking his language, and began to resemble a human more. The hunters who were in town 5 minutes before were watching the broadcast on their phones, and it said that the broadcast was being prepared and technical work was being done. By improving the quality of the signal, they apologize because of the cause of the inconvenience. The hunters didn't understand what was going on there and where that horrible ant was coming from. Other hunters started to get nervous, because they couldn't understand why they had ended the broadcasts. At such a moment, the television began to broadcast breaking news from the scene, and during the broadcast it was reported that the hunter Ben-gu had died, and it was not yet known what had happened to the other hunters who were also in the cave. Some hunters who were watching the broadcast initially guessed that an unknown hunter had just appeared in the Queen's chambers, and right now the broadcast would be resumed. And what they saw shocked them. They saw an ant start talking and asking about some king. But when the broadcast disappeared, all they heard was that the connection was immediately cut off. After all, the ant was speaking in the human language. Furthermore, he had even killed Ruji. He was incredibly strong. One of the hunters was watching the motion sensors, but the chairman started asking him where the creature that killed the hunters was now. It was the president of the Japanese Hunters Association. His ward started to tell him that he had just returned to the Queen's chambers, but the chairman couldn't believe what he was about to say, that the Korean hunters had survived. He replied, "It seems that way. In addition, an unknown source of immense magical power has appeared there, one that surpasses even the power of an ant. From the looks of it, someone else has arrived." The chairman began to speak so that they would turn on the broadcast as soon as possible. At this time, Jin-Woo's sister started to ask her mom what she was doing there, but she apologized and said that if she wasn't bothering her studying, she wanted to turn on the TV, because they were showing the broadcast. But it suddenly turned off. The sister started asking her mother where her brother had gone, and she said that he had left in a hurry and said he would be back soon. The mother couldn't understand why young people always rush to go somewhere, but at that time, the sister was watching the broadcast on her phone. At the same time, the president of the Korean Association shuddered from his seat as soon as he heard that a young man named Jin-Woo had appeared on that island. The president was so excited that his assistant asked him to calm down, for he broke the chair with his hand from excitement. All the spectators began to watch as the TV showed that a large ant swung around and tried to hit the hunter who had just appeared on the battlefield. In reality, this was exactly what happened. He hit the hunter Jin-Woo's face with all his strength so hard that the ground moved from its place. And the wave of impact was so strong that all the rocks that were lying nearby started flying in different directions. The hunters who were standing behind began to cover their faces with their hands as the air was so strong that nothing could be seen. It seemed to them that Jin-Woo and the ant were equal in strength. But they seemed to have underestimated the ant, as it started its attack with a direct kick. And as soon as all the dust settled and the ants fell to the ground towards me, one stood up and started saying that he too was weak and not a king. But what the hunters saw was like Jin-Woo who stood up to such a powerful blow. And at this moment, he became angry, and Hunter Jin-Woo spat out the blood that was left after that punch. Excited, he activated his ruler hand skill, and all of his power started to accumulate in his left hand, after which he struck back. As soon as he swung, Ant realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge, and he began to prepare for this strike. Jin-Woo couldn't stop anymore. He hit the ant with full force, and the ant started flying several hundred meters backwards, crashing into the wall behind him. The sound was even more powerful than the first blow the ant had taken. The hunters behind could only watch this with their mouths open, for their surprise was written all over their faces. One of the hunters started asking the other one, "Is this guy definitely magic class?" And the one replied that he had certainly thought so, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. And at this moment, the ant started to move towards him, but Hunter Jin-Woo realized that he was quite strong and probably had an exoskeleton, and this started to annoy him even more. He prepared for battle and raised his right arm to block the ant's attack. And just as he blocked it, the earth shuddered again from the backlash. Right back at that ant. This battle was so incredible that they fought at such a speed that no one could see them. In the end, Jin-Woo was able to hit him right on the head, and at the same time, the sounds of the blows came to the videographer, who realized that this was an incredible battle. Compared to them, he was just an ordinary hunter who could only stand and watch from afar. He realized that he would go so crazy just from the sheer power of their magic alone. Ant realized after being hit on the head that he was losing in strength and couldn't understand who he really was and where he got such power from. The battle continued, and they fought at full strength. When they clashed blows, both of them bounced aside from such force, but it was the hunter Jin-Woo who was stronger. Indeed, his punches were doing a lot of damage, and Ant realized that his exoskeleton was starting to crack. He couldn't understand why, because his body was so strong that no one could hurt him, but then this guy showed up and everything went downhill. He was taking more and more damage, but suddenly, and wounded Jin-Woo. But it wasn't a serious wound, just a scratch on his face. When Jin-Woo realized that he had been bitten by a fawn, he jumped back and realized that it was a poison that was penetrating his body. It was a paralyzing poison and the ability was obtained after absorbing the cone. It is one of the deadliest poisons in the world, and its effects are increased tenfold when mixed with magical energy. The ant started to say that he was in pain, despicable man, and right after saying that, the ant wanted to strike one last blow and destroy the hunter. Jin-Woo lowered his head and was ready to meet his blow, but at the same time, the Japanese hunters who were the last of the surviving houses appeared in the city. One of the hunters was cowardly with fear, realizing that they wouldn't be able to defeat this monster that was very strong and not by human standards. However, the girl did not want to hear this and took him by the scruff of the neck, trying to bring him to his senses, since according to her he was starting to go crazy. But that hunter kept saying that they were no match for him, considering that that ant was very strong. She tossed him aside and started saying he was nothing. She looked at the helicopter that hovered above them and started to say that there were much bigger problems ahead of them. But at that very moment, Jean blocked the last punch that this monster ant wanted to throw, and he couldn't believe his big red eyes how he managed to do it. In response, he only received the strongest blow on his muzzle. It flew off to the side with great speed and crashed into a rock. At this moment, Hunter Jin-Woo was completing her action and realized why she was so excited. With the increase in perception, the hunter became better. Jin-Woo noticed that this ant was now clearly anxious, just like those guys behind Jin-Woo. Looking at the hunter lying on the ground, she realized that he needed to finish him off as quickly as possible. At the same time, the ant watched Jin-Woo as he jumped up the mountain and wanted to strike his foot right into its torso. But just as Jin-Woo got close to him, there was an explosion from the hunter's kick, and the entire ground shook. He missed the hunters who were watching and couldn't figure out where he disappeared to, but Jin-Woo noticed that the ant was hovering in the air, for it could fly. While in the air, the ant realized that even poison had no effect on this hunter, and tried to compete with him in strength. He realized that he would achieve nothing. As for him, a battle with an enemy that relies on strength for the most part is completely pointless. He realized that his advantage was speed, and if he shrunk his body, it would be easier for him to move around. The ant realized that the game was over. However, the hunter who was standing on the ground began to pull out his daggers, for he too wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. And finally the final battle began. Ant lunged towards Hunter Jin-Woo with all his speed, but he suddenly noticed that he had dodged. At the same time, Jin-Woo was in the air and began to strike with his blades. However, the ant repelled them. The ant threw him aside and Jin flew into a wall, but he was able to gather himself and push himself back from the surface or the walls towards the ant. They fought so fast that no one could follow them. The ant realized that he lacked speed and no one could catch up with him, for he was a hunter. Gradually he became faster. He didn't understand how this could be, but Jin-Woo realized that his rank was somewhere at the level of a demon king and perhaps even higher. However, back then, he didn't have such powerful weapons as he did now, and besides, after defeating the ram, his skills had improved markedly. He was more than certain that his exoskeleton was about to collapse, and this was his chance. Jin-Woo began to deliver the final blows, causing the ant to start twisting in pain. At this moment, Jin-Woo realized that he needed to act and activated his critical strike skill. He ended up landing several blows on the ant's torso, creating several holes. As soon as this happened, the notification showed that the last stage of the critical strike skill had been upgraded to a maiming skill. The ant started to run away, realizing that it wouldn't be able to deal with the hunter. But Jin-Woo didn't want to just let it go, and activated his skill again, which was already stronger. As soon as Jin-Woo approached the ant, he began to slash at it from all sides like a blade. After the heavy blows, the ant bounced to the side and realized that he had no way to remove this man. But suddenly he realized that he had one last trump card left up his sleeve. He started making a loud noise, attracting all the ants that were in that cave. Then he directed them all at the hunters. Jin-Woo looked at him with an unwavering gaze, and the ant began to say that he should prepare to die now, for his army was coming straight for him. But Jin-Woo was ready for it and started smiling. And as soon as he said his crowning word rise up, his monstrous army of shadow soldiers started to appear behind him. They clashed in a vivid battle. All the shadow soldiers fought against the big and terrible ants, but most of the ants couldn't handle the soldiers who were stronger. Jin-Woo decided to call in the heavy artillery. It was a huge orgma that appeared behind him. He turned around to him and started telling him to aim at the ants. If he hit the humans, he wouldn't call him out again. Their commander-in-chief waved his large fang, thus showing that he understood. At this time, he began to use his giant song skill, followed by the fire dragon song skill. A large fireball began to move to the side. Such a huge explosion caused a hole to form in the volcano. The hunters who were watching this couldn't believe their eyes that he had summoned such a terrifying monster. Some of the hunters realized that it didn't even smell like summoning here, and rather the devil himself deigned to Ant who was watching all of this. He could not believe that this was happening, for he himself was the strongest and destroyed anyone who dared to go against him. He stood at the top and evolved repeatedly, for he was the king on this island. But now everything had changed. And as soon as he saw his opponent, that hunter named Jin-Woo, begin to emerge from the fire, he realized that now all he had to do was run to survive. And he began to heal. By doing so Jin-Woo noticed it, and he couldn't understand. But soon it was Hunter Min Ben's healing skill, and it was the first time he sees a monster appropriating the skill of the opponents he had devoured. The ant started to fly as far away as possible to get away from this hunter as quickly as possible. But, come on, at the same moment, Jin-Woo started to activate his ruler hand skill and thus swatted that ant straight to the earth. The ant began to bleed orange blood, but Jin-Woo was already beside him and began to say that he would not leave at any cost. And at that moment, he activated the mutilation skill. Eventually, he was able to destroy that ant, and the notification system showed that he had killed the enemy. His level was raised, but suddenly, the head started shouting that Hunter Cha was very unwell. Jin-Woo realized that he had been messing around with this ant for too long and began to think that he needed to find a healer as soon as possible. Shadow exchange wouldn't help here, and his skill hadn't rolled back yet. Moreover, he had never tried traveling with other people, and even if they flew castle, Hunter Cha wouldn't last that long. And on the side of the bared fangs, there's at least one healer left there, but that wouldn't help anytime soon, and he began to think that he would have to find another way. Jin-Woo started to tell the videographer if he could turn off the camera for a minute, but he didn't understand what he needed to do. Jin-Woo's hunter started to tell him with a serious face that he better hurry up and turn off the camera or he would break it. And that's when he realized and took his camera off his head, but the videographer couldn't understand why he was clinging to his camera. Jin-Woo started ordering his shadows to hurry up and find the corpse of the hunter healer. Soon, one of the higher orcs began carrying the healer's body, and as he laid it on the ground, Jin-Woo realized that his head had been bitten off. He didn't know if extracting the shadow would work. The head of the white tiger started to ask what he was going to do, but at the same moment, the system showed that he could extract the shadow. And with that, Jin-Woo rejoiced, for this was the last chance he could use to save the huntress. As soon as he started to tell the shadow to rise, the shadow extraction failed, and he couldn't understand what was wrong. He commanded it to rise a second time, but the shadow extraction failed again, and he began to ponder that given his ability level, he could easily extract any shadow. But it seems that his soul is desperately resisting and doesn't want to become a shadow soldier. In fact, Jin-Woo was unwilling to take people into the army to be his subordinates. However, the living must live, and Jin-Woo ordered him to rebel for the last time. At this moment, the head of the white tiger came closer and closer and placed his hand on his shoulder, thus asking him what he was doing. Suddenly, he saw that he had a special ability, and that was what his power was: he could control the dead. The other hunters did not understand how he could summon the souls of the dead. Thus, Hunter Jin-Woo found himself not just a mage, but someone capable of manipulating souls and harnessing their power. The shadow he retrieved from his spellbook began to approach the hunter, and he used its power to heal her. The head of the white tiger realized that her friend who had recently been killed had turned into a shadow and began to heal the huntress Jin-Woo. She started to say that he seems to be starting to realize what kind of person he was when he was alive, and he didn't even have time to give orders and he had already started treating Huntress Cha. He was incredibly kind and compassionate, but White Tiger's head started to say that now he wasn't the man she knew. Jin-Woo replied that he was. The videographer at that moment couldn't believe what he saw, for he had never heard once that it was possible to summon the dead. He understood why he had asked him to turn off the camera, for such power was best not to broadcast to the world. Some of the hunters realized that the stronger his opponent was, the faster he built up his power, and they wondered how terrifying that ability was. And the head of the white tiger at this point began to say that he knew that he would be given many more times to engage in battle, and at this point, the healer's abilities would come in handy. However, he had never liked combat, and so he began to ask Jin-Woo not to force him to do something that would hurt him. Jin-Woo thought about it, but at this moment, he threw back the arm of the head of the white tiger and began to tell him what he needed to do. Grabbing him by the shoulder of the one coat for the second time, yes, that was an order. And now the very thing was a sincere request. Besides, he had similar thoughts himself. Jin-Woo began to cancel the summoning, and that shadow healer turned to the head of the white tiger and smiled back at him. In the blink of an eye, and now, for the moment, there was silence in this cave, and such silence had never been here before. Everyone watched in silence as the shadow soldier disappeared. A little while later, the hunters started coming out of that cave, and the helicopter that had come to join them started hovering above them. Those on the helicopter noticed that the hunters were coming towards them. Jin-Woo started to tell them to go without him, as he had unfinished business here. The head of the white tiger realized that the battle wasn't over yet. Jin-Woo started to say that he would go and clear the way, deal with the remaining ants. And at that moment, he summoned his shadow dragon Kaisel, and as soon as he sat on it, he said to the head of the white tiger, "See you later." And he began to fly up into the air, and his huge wings began to slash in the air those ants that came in his way. At this time, on one of the cruisers sat the hunters who were from the Japanese Association. One of the hunters kept saying that this monster is a real terror and they just haven't seen him. Therefore, they can't realize how terrifying he is. Their leader, Ruji, was killed in such a brutal way. He starts saying that they can't defeat him and this raid is doomed to fail. The hunter who was destroying that monster didn't have time to finish his sentence. At this time, another man standing above him started to tell him not to worry. That hunter thought it was a lie, but it was the official information they had just received from the Korean headquarters. And that man began to reflect that it seems that Korea also has a rather capable hunter. However, he's probably weaker than Goto-san, but suddenly the staff started saying that the ants were running away, and the cruisers started making preparations, but at this time, the battle continued on the island, and Jin-Woo continued to exterminate all the ants. He began to realize that once he destroyed the ants that hadn't hatched yet, he could gain some experience. This was incredible luck, and when he called up his inventory, he saw that he could restore order with the sword he had gotten when he passed the demonic castle. He started pulling this sword out of his inventory, and as soon as he saw it, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. He then began to look at its functionality, swung the sword, and a huge electric wave began to cut everything around him. He marveled at how powerful this sword was, and couldn't understand how he could have forgotten it existed in his inventory. Still, he decided to deal with the remaining eggs with this tool. On another continent, the director of the Hunter Management Bureau was watching a tape on television and realized that while they were watching the broadcast, morning had imperceptibly come. He started talking to the man who had barged in on him at such a late hour. A hunter who can summon hundreds of souls is actually a very talented guy. Not taking advantage of his abilities within South Korea is a big miss. The other man was also in agreement with this. In addition, he had heard about a high-profile case that happened a few months ago in the Hunter Management Bureau. This case is known as the Sun Il Huan case. This is the same prisoner that Hunter James captured when he was cleaning up the Orange Dungeon that emerged in the east of America. They didn't really know whether he was a monster or a human. However, he claimed to be a Korean hunter. Fortunately, all the information was kept in the bureau and the investigation revealed that the man was Sung Jin-Woo father and son. Other countries don't even know who Jin-Woo is, so they should take advantage of this. And the case of Hwang Dong-soo is a different story. After all, Korea is their ally. However, if they appropriate two S-ranked hunters at once, it might seem as if they decided to turn their backs on them. The other man started to say that if he could arrange it, it would be fine. However, at this time, Jin-Woo's level was raised, and thus he had reached the 100th level. As soon as he approached that ant, he realized that there was a rather powerful aura coming from that guy, and ordered him to rise up. Correct the text for errors, but suddenly nothing happened and darkness started appearing everywhere and he didn't start feeling anything. Because he had used the shadow extraction skill on himself, everything suddenly went dark and he realized that he had failed. But suddenly, the shadow returned, and he appeared behind him. At the same moment, the notification system showed that he had successfully retrieved Jin-Woo's shadow. Rejoicing, because he thought he had already failed, a terrifying shadow soldier stood in front of him, and the general was beside him. Jin-Woo, looking at his new shadow soldier, realized that a new Iran had opened up. An ordinary elite knight no longer means the next one. Here comes the general, and it turns out he's a head above the rest of the soldiers. Not surprising, though, since his abilities are incredible. And now it was the queen's turn to rebel, but suddenly the shadow ant started talking and addressed Jin-Woo with the words Lord. For the master to give him a name, and Jin-Woo realized that he too had contracted the absolute loyalty syndrome like all shadow warriors. He wondered how he learned to talk, but he replied that he already knew how to do it. And then Jin-Woo realized that he knew how to talk because he originally had the ability, but that wasn't the point. After all, Iron was a human, just like Hunter Min Ben and Fong, and it was all about rank, not the impossibilities he couldn't give. Jin-Woo pondered, what will happen if the others increase their rank? Will I be able to talk to them too? He started to talk to the ant about killing him, and still the ant wants to obediently follow him. But the ant replied that he was not killed but resurrected by the king's power, and now his soul is overflowing with joy. Henceforth he would follow only his king forever. He bowed once more and asked the king to give him a name. Jin-Woo hesitated for a moment. After all, if he just called him Ant or Ant, it wouldn't be very good. He started to think of a name for him, and then the name of a writer who became famous for his novel Ant came to his mind. He remembered him and gave him the name I to this Ant Ber. And as soon as he got his name, he thanked the Lord. But now Jin-Woo needed to awaken the queen's soul. And once the queen's soul started to rise, he saw that she also had the rank of a general, but suddenly all the ants started acting strange somehow. After all, they were somehow connected to the ants, and suddenly that connection weakened. He started to ask Ber what happened, but the latter told him that controlling the legion of ants was an ability, and as long as she was alive, then the reins would pass to her. Jin-Woo realized that despite her rank, he wouldn't say that the queen had a lot of mana. He wondered what that was due to, but Ber started to say that most of her mana was for reproduction, and since it was impossible to lay eggs without a physical body, in other words, the queen was unfit for battle. And Jin-Woo realized that one leader would be enough for him, so he cancelled that summoning. But suddenly, he noticed his shadow soldiers starting to collect magic stones, and he ordered them to stop. After all, they should go to rebuild the island and pay compensation for the damage, and they shouldn't be touched, because he had enough of this stone he had retrieved from Ber's corpse. In addition, they need to destroy the remaining ants. Jin-Woo wondered if his combat power would improve to deal with everyone with his current strength. But suddenly, Ber began to say that he felt that the enemies without a leader were in a predicament and, unable to gather in military units, they had scattered into smaller groups. Jin-Woo began to speak. Ber, can he figure out how many ants are left? The one began to explain that before the battle started, there were over 8,000. But now, among the survivors, there were just over 4,000 left. But Jin-Woo found that he had already wiped out many of them, but there were still quite a few left. So Jin-Woo began to ask his general if he could deal with them, to which he replied, if that's the order, I'll do it. At this time, one of the hunter ships saw the ants flying in their direction, and they began firing at them from the ship's cannons. The magic that was there also began to use its power and attack the ants. The hunters realized that the ants were flying north, and if they flew there, they would run into the camp. Now it was their time to prepare for battle. They saw a great many ants flying straight at them, and one of the hunters first says that Glory must also prove herself in this battle, and they must cut down everyone that catches their eye. At the other, however, the hunter starts yelling, what is he doing? After all, each ant is comparable to a hunter in rank, and he might get hurt if he doesn't stick with the rest of the hunters. They all decided together to restore the reputation, but one of the hunters started to go crazy, for he felt incredibly powerful and didn't understand how they could fight them. But the other hunter noticed this and began to reflect on the fact that he seemed to be of high rank, but in reality he was nobody. And once the ants had already started to reach the island, the hunters who were on the shore could not believe it. After all, they didn't know if they could beat them. All the hunters wanted to group together quickly, for the ants were coming faster and faster. But suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky, and all the ants began to scatter into pieces. They saw that some creature had just killed the ants, and it was too fast. They didn't even have time to see it. They wondered what it really was. And for 2 days now, the ants have been actively exterminating in the south of Korea. After that, they were discovered on the coast of the China Sea, and they had already reached China. The men who were on the ship began to discuss the fact that they had not been able to sleep a wink for 2 days. But at that time another man began to say that the Second Legion had already entered the firing zone and started fighting. The Chinese hunter on board was already ready to show himself in all his glory. He saw that the ants were very numerous and there was no end or edge. He began to draw his great swords and tell them to submit in peace and let the sea be their grave. He used his skills by taking out his 2 large swords, and used them to send 2 large magical waves towards the ants that flew at them. Corrected text, and at that very moment, all the ants were destroyed. That hunter realized that they were just little things, pot-bellied. And so, if that ant that Jin-Woo had fought had survived, it would have gotten really hot in here. But he realized that what's to come is what's to go. At the same time, in a house in America, a girl who went in to see the hunter asked how he thought that Jin-Woo and Mr. Huang had something in common, and perhaps Huang Dong-Su had killed Hunter Soon specifically. Therefore, his brother, Mr. Huang, would most likely take revenge. And as soon as someone wanted to tell the girl that he said all the right things, she agreed. Thomas Andre, who was the master of the scavenger guild, started to say that he had some kind of disorder, because now it wouldn't be so easy to meet Jin-Woo, and he was so eager to meet him after all. The girl started to ask if he would give them the opportunity to fight, how he would do it. But Thomas started to answer her that it's not like they've known each other for days, and since Mr. Huang belongs to the Scavengers Guild, which is his guild, he doesn't forgive those who touch his property. Yeah, even if it's the US government itself. On the third day of the raid on the island, the military and the main forces of the Knights Guild landed to collect crystals and deal with contingencies. They were walking along the shore, and one of the hunters was talking about how there was one person in the world who almost never had any luck. However, this guy would not give up, as he really wanted to get a gold medal, and hard training for perfect self-hardening and dropping down a weight class. He had endured it all, he only had to take one step towards his dream, because it was literally in front of him. All he had to do was reach out. All doping tests showed a positive result, and the day before the momentous event, he even had a good night's sleep and felt just fine. However, due to the sudden awakening, magical powers appeared in him, as a result of which he was no longer able to participate in the Olympic Games. Another hunter who was walking behind realized that he was talking about himself and kept saying that this guy had to give up his screw. But he found a new dream to start the best guild in the country. They finally found high-grade crystals and started saying that by collecting them, they could become the best in all of South Korea. The Korean girl who was standing behind them started to say that this was wrong. Next, they saw a lot of ants and realized that they seemed to have done a pretty good job here and everything was clean, there were no traces of mana anymore. Suddenly one of the hunters noticed an ant hiding behind a wall and he didn't wait long, he started chopping it down with his big sword. As soon as he killed it, he started telling the guys not to worry, because there might still be ants here, but they came here to eliminate them. Suddenly one of the guys started calling out, he saw something. Suddenly they saw some strange man heading straight towards them. I didn't realize that there was supposed to be no one on the island except the military and associations. After getting them this assignment, the leader started telling that man to immediately confess who he was. He began to tell his companions not to shoot yet, for he did not look like a monster. And he began to tell the man that he was in forbidden territory, and if he followed their instructions, and if he resisted, they would open fire. But the man began to speak in some incomprehensible language, and the hunters realized that it was the language of monsters. But suddenly some other creature snapped its fingers. This made all the hunters start to faint and fall to the ground. That man, who suddenly appeared, began to ask the other one what kind of tricks it was. But the one answered him that it was unnecessary and they had nothing to do with it. The hype just put them to sleep for a short time. He started asking his comrade if he had checked everything and the latter replied that yes, that was what was strange. They started to say why he was even helping people in the first place, but the other replied that he didn't understand the cockroaches in his head there either. They noticed ants that were lying on the ground, and they began to get sick of the rotting insects. But suddenly one of those men began to say that it was time to start the hunt they had planned and stick to the basic plan. That man opened a portal in front of him and began to walk into it, and the other man told him that one of the people they were hunting was here in Korea. Since they are already here, they can straighten him out since he is nearby. But the other man began to say that they should entrust the matter to someone else. And as soon as one of the men started to go into the portal, the other man started telling him that he didn't want to mess with that man to get even. But another time he told him, lastly, that it was okay to say that, because in general he could think as he wished. The portal closed, and that man, who had stayed on the island, began to say that he was a coward and began to look at the hunters, who were lying under his feet, for nothing. He swung his large hand and some sort of portal opened in front of him, into which he entered and disappeared. A little later, reporters took pictures of Jin-Woo going in to say goodbye to the dead who died on that island. When the raid ended on the island, the whole world began to discuss the event vigorously, and it was his first assignment after he obtained the S rank. Some opinions hardly changed even after his debut, and everyone's interest was fueled by the talk of the raid. Due to this, Jin-Woo's name had become practically on everyone's lips. A little later, reporters took pictures of Jin-Woo going in to say goodbye to the dead who died on that island. When the raid ended, the whole world began to discuss the event vigorously, and it was his first assignment after obtaining the S rank. Some opinions hardly changed even after the debut, and everyone's interest was fueled by the talk of the raid. This was the reason why Jin-Woo's name had become on the lips of almost everyone. As soon as Jin-Woo started to leave, he met the head of White Cur, and the latter began to tell him that he always thought that the hero would not be able to end the war with his actions alone. However, after everything that had happened, he began to think that this was not the case, and he began to tell Jin-Woo to hold his head high, for he had put a stop to this tragedy. The head of White Corps thanked him in front of the people, and as Jin-Woo stepped a little further away, he met his gaze with the Huntress Cha. She turned away with her gaze and blushed slightly. Jin-Woo didn't realize what had happened. But as soon as he looked at the pictures of the dead, he realized that the fifth raid on Jeju Island had a total of 4,800 participants, including hunters and ordinary awakened ones. 64 hunters and 32 citizens had died. It was a tragedy that ended in wasted sacrifices. However, this particular raid claimed fewer lives than the previous 4 attempts. A little later, Hunter Jin-Woo sat down at the table with the president of the association, and the latter began to tell him that it wasn't him, in words, who was planning to start his own guild. In that case, since he is a high-ranked hunter, he doesn't need to have his guild master's license with him at all. It would only be enough to make one call to the association and they would handle it themselves. Jin-Woo thought that he needed to find out what other privileges high-rank hunters had. However, the president asked if he had accidentally set up barriers or something on the island, but Jin-Woo didn't know what he was talking about. The president went on to say that a small group of people had gone to the island to destroy the surviving ants and collect the crystals. However, they were found unconscious, and they were all hunters, both in ranks and guys from the Knights Guild. He started to ask if he could have put up a barrier and forgotten about it, but Jin-Woo told him that he had done no such thing. Jin-Woo wondered what these guys were saying. But the president replied that they didn't remember passing out, and they couldn't even tell if the technique belonged to magic or not. Jin-Woo thought about the fact that there might be some ant traps in there, but suddenly a man came up to the chairman and said something to him. The chairman started to tell me that it seems their non-ghost had arrived earlier than he thought and he needed to leave. Jin-Woo thanked him for his time. As soon as they left, Jin-Woo realized that he had to go as well. But just as he approached his car, some man approached him, apologized and asked for his attention. He said hello and started saying his name was Adam White and he was a senior member of the American Bureau of Hunters. Jin-Woo could just call him Adam. He was in the office, but it turned out he wasn't easily caught off guard. He apologized for such an unexpected meeting in such a place, but Jin-Woo thought about what he said about looking for him in the office. If one thought about it like that, would it happen to be the foreigner that Jin-Ho was talking about? Jin-Woo started to ask him what he wanted, but the man replied that he had information he wanted to share. It was possible that there was no other country or even organization he had received such information from other than them. But Jin-Woo, why would he want to give such information to him specifically? The one replied that it was because it was only for a select few who would benefit immensely. Actually, he had planned to meet him in person from the beginning, but the raid on the island was too impressive, or something else. Long story short, his deputy at the bureau wants to see him as well. I have an important case, and he will tell him all the details by the deputy himself. He went on to say that there is a car waiting nearby, and whether he would like to take a ride with them. But Jin-Woo started to say that he didn't know if he could trust them, and he would think about it and call back. Finally, the man started to say that he had completely forgotten how important it is to keep the bar during negotiations until the very end. Then the reward would be higher as well. He also clarified whether Hunter Jin-Woo knew about the ability of awakened ones to increase the abilities of other awakened ones. After saying that, Hunter Jin-Woo thought about it and soon agreed. Along with them, Michael Connor, the deputy bureau chief of the Hunter Bureau, arrived at the site by car and was excited to meet them. He began to say that he would be the interpreter. Once they were all seated, he would get right down to business and provide the hunter with documents to immigrate to the United States. He went on to say that it usually takes about 2 years to process such documents, but in a second he would become a US citizen himself. But Jean was actually here for the information Adam had promised him. After all, awakening could help improve skills and increase abilities. He wondered, was such a thing really possible? That man began to say that honestly, such a person with such abilities was already here. And he started saying to get the Selner girl in here. And after a few minutes, she started coming into this room. The man at the same time started saying that she was the only person in the world capable of helping awakened hunters overcome their limits. That was according to Selner's norm, but as I looked at her, I noticed that she had a very different aura. She didn't look like the other awakened ones. The man got up and stood in front of her and began to ask her to tell Jin-Woo about her ability. She turned around and began to say that it must be hard to believe, and the other hunters thought exactly the same thing. However, once you experience my power, all doubts will disappear. She found herself even closer to Hunter Jin-Woo and began to say that since he already knew, every awakened person had a limit and no one was capable of overcoming it. In other words, once he is an awakened, he can never increase his rank again. It turns out that she has the power to help awakened hunters break their shackles, but she has to go through 3 stages to do so. Nevertheless, she is confident that she can call her ability forced reawakenings. The man who was standing beside her began to say that everything said to her was true. However, such a power requires a large expenditure of magical energy, so divorce through reawakening only comes to a few people, but not more. Jin-Woo reflected that he was also among them, and furthermore, if he wasn't telling the truth, such an ability was quite useful. He began to ask her how effective it was. The girl replied that it depends on the person, but after going through the 3 stages and improving by at least 20% or maybe even 30%, to Jin-Woo this was unbelievable. And now he began to understand why Hunter Huang Dong-Soo decided to go to America despite all the criticism. And who in their right mind would turn down such an opportunity? Any other hunter would want to be in his shoes. And if word of this ability spread, the man began to say that this is why she is being looked after and they have taken responsibility for her life, as well as paying some money as compensation. The risk is great, but this is the only way Mrs. Selner can help raise the level of their chosen hunters, and it can be said that her ability is their gift to Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo starts to say that it's not a gift, but more like a bargain than a gift. Or is he wrong? But the man started to say that if he becomes a US hunter, they will no doubt help him over his limit. In addition, he will be able to join any guild he wants. Thus, these were very favorable terms for the contract, but there was no need to rush. They invited him today so he himself joked about somehow being awakened again. The boys are not his gift, and Mrs. Selner was right. That man asked Hunter Jin-Woo if he wanted to try to go through with it. And he could take it as a gesture of reverence on their part. But Jin-Woo hesitated. It seemed to him that she was saying, once you experience its power for yourself, you won't be able to stop. And apparently, this woman is quite confident. She took Jin-Woo's hand and started telling him to look carefully into her eyes. And she started the first step. The man who was sitting next to her realized that this was Jin-Woo's hunter, now in their hands. I'm the one who's so cold and aloof right now, he thought. And once he experiences the power, he'll immediately come to them. And maybe even sign a contract with them right now. After all, the raid on the island where even Ruji, a hunter who claimed to be a national-level hunter, had failed and was easily completed, thanks to the abilities of this man who no one knew even a short while ago. And he wondered, what was his limit? In some dark place, she began to look around, and soon in the pitch darkness, she saw Jin-Woo's face peeking out from afar. At that moment she became very scared and started screaming in a loud voice. No one in the room could understand what had happened. The men standing behind Jin-Woo pulled out their guns and aimed them at him, saying what he had done to Mrs. Selner. Another hunter standing nearby began yelling at them to quickly hide their weapons. After all, they had probably forgotten who was in front of them now. He approached them and began to tell them that they were just outwardly idiots. If they were so worried, they should just check on her condition. He apologized to Jin-Woo and started to say that their agents had behaved a bit improperly. But Jin-Woo, sitting on the couch, couldn't understand what had happened. Well, that man didn't calm down and kept saying that if they put on such a show in front of Thomas or Jigan, they alone wouldn't be left with a wet spot. They should get that into their heads. Mrs. Selner was holding her head and trembling with fear. The man who approached her asked what was wrong with her, for she was sweating profusely. He realized that she wasn't feeling well and started to say that she didn't look well today and suggested to continue the conversation another time. Jin-Woo stood up and said it was fine. The man who came into the room heard what was being said to him and asked him to take Mr. Jin-Woo. As soon as he left, Mrs. Selner began to say, with trembling hands, that he was the king and incredibly strong. She wasn't sure if it was just that he had reached the national level of hunter, for there was something else there. No doubt he was a king, but this young man was different from other hunters. The moment she looked inside him, a cold gaze pierced through her, but it wasn't the hunter Jin-Woo. An abyss, all-consuming abyss, surrounded his soul, and she was looking straight at him. It most likely had no limit. It was building up its strength and becoming much stronger with each passing day. At the same time, the president of the association sat in his office and pondered why the hunter Min Ben had died. He wondered why it was the hunter, since he had retired long ago. It was a terrible tragedy, and the president's heart was breaking just thinking about it. But be that as it may, there would be many more trials ahead of them, and then things would be different. Suddenly his phone began to vibrate, and he saw that someone was calling him. As soon as he picked up the phone, he couldn't believe his ears. He began to be told that right now a gateway to another dimension had appeared in the middle of the road, and the president of the association realized that Coles was there talking troops. He decided to contact a major guild and suddenly realized that if the gate had indeed appeared in that area, the hunter Jin-Woo previously mentioned said that it was near her guild office. However, at this time, Jin-Woo was sitting in her car and thought about the fact that the girl must have seen something real. She was very much startled by something, and it seemed like she saw a real monster in front of her. He began to reflect on the fact that they probably wouldn't meet again. He sat in his car and didn't understand why there was such a traffic jam. After all, you could get home faster on the subway. But suddenly he saw an incoming call from the president of the association. As soon as he picked up the phone and asked what was wrong, the association president began to tell him that a higher ranking gate had opened in his neighborhood. He too realized that this gate was the reason why there was such a big traffic jam. The association president asked if he could settle the matter. But Jin-Woo, the hunter, asked him if he needed permission to clear it. The president began to answer him, "Where does your sweep permit come from?" And Jin-Woo replied, "Do you want to know who I am in the association?" Then the president began to say, "Then who are you?" And Jin-Woo realized that it was the president of the association, and he smiled. Subsequently, he began to say that he may not worry about anything. Hunter Jin-Woo thanked him and said that he had nothing to worry about, he would take care of everything. A little while later, he was already near the gate. The cameraman who was filming the report said that a gate appeared in front of them, right in the middle of the roadway. But Jin-Woo was approaching a girl from the association and she started to stop him, saying that where was he going, since outsiders were not allowed to enter. She realized that she had seen this face and it turns out to be the hunter Jin-Woo. The ordinary people who looked out of their car also saw that it was the same Jin-Woo and he must have come here to sort things out. Well, that girl behind the association first asked him what he was doing here, and no matter what his injuries were, she wouldn't allow AWOL. And if he has permission to sweep that dungeon, Jin-Woo was on the phone to the president of the association at this time. It seems like he wasn't welcome here with open arms, and he certainly came to the scene. But he seemed to have a little problem here. He handed the phone to that girl, or else he told her to pick up the phone, but she didn't understand. "Who is it?" she asked. And he started to say it was another person she couldn't let in. "It's the president of the association," he said. She started to get nervous and turned around. She said that of course she would do as she was told, but Jean had already turned around and started walking into the portal. She saw this and started to tell him to fall down and twist his ankle. But suddenly something started to happen to the gate. It started to change color and turned red. The girl couldn't believe how this could happen. They turned red. She hoped it wasn't because she had just said mean things to him. But Jean was already inside the portal and was starting to think about his heel. Something told him he had been tricked, and it was the red gate. He turned around and saw that the entrance was closed and getting out was a bit difficult. For his mom the main thing was that he should do what he loved, and he started to remember how she said that there was nothing to be done. If he got such a high rank, he just had to save people like his father, who by the way was a fireman and saved people too. That's why she loved him, and then they got married, and what can you do if their child bleeds the same blood? And she told him not to try to jump in over his head. Jean began to smile after this memory, for he was so glad his mother understood him, and it was a relief to him. Jin-Woo had gotten a little frustrated and called these cities complicated. But today, he decided that he had to finish it quickly. He started summoning all of his shadow soldiers that had started to appear during the day. In front of him stood horrifying monsters, several meters tall. The shadow soldiers clashed in battle against these monsters. Jin-Woo watched all this and realized that a hunter was born to hunt. And monsters aren't their only enemies. The hunter must always be on the lookout to avoid being hunted, because the situation can change at any moment. For having received a high rank, people often lose vigilance. And no matter how much game is not killed by his hand, the hunter will never stop hunting. And even if times are hard, a hunter will always come to the aid of his friends or family, who are always near him. And a hunter will never stop hunting, and so far no hunter has ever thought of stopping hunting. In one of the magical ruptures, where it seemed there would be utter silence, some man started breathing heavily and didn't understand why the hell he was being attacked. There was a strange humanoid monster standing over him, trying to find some particle of light here. However, he started to say that it wasn't here, and he seemed to have scattered them everywhere. Suddenly this monster turned around and saw another strange man who appeared through a portal and started telling him what he was doing here, and that there was a hiding place to the east of here. Although he himself said he was going to be in charge of that area himself, something didn't go according to plan, and he started saying that it appeared that the ruler was going to confuse them. He was heading a bit south, so he's vouching for that area. They began to speculate on this topic about the Shadow Lord following a contract. If that was the case, there shouldn't be any problems. That strange man who appeared from the portal started to say that they found the brightest particle of light in that place, and that was not a bad thing. On the other man coming to him to tell him about it. If he's going to give in to it, he's fine with it. They'd have to replace the Shadow Lord to their place, and they couldn't have that puppy prowling around the world. They wondered why he was so careless about leaving footprints. He was not an easy kid. Suddenly a strange man in ragged clothes came up to them, and he heard about the little piece of land in the east that they had been talking about. He started to tell them that they were talking about Korea. Those two turned around and started to say to him, "What do you care?" But they didn't decide to fight him, and as soon as the portal opened, they decided to leave with the words that if he wanted to stop them, he would have to act now. But that man didn't want to just leave them behind. He started to run straight at them and stop them from escaping. He threw a big ice barrier at one of those guys. After they collided, a huge barrier formed and enveloped the entire area that was near them. At this time, in the Red Gate, Jin-Woo was fighting against the terrifying monsters. Eventually, he met a leader who spoke in human language and started telling him that he was the little man who was roaming around and killing his fellow humans. And it would be even better for him, for not only had he personally traveled all this way, he was speaking their language. However, the masters believed that now his end would come. His marriages had been waiting for him for a long time, and now they should show up right now. But suddenly, nothing happened, and this monster was lost. Jin-Woo asked him, that was all he had to say. He turned out to be amused, and Jin-Woo began to tell his soldiers to come out. And at the same moment, a huge army of shadow warriors began to come out from all directions. Jin-Woo was saying that it looked like there was no one else here. That monster couldn't understand what had happened. After all of his comrades were dead, and he saw the utter destruction that reigned around him. After all the shadow soldiers were taking turns destroying all the monsters that were sitting in the bushes in ambush. And at this moment, Jin-Woo began to tell them to act, and the entire dark army began to advance towards those monsters that were facing them. They met in a fierce battle, but some monsters didn't want to fight against the shadow soldiers and started moving straight towards their main enemy. But what they didn't expect was that a huge shadow bear would appear behind them and start fighting with all its strength and scattering them in different directions. The leader of these monsters started shouting that they were dumb-headed, because they felt like they were fighting for the first time. But before he could finish his thought, my Commander-in-Chief and General Bear dispatched him. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Fong started using his giant song skill. And after the first skill, he started to do the second skill as well and use gravitational acceleration. Thus, the big monster started to press down with all its strength against the earth. Jin-Woo walked right up to him and started telling him to start answering questions. If he panicked, he promised that his death would come quickly and painlessly. Soon after, Jin-Woo realized that nothing seemed to be true here either. The system seems to be thwarting him in every way possible. But that's okay, because one day he would still find out the truth. And the item that fell out of a random cursed box during the raid on the island, he can now use this key. When his level was raised to 100, he met all the conditions and now the information about the key was available to him. It was the key to the Karathion Temple. This key to enter the Karathion Temple is available at the entrance, and the location of the entrance will be revealed after a certain amount of time, and the remaining time is 417 hours, 6 minutes, and 52 seconds. And the key to the Karathion Temple. Jin-Woo began to think that even if he decided to look for it, it was unlikely that he would find it since it was a dual dungeon. And the system started calling him back to the place where it all began. And it was not the same now as it had been before. Since that was the plan, and if he's still waiting for it, in that case he accepts its call. Let that horrible monster that once killed him wait for him to return. After all, Very soon they will meet to figure out in the end what happened then in that double dungeon that caused him to be reborn and start becoming much stronger. Jin-Ho sat in his office and started clicking his mouse on the desk. He was very much agitated, for he was very much on a case. To destroy the haters who were harming their guild, he didn't spare anyone for trying to harm his leader. And once he finished, he sighed, for he was finally able to deal with the leader's most ardent haters. At that same moment, Jin-Woo walked into the room and told Jin-Ho that he did a good job. Jin-Ho was surprised that his master had shown up so abruptly, for first he had disappeared somewhere. Now he suddenly appeared as if he had grown out of the ground. But Jin-Woo started to ask that while he was away. Nothing had happened, and his partner replied that everything was fine. But Jin-Ho didn't understand what was wrong with Jin-Woo, because he looked kind of strange and his appearance was very messed up. But Jin-Woo replied that he had just come out of the dungeon, and since he said that they needed money to provide for the guild, he showed the crystals that were in his bag, and they were top-level crystals. Jin-Ho was very happy about these crystals, because now he wouldn't have to worry about the workers' salaries. But Jin-Woo was surprised when he heard the words about workers. But Jin-Ho started to say that he had once told him that he needed another member. And Jin-Woo started to remember something that he said that 3 people were needed to start a guild, a director, a deputy director, and an employee. But Jin-Woo didn't understand what the point of that was. After all, it was best to hire people who were already proven. Still, this is a pretty serious matter, and Jin-Woo didn't want to discuss it further. But Jin-Ho said that there was one more problem that they should immediately solve, and that would be the name of the guild that they should come up with. But Jin-Woo didn't even think about it, even though it was the most important thing. So Jin-Ho asked, how about the Songyu Guild in honor of their 2 founders, or the Yusun Guild? Although he didn't particularly like this option since his last name would come before his. But he suggested taking the last terms of their names, and it would be the Wuho Guild, or the first syllables of Jin. It sounded kind of good to him, but Jin-Woo said, how about Solo? And Jin-Ho started to get nervous after saying those words. Jin-Woo is a hunter who fights alone. But Jin-Ho turned around and started thinking that this must be some kind of joke, and whether he should laugh or not. At this moment, because it seems like there are still things in the world that his mentor can't do, after all, he is a loner. But suddenly someone knocked on the door, and the 2 of them looked and couldn't figure out who it was. And as soon as they opened the door, Jin-Ho heard someone ask him that it was the office of the Hunters Guild Sung Jin-Woo. It was Hunter Cha, and Jin-Woo started to ask what brought her here. But she replied that she wanted to join the guild. And after a few minutes, they were sitting on the couches, and Jin-Woo started asking her how she knew about this guild. But she replied that he himself had asked her to join this guild. But Jin-Woo couldn't remember when he said that. And the next thing he asked, wasn't it the president or the association that sent her here? But she didn't understand what the association president had to do with it. But Jin-Woo continued to ask if it could be that Hunter Choi kicked her out of his guild. But she replied that she didn't, and Jin-Woo didn't understand what the reason was then and why she would join their guild solo. And as soon as the huntress heard what their guild was called, she turned blue with misunderstanding. She couldn't believe her ears that he had named his guild Solo. And as soon as Jin-Woo asked her if she had any complaints about the name of the guild, Jin-Ho interrupted them and started to say that the mentor had jokingly called their guild Solo, because he hadn't agreed to that. A little later, Jin-Woo turned around and began to think about the fact that he needed to calm down first. And while he hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he didn't really understand what they wanted from him, he looked at this huntress and realized that with her heartbeat, breathing and gaze she is trying to hide the true reason for her visit, but she's pretty bad at it. He wondered why this huntress wanted to join their guild, because as far as he knew, Lady Cha had awakened less than 2 years ago, and her contract with the current guild still hadn't expired. But she replied that she had the money to pay the penalty. And after saying that, Jin-Woo wondered if she wanted to join them despite the forfeit. The next thing Jin-Woo said was that they are able to provide her with a monetary reward worthy of his level, but she replied that she shouldn't, because it doesn't matter to her. And Jin-Woo asks herself what her true purpose is if she's raring to go to them so early despite the consequences. After all, for her, you could say it's a disadvantageous deal. But the huntress pondered and still couldn't decide whether to tell her or not. After all, even if she told her, she would most likely be taken for a madwoman. After all, at the beginning, she had sensed that there was no nasty smell from Jin-Woo, and she was curious because he gave off a pleasant scent. And he disrupted Lee Min-sung's press conferences, and he had so many haters writing about him, And when she found out he was an S-rank hunter, she realized he wasn't so bad. Even though she tried to indoctrinate herself otherwise, believing that he was unlikely to pay attention to her. In this pitch darkness, however, she finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and fear, pain, and thoughts that she was about to die washed over her current mind in a cold wave. However, she realized. And when she awoke from her long sleep, the president of the association was sitting beside her, asking her if she was alright. But she didn't realize where she was, and they started to answer her that she was on a helicopter to the Hunters Association, and upon arrival, the president would immediately send her to the hospital. And when she asked the president that Hunter Jin-Woo had also come to the raid, the president waved his head, and she thought so, because it wasn't a dream, and she really almost died that time. And she realized that if suddenly something happened on one of the raids, what would she do? And now she was sitting on the couch in front of the hunter who had saved her. It's like she's got water in her mouth and she can't say that. She wants him by her side until her last breath. She was so ashamed of what she thought. She blushed, and Jin-Woo couldn't understand what was happening to her. After all, she couldn't tell him about it. After all, judging from her flushed face, she is definitely hiding something, and he doesn't know what's in her mind. But realized that the fact that she might have planned everything in advance cannot be ruled out, and he ended up asking what her answer was. But Huntress Cha clenched her fists, and she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to say it so badly. And she wondered if she should or not. But Jin-Ho hovered over to the mentor and began to speak, to give him an idea of how hard it was in the Hunter Guild, if even Cha herself had come to them hoping to find peace. And now she's around 22 to 23 years old, and most likely being a young hunter, she feels a great burden of responsibility. And on top of that, she was badly injured during the raid on the island. Jin-Woo sighed and started to say that he was very sorry, to be honest. In order to join the guild, one must pass a certain test, which the letter didn't mention. After all, it had appeared to them relatively recently, so the vice president had apparently just forgotten about it. Jin-Woo asked Jin-Ho to go downstairs and get them something to drink and eat, and as soon as he left, the huntress started asking what the test was about. And Jin-Woo realized that she was determined, because it didn't seem like it to him, and he started to say that she needed to defeat one of her soldiers. She sighed and began to reply that he was sure that would be enough to evaluate her, for she had her mind set on who her opponent would be, and he replied that he would pick the strongest warrior especially for her. The huntress was very eager to join this guild, and she stood up from the couch at the same time and started asking when they would start. Jin-Woo answered her that they would start right now, as he thought that the Hunter Association's gym would be perfect. However, he suddenly realized that the journey to get there would take quite some time, so he decided to try using the Shadow Exchange. After all, it allows you to make an exchange with any Shadow soldier, but after using it, it becomes unavailable for 3 hours. The waiting time depends on the level of the skill. And when she wanted to go out of the door, Jin-Woo started to say that they didn't have to go there, but she didn't understand what he meant. Because there was another, easier way. But really, she would have to stand a little closer to him if she didn't mind. And as soon as Jin-Woo pressed her against him, she blushed and he started using Shadow Exchange. In that same second, they began to fall under the ground as if the shadow was sucking them in. And as soon as they disappeared, Jin-Ho came back to this room with food. He was going to say that he brought them some food so they could talk in peace. But in the place of the hunters, he saw a big tall orc. He was surprised where he had come from, but that orc was not confused and reached out his hand and took the food from him and started eating. At the same time, Jin-Woo and Huntress Cha were in the training room at the Hunters Association. Once they arrived at the place, the huntress couldn't believe how he managed to do it, but Jin-Woo thought so. His assumption turned out to be correct. This skill works like a gateway, and the fact that it can move with people only confirmed his guess. After all, some sort of entrance forms on the floor, and where it points to is the exit. Moving becomes the location of his shadow soldier, and it takes about 3 hours to roll the skill. But it can be used to build a gate connecting different ends of the world, and Jin-Woo started to tell her that it was already time to start. However, the huntress started to tell him that she remembered that she forgot her weapon. But Jin-Woo replied to her that the pickaxe he saw in her hands in the dungeon where he fought the higher orcs. She blushed and started to say that it wasn't her weapon. To all of this, Jin-Woo said that it was just a joke, and the huntress started to say that it was okay, because she thought she could find something suitable in the warehouse. And once she got to the door of the warehouse, she opened it and started looking at the weapons that were there. After all, training is always going on here, so they had built a rather extensive warehouse with weapons next to the hall. And sure, it wasn't the best, but it was fine for training. And once she picked out a sword that suited her, she said she was ready. Jin-Woo started to say that it was the final version, and all like that, she had never used it, and it must be very bad in the hand, that sword. But she replied that it doesn't matter, because as long as she can fight with it, then the monster doesn't care if she's comfortable or not. That was well said for Jin-Woo, and he was afraid that with her fighting style, an ordinary soldier wouldn't be enough here, and she would tear him apart in a split second. Then he decided to summon the shadowy commander-in-chief Igris and says that among his soldiers, he is the most skillful swordsman. The huntress began to reply, "Until when will they fight?" And Jin-Woo replied that until his soldiers or she surrendered. Because although he said that he would put the strongest warrior against her, but Jin-Woo was afraid that General Ant Bear could only traumatize her even more, in which case this shadow soldier would be the most suitable. And as soon as Jin-Woo saw the huntress stand and he paid attention to her sword, he realized that any weapon could be used. He asked the huntress to turn away for a second, and as soon as she turned away, he started to pull out the Demon King's sword and handed it to his soldier, telling him to use it. A moment later, they began to fight. Igris was already advancing and headed towards the huntress with his new weapon, and as soon as he swung it, a bright lightning bolt struck the ground. The huntress was very fast as Jin-Woo had imagined, because from such an attack, normally a human would have died long ago. But she was fighting him as an equal. Suddenly at this time, the president of the association was sitting in his office filling out some papers. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the window, where he saw that there was a light on in the training room. He started to remember that no one seemed to have booked the hall today, and he started calling his subordinates, asking them to send him the surveillance footage in the training hall. Once the subordinate realized, he saw that two hunters had appeared in the gym, and he couldn't figure out how they got there. He began to remember when he was near the hunter and they were flying together in the helicopter. She had asked him if Hunter Jin-Woo had come to the raid. He smiled and realized how he might not have noticed it before. At that moment, he started telling his subordinates to turn off the CCTV cameras in the training room and put it on record that it was an inspection. He was sitting in his office and suddenly his picture shifted in a different direction because of the blows that were in the training room. He realized that it was youth that was the perfect match for people to unite. But suddenly in the training hall, Jin-Woo was surprised to see that Igris was thrown back and fell into the wall. The huntress began to say that this was indeed his most skillful sword master, for he had said that he would summon the strongest shadow. She was confident in her power and repeated to the hunter to summon the strongest, but he replied that it might harm her. But she replied that it was fine. After all, she still wanted to fight him again. Suddenly, Jin-Woo realized that she knew about General Bear. Video. And after Jin-Woo started summoning his shadow, he decided to ask the huntress again, "Are you sure you want to fight him?" With the shadow, Bear became weaker than he was when he was alive. However, he was originally born to kill hunters, and the advantage was clearly not on the side of Hunter Cha. At this time, Jin-Woo heard his shadow soldier Bear start to ask him, "What instructions will there be?" He told him to deal with the huntress, but in such a way that she wouldn't get hurt. And at that very second, Bear let out a huge scream, causing all the light bulbs in the training room to start cracking. The echo was so strong that all the light bulbs shivered, and darkness fell in that training room. The huntress saw that he was very strong, and couldn't believe how Jin-Woo fought him alone. But suddenly, Jin-Woo ordered his shadow soldier to stop and started saying that if the huntress hurt herself, he wouldn't forgive him. Bear at this point realized and started saying that he obeyed his king and nothing like that would happen. At the same time, the huntress was standing there, not suspecting anything, because she was just ready to fight. But suddenly a shadowy soldier appeared behind her and she realized that he had decided to attack. Just like last time, I also realized that it wouldn't work twice, and she swung her big sword, but the shadow soldier skillfully intercepted it. He didn't realize that the Lord's orders were the same: you need to deal with the enemy. I, above all, need to use my superiority to break the opponent's spirit. That was it, he decided, and the battle began. The huntress started attacking with her sword, trying to make her opponent a sieve. She realized that it was too early to land critical blows, but she kept attacking. Suddenly, she noticed that he was avoiding her attacks by being in the air, and in that very second, the shadow hunter was very close to her, emitting a bright sound that stunned her opponent. The shadow soldier skillfully grabbed him. That caused her to bounce aside. Jin-Woo realized that it was already possible to make a judgment and began to speak his thoughts. This time, he believed that it would be enough, but the huntress disagreed. After all, she could still fight, and Jin-Woo didn't understand what she was even thinking. He couldn't imagine that the huntress was the kind of person who would recklessly rush into battle despite the difference in strength. Bear was significantly different from his shadow soldiers. But even with his mind, he invariably remains a living weapon for killing, and he can feel Bear feeding off the urge to suppress his bloodlust. If he was up to something, Jin-Woo hoped it was nothing bad, but at this moment, Bear felt the instinct to yours. Once on the brink of life and death, one eventually begins to realize who is in front of you, predator or prey. And that resistance to the predator is unacceptable. He continued to attack the huntress, but she was able to dodge all of his attacks that he wanted to inflict. She was jumping from side to side, and at one point she started to use her sword dance skill and pounced on the shadow soldier. But after the greatest blow that the huntress wanted to strike, her sword broke, colliding with the exoskeleton. She realized that this was her only chance, and since she was already almost out of mana, she could only use this skill once. But it should be enough, and this skill is a dream. She stabbed the shadow soldier with terrifying speed and great force with her sword of light. Jin-Woo couldn't believe his eyes, for he saw the queen's order given to him at birth surfacing in his thoughts. Due to his instincts, he couldn't ignore those words that were forever lodged in his mind to destroy everyone. After the blow that Bear received, he became angry, and his aggression was clearly visible, for he had a bright red aura around him, and the huntress had no place to go, for he was close to destroying her. But at this moment, Jin-Woo began to shout for him to stop, but it was already too late, and the blow was struck. However, it suddenly appeared that Jin-Woo was so fast that he was able to jump up in time to block his strike. He began to say what had ordered him to stop and why he was disobeying. And as soon as the dust settled, Jin-Woo began to ask why Hunter Cha was taking such a risk. At that moment, Bear bounced aside, fell to his knees, and began to beg his king to forgive and pardon him. However, Jin-Woo simply looked in his direction and sighed. After that, he began to say to Hunter Cha, "Why are you taking such a risk? What benefit is it to you to join their guild? After all, this is just a test of stepping into the unknown for everyone. Why would you put your life at such a risk? What drives you to take such a baiting step?" In answer to all these questions, she continued to remain silent. Jin-Woo couldn't understand what was really wrong with her, so he asked, "Could it be that she is interested in me?" She asked him again, but Jin-Woo realized that it wasn't the same either, and soon couldn't figure out what was wrong. But suddenly, she answered him, "Yes, it seems that's the case. It's all about him." At this time in the American Hunters Association, a man and a woman came up to one of the hunters and began to apologize to him, for they were sorry. But he began to say, sitting in his chair, that he had not called them to apologize or for him to listen to their apologies. For they were to tell him how such a thing could have happened. According to Selner's surveillance report, the Jin-Woo hunter was determined to be one of the kings, and the man who sat in the chair could not believe what she had to say, namely, that the Jin-Woo hunters had the power to decree my national level power. But Mrs. Selner, who was standing in front of him, began to say that she wanted to clarify a little. One who has awakened possesses a power connected to the other side that allows him to see the channels of that connection. Sometimes the power coming from the other side can be too great. There have been awakened ones who seem to shine like diamonds. She calls them kings. However, she saw nothing of the sort in him as she looked into his eyes. The darkness looked at her, and it turns out that he is the darkness. At that man couldn't understand what she meant and asked her what she meant someone Hunter Jin-Woo evil. But the girl began to explain that she is not speculating about the nature of the strong Hunter Jin-Woo, whether she is good or evil. She's talking about where that power comes from. After all, the Hunter Jin-Woo, he does not use the power that comes from outside, he does not draw power from these channels, but feeds on the power that is within himself, the channels of unlimited power. And that means that his power is infinite. And suddenly, after saying those words, that man stood up and started walking towards them, telling the girl that she had done a good job. But the other man, who was standing nearby, did not understand where the gentleman was going. But the man replied that he was going to the 24th floor of the underground and he should go with him. After a while, they entered the elevator and started to descend. In the elevator, one of the men started saying that if they couldn't use Madame Selner's power, then they should find another way. If he remembered the very first S-level dungeons, it was the most terrifying dungeon breakthrough that turned the US West upside down. And it was hard to forget such a thing if only 5 of the strongest hunters drafted by America for a huge sum of money survived. The US gave these 5 certain state-level privileges, hence the term national-level hunter. The dragon Kamesh, whose fire would never die out, single-handedly destroyed dozens of hunters. They continued to descend lower and lower, and the one man began to tell the other that he would believe him if he said that this monster had left them a small gift. As soon as they started to open the door, they saw that they had the rune stone that had been left from Reed's body. And exactly 8 years have passed since he was killed, and there is no Maha among those 5, and the stone has been waiting for its owner in the cold cellar all this time. And the stone is ready to give a valuable gift to this beautiful country one more time. At the same time, but in Korea, the hunter Jin-Woo was at his home and stood in front of a mirror. He thought about it, because he was sure that he had grown up and got stronger, but when he looked at himself he realized that this was all, because every second person on the street was like that, and it was all because of rebirth. He wondered if it was because of the rebirth of all parts of the body, all the flaws had disappeared due to this effect. At that moment he burst into his sister's room and asked her what she thought of him, but she didn't understand what he meant. He started saying like male charm or something, but she didn't understand why he suddenly decided he was worth something. But her brother, at the same time, came up to her and started tormenting her. However, her sister at this time started saying that if you think about it, he is just a freeloader for our family. After that, Jin-Woo smiled and thanked her for her objective assessment, but it was in jest. Soon after that, she started kicking him, but he started telling her that she would break her legs, because she seemed to have forgotten that he was an S-rank hunter and had some knowledge in his head. But she started to answer him that she was actually first in school in grades. Jin-Woo started to tell her that he would think about starting his own guild, but his sister jokingly started to tell him that she would now listen to the boss's words if everything went smoothly. Jin-Woo decided to ask her how she felt about what he called El Solo, but in response he heard her start to say that he was joking. After all, why would he call his guild that? After all, it sounds very strange. After all, his power summons those black soldiers. So technically he's not working solo, she told him. And then Jin-Woo realized that this was logical, and asked her what she was suggesting. And his sister started to tell him to let her name her guild Ajin, because the A is her, Jean. It's a level up, and even though it's her name upside down, it sounds cool. And once evening came at Hunter Cha's apartment, she lay in her bed and agonized over what she had said to Hunter Jin-Woo back then, because it seems like it. After all, those words sounded like a true calling, and in that case, instead of joining, wasn't there a better way for her? And she started to blush and yell that he would probably think she was some kind of crazy person. But suddenly she switched gears and started talking in a voice about how he saved her life after all, and of course she was interested in him. And from that point on, she closed the subject. But at that same moment, she still couldn't calm down. And once she had already calmed down and covered her head with a pillow, she began to think about the fact that she had survived because of Hunter Min Ben's healing power. And as she started to look up at the ceiling, she remembered that she was a soul and she was grabbed by the hand of that healer who had saved her life, and he started to tell her to tell Jin-Woo to be careful, for she must tell him to be careful with the power she possessed. She remembered that at that moment she had met the Hunter Min Ben. The next day, one of the hunter guilds was talking about another dungeon opening up. However, this time, they might have some difficulty in obtaining a permit because the dungeon's level rating was above average. One of the hunters thought that this dungeon was ranked S, but the other hunter replied that it was rated A. However, it turned out that it would be troublesome for this guild because in case of emergencies, they might find themselves trapped inside, and if the dungeon did turn out to be rank S, they would have to give up on clearing it. And if not, they would no longer be able to turn away, as their guild was one of the largest in the country. Therefore, it would be ugly if the public found out that they were unable to handle a rank A dungeon, and if they gave up on it, all the credit would go to other more famous guilds. They started to think about what to do. After all, they also have some pretty good hunters, but compared to other guilds, not many people know about them because they still haven't been able to recruit an S-rank hunter yet. Some of the hunters didn't think it would play such a big role, and suddenly one of the female hunters approached them and suggested that they form an alliance. The two men realized that it wasn't a bad idea, and she thought that they couldn't do it alone. However, the other guilds are probably already on board, they just don't know if they would agree. But the girl went on to say that there could possibly be some complications and suggested, how about we invite one person to join us? But the other hunters started asking her why they weren't going to a low-ranked dungeon and what was the point of it. Suddenly, he guessed what she was talking about. After all, the hunter Jin-Woo. Thus, teaming up with others would bring them nothing but a bad reputation, and with Jin, all eyes would only be on them. Besides, he was confident that under his patronage, his squad would be able to return in one piece. He started asking his co-workers if anyone knew what Hunter Jin-Woo was doing. Another man replied that he didn't know anything except that he had recently cleared the dungeons on the highway. He decided to find out his contact information, but the other hunter interrupted him and told him not to bother, because there was no need for that. If he thought such matters were handled over the phone, he was wrong. At the same time, Jin-Woo, sitting in his office, suggested to Jin-Ho that their guild should be called Ajin. Really sounds good, Jin-Ho said. They should stop there, the main thing was to not call it solo. Jin-Woo then asked what else was on the list, since they needed to find another member. Jin-Ho asked what about the Cha girl and how it went yesterday. Jin-Woo replied that it didn't work out, she's not right for them. Jin-Ho thought about the fact that she's a young girl and also a beauty, and a hunter. He had high hopes for her. And he wondered how long he would be her mentor and who he was even looking for her to be a good fit for him. He started to say that if you think about it, he should have a hunter's license. Also, he wouldn't be interested in guild matters and they should trust him unconditionally. Jin-Ho started to think, and suddenly an idea came to him. And he seemed to realize who he wanted to invite to join him. But suddenly someone started knocking on the door again, and Jin-Woo got up and started walking to the door. And as soon as he started to open it, he thought it was that huntress again, Cha. But it wasn't her. As soon as he opened the door fully, he saw 3 men from the association and the knights. They were surprised to see them here, and a little while later they took a seat on the couch and started talking about the fact that there was a gate in the video recording. The proof of that was that it was very big. And of course the size of the brother and the level of the dungeon don't always match, but here it's different. They matched. That hunter with the guild and Jin-Woo started talking. To ask them, what does it turn out that this dungeon is S-ranked? But that hunter and started to answer that it's not clear yet, because this is the biggest dungeon that has ever appeared in Busan territory. He went on to say that if he had already realized that the association flatly refused to give them permission to clear the dungeon because there was no S-ranked hunter in their team. So they decided that they could use him to get permission and complete the raid. And of course, he would give Jin-Woo a generous reward, because usually this kind of hunter would give 10% of the total profit to the hunter, but they would give him 20%. Jin-Woo didn't even hesitate to tell him to divide 50-50. Yu Hunter couldn't understand and interjected Jin-Woo, starting to say that he would agree to cooperate with them if they accepted him as a full member of the guild. After all, they had just approved the name of the guild. This man then said, so how about 40-60? But Jin-Woo wasn't going to bargain with them, and that hunter from the Night Guild realized that this guy wasn't that simple, and started saying that they could take over as the dungeon boss. Jin-Woo replied him that they could count on him, and that hunter went on to say that the dungeon had already been open for a long time. So they should hurry up and they would all go as early as tomorrow. Jin-Woo started to say that he still had plans and they could meet tomorrow. At this moment, he tied his shadow to that man's leg and said that he wouldn't be late and they didn't need to worry. But suddenly the other hunter began to say that it seemed to him as if his shadow had just moved. And at the same moment, the phone in Jin-Woo's hands began to vibrate. As soon as he saw that the number was ringing, he apologized to the guys and told them that he needed to take this call and they could wait for him here. As soon as he was out the door, he started talking on the phone and heard his mom's voice. He was surprised that she had bought her own phone, but she said that she immediately wanted to hear his voice. He went outside and his mom asked him, I hope she's not distracting you from important things right now? But he replied, not at all, and began to think about the fact that it was his mom after all. But at this moment, a call from another girl, Jin-Woo, was waiting. He was standing not far from the entrance of his building and suggested that his mom go out to dinner all together tonight and the next day in Busan City. Near those big gates, there were a lot of different hunters who were all dressed in bright armor. One of the hunters who had talked to Jin-Woo yesterday picked up his phone and looked at the time. He realized that he had barely talked him into it and hoped that he wouldn't be late, because it was already 11 o'clock on the clock, and he would need to move out in 5 minutes. At this time, Jin-Woo was outside his house in another city and looked at the disgusting weather. He was thinking about whether his sister had taken an umbrella, and at this moment, he realized that it was already time for him to go and started to use his social skills. At the same time, when the hunters in the network started to enter that gate in the school, 3 guys were walking down the hallway and talking about their schoolwork. Why should they have to do the art teacher's job? They started to open the door to one of the classrooms and wondered how many statues they should bring in. But there should be about 6 statues, and that's all there is in this room. Another student began to resent that even if they took one each, they would still have to go back. A third student suggested that they could take all of them at once. Once they started to go inside the classroom, they saw that there was a lot of dust and everything was dirty. They talked at first about how this place had even been cleaned by anyone at one time. As soon as they saw these statues, they realized that it wasn't afraid of not being used. But suddenly one of the students saw a gate at the back of the classroom that appeared out of nowhere. Another student went up to them and began to say to the others, "Why are they trembling? Because as long as the gate is closed, there is nothing to be afraid of, because only hunters can come out of it. But no one can come out and it will only open in a week or so." But the third pupil wondered that hadn't they been told that there was no one in the whole family here, and suddenly a huge green hand appeared from this gate, which grabbed one of the pupils by the head and lifted him into the air, and he began to ask for help from his companions. But his friends saw that one of the orcs started to come out of that gate. A few minutes later, all the students in the room were dead and lying on the floor. A supreme orc emerged from that gate, and it was clear that predators with unusual skills existed in this world. They possessed no intelligence, but their superior hunting habits allowed them to surpass man himself. The tart odor of blood and human flesh excited them. However, due to the fact that they came here as scouts, they had to suppress their true nature, for the task at hand was paramount. So the hunter, who had been lurking in the shadows for weeks, did not need to look for his prey, for his sixth sense told him that game was plentiful and right above them. The structure of the structure resembled the citadel in some ways. One of the orcs began to say that he would start the hunt, and the other should call his brothers. That orc decided that after putting down all the humans and taking this fortress under siege, they would start the real hunt. First of all, he would clear the way for them, and as soon as he stepped into the corridor, he saw many students standing at the end of the corridor. One of the students noticed the monster that was across from her. They all turned around and couldn't understand what it was. But that supreme orc was already attacking the nearest people who were standing near it. At this time, Jin-Woo stood and watched the gate that was across from him, and he realized that it looked even bigger in person than it did in the video he was watching. He noticed that there was a collection team on the right and an extraction team on the left. There were 30 A-Rang hunters and 20 W-Rang hunters among the attackers, and there were still many A-Rang hunters. No wonder, since this guild had the largest number of A-Rang hunters. But suddenly, Jin-Woo heard someone start to address him, and as soon as he turned around, he saw so many hunters standing in front of him and started telling him that he was great in that raid on the island and how he had summoned those dark warriors. Was it summoning magic? They all started asking, and Jin-Woo couldn't answer anything, because there were too many of them and they were asking all different questions. Suddenly, one of the girls ran up to him and started to tell those groups of hunters to calm down, because don't they see that they are inconveniencing the hunter Jin-Woo with their questions? That girl started to introduce herself. Her name was Jong Rim. I was the head of the healers from the elite attack squad of the Knights Guild, and she doesn't know what about the others, but she thinks that as the two most responsible people, they should get along with each other. And you don't think so? She asked the hunter Jin-Woo. But at that moment, Jin-Woo turned around and started to tell that hunter he had recently talked to in his office what he hadn't told him. And suddenly that hunter began to say that now was the time and began to tell all the hunters who had gathered near him that the current raid would be led by him. But those hunters who were standing in front of him started to say that it was him again. Why is that? After all, they already have a Jin-Woo hunter. But the leader began to answer them that the Jin-Woo hunter would have their backs and ensure their safety. But those hunters started to say that he really thinks that they are so weak that they need someone to protect them, and one of the guys started to ask Jin-Woo, does he also think that their Knight Guild is only made up of weaklings? But the leader started to say that it's nothing like that, the youngsters are going, and asked Jin-Woo if he thought the same thing himself, because maybe the root of the problems lies a bit deeper in upbringing. Well, or something like that, and Jin-Woo told him that he agreed, because this guy has a lot of confidence. As soon as the time came, the leader realized that they had to move out, and the raid began. And at the same time, a call started coming into the Hunters Association, and a girl picked up the phone and started saying that the Public Emergency Communications Center was ready to listen to whoever called. The other end of the line started saying it was the association, and this girl confirmed that was correct. A student from the school started to say that right now there are monsters walking around their school and they have a dungeon open. The dispatcher started asking where they were, and the student said she was hiding in the restroom. She was with a friend, but he was already dead. The dispatcher asked how many monsters she counted nearby or not, but the student didn't know anything. The dispatcher heard a lot of screaming coming through the tube. The apprentice was saying that she was probably going to die now, but the dispatcher wanted to calm her down and started telling her to listen carefully. You see, the hunters are already moving out to help them and there is no way they will leave them in trouble. Therefore, she must not lose her temper and hold on until the very end. After these words, the student felt better. The dispatcher began to ask her if she happened to know what kind of species the topic monsters referred to. The student replied that she had seen them on TV, but she had forgotten what they were called and began to remember. The dispatcher asked her to describe them, what kind of monsters they were, and what they looked like, and the student began to say that they had a body like a human and a scary face. Suddenly she remembered that they had green skin and it was an orc. She also remembered that they were called orcs on TV. But at this time, this orc with a big gray had already entered the restroom and was heading towards the student who was hiding. Suddenly, there was a very loud scream through the tube and the connection was cut off. However, the dispatcher kept yelling for her to get out of there as soon as possible because they could smell blood. The last thing she heard was the girl screaming for help. Her phone fell to the ground. All the students that were in that school started to get out and were horrified at what they saw. They noticed a lot of blood scattered on the walls and outside and started to run away. But suddenly one of the students started to stop and ask her friend to stop, because her friend was still at school. But that guy started telling her that the hunters would sort it out and they should run away as soon as possible. There were already people on one of the floors, but they missed them, and they managed to run away. But another orc, who was behind the first one, started to say that let him run away, because they still had many left, who were hiding upstairs, and they had nowhere to run to. They were ready to sweep the next floor and decided that they would kill everyone in the school on the floor above, where everything was trashed. Some students had blocked the doors so no one could get inside, and they stood with what weapons they could find, a school chair and a mop for cleaning. A few more students stood on the task, but suddenly they heard some sound and the doors that were barricaded started flying apart. They were all horrified at what they saw, for in front of them stood a mighty, large orc and covered in blood. That orc saw one of the students start to run away, but he knew that there was another one hiding behind the wall, and he swung his big axe and smashed the wall that separated the student from him, and at the same moment the student said goodbye. In his life, and those two big orcs stood there and started to feel the man with magic powers, and one of the orcs said that they should kill him first so that he wouldn't make trouble. And in a corner of one of the school classes there were many students who were forgotten in the corner, and one of the students was a sister, Jin-Woo, who closed her eyes and thought only that her brother would come and save her because she was very scared. But suddenly, there was a loud shout in that class. No, and one of the girls who was in that class started to say that she was a hunter, though not a ranked hunter. But Jin-Woo's sister started telling her to calm down a bit. The minks who were standing in front of them looked and realized that it wasn't her, but the strong magic was coming from that girl standing next to her. And judging by her scent, it was that girl. The single source decided to finish her off at that very moment, but the girls started to get scared and lowered their heads. But suddenly, as soon as they opened their eyes and saw that nothing had happened, they noticed another orc in front of them. It was the shadow soldier and her brother who had grabbed the orc that was attacking. It was at that moment that her sister realized that it was the protection her brother had provided. The shadow orc hit the green orc with great force and it flew off into the sky. The other orc, who was watching all this, was greatly frightened. He saw three huge orcs in front of him who, although they were his kin, were now standing and protecting the humans. He couldn't understand why they were doing this. At the same time, Jin-Woo entered the dungeon, and the hunters who were with him in this raid started shouting that they had seen a two-headed orc. The leader began to say that everyone needed to focus now, as they were facing a dangerous opponent. The huge orc, as soon as he saw the hunters, became furious and started swinging his big axe towards the hunters. But that hunter who was standing in front of him didn't get confused and started using his skill, and a barrier appeared in front of him. And as soon as that big hammer reached its target, there was a big explosion, and that hunter managed to contain its pressure. At that moment, he started screaming for help, and the other hunters realized that they started to act. He climbed up on that big axe and started running on it towards the big orc with the aim of finishing him off. Once he got to his target, he wounded those two big heads, but he was aiming for the eyes. He started talking so that everyone could rely on him. The other hunters, after that, started to act, because that monster couldn't see anything anymore. When it tried to open its one eye, which was not badly hurt, the hunters had already finished it off. Then, the mages who were standing behind began to use their spells. A large lightning bolt and a rain of fire attacked that big monster, and it fell to the ground. The hunters decided to look around first, before resuming their journey. The leader realized that the circumstances were very bad now, for this raid was not going to be an easy one, and a two-headed ogre fell upon them from the start. The leader began to ask Jin-Woo if he knew their true purpose. He immediately replied that they were grave guards. If he was a normal dungeon boss, it wouldn't raise any questions. However, if you encounter a two-headed ogre at the entrance, it can only mean one thing: the undead dwell here. As soon as they remembered them, they immediately appeared, and all the hunters began to worry and ask about the leader. What should they do? Should they attack or should they not? But all of a sudden, they started to behave strangely, and they stopped. However, the hunters didn't understand what was happening to them and why. They ran away as soon as they saw them, because usually a live one would attack people. Maybe they were scared of something, but Jin-Woo, who was standing behind them, reflected that he didn't expect this when he walked here. Suddenly, Jin-Woo felt some strange feeling. At this moment, Jin-Woo began to tell the hunters that he needed to leave as he had urgent matters to attend to. But the leaders didn't understand what he was talking about and started saying that without him, their team might die. He should have realized it himself, but Jin-Woo replied that he knew about it and would now call his friend, who they could also rely on, and handle it himself. However, the leaders still couldn't understand what he was talking about, and as soon as he saw that Jin-Woo had summoned his general ant, they didn't realize that it was the same ant from the island. Jin-Woo went on to say that it seemed like everyone was already aware of it and wouldn't have to waste time explaining. He replaced himself and began to tell his general to protect the people, and anyone who doesn't belong to the people can do as they please. After these words, General Ant began to shout for joy as he was very happy that he could have some fun. The hunters who were standing nearby realized that they would now go with him. The girl standing next to him called her comrade Mr. Jin-Woo. Eventually, a backup consisting of many ants appeared. There were about 20 of them. But the leaders behind and the healer girl standing next to him still tried to stop Jin-Woo, saying that he had just summoned a bunch of monsters for nothing. Jin-Woo turned around with a serious face and started telling them that if they wanted, he could call them back, but it was better than nothing. After such a serious matter, they could no longer say anything and only agreed. Jin-Woo, who was standing in this queue, looked at how much more time was left to recover the skill. There was still 1 hour and 42 minutes left, and he didn't understand why it happened at this particular moment. Jin-Woo started running towards the exit of this dungeon with all his speed. He ran at full speed and realized that the signals from the soldiers he had attracted to his sister did not stop, and he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he saw many soldiers of the undead army in front of him and started shouting to tell them to stay out of his way. Suddenly, all the undead began to kneel down and worship him. Jin-Woo didn't realize what was happening. After all, they were worshipping him because he specialized in necromancy. But right now, he didn't have time to think about it, so he summoned his dragon Kaisel, who soared under his feet. And as soon as Jin-Woo got out of the dungeon, at that very moment, he started flying his dragon towards his sister. Everyone on this side of the portal watched in surprise as Hunter Jin-Woo was heading somewhere. On his dragon, Jin-Woo started telling him to fly as soon as there is power towards his sister, and to fly even faster. He applied a skill that is used on all shadow soldiers, and the skill level of each shadow soldier increased by 50%. The orcs that were guarding Jin-Woo's sister were destroying the other orcs that had pounced on them. The battle was very vivid, but the green orcs were defeated. The disciples who were watching this with amazement saw the ferocious Shadow Supreme orcs killing the ordinary orcs, and in the end, the latter were defeated. The disciples realized that these monsters were protecting one of the female disciples, and they were now on their side. Jin-Woo's sister stood behind one of the orcs and asked if her brother had already come and was here. But one of the orcs stopped her and pointed his thumb at the window, thus saying that he would arrive here soon. At this time, the last barrier that was inside broke, and one of the orcs sitting on the throne began to listen to one of his servants, who was telling him that now as Grokrat, the leader of the Red Knife tribe, no one would be able to interfere. But another orc turned to Grokrat and said that the orcs were helping the humans, and there were 3 of them here, and they were at the school. Grokrat began to get angry, for warriors from the most powerful clan were a weakness, and he decided that he would have to deal with them himself. He took his big axe and went to them, for it was time for a massacre. A little while later, the ants that stayed in the other dungeon and fought for the humans were screaming loudly as they killed their opponents. The hunters who were watching all this were thinking about whether they should leave. After all, they were afraid to imagine what would happen if the ants suddenly pounced on them. But the leader, the mountain, realized that right now they couldn't stop the raid. And even if they could, the reporters wouldn't leave them so easily. And even though some hunters are afraid of them, they can't do that. They need to finish the raid, but suddenly Ant Bear appeared near the leader and thus scared her. However, as soon as the leader wanted to say something, the ant disappeared and at the same moment appeared at the same place where he was standing, with great speed rushed away. Iwat had already thrown his paws and threw something on the ground at the feet of the leader. After a second, the leader sitting on the ground saw a large ant in front of him. It looked at him, turned around, and started walking away with its army of ants in the other direction. The hunters who ran up to him started asking if everything was okay and what they should do, follow them or stay here. But the leader replied that everything was fine. As soon as they lowered their heads, they saw the head of the Death Knight lying at their feet. They were surprised, because that ant had slain a top-level monster with one swing, and they couldn't believe how strong he was. Suddenly, the leader realized and started smiling. After all, no one knows how much top-tier crystals are worth, if that's the case. Yet they couldn't leave right now. As soon as the leader looked up, he saw that all the hunters started to go straight for the ants. But at this time a new battle was brewing between the orcs and the school, and the orc Groker showed up to place herself behind her comrades, and her ward orcs stood behind him and began to all shout Grokter together. Grokter began to say that his orc tattoos symbolized the number of victories and showed how many enemies had fallen at his hands. Looking at his opponents, he realized that they had inflicted quite a few kills as well. However, that was all they were capable of, and he began to swing his large sword, telling the higher orcs to have fun with it while he was here having fun with them. But just as he swung his great sword, another orc parried his blow. But that didn't stop him, and Grokter put even more effort into it, slicing the shadow orc in half. However, he suddenly saw the shadow orc recover and realized that it was magic. No matter how many blows he threw, it was all useless. He thought about the fact that he could kill and wanted to kill 100, wanted to kill 1,000 times, but suddenly this orc started to feel some voices in his head. There were voices in his head that were urging him to kill all humans. He began to realize that each time the voice in his head was getting stronger and he needed to finish off these orcs as soon as possible. He realized that if he could control them with magic, he needed to destroy the caster. He realized that behind all of this is the girl who is hiding among her servants so that they can capture her as soon as possible, as she is weakened if the orcs are constantly regenerating. They must all attack the orcs before they have time to regenerate, and thus capture the girl quickly. But the last shadow orc that was left was able to grab the other two orcs, and Jin-Woo's sister was left unprotected. At this moment, a separate shrew appeared, grabbed her head and began to say that he always knew it was her, for he could clearly feel her magic. Just as he decided to finish her off, he began to feel something approaching in the distance and his hands began to shake. With that, he was able to let go of Jin-Woo's sister, and she fell to the ground. Her girlfriend ran up to her and started asking if she was alright. But the orc who was watching with his gut felt something approaching him, something terrible, and it made him shake with fear. And suddenly, the leader of the Grokter began to tell his servants to get down as soon as possible. And at that moment, an explosion sounded in the room and someone burst into the room, raising a large dust, causing all the disciples to start coughing. It was Jin-Woo, who had managed to arrive in time after all. He put his hand on his sister's head and started telling her that everything was fine now and she was safe. All the orcs started to back away and Grokter saw a large dragon in front of him and a strange hunter with a terrifying power coming from him. He started to tell him that he was Grokter of the Red Knives, but before he could finish, Jin-Woo turned to him and pointed his index finger at him, telling him to shut up and wait. Then he hugged his sister and started to say that she was safe and apologized for being late. At that moment he turned to the other students and asked if they were okay and he heard that they were fine and Sonia, who was standing next to him, said she was fine. But suddenly she noticed a frightening aura coming from Jin-Woo. But suddenly he noticed that her sister had a red mark on her face because that orc had grabbed her with his big hand and lifted her into the air. And at that moment, he got very angry and called his shadow commander, Agris, and ordered him to take care of his sister, and the soldiers who were also summoned had to get the children out of the school. Orcs who were standing nearby began to cower in fear, and suddenly they moved and Jin-Woo sensed it and started telling them that he had ordered them to stand still and wait their turn, while all the students were slowly leaving the school on the dragon that was standing below it. One of the orcs started to say that he was controlling those warriors and asked who he was and how he knew their language. But that orc only saw in front of him an enraged hunter who could barely contain his incredible strength from destroying them in 1 second, and he realized that he wasn't going to get an answer. They all started pouncing on him together, but Jin-Woo stood still and waited for them to run closer and closer. As soon as one of the orcs swung at him, Jin-Woo grabbed him by 2 fingers, and he started screaming at the top of his voice in incredible pain. Not even a few seconds later, that orc was already slumped on the ground and stomped his feet into the rocks that were flying from his large body. But Jin-Woo didn't take long and finished him off with a single kick of his foot. At the same time, the remaining two orcs, despite the death of their comrade in arms, rushed to flee. However, Jin-Woo used his ruler hand skill and the two orcs began to rise into the air. When he squeezed his hand, both orcs turned into a pile of meat. After that, the entire pack of orcs that were in the room started screaming furiously and running towards the hunter. But he didn't want to just stand there and wait, so he used his bare hands to pierce through their bodies, and in a few seconds they were all down. Only their leader remained, who stood in the corner and shook, for he did not understand how this was possible. As soon as he wanted to say something, Jin-Woo's hand grabbed his head and pushed him against the wall. Jin-Woo, while he was holding him near the wall, noticed that the corridor where the orcs came from had a lot of students lying on the ground and bleeding. He turned the other way and saw the same thing from another corridor. And started to ask, why are they killing people like that? Norm started to answer something, as if in his head he could hear people killing him. And Jin-Woo started saying, what about me? Do you want to kill me too? But in response, the orc just started to beg and wanted him to spare him. But Jin-Woo asked again while looking at him, and he heard a voice too. Tears began to flow in the orc's eyes, and the hunter realized that to them, he wasn't human at all. And at that moment, his blade began to appear in his other hand, and finally Jin-Woo began to say that it didn't matter anymore and he would spare him. However, he shouldn't expect to enjoy this process. At this time, in that big gate where there were very many hunters from the Night Guild, one of the healers started pulling clothes in his direction and saying that he at least understands how much it costs. Big Ant still didn't listen to her and started devouring those monsters that were in that dungeon. She started to say that vampire soul crystals are very expensive, and just as she twitched, this ant accidentally hurt her. She raised her head and saw that ant start devouring that vampire anyway. And this was all noticed by the general ant, and he ran up to the healer, extended his big paw and started healing her wounds. In 1 second she didn't even have a scratch. She thanked him and realized it was healing magic, and she couldn't understand why his healing skills were better than hers. After all, he is an ordinary shadow monster and Ant is a general with his army of ants. At the beginning they went to some direction, and at the end of the corridor they came across a door that started to open. Behind the door was already the boss of this dungeon, who was eager to kill them. And once all the hunters saw the horrible boss and the horrible guards, they were surprised that the boss of this dungeon turned out to be an archlich. The archlich was known to be considered the most dangerous among all the bosses in the dungeon, and never before had any guild been able to destroy it. However, thanks to a high-level hunter, this incident did not turn into a disaster of great magnitude. Now they were faced with the task of facing the undead army that was approaching from behind. The leader began shouting for them to close the doors as soon as possible, for those that hadn't been eaten by the ants had come back to life and were ready to attack. The mage girl activated her sacred defense skill, but the leader realized that they were trapped, and now without Hunter Jean they would have a hard time. The healer girl started shouting to the leader that her sacred defense would only last 5 minutes, but no more. Suddenly the leader heard some shouting and started to turn that way. He saw the ant general who was approaching the boss. The boss of this dungeon was also speaking in human language and started to say that he couldn't believe his eyes. He was wondering why the king's troops were fighting against them, since the king himself had chosen them, but the undead army did not. The boss of this dungeon couldn't believe what he heard, for it was impossible, and he would report to the king about it. But the ant didn't want to wait long and jumped up to the boss at that very second, hitting him with all his might. From a blow the boss began to fly aside, and the ant ended the conversation with the words, "For someone who is about to die, you talk too much." After a hard blow, the Lord Earth ant started to fly off to the side. But at that moment, the ant began to pull his heart out of his chest. And since he had a very powerful strength, he easily ripped out his heart. All of the dungeon boss's servants began to fall off their feet, as their lives were no longer supported by any dark energy. The hunters who saw this realized that he had dealt with the dungeon boss and the undead army in one blow. They didn't understand how he managed it. The leader, looking at the ant that was eating him, shouted. He knew he was possessed, but to be this strong, he had no idea. The other hunter walked up to the raid leader and began to tell him that with such an arsenal of shadow, Hunter Jin-Woo didn't even need to do anything. His warriors could mop up any dungeon by themselves. When you think of it like that, a soldier didn't necessarily need to spend all of his mana on summoning, but only half of it. Based on this fight, it's not hard to guess that many gameplay approaches and my items are no good. Suddenly, one of the hunters started suggesting to their leader that they forget about their original plan and join the Jin-Woo Hunters Guild. The leader started to reply that this is nasty and he doesn't even know what to say to him, after all merging with another guild, if you can call it that, a fine guild founded by a top hunter. And the Knights Guild, which is in the top 5 of the strongest guilds in their country, pulls off such a deal. To this, the other hunter started to reply that he was just kidding and really didn't think they could pull it off. After all, judging from the hunter Jin-Woo's reaction today, it looks like he doesn't really need them. But the leader didn't like it, and started telling his comrade that according to him, since he had become an S-ranked hunter, the law didn't apply to him. But his comrade apologized to him, but the leader still started to say that if he can clear entire dungeons with his soldiers, then the rules are the same for everyone, and to start a raid, you need to gather a group of several people, and everyone, including the hunter, must comply with it. After all, everyone knows such obvious things. But his comrade started saying that it's a good idea, and they can provide him with men and heat them with his power. And it's a win-win. But the leader thought the same way and realized that if they really did this, what would others think of them? Suddenly the idea came to them that they could say it was support, that they just wanted to support him. At this time, it was raining a huge rain outside. And after this incident in the school, all the parents started to gather near the entrance of the school and wanted to personally check what had happened, because their children were in the school at that time. And some mourned for those who were carried out on stretchers. At that time, Hunter Jean was riding in the car with the president of the association, and he began to tell the hunter that the 213 students who had escaped from the school at the beginning of the incident were now safe, and 10 students had been safely rescued. And the rest, if they had reacted immediately, it might have been avoided. He starts giving his phone to the hunter and says that over the past 6 months, the village has seen an increase in new dungeons appearing. And below are the statistics for the whole world, and as he can see the number of new ones is growing exponentially. But that wasn't the strangest thing, as there are more and more people who want to know the level of their awakened abilities. At the same time, the number of hunters who can resist the strongest monsters is growing. And it seems as if some system is trying to balance everything out. Jean realized that something was beginning to change in their world, and he began to ask the president of the association about Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, and even distant Central Asia. The president of the association began to give the hunter the data of those countries that wished to officially make contact with him, and he was already sure that among them there were already those who had done so unofficially. The president of the association began to say that the association had no right to stop them. According to their request, they were merely protecting information about him. And of course, he understands very well that everything depends on his decision, but he is afraid that if he wants to leave the country in the current situation, it will be difficult for him to adapt. After a long conversation, they soon arrived at the hospital where the sister was, and as soon as the hunter started to get out of the car, the president of the association told him that they would try to provide him with everything he needed. Correct the text for errors and say, could he not have officially stayed in South Korea by incorporating into their country? There are 10 registered hunters and 3 of them are already lost, an association and 2 have died at the hands of monsters in America. They can't stay away anymore, so he started to ask that they, at least this time, play a part in their fate. At the end, the president of the association asked the hunter what he ultimately wanted. Jin-Woo answered him that in that case, he would allow him to enter the dungeon at the top of the mountain alone. The association president started to tell him that if he understood correctly, he wanted him to remove the restriction on the minimum number of people in the group. Jin-Woo replied to him that that was correct, and the president started to say that this restriction was made to at least keep the hunters a little safer, because during the raid each of them risked losing their lives, and he still wanted him to remove the restrictions. Suddenly, the president realized that the reason why he created the guild was to mop up the dungeon himself. Jin-Woo asked the association president if they were willing to fulfill his request. The president of the association realized that he was a one-man army and began to say that of course it was difficult but not impossible, and he would do his best. At the same time, one of the videographers started telling the reporter that she did a great job. She thanked him, and at that moment the phone in her hand started ringing. It was her brother, who started asking her if she wanted to join their guild, and instead of sitting in their father's guild department out of sight, why don't she move over to them and enjoy the freedom? But she didn't understand why all of a sudden he brought it up, and by the way, does he know that Jin-hee is going back to Korea? Jin-ho replied that he knows. After all, why shouldn't he know about it? After all, she is his own sister. The truth is, she's now more concerned about the fact that they lack one more person to form a full guild. And his sister has started saying that he's now trying to lure her into a guild that isn't even registered yet. He's sure he hasn't messed with some strange type who's trying to scam him, but Jinho started telling her that if she knew who this strange type was, she'd be very surprised. She asked who the strange type was. A little while later, Jinwoo stood with a surprised face and started to say that this was the very person he was talking to. Jinho started telling him to meet Suwon, his cousin who was a rank hunter. But Suwon started to take off her mask and was very surprised, because she saw the hunter Jinwoo in front of her. But Jinho started to tell her why she was surprised, because she is a celebrity herself. But Jinwoo started to wonder if this girl is really a hunter. She said that she couldn't believe that she had a chance to meet a hunter who suddenly appeared at Lee Min-sung's press conference and immediately disappeared. But Jinwoo started to sit down on the couch and thought about the fact that Jinho is a D-rank hunter and his sister is an A-rank hunter, and maybe awakened abilities are somehow passed down on a genetic level. And there seemed to be such cases amongst siblings. Besides, as far as he knew, his father was also a hunter. And he started telling that girl that he hoped Jinho had already told her the details, and she replied that he had. He told her that they needed another member to form a guild, and Jinwoo started to ask if she was really okay with her joining them so that she wouldn't get too much public attention later on. But she replied that it was fine, it was always better than being at the beck and call of Eugene Sung, who was her own brother and known for his bad temper. Suddenly, this girl started asking Jinwoo if he would be okay with her taking a picture with him to update her social media account. At this time, there was a question in the Hunter Association about what he wanted to do with the Shadow Soldiers who were members of the battle group. And he understood the damage all of this could cause. But Jinwoo had no sooner established the guild than there were already voicing their discontent. If it wasn't a privilege, he couldn't believe that the association, which had always been the epitome of honesty and integrity, was willing to go to such lengths for Hunter Jinwoo. He didn't like that the president was sitting silent, and he wanted to hear at least something from him. But the president of the association answered him that he was right. It is indeed a privilege. And he took this opportunity to ask him one question: who would he send first if monsters came out of the dungeon one day, a group of 20 hunters or a group of 1 hunter? Jinwoo. Jinwoo recently moved into an apartment in the Hunters Guild area. Why did he choose to take an apartment that cost much more than the one he used to live in? After saying that, the man started to freak out, and soon he replied that he had no comment. After all, maybe the reason lies in the fact that he wants to secure himself. The president went on to say the same thing concerning the citizens. If they had a lot of money, they would go where it is safest. Right now, guilds from all over the world are trying to recruit Hunter Jinwoo if he thinks he'll choose to stay in Korea with that kind of money. The president decided to ask, otherwise, if they want a repeat of the situation with Wang Dongsu flying off to America and think such a privilege is unfair. He hopes they all know who will save their lives when the S-rank gate opens in Korea. But at that time, Huntress Cha was holding her phone in her hand and saw the social media post of that girl who posted about her first day in the Agen Guild. After that, she couldn't believe her eyes and started shaking, for she was very angry and her aura started a house. The next day, the hunters Jinwoo and his partner Jinho were standing near the gate, and they had never seen such a big gate before. But Jinwoo began to think that if his partner had seen such a big gate in the dungeon, he would have fainted long ago. After all, the gate was many times larger there. But at this place, there were a lot of reporters gathered near the gate, and they started pestering Hunter Jinwoo and shouting for him to pay some attention to them and share his impression of the Agen Guild's first raid. And why did he name the guild that, and what was his relationship with founder Yu Suchin? But at that moment, the hunter was rescued by the Hunter Association guys, and Jinwoo started asking them, how come all these people are gathered here? And they started to answer him that of course the association was carefully hiding their data. However, they never managed to keep the location of the dungeon secret from the media, and he should be more careful in his social media from now on. After all, because of that picture, everyone knew about this place. But suddenly, Jinho started asking his mentor how they would manage without the crystal mining and collecting squads. After all, it seems to him that it would only be more difficult that way. But Jinwoo started to tell him not to worry about it. After all, his shadows will go in their place. The man from the Hunter Association walked over to the Shadow Soldiers and started measuring their wounds with his device. He realized that they were all at higher ranks and were perfect for mopping up the dungeon. At the same time, he realized that those who doubted the chairman's decision were round idiots. When the inspection was complete, he began to take off his suit and explained that he was doing so for maximum safety to make sure they wouldn't be spotted by the monsters. The director asked him to personally escort them and supervise everything that was going on. He hoped that Hunter Jin-Woo didn't mind, but she replied that she would only accompany them with his permission. A little while later, they were already inside. The brother and member of the Hunter Association watched with a surprised face as the Shadow Soldiers handled the rank A monster. They all attacked the monsters in this dungeon and tore them to pieces. He realized that they were considered quite strong warriors as well as skilled mages. Even experienced hunters have a pretty hard time with these monsters. But shadow wars that come in numbers, they don't even give them a break. When he turned his attention to Commander-in-Chief Igris, he realized that the latter was particularly good. After all, he was using his cool new sword to launch an attack, and for a normal hunter, such a lightning-fast attack requires a very high level of magical ability. Each swing of the sword is accompanied by a powerful electrical charge that crushes everyone in its path. All the monsters that were within that radius began to die. He looked at Jin-Woo's Shadow Hunter soldier and realized that he was most likely ranked or even higher in level. Perhaps even he alone could mop up this dungeon. But suddenly, she turned her gaze to Hunter Jin-Woo, who noticed that one of the ants had started eating the monsters, and he kicked it with a kick. That ant flew off into the wall, and Jin-Woo started telling him that those monsters were freakishly expensive, and they were just messing around and just eating them. And the next person he started yelling at was the other Shadow Soldiers to get a move on, because to me they wouldn't get themselves. The man with the Hunter Association realized that this man who could simultaneously mop up dungeons, collect corpses, and obtain mana crystals. Yes, here clearly did not smell like a group consisting of a single hunter. And now it was clear to him why the chairman had asked him to go along with him. Suddenly, the boss of this dungeon was in front of them, and Jin-Woo decided to cancel the summoning of all warriors except the mining warriors. The squad began to gather together into a shadow that consisted of Jin-Woo. That man didn't understand why he did that. After all, he started to say that they could very well have gotten by. But Jin-Woo started to summon his blade and said that if he relied on his shadow warriors too often, he was afraid that his skills would be severely dulled. Suddenly, he shifted and ran towards the boss of this dungeon. He was so fast that he was able to cut him into pieces in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, the notification system showed that the boss of this dungeon had been destroyed. He was able to raise his level to 101 and his specialization level was raised, as well as his shadow summoning skill level. Guardian of Shadows, the domain of a monarch. He was surprised that all the skills had increased and he couldn't believe it until the end. The rollback time of the shadow swap skill would now decrease from 3 to 2 o'clock, and the rollback time had decreased by 1 hour in just one level. If he continued to move at this pace, despite the distance, he would be able to reach his mother and sister at any time. The man from the Hunter Association stood behind Jin-Woo's back and thought about the fact that because of his strong scales, the boss of this dungeon could use it as both a shield and a harvest at the same time. And this hunter had pierced it with some daggers. What surprised him was that he saw Jin-Woo start to use his skill and turn this dungeon boss into his shadow soldier. And eventually, the shadow extraction was successful. The initial level of the shadow was 13. Jin-Woo looked at it, the same class as his shadow mage Fong, and they were even physically similar, however it had shrunk a lot, and usually their size didn't change. Though despite that, there was quite strong magic coming from him, and it is somewhat similar to my fangs, perhaps he can increase in size as well. That's his true appearance, and in any case, it added a few strong guys to his arsenal. Now he had to choose a name for his soldier, and Jin-Woo thought about it. He decided that his name would be Jim. When the system showed that the name had been chosen as Jin-Ho, watching from the sidelines, he thought about the fact that his mentor was making such strong monsters of his shadows. His mentor just doesn't imitate, but suddenly the dungeon started to collapse and they all realized that they had to leave, because the gate would close after the boss was destroyed. However, Jin-Woo turned his head the other way and realized that he had to get this guy somewhere. Soon, as they started to leave the dungeon, all the reporters who were watching saw a huge orc in front of them carrying a huge monster on his shoulder. The reporters thought it was the monsters coming out of the dungeon and started yelling for everyone to run away. But suddenly, they realized that it was Hunter Jin-Woo's shadow, and couldn't believe that he had already cleared such a strong dungeon. Everyone amicably started taking pictures with their cameras of this big orc, who didn't realize it first, and then started smiling and scratching his big head. As the hunters started to leave the dungeon, Jin-Ho started telling his mentor to smile. There were a lot more reporters went, and apparently they were very attracted to them. Although Jin-Woo didn't want that. The man from the Hunter Association was out of breath from what he saw inside the dungeon, and he roughly had no face on him. But a little later, he met with the president of the association. The president started to ask him that this wasn't the first raid he had been to, but from their story, even a veteran like him was very surprised by what he saw. But the man started to say that it was not a raid, but a real massacre. The president of the association said that everything was clear to him now and he could go and rest a little. The man got up, bowed and said that with his permission he would go. The president of the association stood up and started to walk towards the window, thinking about the fact that mopping up the dungeon, collecting corpses and mining crystals he was sorry to admit. But this was a one-man battle, and the guild was roughly speaking from one man. I am ultimately Jin-Woo, and there is the guild. And yet, he didn't fail. Korea. No, rather, even in the entire world, the management of hunters might change a lot. But at this time in Japan, in Tokyo, a huge red gate began to appear that covered the entire sky. The people watching all this couldn't understand what it was. They were all in shock, and on the road, the only sound was a low roar calm. Soon, in one of the mansions where naked blades inspired fear in the universe, a meeting of the heads of the major Japanese guilds was secretly convened. There was an important matter at hand. Suddenly, the guys standing near the balcony saw people approaching. It turned out to be the co-owners of the Naked Blades Guild, the servants of the Moto Ranger and other S-rank hunters. But suddenly, another guy interrupted one of them, calling him an idiot, for it wasn't the co-owner, but the leader. In the course of events, they lost 7 S-rank hunters, including Gotoruji, who was the prize dog of the head of the association, Masa Masamoto. It was good that they monopolized all the hunters, but now the Naked Blades Guild was facing the end. If things worked out well, they could become the best guild in Japan. However, the hunters heard their words and turned around, expressions of terror on their faces. Without their lord, they had completely lost their fear and now had to quickly adapt. The hunter girl started to tell her comrade that there are rumors that the Amway Guild is trying to absorb the Solasan Guild, and both guilds have 4 orange hunters like them. To this, the other guy replied that she really believes that by joining together, they will become the strongest in Japan. After all, it's ridiculous, even if all the guilds unite, it's not enough. A little later, in one of the rooms, one of the men started shouting, "Why is the association silent, and why did a rank S dungeon appear right in the middle of it?" I don't consider the association's lack of response to be a normal state of affairs, and everyone here should honestly say what would happen if monsters came flying out of it. But one of the guys sitting at the table started to reply, even if all the S-rank hunters gather, they won't be enough for such a rank S dungeon. I suggest that all the national level hunters should be summoned. To this, another man with a scar on his face started saying that he was the prime minister and had gathered the heads of the largest guilds to ask them such stupid questions. The consequences would be comparable to the consequences from the crack that opened up on Shinju Island. But the man who was sitting across from him started to say that he was so pessimistic. Doesn't he have any plan, and why doesn't he intend to hire Thomas Andre? To this, the other men in the hall thought that they didn't have enough money to lure him here, and moreover, the mercenaries ready to be hired could be counted. All this because of the large number of new dungeons. And would there be any hunters who would be willing to help with a rank S dungeon? Suddenly, one of the men began to say that there was one who would help, though not for free. It's Yuri Orlov's tank, and they are thinking of hiring him. But a few hundred kilometers away from there, Jin-Woo was driving his car and thought about the fact that he was now level 101. At level 101, he had gotten the key to the Kartinan temple, and at level 101, he had increased his exceptional skills. He wondered what would happen at level 102. A little later, when he arrived at his destination, he got out of his car and remembered that his deputy had successfully finished everything by himself. After all, it was good that the deputy had so much enthusiasm. But there is still need to recruit participants. And suddenly he turned his head and noticed Hunter Cha, who was passing by, and started to abruptly turn around and walk in the other direction. Jin-Woo didn't stand still, and at the same moment, he moved right towards her. In a fit of confusion, he started to ask her why she was running away and why she was even walking towards their office. But she with a strange face started waving her hands and talking about the car in the parking lot. That's when Jin-Woo realized that he couldn't get the car because of the shadow exchange. And as soon as he turned around, Huntress Cha started to say to him, "Could you spare some time for me?" All she had on her mind was wondering if she should ask something. There were pictures on social media and she wondered what the new contestant meant. Why was she rejected and that girl was taken? After all, her rank was lower than S. And she couldn't believe it. Are these two really dating? But suddenly, she began to speak. I'm now for Hunter Mingbingu to give him a message. And this message is about his selves. But Jin-Woo started telling her to wait. After all, they could talk about it in the office. And once they were already inside the office, Hunter Cha first asked him who was in that office. But Jin-Woo started to tell her that the deputy said he would stay at the scene. And he asked her what happened and how Hunter Min was able to give her the message. And she began to explain that she had heard a voice that day that said for her to relay those words. Cautious, for the one who had plucked him from the endless darkness was no longer him. Even though he had kept the Raza, he felt like a blind servant created for his sake, and it gave him indescribable joy and frightened him at the same time. But she had asked him then what it meant, and the guy had said that this force was very dangerous and powerful, and he should know that too, and she should remember it. The real Dream Hunter Army, and he is the real army. After saying these words, Jin-Woo went to the dungeon, and he sat in one and thought about these words. Whether it was true or false, he still decided that he owed it to himself to learn about the essence of his power. After all, it was much more important to buy into the hundreds. But suddenly, his deputy Jin-Ho, who was sitting beside him and was also eating himself, started saying that it reminded him of going down to the dungeon from the rank. But Jin-Woo didn't like what he was saying with his mouth full. He started to ask his mentor that if his shadows can move around outside of his will, then he can entrust them with his chores when he can't accomplish them himself. For example, when he is eating or very busy. But Jin-Woo answered him that it can't be like that, because the more distance between him and his shadow, the less experience he will get, and he doesn't know what they are doing behind his back. Jin-Ho starts asking him how his sister is doing in his opinion. This situation is really hard right now. Jin-Woo answered him that he thought she should rest for a while, since she has very experienced shadow soldiers around her right now, and her safety can't be worried for now. Suddenly he decided to remember to see what they were doing. He concentrated and with the help of a second-level sense transmission effect, he simply focused on his shadow to get a view of the area. And he began to see that his sister was now lying on the couch in front of the TV, which had some movie on. Behind her was Ant, who was switching channels to find something he liked. Jin-Woo realized that his sister was asleep, but what takes a puppy, given the manner of speech of this country, he likes. He also likes this kind of series. Another time he saw his mom was in the supermarket and suddenly noticed that drops of water were dripping into the bathtub. In the bathtub sat Hunter Cha. As soon as he realized he looked in the wrong place, his deputy started to ask what was going on with him, maybe he had dozed off. But Jin-Woo replied that he wasn't, but thought about giving her a treat as an apology. Jin-Ho started telling him about the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan, and rumors say that it's only 3 days away from being destroyed. Hunters are already gathering from everywhere, and they haven't contacted him. But Jin-Woo thought about the fact that it had been so long since they had appeared, and he started to say that they had contacted him. However, he had some urgent matters to attend to, so he was pondering their proposal for now. He thought about the fact that he had an item, the key to the Karthanon temple, and he wondered what kind of invitation it was from the system and what answers lurked there. And so, Jin-Woo began to rise up. After all, just talking was enough, and there was only 1 day left, and soon he would know the truth. He started to say that if he had already eaten, it was time to work. Jin-Ho jumped up from his seat and started to follow him. But at this time, in one of the buildings, a man whose name was Yuri Orlov began to say that as everyone knew, the best tank among the hunters was him, and he read everything they had sent him. The evacuation of people is a wise decision. And about the chronic lack of manpower, it's true that only 6S rank hunters can be mobilized in Japan. And the man who was sitting in front of him started to reply, that's right. After all, in order to deal with the dungeons that keep appearing in Japan, every guild must have at least 1 high-level hunter. And their guild had also sent 3 high-level hunters with the exception of 1. But Yuri Orlov thought that this was terrible. After all, how do they want to protect the country? So he put his drink on the table and started telling them that he was willing for $3.6 billion a year, that's 10 million a day, he would block the gate for as long as they needed. And of course, if they would hire him. For 10 million a day, Yuri Orlov can. For that money, he can save an entire country. Compared to Thomas, his services cost less. The hunters who were standing behind couldn't understand what he was saying because they didn't know his language. They guessed that he was saying something unpleasant. Yuri Orlov further announced that they would pay 10 million a day and thus save their country. Otherwise, they risked losing money and being subjected to arbitrary fate. In the current situation, they cannot afford to choose. Even if they begged and fell at his feet, Yuri Orlov would not give the slightest hint of regret. The hunter sitting across from him replied that he was very confident, to which Yuri confirmed that it was natural. After all, it was much better than hiring 100 of the same losers. They don't want to be insulted. Now was the best time to make the right choice, but the two hunters behind them tensed up as they thought that Yuri had laughed at them. It was clear without words. But a friend near them began to do something strange, and Yuri Orlov raised his hand, telling them not to even move without his permission. After all, they wouldn't step yet, though they might try if they had the guts. But the two couldn't understand how he had immobilized them. After all, they couldn't even move a finger. Yuri Orlov started to say that he would defend their dungeon and as a bonus, he would kill all the monsters if they agreed to that option. It was the most suitable option, but the hunters sitting across from him started to say that they had thoroughly analyzed his abilities. However, he wasn't sure if the government would allocate such a budget, and in that second, he wondered. Could he be trusted in such a situation? Suddenly he replied that he understood and he needed to make one call to make a final decision. During this, Jin-Woo started to pack and told his mom that he was just leaving, but she looked at him and started to ask if he was okay. But Jin-Woo sighed and started to tell her that everything is fine. He just has to meet someone and started to leave the apartment. He said goodbye to his mother, but he had very little time left before the gate would open. As soon as his stopwatch went down to 0, the key he held in his hand began to show the location of the gate where he would be able to use the key to open the doors. At this time, the hunters were standing near the gate that had recently opened. The girl who was watching all of this was pondering the fact that it was unbelievable. After all, 2 gates had opened at the same place at once. Luckily, the school was closed, but there were still schoolchildren snooping around. Suddenly the girl saw some strange man who started to approach them. She started telling him that it was forbidden to walk here. When he threw off his hood, she realized that it was the hunter Jin-Woo. He immediately started asking the girl when the gate opened and she told him it was 3 days ago. This is when he realized that he was a complete fool, because no one had said that the dungeon would open after he knew its location. And since it had already been 3 days, it meant that someone had entered this dungeon. He realized that it was probably with the rank of the dungeon, and he wouldn't say the level was that high. He started asking the girl if the hunters had already entered there, and she told him that it was about 2 hours ago. He started telling her to stop the exploration immediately, but the girl didn't understand why. After all, the results of the exploration showed that this was a ranked dungeon. But Jin-Woo insisted and kept saying that those hunters who went in there were in danger. If they didn't hurry up, they would all die. But she didn't understand what he meant, and she saw Jin-Woo start to go into that dungeon and tell the others to just stand there and wait. But the girl still didn't understand why he had to say all this. After all, it was possible to just explain the whole situation. But Jin-Woo told her that they probably didn't have time. And as soon as he went inside the dungeon, the hunters who had entered before stood in front of the big door and realized that it was the boss's room. But they didn't understand why it was closed, and they started thinking about what they should do, since even magic wouldn't help here. Some of the hunters suggested to just leave, but Jin-Woo, who had arrived in time, began to tell them that it was a trap. The hunters were startled by his sudden appearance and started asking him questions. Jin-Woo explained that he was one of the highest hunters in the dungeon and had a rank S. They realized that he was an experienced and dangerous hunter. Jin-Woo warned them that it was dangerous here and they should go back and he would deal with it himself. When he went to the door and tried to open it, he realized that they were locked and probably enchanted. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him that the doors of the temple courtyard were locked and needed a key to open. Jin-Woo took out his key, but realized that something had gone wrong this time. The hunters behind him couldn't figure out how he did it since the doors were locked. I, not being a hunter, apologized to Jin-Woo and said that this place was already reserved for the raid, so he couldn't kick them out, even being rank S. Jin-Woo agreed with them and said he wouldn't stop them. If they wanted to go in, they could continue. The hunters rejoiced that they were right, and suddenly Jin-Woo saw a notification from the system that a keyless person had entered the temple. It said that force would be used to destroy the uninvited guest. And as soon as the hunter walked a few steps, the guard who was guarding the entrance forcefully tried to hit him with his big hammer. However, his wife came in time and grabbed the hunter by his armor, throwing him back. They saw before them a horrible monster standing outside the door. Jin-Woo began to tell him that if they still wanted to enter, he would not restrain them, but they should listen to him carefully. They should leave this place as soon as possible, and after that, they should contact the association to report that a dual dungeon had opened. After saying these words, Jin-Woo entered the large hall and the notification system showed that the key holder had entered, and the doors slammed shut at the same moment. He stood and watched as the torches began to light up and all the tests from last time stood in the same places. Nearby was a large statue that held the rules of this dungeon. He realized that this was where it all started, and he had come here again, but now it was different. He realized it clearly now, and the attestations were no longer monsters. The other creatures are just puppets, and the only one in this room possesses them. Jin-Woo began to look at the largest statue that was in this room and began to say that it was none other than him. He started to address it, saying that he would keep his mouth shut like that, and why wouldn't it answer? But suddenly this large statue began to smile terribly, and the verbal smile hiding under the hood began to tell him that he had finally arrived. After all, they were already waiting. At this time, Yuri Orlov arrived at one of the airports in Japan, and all the reporters were fixated only on him. On this day, the reporters started telling him to look in their direction and started asking him questions about how he planned to block the gate. He answered them that he would make a magic circle around the gate as always. And then when he activates the magic, they'll lock down and no one will be able to get out of there since it's a rank S gate. Most are skeptical of this so far, and can he make a couple comments? He started to answer that no problem, granted, his magic alone wouldn't be enough to maintain a barrier of that power. However, he can absorb the magical energy of the objects around him, and to block the gate, he would need mana crystals to be placed all over Tokyo. He will simply activate the spell, after which the barrier will begin to absorb mana and become as fast as a wall. By doing so, he will save everyone, and they should remember that. And this live broadcast was being watched from his office by the president of the association? Or was he? But he was afraid to imagine what would happen if he couldn't contain the S-rank gate. Suddenly, the association president turned to his ward and started asking him how Hunter Jin-Woo was doing. To which the latter replied that he was currently protecting a dungeon in the Seoul area, and he held out a list of the dungeon to the association president that was available upon Ajin Guild's request. But he was afraid that there might be some disagreements with the White Tiger, Hunters, and Reapers guilds because of this. But it was hard for the president of the association to believe that a small guild consisting of just one person could become on par with the larger guilds. After all, it was so ridiculous that it even made one want to cry. His assistant was in complete agreement with his words. But the president wondered what they needed it for. But the underling replied that he didn't know anything. They were only asked to make sure that no one entered the territory of the gate for a week. But the president of the association realized that there should be no problem with that. Suddenly the assistant's phone rang and he asked the president of the association if he could step aside for a moment. But the president replied that he could go for 2 minutes, because he had an appointment. So he would go too. And as soon as he picked up the phone, they started telling him that they had received an urgent message from the raid site and their presence was required. And if he remembers where that school where the orcs recently appeared is now, at first glance there's nothing much there. But they say that a double dungeon opened up in the nasty hall of that school, and also the Hunter Jin-Woo went in there alone. Hunter Jin-Woo was already in that dungeon, and he looked at the terrifying statue that started to rise, and 6 large stone wings appeared from it. He saw the large stone slab that had the rules of the Kartinan temple written on it start to break in the hands of that statue. Until that moment, he had turned to the hunter who had finally come to him, but Jin-Woo saw the stone slab just split open, and he began to say that it seemed that the rules that were inscribed on it originally didn't make sense. However, the creator began to answer him that it wasn't that simple at all. Now those rules really weren't needed, and Jin-Woo began to ask the creator why he had called him here. And the creator replied that that was exactly what it was, but the hunter was interested in the fact that whether he was a monster or not. The creator answered him that he had asked his question wrong, and instead of asking who is he, it was better to ask who are you. And as soon as he clapped his stone palms together, all the stats that were in this room began to move. Now the final test would begin. If he could endure it, he would learn everything about himself, and that would be his parting gift. But Jin-Woo started to summon his shadow soldiers, but the creator snapped his stone fingers and told him that it wouldn't work that way. After all, they are in an exam and all class skills have been blocked. After all, this test is only for him and the creator is not interested in his loyal subjects. Jin-Woo started to see a notification from the system that buying potions from the store was forbidden, and healing by leveling up the daily task was impossible. Jin-Woo stood at the same spot and began to reflect on the fact that he didn't even think that the trump he had so carefully hidden would become useless in an instant. But those statues that were approaching him didn't wait and began to attack him immediately. However, Jin-Woo realized that the inventory he had could be used for his own purposes. He decided that he could handle it on his own. When one of the guards hit him with his large sword, Jin-Woo blocked the blow and used his strength to shatter it. And he used the piece he had in his hands without hesitation and threw it back at that guard's head. The guard who was standing didn't realize what had hit his head. But Jin-Woo didn't wait, and at this moment, he jumped up and used his foot to strike the piece of that stone sword that was stuck in the guard's head. By doing so, he knocked him to the ground. However, the other guard who was standing nearby also immediately attacked the hunter. But Jin-Woo was very fast and blocked his strike using his Greeks. He cut his large weapon in half. He then jumped away from the first guard and started moving behind the back of the second guard. Using the blades he had in his hands, he began to attack and stuck them into the back of that huge guard's head. But that wasn't all. The next guards who were standing nearby began to use their stone bows and shoot towards the hunter, but all their arrows were in vain as Jin-Woo repelled them. Jin-Woo saw a huge arrow piece flying in the air. He promptly propped up the arrow and kicked with maximum force, deflecting it towards the archer. The arrow crashed into the archer's head with incredible force, tearing off a piece of his stone head. Jin-Woo had been waiting for this moment as if he had only lived for this. He started dismembering all the stone guards, but the creator who was watching couldn't believe that Jin-Woo had reached this level of development. He realized that Jin-Woo had actually become stronger. Jin-Woo, while blocking the guards' attacks, began to see more and more clearly all the movements of the statues that were impossible to grasp before. They were strong, but he would be able to defeat them. The creatures floating in the air and watching all of this began to tell themselves that he had really grown. However, they weren't finished yet, and suddenly, Jin-Woo felt that the danger had increased. The largest stone statue in the room began to stand up, and the creator told him that it was time to chant God. A little later, a few hundred kilometers away from Jin-Woo's battle with the creator in the Hunter Association, the president of the association met with the chairman of the Japanese Association. The latter began to hold out a memorandum to him that had a text written on it stating that they were giving up all the crystals from the island in favor of South Korea. However, the president of the association did not fully understand why they wanted to do this. But the president of the Japan Association began to say that they would like to hire Hunter Jin-Woo in return. At this moment, a smile appeared on the association president's face and he replied to him that unfortunately this hunter did not belong to the association. But the chairman knew that it was only through them that they could contact him, and he wasn't asking for them to force him to do anything. After all, he just wanted to talk. But the president of the association thought about the fact that and only for that, they were willing to pay such a price, and it seems that with the death of Gato Ruji, they had no hunters left at all to hold back the S-rank gate. Considering how much Jin-Woo's services cost, it's not a bad deal. But the president of the association pushed that sheet back and started telling him that he would like to talk to him alone without interpreters. But the chairman couldn't believe that the president of the association knew Japanese, and he replied that when he was a child, his father had run his own business in Japan. And as soon as everyone left that room and the doors were closed, the president of the association began to tell the chairman that if he was up to something again, he had better drop the idea at once. But the chairman didn't understand what the president of the association was saying. But the president went on to say that rumors had reached him that they were now in a rather strained relationship with the nude blades. But the chairman at this point jumped up and started raising his tone at the association president. This didn't stop the association president though, and he went on to say that nude blades had turned out to fund the association, and it wasn't hard to guess what was going on, because that's where it was originally going. Hand in hand with the Japanese association, but due to the death of Goto Ruji, who had control over all the S-rank hunters, now they are not easy to manage, and the naked blades are now on the verge of collapse. And the rest of the guilds are busy mopping up the gates, and must be having a hard time. If monsters get out of that gate that opened in the middle of Tokyo, then all the responsibility will fall on the chairman's shoulders. The president of the association began to tell him that apparently Gato Ruji was an outstanding hunter of their country. Although he didn't agree to this raid because of the best of intentions, it was their fault for taking Gato away from the naked blades. The chairman is responsible for splitting up the guilds and now not being able to control them. and he alone is responsible for trying to cheat back then. The chairman saw that the president of the association had placed a black box on the table that wasn't a real black box, the same one that was in the gear used by Ruji's team. At this point, he started to get very angry and told the chairman that since they thought he wouldn't find out about it. The chairman saw the atmosphere heating up and the president of the association was very angry. He continued to talk about what to do without even mentioning the crystals. We are talking about ordinary citizens. If they thought about what would become of them if these recordings were made public, the president of the association, because he was very angry, broke the transmitter and the table that was right between them. The president said there's some kind of heartless, fat leck out there and he doesn't need this. He's not going to get the whole country up in arms over one man's other intentions. After all, they can't risk their reputation and all its allies. They should thank Hunter Jin-Woo for that. He fought against the huge guards, and as soon as he destroyed a few statues, others would immediately appear in their place. He realized that there was no end to them. Then he noticed a huge statue behind him that was larger than all the previous ones. He realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. In desperation, he used the ruler's touch skill. The statues that were chasing him began to rise into the air thanks to this technique. But before the huge statue could shoot out its eyes, those statues that were in the air melted from the force of this powerful attack. The notification system showed that his ruler's touch skill had reached its maximum level, and the ruler's power skill was now available to him. While the attack and the big statue kept getting stronger and stronger and those stats simply melted and their powerful attack flew near the Hunter Jin-Woo who managed to dodge. He realized that it was very dangerous. And if he was hit by such an attack no skills will help him here, and he realized that first he had to deal with the big guy who shoots. Jin-Woo started to use the sprint skill and jumped into the air to get to that big statue, but it didn't stand still and started to lift its big foot to slam Jin-Woo, and as soon as there was a loud sound of that big foot slamming into the ground the statue started to smile because it realized that it had. She realized that she had finally killed the hunter, but suddenly she started to notice that her feet were moving with a bright light in the other direction. After a powerful impact, where there was smoke, Jin-Woo began to appear, moving higher and higher with all his speed. He ran towards the statue, heading towards its head, and realized that it was attacking again with its large and powerful eyes. However, at this moment, Jin-Woo began to combine sprint and lord power to get into the blind spot. And when the statue had already started firing its lasers, it was in the blind spot. Although the last strike wasn't delivered, Jin-Woo realized that it was incredible as it almost didn't touch the statue. However, the effect of this combination was simply amazing, and he thought that if his skills were a little better, the result would have been even more impressive. Suddenly, the statue noticed the hunter standing on its shoulder, ready to deliver his crowning blow with the Chaos Blade. But as soon as the attack was over, Jin-Woo realized that he had merely scratched him with a dagger that could cut through anything. He realized that since it didn't work, he would just break this statue. Jumping off the shoulder, he began to move towards the statue's face and noticed in the air that the slit in its face was the most suitable place. As he got closer to it, he hit the crack with force with a shout, "Now break it! Damn you, creator!" Still watching what was happening, the creator knew that he wouldn't be able to resist it, but Jin-Woo's attack was incredible, and the huge statue began to fly aside. For he had decided to show the full power of his 103rd level. After a loud and violent impact, the statue finally lost its balance and began to fall to the ground. As soon as it fell, a loud echo resounded in the room. Jin-Woo was already on Earth, and the guards that were there as well began to notice him and run to destroy him. But Jin-Woo was unwilling to stop. He began to use his Power Lord abilities, and all the statues began to fall to the ground as if gravity was against them. Naturally, the guards' methods were useless, and Jin-Woo clenched his fist, realizing that he had become much stronger. The creator who was watching all of this started clapping his hands and telling him that it was commendable. Jin-Woo decided that he should now tell everything as he had promised, but lo and behold, the creator answered him that the exam, after all, had Jin-Woo forgotten about him. And at this moment, the emergency quest and the last test were revealed. It was the creator, and Jin-Woo began to read what the notification system was showing. His heart would stop if he couldn't overpower the opponents within a certain time, and the remaining time was 10 minutes. At that moment, just as the meter started going, Jin-Woo asked him a question and asked him who he was, but the creator told him that he had already told him that it was a stupid question. But suddenly his mask began to crumble on his face and he decided to answer that question that he was the creator of the system. Outside the gate, the hunters from the association arrived. As soon as they approached the gate, the girl who was waiting for them began to tell them to come to her as soon as possible. At the head of the association was the inspector, who was pondering how they had managed to gather the 7 best hunters available at the moment so quickly. He feared, however, that it might not be enough to help Hunter Jean. The boys had only been brought in for backup. As the inspector got even closer to the gate, he began to feel a strange energy, not realizing what it was. He began to tell the other hunters about his sensations and asked if they felt something similar, like an icy shower. The aura enveloping him was a terrible magic to him. He began to turn around and ask the others if any of the larger ranked hunters were around. He was told that the Hunters Guild was holding a raid today and there were 2 S-rank hunters participating. The inspector began to tell them to send an urgent message immediately. "Have them get here immediately," he said. The inspector was agitated and didn't understand what Hunter Jin-Woo was doing here. But at this time, Jin-Woo was about to slay the strongest monster he had ever encountered. With a terrifying might in front of him, the monster creator instantly turned its wings into 6 arms. Jin-Woo watched him. However, in the same second, he did not notice the creator disappeared from his sight and then suddenly attacked Jin-Woo. He was so fast that he threw a strong punch, which made Jin-Woo fly off to the side. Jin-Woo crashed into the wall behind him, and the blow was so strong that he began to bleed. However, it didn't take long for the creator to get hurt and immediately continued to attack. But Jin-Woo was already prepared for it and began to dodge his swift attacks. In an instant, Jin-Woo was able to block all of his attacks, and the creator was very surprised by this, for he realized that Jin-Woo had surpassed all of his expectations. And at the same moment, the creator struck Jin-Woo's face with his large hand. Soon after, he began to smile eerily, but Jin-Woo didn't want to stop either. He moved furiously and punched the creator back with all his might. From the impact, the creator flew off to the side. When he stopped, he began to say that it was unbelievable, because he didn't think he would be so excited about fighting a human. Yeah, what's there? The very fact that someone like that wouldn't be his opponent, he still can't get his head around it. The creator was very curious, but Jin-Woo was already across from him and thought about the fact that this type had called him here as soon as he reached level 101. Apparently, he had intended to take him down from the start, but decided that he would survive and started telling the creator that he had 100 questions. Like why he created this system and why he chose him to be the player, and what was going on with his world. But the creator started to run towards the hunter and said that if he wanted to get answers to the questions so much, and if he was afraid that by killing him he wouldn't be able to get to the truth. Jin-Woo realized that he couldn't defeat him at such a short distance, and he began to run to the side. At this moment, the Lord but Creator realized that he was going to attack him from afar. And as soon as the explosion sounded, Jin-Woo realized that he could use the same skills as him. Then there was no point in this plan, but the Creator started to say that it didn't matter whether he would kill him or not, because his answer was already predetermined from the moment he created the entire system. But Jin-Woo started to ask him questions. What was it? He had created this system and how was he able to give him such power? But the Creator answered him that he wasn't the one who chose him, for he didn't like him at all back then. He had only created and started the system to develop the player. Jin-Woo looked at the timer and realized that he had almost no time left now. And the Creator was already in the air at this moment and began to say that until the timer counted down the last few minutes until his death, he would fight him at full strength. And as soon as the Creator began to strike with the items he had picked up, Jin-Woo felt something and eventually realized that he could feel again and now he would succeed. After all, the sword, spear, blade, axe, and hammer, he can feel them. He feels their every move, and the Creator couldn't believe that he dodged despite the fact that he was hitting with all his might. Yes, it also accelerated to such a speed that he didn't notice it at all. And as soon as Jin-Woo cut off his stone hand, the Creator realized that even though it was a fake body, he could still feel the pain. And of course, he eventually realized that this was the reason why he was chosen, and the Creator started frantically screaming that he was only human, and that was utter insolence. And at this point it was already 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer, at which point all the statues that were on the ground started to rise. But Jin-Woo didn't stopping, because he wanted to make it before the timer ran out and he could defeat him. Right now, there was one big statue and a bunch of small ones in front of him, and at the head of them was the Creator, Jin-Woo. He jumped into the air and activated his Lord Power skill. At that moment, he struck the ground with force, causing all the guards to scatter in different directions. Jin-Woo ran towards the Creator and came close, starting to attack him. Little by little, he cut off the Creator's stone arms. But suddenly, something hit his shoulder hard. And as soon as he turned around, he saw a large guardian with a great stone shield in front of him, and he realized that it was once again the creep that had once attacked him. But the timer was still running, and Jin-Woo didn't want to stop. He jumped up and struck it in the head with all his strength, causing the stone guardian's head to split apart. There were about 2 minutes left to finish, but Jin-Woo didn't give up and continued to cut off the stone creator's arms. Eventually, he was able to pin him to the ground, and the creator told him that he had lost. The creator started to say that all the answers he wanted to know were stored inside him. But Jin-Woo didn't understand what he meant. However, the creator continued to say that now the choice was only his, and a notification appeared in front of him that the data collection process had been completed. He needed to accept or reject the information he wanted. Jin-Woo thought about the fact that all the information he so desired was right in front of him right now, and he replied that he was accepting. And at that moment, a bright light appeared and all the data was successfully transferred. And Jin-Woo found himself in some strange place. He was floating in the sky like a spirit and watched as many different monsters walked in one direction. He couldn't believe his eyes, because there were so many demons and monsters below him, and they all started to raise their heads and look up. Jin-Woo thought that they were all looking at him, but as soon as he himself looked up, he saw a huge gate in front of him that started to open in different places. It was crowded with monsters, and suddenly he realized that this was Earth. Ice elves, high orcs and goblins, if they all made it out of the dungeons, humanity would be finished. However, their enemy was far above the humans, and things were finally coming to a head. Now he knew exactly what awaited them, and it was a bloody war, and to defeat the enemy in the form of silver warriors and monsters, decided to unite among themselves. Thus began a bloody battle, accompanied by the incessant clanging of metal against metal, and the spells that once flew out of their mouths were replaced by furious screams. Moreover, the ground was turning scarlet in color, and without a doubt the silver warriors were strong. But when it already seemed like all the monsters were about to disappear, the heaven's messengers who had previously headed towards their enemy suddenly began to retreat. Jin-Woo noticed someone in black robes begin to speak for all the dead to rise, and he realized that it was the Monarch Lord. Mistakes that came out of nowhere summoned shadows. Jin-Woo realized that that warrior in black armor was a Shadow Lord. He was sitting on his mighty horse, and he had an immortal army. Now the monsters had no fear of death, and surrounded by darkness, they were building up their power. While the blood in their veins only grew thicker and blacker, there was no end or end to them. Compared to this countless army, his army seemed insignificant, thought Jin-Woo. And the monsters that had just fallen were once again coming back to life to fight the silver warriors with renewed vigor. An incredible battle between light and darkness unfolded, such that the earth itself trembled under the power of these two elements. Gradually, the fading flames of war flared up with renewed vigor, and there was only one creature who could change the outcome of the battle. Jin-Woo, who was watching all of this from on high, saw the true strength of the Lord. After all, the Shadow Soldiers were unrelenting in destroying the Silver Warriors, gradually turning them into his companions. Wherever the Lord stepped foot, a veritable storm would pass, and the victory of the monsters meant the victory of the Lord. That was until they appeared. But at the same time, the hunter from the association who had entered the double dungeon to help Hunter Jin-Woo was standing in front of the door. The inspector from the association asked one of the hunters if he could open those doors. But that hunter looked at them and felt a powerful magic. He began to ask the inspector that indeed Jin-Woo was behind those gates. But the inspector answered him that it was confirmed information. Huntress Cha watched and realized that that magic did not belong to Jin-Woo. She wondered who possessed it. After all, she never thought that she would ever see it. But no matter what, she wants to help Hunter Jin-Woo. After all, that time he said he couldn't clear that double dungeon, and the inspector was wondering why he came here again, and he was sure it was for a reason. But once the door started to open, none of the hunters saw what the hell was going on inside. The inspector saw those statues and the deity and realized that they really existed. But suddenly at that moment the creator began to address them and ask how they were here, for he did not remember calling people. And it was an unexpected encounter for him. The hunters who saw this monster could not believe that it could talk and knew their language, but the creator began to tell the hunters to be quiet, or if they made so much noise, they would wake up the king. Suddenly, the hunters saw Jin-Woo standing in one place and somehow strangely lit up. They couldn't understand what was happening to him, but at the same moment, the four hunters died at the hands of the creator. And as soon as the creator had dealt with them, he began to say that he would not take weaklings. He wanted only the strong, though even those would not be enough as a sacrifice for the king. Jin-Woo was currently in a trance as he watched the Dark King fight against the monsters that came out of the Red Gate. Their numbers were countless and stretched for several hundred kilometers. After these monsters, terrifying creatures began to come out, one of which was very large and had white coloring. All of the monster troops looked into the eyes of the Dark King who was standing with his army, and they were already ready to fight. At the same time, while Jin-Woo was watching this inside the room where he was in a trance, the hunters who went in there were fighting with the large statues. Some of the hunters were severely injured and needed treatment. One of the hunters started shouting to his comrades to strengthen their defenses as much as possible, as the enemies were already advancing. The creator standing in front of them began to address them and ask who would be able to come forward after the battle with his puppets. He would grant the rarest opportunity to witness the birth of a king if anyone survived such an ordeal. One of the hunters began shouting for the others to retreat, as the largest guardian was ready to fire his lasers. He fired his lasers at the hunters. There was a huge explosion, and the laser began to vaporize everything in the room. But the hunters started to bounce back, thus attacking back. One of the hunters began to use his magic and shot back at that large guardian. While one of the hunters was distracting the god, he ordered the other hunters to deal with the smaller guards who began to surround them. At that moment, an inspector from the Hunter Association flew towards one of the guards and, after gaining strength, struck him on his large helmet in one powerful blow. He thought he was going to kill the guard, but suddenly realized that he hadn't even injured him, as the guard was stronger than he thought. The hunters realized that these guards were unusual defenses, and everyone should be on guard. After all, not even magic works on them, and they are likely susceptible to it. The huntress provocation also had no effect on them. They didn't even move even a millimeter after the numerous attacks made by the hunters. One of the hunters began to wonder if there was any way to defeat these creatures. Suddenly, he noticed Jin was standing off to the side and decided that he should wake him up since he might be in a trance right now. The hunter launched one of the fireballs at him, and it didn't matter to him whether it hit him or not. The most important thing was to wake him up, for it was the last chance they had at the moment to survive. However, as the orb came closer and closer to the hunter Jin-Woo, the hunter noticed that his orb was about to be repelled by the creator, who rushed over with incredible speed. And as soon as he reflected the orb, he began to fly with words towards the hunter, shouting at him how dare he disturb the king's sleep. But suddenly the hunter was saved by his companions, who the three of them began to attack back at the creator. And at that moment, one of the hunters started shouting Hunter Cha for her to wake up Hunter Jin-Woo as soon as possible while they distract the creator. She realized this and started running to the side to get as close to the sleeping Jin-Woo as quickly as possible. And just as she almost reached her goal, we are shown that Jin-Woo is now in another world and watching numerous monsters fight against the shadow monsters and the King of Darkness. It was an incredible sight for him, as so many had already fallen, but he continued to replenish his army, and if it were him, he would have exhausted all of his mana long ago. But there was no end to this power, and the different sides of the barricade were now fighting against one common enemy, the Shadow Soldiers. After all, if this battle was only between monsters and silver warriors, then the latter would certainly not have to fight the Shadow Army. As it was, the Shadow Warriors were fighting against the monsters, which meant that there was an internal conflict. And once the battle was over, the last of the monsters who was in charge of them was left, and the King of Darkness was approaching him saying that they were finally able to end this war. He began to ask him why he had betrayed him, but that monster replied that it was a great pity since he wanted to kill him so badly. However, the King of Darkness asked again why he craved it, and that monster began to laugh furiously and speak in some incomprehensible language. But the King of Darkness, without thinking for a long time, took him by the neck and began to lift him into the air. And the King of Darkness of Europe finished him off, but suddenly he saw that look in Jin-Woo, who was now in the place of the King of Darkness, started to take the helmet off that monster and realized that it was the Demon King Baron. She was wondering what he was doing here. Suddenly, Jin-Woo looked at her hands, which were stained with the monster's blood. Suddenly, he didn't realize what was happening. After all, he hadn't noticed it before. One of his hands began to touch his chest and he realized that he currently had two hearts, one human and the other dark heart, from which came an incredible power. And as soon as he raised his head, he saw silver knights flying in the sky in front of him. And at that moment, the data download was complete. The creator who was standing in front of the huntress sneered and started telling her that she was a very interesting person. He would even say she was funny. Let her try to surprise me again, he thought. The huntress decided to demonstrate her sword dancing skill, and the creator liked it. He smiled and began to fight her. However, this battle did not last long. Suddenly, he wounded her shoulder and began to say that this was all she was capable of. This came as a great disappointment to him, as he thought that she was just as boring and uninteresting as all the other people. Now all of them must clearly follow his planned scenario, for the hunters will not be able to stop the immortal creature. The creator kept saying that he seemed to have greatly overestimated the hunters who were trying to do anything at all against such big ferocious monsters. But one of the hunters started telling the others that they needed to wake up Hunter Jin-Woo as soon as possible, as they had no other choice right now. Hunter Cha started running with all her might towards the hunter before the creator noticed him, but it was too late and the creator wanted to destroy her at that very moment. But she reacted in time and rushed to the side. The creator didn't have time to grab him, smiling as she dodged him quickly, and he realized that she was satisfied. Such a good thing. And suddenly he noticed that there was a shadow in the huntress, and according to the rules no one could enter or leave here. But it seems that the king had introduced one of his soldiers to her, and he started to ask him how they got here and what their relationship with Jin-Woo was. But she answered him that they are friends and she along with the others came here to save him. The creator realized that they had come here of their own free will, and decided to give them another chance. For today, in these chambers, the greatest event would take place, the birth of a king, and he will let them witness this rare moment with their own eyes. As for the rest of us, we don't need them and he'll just kill them. But suddenly, the creator heard Jin-Woo's voice asking him who had decided that. And as soon as the creator turned his head, he saw Jin-Woo punch him in the face with all his might, causing him to fly off to the side. And he started to say what he had done to him. And once the other hunters saw that Jin-Woo had finally woken up, they began to look on with surprised faces as he beat up the creator. And at that same moment, they sighed, for now the moment would come when they would be saved. Jin-Woo stood in line beside the beaten and fallen creator, and he didn't understand why he wasn't the king. He also didn't understand why it was him and not the king standing in front of him right now. Despite having a black heart in his chest, he was able to preserve himself. However, Jin-Woo thought about his words about the black heart and realized that it meant a huge flow of mana coming from him. This was the title of a demon hunter. Now that he has recovered the lost memories of killing the demon king Baron, he is recognized as the master of great power. The black heart effect gives him an additional 100,000 mana. Jin-Woo noticed the creator's reaction and could say with certainty that firstly, the black heart was clearly not part of his plan, and secondly, it was at least meant to destroy him. Those memories he had seen were only a small part of what he was about to learn. Jin-Woo began to ask the creator questions about why he was against his candidacy as a player. He wanted the creator to explain what a player was and what he wanted to do with him. However, the creator started to get even angrier and jumped up yelling about the Shadow Lord. I wonder if he thought the other monarchies would forgive him for this? But Jin-Woo began to act more seriously, and near his body, large blades began to appear from the portals, heading towards the creator. Jin-Woo told him to answer the question, but the creator started talking and smiling in response, that he had exceeded his expectations, and he seemed to understand why he had been chosen as a player. It was at this point that the hunters noticed that the statues that were just standing there and watching began to move. The creator began to say that if he killed him, he would be finished, because these statues would not stop, and suggested that Jin-Woo should consider his actions. But Jin-Woo started to tell him that if he could kill two birds with one stone, and the creator laughed after these words and started to say that if he killed him, the creator of the system, he would become an E-ring hunter again. But Jin-Woo began to smile. He wondered, what if he killed the system creator who was already working? Nothing would happen to it, would it? He asked the question to the creator that was lying in front of him, but suddenly the creator wanted to